Chapter 147, The Finals. You possess remarkably good temperaments. If I were to hear someone mock me in such a manner, I would undoubtedly become furious and engage in a brawl with them. Elena has also come to witness the competition and speaks to the students from the Eastern Academy beside her. Jiang Li, with a handful of popcorn crammed into his mouth, mumbled incoherently, "What good temperaments? They don't even understand English and have no idea what Sirius is saying," Elena remarked. Among them, their English is the most abysmal. Before coming here, they were merely memorizing vocabulary. They can only manage everyday greetings and cannot comprehend anything beyond that. Thus, it is not that they're not angry, but rather that they do not understand the dialogue at all. Ignored, Sirius could only chase after them, casting spells and vociferously launching verbal assaults. "You imbeciles, buffoons, snails, turn around and look at me. Your opponent is me. Could you not exhibit a modicum of courtesy and refrain from disregarding me?" One student from the Eastern Academy, noticing his incessant chatter, rummaged through his sleeve. Sirius's expression instantly turned grave, believing he was about to unveil a secret weapon. He then observed the student retrieve a loaf of bread from his sleeve, intending to hurl it, but hesitated, taking a bite instead. No, wasting food would invoke divine retribution. He rummaged again, producing chicken wings, steak, beef jerky, and croissants. With each item he extracted, the boy hesitated for 2 seconds before shoving it into his mouth. He would rather risk bursting than use food as a projectile against his adversary. After this series of actions, he successfully overindulged himself. The student sat on the ground, waving his hand towards Sirius, exclaiming, "Stop, stop. I know, eating fool." Sirius, what is he babbling about? He braced himself, prepared for an imminent confrontation. Jiang Li observed this scene, his lips twitching, feeling as though his face had been thoroughly disgraced. Another student did not rummage for food, but instead picked up a venomous snake from the ground and threw it towards Sirius. However, just as he picked it up, the snake latched onto his wrist, instantly injecting venom, causing him to turn purple and leading to his immediate disqualification. Sirius, why are these students so abstract? Outside the arena, Jiang Li also sighed. "What are you sighing about?" Elena inquired, puzzled. "Nothing, merely lamenting the whims of fate," Jiang Li mused, stuffing a roasted chicken leg into his mouth. "It is astonishing that those notoriously lazy individuals from the sect have managed to survive, while all the competent ones have been eliminated," Elena remarked. "I've been wanting to ask you since earlier. You have been eating continuously. What is the reason?" Not only Jiang Li, but the other students from the Eastern Academy were similarly engaged in incessant eating. They not only consumed food in the cafeteria, but also took leftovers to go. She sensed that Hogwarts dining expenses must have surged considerably of late. "Because we have never had the opportunity to savor such delectable food. Our home is impoverished, and we cannot afford such luxuries. In the past, we typically only had 2 meals, and, without earning work points, we had no means to obtain rations." Jiang Li spoke while extracting a chicken leg from his package, savoring it with great delight. While the vastness of his sleeve was indeed convenient, it offered no preservation. The meat he had packed up from the cafeteria 2 days prior had gone uneaten and spoiled, causing him considerable distress. Jiang Li contemplated sun-drying the packed meat on the rooftop of Hogwarts, only for an owl to consume it entirely, leaving nothing behind. Upon hearing Jiang Li's predicament, Elena was taken aback yet felt a twinge of sympathy. "Your country is so impoverished. If you were to live here, I could arrange a job for you." "No need for that. Our country cannot remain in poverty forever. My future will only improve, and I shall eat my fill every day," Jiang Li declared confidently. Observing the light in his eyes, Elena refrained from further comment. Within the arena, the labyrinth space gradually diminished, and the remaining competitors began to converge. Sirius still had not discovered the key within the allotted time. The finalists who advanced to the championship were James, Julie Hart from Beaux Batons, and Song Zishuan from the Eastern Academy. Everyone was exceedingly excited as they finally awaited the grand final. Some individuals had even initiated betting pools, wagering on who would emerge as the ultimate champion. James, intrigued, took a glance and found that the number of bets placed on him was the least. Most believed that James had merely relied on luck to win, considering his overall strength inferior to that of the other two contestants, and predicted he would surely lose in the finals. Do these people lack discernment? Clearly, I am formidable, yet no one has wagered on my victory. James was incredulous as he observed Sirius eagerly preparing to place a bet and remarked, "Sirius, you will support me, won't you?" Sirius, glancing at the betting odds in the arena, casually remarked, "I just placed a bet on the Beauxbatons girl. I find her quite strong, and she might secure the win." Beauxbatons had previously been on the verge of elimination, yet unexpectedly, they not only survived but progressed to the final stages, leaving many astonished. Frankly, none had anticipated that those reaching the final round would be so unexpected. James's expression fell considerably. Sirius, draping his arm around his shoulder, said, "Do not be disheartened. Should I win my bet, I will share half of the winnings with you." "And what if you lose your bet?" James inquired. "If I lose, then you must surely be the champion." "Will you still need my consolation then?" Sirius replied. James found himself momentarily speechless. However, before the next day arrived, the casino was shut down due to the prohibition of gambling among students. "Could you do me a favor?" Dumbledore called out to Jiang Li, who was on his way to the dormitory. "I have discovered a peculiar location inscribed with the characters of your country, yet I am unable to enter. Would you accompany me there tonight?" "Certainly, but must it be tonight?" Jiang Li pondered, reluctant as the final match was imminent and he wished to avoid disrupting the students' focus. "That place is rather strange, and I fear that delays might lead to complications, so we should go at once," Dumbledore said with a serious demeanor. Upon hearing this, Jiang Li contemplated gravely. "Very well. Since the matter is of such urgency, I shall accompany you. I will inform my students to alleviate their concerns." "Excellent. I shall wait for you here," Dumbledore replied gently. When Jiang Li returned, he found Madame Maxime and Karkaroff also present. Noticing Jiang Li's surprise, Dumbledore explained, "I thought it prudent to have more people, as it may facilitate a quicker resolution." Hearing this, Jiang Li did not dwell on it and nodded. "In that case, let us depart swiftly. The sooner we go, the sooner we shall return." Karkaroff, seeing so many people going, was apprehensive about potential dangers and was somewhat reluctant to join. However, Dumbledore did not afford him the opportunity to express his hesitations, leading the group away without delay. The following morning, officials from the Ministry of Magic arrived at the competition venue and were puzzled by the absence of several schools. "Are you searching for a few headmasters?" A gentle female voice suddenly emerged from behind, startling Jean Richards, who sighed in relief upon realizing it was Jiang Li. "Indeed, today is the finals. With such a large audience present, why are several headmasters absent? Has something occurred?" Jean inquired. "Do not worry. The headmasters are currently examining something and will return shortly," Jiang Li reassured him. Jiang Li smiled at Jean and added, "If they are unable to return in time, you shall need to preside over the competition and award the prizes. I am confident that everyone will remember your name as the inaugural award presenter." Chapter 148, The Finals 2. Jean had originally attended the competition to garner more fame, but with Dumbledore and the heads of other schools present, he would have no opportunity to shine. Now that the other heads were absent, the responsibility for overseeing the event fell squarely upon his shoulders. He promptly adjusted his mindset. "Of course, if you feel overwhelmed by the prospect of handling this alone, I can contact Principal Dumblet to have them return early," Jiang Li suggested. "No need." Jean swiftly interrupted, clearing his throat with an air of false sophistication. "They have more pressing matters to attend to. We mustn't disturb them. I can manage this competition perfectly well." "How delightful," Jiang Li exclaimed, a look of joy illuminating his face. "I was rather apprehensive about hosting the event alone, but with your supervision, I am certain all will be well." Upon hearing this, Jean feigned a solemn demeanor, straightening his tie as he gazed at Jiang Li and said languidly, "I am here precisely to avert any unforeseen incidents. Everything that transpires today falls under my purview." "With your assurance, I feel at ease," Jiang Li replied, his eyes filled with admiration as he looked at Jean. "The competition is about to commence. Let us proceed to announce its beginning." Sensing Jiang Li's admiration, Jean walked with an erect posture toward the stage. As he reached the judges' panel, he was greeted by a thunderous ovation, as if the entire world were applauding him. He raised his hand in excitement, waving to the students in the audience. In truth, the students were not cheering for him, but were captivated by the pink snowflakes cascading from the sky, which transformed into candy upon being caught in their hands. The emblematic creatures of the four houses soared from their respective banners, shimmering as they danced gracefully before each student. The students erupted into enthusiastic cheers upon encountering their house's symbolic animal. Jean, unaware of the true cause of their excitement, felt an overwhelming sense of pride. Thinking his popularity rivaled that of Dumbledore, Jiang Li waved his wand, and the four house animals converged to form the emblem of Hogwarts, which shone brightly in the air. The audience erupted in even louder applause, marveling at how cool their house symbol appeared. The insignias of other schools performed similarly, circling the arena before shining in the sky. When Jiang Li appeared in a blaze of fire at the center of the stage, the cheers nearly lifted the roof off. She snapped her fingers, and a palm-sized badge appeared before each student, adorned with an image of Baizé. I wish to express my gratitude to every competitor. Regardless of whether they reached the final round, their bravery is undeniable. Furthermore, I appreciate everyone present here today. I have prepared a small token for you, and I hope you will enjoy it. A gentle reminder, there is a button on the badge that will reveal a delightful surprise. At her words, the students eagerly pressed the buttons on their badges, only to be astonished by a video featuring themselves watching the competition. Professor Malfoy must be incredibly wealthy to provide each student with a commemorative gift, young Barty remarked, fiddling with his badge while casting a sidelong glance at the distracted Snape. What does your badge contain? Snape, seemingly jolted back to reality, hastily shoved the badge into his robe. Noticing this, Barty inquired with concern, "Are you feeling unwell? You seem a bit off today." Snape managed a stiff smile. "Do I? I feel quite well. But this morning, you nearly wandered into someone else's dormitory and mistakenly entered the wrong classroom." Barty observed, worry etched on his face. "If you're not feeling well, you can rest. I can inform the others." "No need. I am perfectly fine." Fearing Barty's suspicion, Snape rubbed his temples, his voice weak. "Perhaps I simply stayed up late brewing potions yesterday, which has left me a bit fatigued." "Is that so? I thought perhaps you had a quarrel with your fiancé, given your mood today," Barty questioned, noticing Snape's absence of rings. Regulus, impersonating Snape, was at a loss for words. Seeing Snape's pallor, Barty wisely refrained from further inquiry. As the silence lingered, Regulus breathed a sigh of relief, adopting Snape's brooding expression to deter conversation. The screen in the arena lit up, revealing James and two other competitors as they entered the competition space. Their challenge was the comprehensive OWL's examination. A momentary hush fell over the audience, a palpable dread of being subjected to academic rigor. After finally escaping the clutches of study, they were confronted with the grim reality that the competition involved an examination. Jiang Li, unfazed by the challenge, found herself somewhat speechless at this twist. She turned to Jean and asked, "I recall that the final round's content was to be determined by the Ministry of Magic, correct?" With a proud stance, Jean straightened his posture and replied, "Indeed. After much contemplation, I concluded that only the OWL's examination could truly underscore the importance of education." Jiang Li was taken aback. She resolved that if there were to be another competition, she would ensure that no representatives from the ministry participated, as it lacked any entertainment value whatsoever. The three competitors at the center also fell silent. Song Zishuan scratched his head and, in Chinese, asked the others, "My exam content differs from yours. I'm unsure how to answer. Can I write whatever I want?" James, in despair, lamented that he had just managed to forget the terror of examinations, only to find himself confronted with yet another test. The girls from Beaux Batons wore equally troubled expressions, clearly indicating that the three participants were not the most academically inclined and had no idea how to compete. Outside the arena, students watched in disbelief as the trio struggled with even the simplest questions, yearning to leap into the competition space and snatch the pens from their hands to provide the correct answers. The answer is clearly A. What on earth was James doing in class? How could he not get such an easy question right? Why did he choose C for every question? The answer to question 5 is obviously B. As the audience witnessed the incorrect answers being scribbled down, they felt a mix of exasperation and disbelief. The questions were so simple that they themselves could have answered them, yet the few academically challenged individuals were fumbling through, further fueling their frustration. The only competitors appearing to fare well were the Durmstrang students, who, though initially disappointed by their elimination, found solace in the missteps of the current participants. They were grateful that it was not them on stage, lest they become the subjects of ridicule. As the competition unfolded, it became evident that aside from a few intellectually demanding segments, James surprisingly emerged as the top performer. When the results were announced, James found himself in disbelief. "How could both of you have worse grades than me?" The girl from Beaux Batons blushed slightly, feeling embarrassed as she confessed, "I have a tendency to focus on specific subjects." Indeed, she had achieved O's in half of her subjects, while her performance in the others was dismally rated as T. James remarked, "That specialization is rather pronounced." He turned to the side to glance at Song Zishuan, who was blinking with an expression of helplessness, saying, I don't speak English. I don't know what you're saying. This was even more perplexing. He didn't even comprehend the questions, which explained why he had just brandished a peachwood wand at Bogart. Chapter 149, The Demon. With the examination concluded, all contestants were ejected from the arena. James proudly waved to the audience. The spectators remained silent, seemingly reluctant to cheer after the last challenge. James is the champion. James. 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 Sirius, displaying unwavering loyalty, enthusiastically cheered for James at that moment. The Gryffindor students quickly joined in, vociferously applauding. Others gradually caught the wave of excitement, chanting James's name loudly. A smile graced James's face as he instinctively glanced towards Lily, who was beaming back at him. His posture straightened even further, and others joined in with their applause. The air was filled with flowers, and a resounding applause erupted. Jean, holding a medal, approached James with a smile. Your performance in the competition was truly impressive. This championship is well-deserved. James, entirely oblivious to what he was saying, was fixated on the trophy. He reached out to grasp it, but Jean withdrew his hand and turned to address the audience. For those who did not win, do not despair, although you did not triumph this time. Opportunities abound in the future. You may participate in our Ministry of Magic exams and experience similar challenges. His tone was fervent, yet the students, once eager, now appeared listless and even began to roll their eyes discreetly. Who is this person, and why won't he stop talking? Just when we finally relax. He keeps bringing up academics, someone whispered in discontent. Jean remained blissfully unaware of the crowd's displeasure, feeling exhilarated to finally have a stage to showcase himself. James watched the trophy oscillate closer and farther from his grasp, growing increasingly impatient. He puffed out his cheeks, yearning to seize the trophy directly. He stealthily reached out, inching closer, almost there when, boom, a tremendous explosion reverberated. A plume of smoke erupted from one section of the audience, causing the professors present to change their expressions and rush over to address the situation. Boom. Another explosion resonated from a different area. The crowd was momentarily stunned by the commotion. The lights in the venue suddenly dimmed, flickering as a shadowy figure materialized in the air. Clad in a dark robe, with a hood obscuring their face and a silver mask adorning it, the figure was a Death Eater. They raised their hand and cast a dark curse towards Jean. In an instant, Jean's legs weakened, leaving him at a loss for what to do. Jiang Li appeared before him, blocking the spell. The dark-robed figure continued to unleash curses at them, while Jiang Li raised her hand to defend, her gaze icy. The students below were thrown into chaos at the sight. Professor Malfoy, I'm coming to assist you. James rushed forward, casting a leg-locking curse at the dark figure. The hooded figure effortlessly dispelled his spell, countering with a disarming curse that sent James flying. Jean trembled as he fumbled for his wand to defend himself, only to be startled by an explosion nearby that caused him to drop it. In the next moment, he was struck by a petrification curse. Sirius, observing the unfolding situation, attempted to run over to help, but was pushed back by the throng. The dark-robed figure intoned softly, conjuring a blazing curse in their hand. The flames morphed instantly into a menacing serpent's head, lunging towards the students in the audience. Some students screamed in fright. Stupefied, Lily raised her wand, attempting to halt the inferno. Children, remain calm and exit in an orderly manner, Professor McGonagall shouted, as other professors cast spells in an effort to extinguish the flames. A Beauxbatons girl fell in the audience, and as she attempted to rise, she realized her injured foot rendered her immobile. Terrified, she watched the fiery serpent charge towards her. In the next instant, the badge she wore heated up, forming a protective shield of white light that blocked the flames. Quickly go. Professor Sprout dispelled the fire in front of her and urged the girl. The girl tried to stand but found her foot unresponsive, tears welling in her eyes. Suddenly, she felt lighter. Looking up, she saw a strong Durmstrang boy lifting her effortlessly. Hold on tight. Don't trip, he instructed. The girl grasped his hand firmly, whispering, Thank you. Severus, we must return to aid Professor Malfoy. Midway through, little Barty detained Snape. We can help her apprehend that Death Eater. Regulus, disguised as Snape, felt a shiver run down his spine and replied sternly, Perhaps it's best we refrain. Our presence may only complicate matters for Professor Malfoy. Let her handle it alone, and we can strike from a distance. Little Barty countered, But Severus, you seem different today. Normally, if Professor Malfoy faced such peril, you would never abandon her. Yet today you turned to leave. Little Barty gazed earnestly at Snape. Regulus felt a chill run down his back as his mind raced to concoct an explanation. I understand you are troubled due to your quarrel with your fiancée, but Professor Malfoy has been kind to us. We must return to assist her. Before he could formulate a response, little Barty had already provided his interpretation. Very well, let us return to help Professor Malfoy. Fearing little Barty might discern something amiss, Regulus had no choice but to follow him back. Upon their return, They were met with a torrent of flames threatening to consume everything. In the eye of the fiery storm stood Jiang Li, her gaze as calm as an unfathomable abyss. Her eyes flickering with the colors of flames as she held her wand pointed downwards, plunging it into the ground. All spells cease. A colossal surge of magic erupted from her, radiating outward. A phoenix soared from her side, devouring the rampaging flames. Her light golden hair shimmered with the colors of fire, dancing in the wind, while the pale white coat she wore shifted hues in tandem with the flames. The live broadcast of the competition continued, allowing everyone to witness Jiang Li's confrontation with the Death Eater. They could see, not far behind Jiang Li, the dark-robed figure preparing to strike. He raised his wand, unleashing a green curse aimed at Jiang Li's back. Quick dodge. Jean caught sight of the lethal curse and called out loudly towards Jiang Li. Jiang Li attempted to dispel the sinister spell, but alas, it was too late. She slightly turned her body to block the errant curse. The green spell struck her, and in an instant, she became utterly rigid, as if all strength had drained from her. She raised her wand and cast one final spell towards the figure in the dark robe. At that moment, the raging flames within the venue were also subdued. Professor McGonagall and the others hurriedly rushed towards them. The dark-robed figure staggered under Jiang Li's attack, teetering on the brink of collapse. The next second, a small figure, swathed in a dark cloak, burst forth with a sound like an explosion, grasping the dark-robed individual and snapping his fingers, whisking the injured figure away. Meanwhile, Jiang Li, struck by the curse, could no longer maintain her composure. Her body slowly toppled backwards, reminiscent of a wilting autumn leaf, gracefully floating down into the embrace of the earth, carrying with it the last remnants of serenity and peace. Gadnia. Professor McGonagall was the first to rush to Jiang Li's side. Upon seeing the rigid, lifeless form on the ground, her face was etched with shock and sorrow. Each step she took was laden with urgency and panic. The poise she usually embodied completely dissipated. She carefully cradled Jiang Li in her arms, tears welling in her eyes. You all need to leave. The area is not yet confirmed safe. Professor McGonagall stifled her grief as she directed the other arriving students to evacuate. Minerva, how is Gadnia? Sprout hastened over, her voice filled with concern. She is gone. McGonagall replied sorrowfully. How can this be? Gadnia was so powerful, she couldn't possibly be dead. Sprout refused to accept this grim reality. She sacrificed herself to protect me. James, standing beside Jiang Li's body, his eyes reddened, choked back sobs. Professor Malfoy could have dodged that curse, but she shielded me. We were surrounded by flames. There was no way to escape. It was Professor Malfoy who blocked the fire curse, urging me to hide in a corner. If Professor Malfoy had shifted even slightly, that lethal curse would have struck me instead. Now it's her lying there. His voice resonated with anguish, echoing through every corner. It was the Death Eaters who killed her. Those fiends are devils. Chapter 150. I will take her home. Regulus stared at Jiang Li's lifeless form, his mind a haze. Nearby, young Barty had already dashed towards Jiang Li, gazing at the body on the ground, devoid of life, her once vibrant visage now pale as parchment. The chilling stillness of her cooling body spoke of the extinguishing of life, evoking an ineffable sense of desolation. Young Barty found himself at a loss for words. Only this morning, she had gently inquired about their well-being, and now she had suddenly perished, leaving an unreal sense of disbelief. Regulus approached Jiang Li's side. Upon recognizing Severus, McGonagall made way for him, gently patting his shoulder in an attempt to offer solace. But at that moment, she found herself at a loss for words. Regulus knelt beside Jiang Li, grasping her hand. It was ice-cold, devoid of any pulse, any magical resonance. He felt no trace of life. Professor Malfoy is truly dead. The realization struck him with terror, causing him to stumble back in disbelief. Everything here suffocated Regulus. He pushed through the crowd and fled. He could not comprehend why Professor Malfoy had chosen to sacrifice herself for a promise. The throng felt like a torrent crashing down upon him, compelling him to escape. After what felt like an eternity of running, Regulus finally found himself in a deserted area, gasping for breath. The image of Professor Malfoy's demise replayed in his mind, causing him immense anguish. The sound of footsteps echoed against the ground. Regulus looked up to find Severus approaching, his brow furrowed in displeasure. Did you not notice the people around you just now? Your polyjuice potion has worn off. A girl witnessed your transformation. Regulus's eyes widened slightly as he stepped forward, seizing Severus by the collar, his expression frantic. Professor Malfoy is dead. You killed her. At those words, Severus's expression remained as still as a stagnant pond. Coldly regarding Regulus. Did you not already know of this plan? For you to gain Voldemort's trust, she had to die. The weight of those words struck Regulus profoundly. He had not anticipated Professor Malfoy's death. He believed it was merely a performance for all to see. Observing Regulus's despondent demeanor, Severus tossed him an alchemical pendant. This is a potion-enhanced item crafted by Gadnia to strengthen your mental occlusion. Voldemort will undoubtedly probe your memories if he discovers your collaboration with us. All of Gadnia's efforts will be in vain. This item can also fabricate false memories. I will relay the details of today's events to you. Remember them well, lest you falter when Voldemort questions you. As Severus calmly assigned tasks, Regulus could no longer contain his frustration. Professor Malfoy is dead. Do you not feel any sorrow? Is your mind solely occupied with these tasks? Severus paused for a moment, his expression indifferent as he regarded Regulus. If it weren't for this damned task, she would not have died. Do you wish for her sacrifice to be in vain? Does sorrow imbue her death with value? Regulus understood the logic, but found it unbearable that Severus could remain so detached in the face of loss. He wiped at his dampened eyes, beginning to commit to memory the details of Severus's plan for today, including how to divert the other headmasters, set explosives, and utilize house elves for escape. Voldemort is an adept at the art of soul extraction. He can read your thoughts at any moment. You must continually employ your mental occlusion. This pendant will also warm when someone attempts to use soul extraction on you. Remain ever vigilant, Severus instructed Regulus. Regulus lowered his gaze to the pendant in his hand, carefully fastening it close to his heart, his voice hoarse as he replied, I understand. Seeing that Regulus had regained some composure, Severus continued with his training, employing soul extraction on him unexpectedly to test his reactions. Though somewhat harsh, the method proved effective. Regulus began to grasp the use of mental occlusion, and the pendant served as a reminder of this lesson. As dusk fell, Severus finally addressed Regulus. We shall conclude for today. We will resume tomorrow. I have already altered that girl's memory. I hope Mr. Black will exercise greater caution next time and avoid revealing any clues. Regulus remained silent. The day's training had left him utterly exhausted, compounded by the weight of recent events, making it difficult to muster interest in anything else. Severus watched as he departed, striding back, his robes billowing in the wind. Jiang Li's body had already been removed. Discussions were likely underway regarding her burial site, and he needed to ensure her transport was arranged swiftly. As he approached the hall, Jiang Li's lifeless body lay at its center, surrounded by an array of flowers that accentuated her pallid form. Despite knowing that Jiang Li had consumed a potion that induced a death-like state, her serene repose made it seem as if she had truly departed from this world. Severus Snape felt an overwhelming sense of loss, akin to a dagger piercing his chest, stirring an indescribable sorrow within him. He moved closer, bending down to grasp Jiang Li's hand, adorned with a ring, his gaze heavy with grief. Professor McGonagall, I wish to take Gardenia home, he stated, unwilling to allow Jiang Li to be gawked at like an object in death. Students are not permitted to take leave without cause, Professor McGonagall replied. I am Gardenia's only remaining kin. Only I can bring her home, Snape said, his eyes steady as he regarded Professor McGonagall. I believe she, being so fond of beauty, would not wish for anyone to witness her in such a disheveled state after death. At his words, Professor McGonagall's eyes glistened with unshed tears, and she turned her face away to regain her composure before responding, I understand. I will assist you in taking Gardenia home. Thank you, Snape replied softly. Chapter 151, Guests. From the inception of this plan, Snape had begun to study the potion of apparent death. Experiments on various animals revealed that its effects typically last for a day and a night. Thus, he needed to take Gardenia away before the potion's power waned, lest the truth be uncovered before the onlookers. Yet, Jiang Li had been in this state for 2 days and nights, her body devoid of warmth and breath. Snape kept vigil at her bedside, watching as her rosy hue faded, vitality dissipating, and a sense of panic began to take root in his heart. Why had she not awakened? Was there a flaw in his potion, or had he inadvertently cast the killing curse upon her? The memory of Jiang Li being struck by his spell replayed in his mind, causing his breath to quicken, as if an immense weight pressed upon his chest, suffocating him. This turmoil intensified, an invisible force slowly consuming his sanity. Suddenly, Jiang Li's fingers twitched, and Snape's eyes brightened with hope. Gardenia, he breathed, raising a trembling hand to gently caress her face, his voice tender. Her eyelashes fluttered, and Jiang Li slowly opened her eyes. Upon seeing Snape's face so close, her mind struggled to comprehend, and her lips moved instinctively. Prince Snape intends to bestow a kiss upon the sleeping beauty princess. Noticing Jiang Li's playful spirit, Snape felt a weight lift from his heart. He enveloped her in his embrace, burying his head in her neck, feeling the warmth radiating from her body and the strong rhythm of her heartbeat, allowing his anxiety to gradually dissipate. You were unresponsive for so long. I feared I had killed you. Snape's voice emerged hoarse and shaky. He could hardly bear to think of what he would do if he had indeed miscast a spell. Jiang Li felt a tingling in her hand and raised it to ruffle Snape's hair gently. I'm fine, but I have a question. Have you not washed your hair recently? It seems somewhat oily. The room fell silent, and Jiang Li noticed her breath had quickened, the tension palpable. No one could disrupt the atmosphere quite like Jiang Li. Although she felt weak, she playfully patted Snape's head, adding, I was joking. Your hair isn't that greasy. When Snape did not respond, Jiang Li tilted her head to find him peacefully asleep against her neck. Their cheeks pressed together, and Jiang Li felt a warmth rise to her face. Upon noticing the faint bruises under Snape's eyes, her heart softened. She shifted closer to the inner side of the bed, making space for him, and with a levitation spell, she gently moved Snape onto the bed. Propping herself up, Jiang Li draped a plush duck blanket over Snape and settled into the inner side. Although she had lain there for 2 days, her body and mind felt far from rested. She drifted into a hazy slumber. Snape experienced a peculiar dream. He found himself in the forbidden forest, foraging for herbs when a fox leapt out and struck his heart with its paw. A massive stone fell from the heavens, pinning him down, rendering him immobile. When he awakened, he discovered Jiang Li's head nestled against his chest, her soft, golden hair cascading over him. It was no wonder he had felt so heavy in his dream. Her head resting there was indeed a considerable weight. He stirred slightly, and Jiang Li awoke immediately. Groggy. She recognized Snape and nestled her head back against him, her right cheek squished against his chest. Your heartbeat is so rapid, she murmured lazily, feeling her own pulse quicken in response. Snape dared not move, whispering, Gardenia, Dumbledore intends to hold a funeral for you. At this, Jiang Li straightened, her expression turning serious. When? In 3 days, Snape replied. He had initially intended to inform Jiang Li sooner, but her extended period in a death-like state had led him to suspect something was wrong with the potion. Jiang Li hopped off the bed and quickly turned to inspect Snape's hand. All 3 rings were still present, much to her satisfaction. Assuming she was displeased with having slept in his bed, Snape spoke soothingly. I will tidy up your bed shortly. Severus, what do you think about me becoming your pet? Jiang Li suddenly proposed. What? Snape was caught off guard, and before he could process her words, Jiang Li transformed into a small, fiery red fox. The fox tilted its head, observing Snape, and upon his stunned silence, it playfully pawed at him. This elicited a reaction from Snape, who scooped the fox version of Jiang Li into his arms, astonished. How did you manage that? He had never witnessed Jiang Li learning to become an animagus. How had she succeeded? This is transfiguration, the little fox exclaimed, pride evident in its voice. Am I not remarkable? In her fox form, Jiang Li appeared adorably naive, her fluffy little head held high, evoking an overwhelming urge to smile. Quite impressive, Snape replied, gently squeezing Jiang Li's fox paw, noticing the small, transformed sapphire ring resting on it. Exquisitely crafted, truly worthy of Gardenia. After showcasing her transformation, Jiang Li leapt from Snape's embrace and returned to her human form. From this day forth, Gardenia Malfoy is deceased. I shall not appear in any public venues. However, in the days to come, I will manifest as your pet at Hogwarts. As she spoke, she made her way to the door, eager to peruse the day's daily prophet. Just as she reached the entrance, she was startled by the sudden appearance of Mia. A large bump protruded from Mia's forehead, her eyes red and swollen. Snape explained to Jiang Li, upon your return, she believed you to be dead and insisted on punishing herself, no matter how I ordered her to cease her self-harm. She refused, and so I sent her next door. Mia did not protect her master. Mia must punish herself, Mia lamented, pounding her head while tears and snot streamed down her face, creating a rather comical sight. Enough with the self-punishment, Jiang Li sighed in exasperation. Mia, upon noticing Jiang Li, exclaimed with a mix of astonishment and joy, Master has awakened. Mia is but a useless little sprite. Please, punish me harshly, Master. Jiang Li cast a healing spell upon Mia and retrieved a handkerchief from his pocket, offering it to her. Do not weep. Tears do not suit you at all. At his words, Mia pouted, her sobs growing even louder. I am not a good sprite. Master should not be so kind to me. All right, cease your crying. Jiang Li adjusted the pink bow atop her head and pulled a wooden fish from his bracelet. Addressing Mia, your self-punishment is outdated. Do not strike your own head incessantly. It is of no use. If you feel you have erred, begin to strike the wooden fish and accrue merit for yourself. Do you understand? Mia accepted the wooden fish from Jiang Li, weeping gratefully as she began to strike it vigorously. Tap, tap, tap. A sensation of spiritual cleansing enveloped her. Jiang Li remarked, it is rather noisy. Can I retrieve the wooden fish now? It seems we have a visitor. Sensing that the magical array she had arranged was triggered, she turned to Mia and instructed, Mia, please usher in the guest, the trendy old man with a white beard, who has his beard tied in a bow. Chapter 152, A Visit from Dumbledore. When Snape opened the door, Mia had already led the guest inside. Dumbledore greeted Snape with a warm smile. Upon seeing this, Snape maintained a stoic expression, turning to open the door wider for Dumbledore to enter. A most impressive magical array, had it not been for the house elf guiding me. I fear I would have been unable to find my way in, Dumbledore commented as he naturally seated himself at the dining table, addressing Jiang Li. I trust you do not mind my joining you for a meal? Watching Dumbledore settle in uninvited, Jiang Li took a bite of a croissant and retorted. I heard you have been telling others that I am dead. Is this not common knowledge? Dumbledore smiled. Is this not our purpose? Snape took a seat beside Jiang Li, his gaze cool and indifferent as he regarded Dumbledore. Jiang Li, with a smirk, replied, since I ostensibly died to protect the students, surely Hogwarts should provide me with the appropriate compensation? I have yet to receive it. Perhaps the school's efficiency could use some improvement. Dumbledore's gentle expression grew somewhat nuanced. Gadnia, considering you have not truly come to harm, I believe we should deliberate on this matter. Yet, in everyone's eyes, I am dead, and I can no longer present myself to the public under this name. I trust you would not wish to see people misled. Begin to question all that you have done, Jiang Li stated, her hands folded, gazing calmly at Dumbledore. You must understand how eager politicians and journalists are to find fault with someone of influence to elevate their own notoriety. Dumbledore sighed, a hint of resignation in his tone. It is not that I do not wish to reward you, but Hogwarts' current financial state does not permit me to squander resources recklessly. How is it that someone as astute as you has not garnered any wealth? Jiang Li inquired, astonished at Dumbledore's admission. Earning money is not particularly difficult. I am glad you recognize my intellect, but I must confess I lack your aptitude for financial matters, and there are far too many places where money is needed. You ought to be aware of this. A flicker of subtle exasperation crossed Dumbledore's wise eyes. Jiang Li narrowed her gaze at Dumbledore. So, you do not intend to provide me with the compensation? It is not that I do not wish to give it. I merely believe it can wait a while longer. Dumbledore explained softly. If I were in your position, I would demand the funds immediately. Leaning back in her chair, Jiang Li rested her elbow on the armrest, propping her chin on her hand as she regarded Dumbledore. I do not lack this money, but you do. The outside world is observing you closely, and you must express your stance, making them feel it is worthwhile to follow you. The more support you garner for your decisions, the more I can leverage the press to advocate for you, maximizing the benefit of my supposed death, which would serve our purpose. Upon hearing this, Dumbledore praised Jiang Li. I believe you would make an excellent politician. You could enter the Ministry of Magic, and I am confident this world would change because of you. Jiang Li, a master of grandiose visions herself, felt no particular emotion in response to Dumbledore's words, even suppressing a laugh. She smiled at Dumbledore. I am but a mundane individual, with no desire to make contributions for the sake of changing this world. I will have my lawyer compile the amount of my death compensation and send it to you. Should you have any objections to the figures, feel free to consult my lawyer directly. Dumbledore, clearly taken aback, realized Jiang Li was far more formidable than he had anticipated. This debate ultimately concluded with Dumbledore conceding. Under Jiang Li's watchful gaze, he gathered all the snacks from the table to take with him. I trust you do not mind if I take all the treats? He inquired gently. Jiang Li retorted, do you think my objection would result in you returning the treats? Dumbledore smiled at Jiang Li. Thank you for your hospitality. Perhaps you could attend your own funeral. After all, it would be quite a novel experience. He winked mischievously. You could attend alongside your fiancée. Jiang Li crossed her arms, remaining unperturbed, while Snape looked on in surprise. Once Dumbledore departed, Snape hesitantly asked Jiang Li, does Dumbledore know of our relationship? Indeed, Jiang Li replied candidly. All the professors are aware of my engagement to you. However, not many believe it. Snape was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Jiang Li to disclose their relationship. He had assumed she would wait until after graduation to share this information. Given the potential scandal surrounding a romance between a professor and a student, discretion seemed the wisest choice, and he had not entertained any thoughts otherwise. Yet, Jiang Li chose to acknowledge their relationship, evoking a complex mix of joy and emotion within Snape. Was he truly among those chosen with such certainty? What are you pondering? Jiang Li teased, flicking his forehead with her finger. Snape instinctively grasped her hand, replying softly, you need not demand compensation from Dumbledore. Merely reducing your annual contributions to Hogwarts would suffice. After all, as a stakeholder in Hogwarts, Jiang Li donated a considerable sum of galleons each year. I am aware. That is intentional. Jiang Li smiled at Snape. You have selflessly provided him with so many potions. Has Dumbledore ever compensated you? Snape paused. I had not considered that. Observing him, Jiang Li gazed at him with admiration. Someone as selflessly devoted as you deserves to be recognized as Employee of the Year, working without pay while remaining diligent and obedient. Snape replied, why does that sound somewhat sarcastic? He pondered whether he had indeed suffered a loss. However, He had never contemplated such matters in his previous life. His sole focus had been to protect Lily's child from death, never realizing Dumbledore had orchestrated the child's demise. Noticing his furrowed brow, Jiang Li felt a sudden urge to soothe his worries and raised her hand to massage his temples. Snape, glancing down, observed Jiang Li's gesture. "What are you doing?" he inquired. In response, Jiang Li declared with conviction, "Upon reflection, I realized you had feelings for Lily. I must admit I feel a twinge of jealousy, so you ought to strike me once to relieve my frustration." She spoke, and with a swift motion, she playfully squeezed Snape's cheek. Observing his astonished expression, Jiang Li felt a sense of satisfaction as she released her grip. "If anything were to happen to me in the future, I implore you not to engage in such foolishness. I hope you will live for your own sake. After all, if you were to perish, I would not be inclined to do anything for you." Snape lowered his gaze to Jiang Li, his expression earnest as he replied, "You will not die? That is not the crux of my concern. I know that, no matter what happens, I will not allow you to die. So refrain from uttering such words." Snape gazed at Jiang Li with unwavering determination, insisting, "I will absolutely not part ways with you." Feeling the profound love swirling in his eyes, Jiang Li found herself unable to meet his gaze. Clearing her throat, she said, "My transfiguration allows me to take on the appearance of others. Would you care to see?" Before Snape could respond, Jiang Li transformed into a tall, robust man, standing at nearly 6.5 feet, with chiseled features and a balanced visage. "Do I look handsome?" The name of this form is Su Jinghe. Chapter 153, The Memorial Service. Jinghe, derived from lofty mountains and the flourishing of the wind, is the name of my senior brother. Upon hearing the origin of this name for the first time, Jiang Li realized that her senior brother was quite different from them. He was the only son of the sect's master and was groomed from a young age to become the next leader, possessing extraordinary talent and an unwavering discipline, making him the youngest cultivator in thousands of years. His character was upright, and he treated his junior disciples with great kindness, earning him the title of the best disciple in the hearts of all elders, as well as being the envy of all juniors. The admiration he garnered was not unwarranted. Indeed, he could be called a prodigy without exaggeration. Logically speaking, he could have led a smooth life. At the age of 10, Su Jinghe was identified as a suitable candidate for one of the focal points in the sacrificial array of the Tianyuan continent. Upon learning this, the sect master intended to secretly groom his son as the focal point without his wife's knowledge. However, before he could succeed, his wife discovered his plan, took their son away, and even changed their surname, forbidding the sect master from approaching them. Ultimately, it is unclear what Jiang Li's master discussed with her senior brother, but he insisted on apprenticing under him. This infuriated the sect master's wife, who blocked her master at the mountain gate, scolding him for an entire year, never showing him a kind face. Unlike them, her senior brother did not lack options. He willingly chose to become the focal point, which was why the sect master's wife was so furious. Jiang Li still remembered her senior brother calmly stating, "If I am unwilling to sacrifice myself for the world, what right do I have to urge others to join me in death? If someone must sacrifice, why should it not be me?" Those words lingered in Jiang Li's mind for a long time, and she felt that her own willingness to face death might have been influenced by her senior brother, for she was not inherently selfless. Snape looked up at Jiang Li, observing her rugged visage adorned with a mischievous smile, and felt an odd sensation. "Is this your senior brother's face?" he inquired. "You actually know?" Jiang Li was somewhat surprised. She had specifically chosen a buzz cut, yet Snape had managed to recognize her senior brother's likeness. "His features are quite distinctive," Snape replied. In fact, Jiang Li's senior and junior brothers and sisters all possessed remarkable appearances, each with their own unique style, making them unforgettable at a mere glance. Initially, Jiang Li intended to tease Snape, but upon catching sight of her familiar reflection in the mirror, she felt a moment of disorientation. Her senior brothers and sisters would never return. "I've been using this appearance when going out lately." Jiang Li quickly regained her composure and, taking advantage of her height, ruffled Snape's hair, saying, "In public, just tell them I am your Eastern wizard friend." Snape instinctively grasped Lin Shuang's hand, only to realize that her hand was larger than his and calloused. It felt strangely unfamiliar, akin to shaking hands with a stranger, although his essence remained the same. Any slight intimate gesture seemed a transgression against Jiang Li's senior brother. "Why not change your appearance back to how you used to look?" Snape suggested, recalling that Jiang Li's previous appearance bore a resemblance to her current one. "I think this form suits me well. It gives off an air of someone who has taken me in," Jiang Li replied with a smile. She had initially been taller than Snape, but after mysteriously vanishing for 3 years, she returned only to find him taller than her, thus losing her height advantage. Understanding Jiang Li's thoughts, Snape felt a sense of helplessness, resigned to await her decision to revert her appearance in due time. The rumors surrounding Jiang Li's death grew increasingly fervent, and each day, she found condemnations of the Death Eaters in the newspapers. The Death Eaters had become synonymous with terrorism, embodying a force of evil. Even young wizards no longer succumbed to Voldemort's rhetoric as they had in the past, fervently pursuing the glory of purebloods and becoming recruits for the Death Eaters. Even the current Slytherin students remained particularly composed, recognizing that the Death Eater slogans and actions closely mirrored those of the Purifiers in the Second World. Those who joined the Purifiers initially gained certain advantages, but they were soon faced with endless tasks and various schemes. The Purifiers were far from united, and the students who joined their ranks often became expendable pawns, leading anything but easy lives. They believed that joining the Death Eaters would likely yield a similar fate to that of the students in the Purifiers' camp, far from the idyllic scenario they had envisioned. The death of Professor Malfoy shattered their illusions regarding the Death Eaters, revealing them to be nothing more than a group of thugs. Dressed in black robes, Jiang Li attended her own memorial service alongside Snape. To her surprise, the number of attendees exceeded her expectations, including professors and students from Hogwarts, several reporters, and even individuals unknown to her. Watching people she did not recognize weep for her, Jiang Li felt a peculiar sensation. She never imagined she would attend her own funeral in her lifetime. It was quite intriguing. Severus, a voice called out to Snape from the crowd. Following the sound, Jiang Li spotted Lily squeezing her way through the throng, with a visibly displeased Petunia in tow. "I finally found you," Lily exclaimed, reaching them and looking at Snape with concern. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine," Snape replied in a subdued tone. Lily perceived that he was merely suppressing his sorrow, her eyes growing red-rimmed. "Severus, you needn't act tough. I know you're hurting. You don't have to pretend that everything is fine. You could just cry. It would be all right." Petunia, standing nearby, shot Snape a cold glare, remarking sarcastically, "Are you the one who was supposed to look after Gardenia? Where were you when she needed you?" "Petunia, you cannot blame Severus. The Death Eaters appeared suddenly. No one had time to react, and Severus is just a student," Lily interjected in Snape's defense. "So, does that mean his weakness is why Gardenia needed protecting? Surely it was Gardenia who was looking out for him?" Petunia retorted bluntly. If Jiang Li had truly perished, her words would undoubtedly have shattered Snape's heart. Snape remained silent, genuinely unsure of what to say. After all, Jiang Li was not really dead. His acting skills were not that refined, but to claim it was unrelated to him felt disingenuous. Observing his silence, Petunia's anger intensified. "Speak up. Do you think you can evade all of this by remaining silent?" "Miss Evans, I have a query I wish to pose to you." Jiang Li stood before Snape, gazing tenderly at Penny, and said, "Did you not enter the laboratory on the 16th? How is it that you find yourself here?" Upon hearing this, Penny was momentarily taken aback, her heartbeat quickening as she beheld the handsome man smile. The fact that she was to enter the laboratory was known to but one person. Chapter 154. "I believe you are ill-suited for one another. How could you possibly know of this?" Penny's expression grew stern as she fixed her gaze upon Jiang Li. With a subtle smile, Jiang Li replied, "Is it not you who wrote to inform me?" At this revelation, Penny instantly recognized Jiang Li before her. Her throat constricted, rendering her speechless, and she flung herself into his embrace, holding him tightly. "You frightened me to death," she said, her eyes glistening with tears. When she heard Lily mention Jiang Li's demise, her mind had spun in disbelief, unwilling to accept such a fate for someone so formidable. Yet, everyone insisted he was gone. She needed to ascertain the truth for herself. When Snape first appeared, Penny had noticed the tall man beside him, feeling an uncanny familiarity in his demeanor. Now, she was certain Jiang Li had not perished. Though she did not comprehend why he had chosen to feign his death, the fact that he was alive sufficed. Jiang Li gently brushed Penny's hair, speaking softly, "I apologize for startling you." Penny sniffled, wiping her tears on his shoulder. Lily observed this scene in astonishment. Penny was embracing a man. "Penny, who is this?" she inquired cautiously. Having regained her composure, Penny dabbed at her eyes, linked her arm with Jiang Li's, and declared to Lily, "This is my boyfriend, Snape." "Lily." Upon hearing this, Jiang Li playfully took Penny's hand, planting a gentle kiss upon her knuckles, fully engaging in the charade. "Indeed, I am her boyfriend." At this, Lily's expression turned to one of shock, covering her mouth in disbelief. "Penny, why did you never mention you had a boyfriend?" "Well, I am now," Penny retorted, entwining herself with Jiang Li's arm, casting a defiant glance at Snape, before rising on her toes to plant a soft kiss on Jiang Li's chin. Witnessing this, Lily's eyes widened in surprise at Penny's boldness. Snape's face darkened, his thin lips pressing into a straight line, his gaze cold as he scrutinized Penny, remaining silent. "Penny, I have matters to attend to. We can connect later by phone." Jiang Li placed a hand on Snape's shoulder, speaking gently to Penny. "I hope you can keep my secret." He winked playfully at her. Penny noted the shift in Snape's demeanor, a hint of disdain creeping into her expression. She addressed Jiang Li awkwardly. Though I do not understand your intentions, I respect your choice. However, I feel you could do better. You deserve someone truly exceptional. Her words succeeded in darkening the professor's countenance. Snape glared at Penny, finding her as insufferable as in a past life. Lily, perplexed, assumed Penny was disparaging herself, and immediately defended. I believe he has good taste, Penny. You deserve all the beautiful love the world has to offer. Penny paused, her sharp retorts dissipated, as she regarded Lily in astonishment, her gaze softening. You are right. I deserve all that is beautiful. Jiang Li also reached out, caressing Penny's head, saying, Penny, do not let the past bind you. Pursue what you desire. In response, Penny bestowed a radiant smile upon Jiang Li, her confidence blossoming. I know I will become better in the future. I wish to always be your best friend. Jiang Li tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear, softly replying, I look forward to witnessing your growth. Moved, Penny embraced Jiang Li for a brief moment before releasing him, casting a fierce glare at Snape as she turned to depart. For reasons unknown, Lily sensed an odd tension among the three, as if there were matters unbeknownst to her. Severus, do not be too disheartened, she consoled Snape. Feeling that further words would be futile, with a sigh, she turned to seek out Penny, wishing to inquire further. The memorial gathering was somewhat crowded, and Jiang Li found it rather noisy. Thus he turned to Snape, suggesting, shall we find a place to sit? Ah, do you not intend to join your lovely girlfriend? Snape squinted slightly, a barely perceptible smirk gracing his lips as he spoke in a tone laced with sarcasm. I did not expect that within a mere day, someone would seek a new affection and grow so close. It seems I, as an insignificant figure, should harbor no expectations, for she is but a treasure in your eyes. And I am not. His words were sharp, laden with jealousy and resentment. Jiang Li, what on earth? She looped her arms around Snape's neck, whispering softly in his ear, I was merely jesting with Penny. We are not truly together. Oh, so you find joy in her company, making me feel unnecessary. Snape elongated his tone. Jiang Li, you sound like a jilted lover. Once uttered, Snape realized how absurd he sounded. He was actually envious of Penny, but the thought of Jiang Li being close to someone else, perhaps someone more compatible, stung his heart. Snape parted his lips to explain, but was silenced as his gaze met Jiang Li's astonished face. After a brief contemplation, Jiang Li resolved to employ the tactics of protagonists in novels who reconcile after a quarrel sparked by jealousy. She placed a hand on the back of Snape's neck and leaned down to kiss his lips. Observing his stunned silence, Jiang Li felt a surge of satisfaction. Perhaps novels were not entirely falsehoods, for this approach proved effective. In that moment, Snape's jealousy evaporated, and he refrained from making sarcastic remarks. Their secluded corner allowed for a brief, yet unnoticed kiss, except by those particularly observant. Lily happened to glance back just in time to witness their kiss, her eyes widening in shock. Her sister's imposing boyfriend was kissing Severus. The impact of this revelation was staggering. She turned to Penny, who was blissfully unaware, and said earnestly, I do not approve of your relationship with him. He is unworthy of you. Penny, that sounds oddly familiar. Where have I heard that before? Why do you disapprove? Penny asked, puzzled. Lily hesitated to articulate her thoughts. I believe he is somewhat unusual. You should reconsider being with him. I worry he may deceive your affections. There are many outstanding young men in the world. I think you should explore your options rather than commit so early. Upon hearing this, Penny suspected Lily might have witnessed something, and inquired, more outstanding young men? What sort? Like Snape? Not him. He is out of the question. Lily replied without hesitation. The thought of Snape kissing Penny's boyfriend left her feelings in a state of exquisite turmoil. She endeavored to convince herself that it was merely an accident, that Snape could not possibly be gay. Yet, the scene replayed relentlessly in her mind. Lily surmised that Snape's peculiar behavior might stem from the profound impact of Jiang Li's departure. In Chapter 155, The Wizard, Jiang Li remained oblivious to Lily's intense gaze upon her and Snape. The memorial service commenced, with Dumbledore taking the stage to deliver a eulogy for her demise. Below, she observed Dumbledore's eloquent discourse, filled with heartfelt sentiments. Gadnia perished in her quest to protect the students. She was a remarkable individual. In these challenging and dark times, she stood as a beacon of hope, dispelling fear and gloom. Her spirit will inspire us all, reinforcing our belief in the power of kindness and courage. In the face of malevolent forces, I am convinced that more brave souls will arise to safeguard those around us. The Death Eaters are not to be feared. What is truly terrifying is our reluctance to resist, our refusal to condemn. As Dumbledore stood before the audience, his voice resonated with unwavering strength, echoing through the space like a resounding bell, each word crystal clear to the listeners. Some were moved to tears by his poignant words. Jiang Li felt a wave of emotion wash over her. It appeared that someone could articulate nonsense even better than she could. Dumbledore, in his capacity as headmaster, was indeed underappreciated. A number of students, inspired by Dumbledore's speech, seemed to solidify their determination, their gazes growing resolute. Witnessing this, Jiang Li sighed softly. In truth, she had no desire to sway the thoughts of these students. Yet, allowing them to run wild with their imaginations posed a certain danger. After all, in their teenage years, filled with aspirations and curiosity about the world, they were the most susceptible to the Death Eater's manipulations. Gadnia was like a light in the fog, guiding them toward clarity. Upon hearing this, Jiang Li felt goosebumps rise on her arms. She glanced at the hair standing on her skin, then grasped Snape's hand for reassurance. Surprisingly, she did not feel repulsed. Ever since witnessing that earlier scene, Lily had been preoccupied with the two of them. As she observed the burly man in front of her tenderly playing with Snape's hand, her eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. Wasn't Severus averse to closeness? Why was he so intimate with another male? Lily, her face contorted in confusion, pinched the hand of the person beside her. James had also attended the memorial, and upon hearing Dumbledore's speech, he was already on the verge of tears. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pinch, followed by an intense pain that contorted his features, causing a large bubble of mucus to escape his nose. Noticing the commotion, Penny turned her head to see James, resembling a distressed monkey, exclaiming in dismay as mucus formed a round bubble from his nostrils. A hint of disdain flickered in her eyes as she pondered why Lily had chosen this rather dim-witted boy as her boyfriend. Although she had never been fond of Snape, she had to admit he seemed a touch more normal than the boy before her. "I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to." Lily quickly released her grip and fished out a handkerchief to offer James. Sirius, who had accompanied them, shifted uncomfortably, distancing himself from James. "It's nothing," James replied, intending to blow his nose, but upon realizing it was Lily's handkerchief, he folded it neatly and tucked it into his inner pocket. He then turned to wipe his nose and tears on the sleeve of Sirius's robe. Sirius muttered to himself, "That guy is insufferable. If it weren't for this memorial, I would have turned James into a pig's head." Feeling a gaze upon him, Sirius turned to see Penny looking at him with a hint of disdain. He frowned, recalling that she was Lily's muggle sister. Penny slightly tilted her head, locking eyes with Sirius. She observed the attractive young man, noting an air of unintentional contempt in his gaze, and her expression cooled as she rolled her eyes. Before today, Penny had already discerned that not all wizards were as amicable toward muggles as Jiang Li. Perhaps it was their innate superiority, the ability to wield magic that ordinary people could not, that gave them an inflated sense of self-worth. Penny could not grasp why they took pride in such a distinction. Wizards could fly, while ordinary people could not. However, they could create airplanes that defied the impossible. Wasn't that far more impressive? Sirius, surprised by Penny's distaste for him, scrutinized her further. Jiang Li was captivated by her own memorial service. A few reporters were lurking about, seeking opinions from others regarding her passing. Spotting James in tears, they nearly thrust their microphones into his throat, eager to capture his grief. Watching James being surrounded by journalists, Jiang Li smiled at Snape and remarked, "Fortunately, they are unaware of our relationship. Otherwise, you would be the one in the spotlight today." Observing James, ensnared in the crowd, and exclaiming that someone had pinched his backside, Snape's mouth twitched slightly. Such attention-seeking antics were indeed better suited for the foolish Potter. "Shall we return?" Snape inquired, finding the spectacle of these people performing rather unappealing compared to concocting potions at home. Jiang Li sighed softly. "You truly have a penchant for potion making. Do remember, we are witnessing history. During this time in my previous life, the Death Eaters were wreaking havoc. Now, everything has changed. The students no longer idolize the Death Eaters as they once did. Voldemort's plans are faltering, and he may even be questioning who persistently thwarts his schemes. When shall we depart?" Snape asked, feeling uneasy under the sympathetic gazes of those around him. Sympathy? Such sentiment was entirely unnecessary. Jiang Li had mainly come to observe the progress of Dumbledore's plans. Since Snape wished to leave, she felt it was time to depart as well. Glancing out of the corner of her eye, she noticed someone approaching Lily. Penny sat alone, watching others, and Jiang Li walked over to her. "Penny, we're heading back. Would you like to join us?" Jiang Li inquired, and Penny eagerly agreed. "Yes, I'll go back with you. I need to inform Lily." She did not particularly care for the people here. She longed to return to a familiar environment, one devoid of self-important wizards. Although their condescension was likely unintended, the subtle disdain they exuded made Penny uncomfortable. Upon hearing that Penny was returning, especially alongside her boyfriend, Lily felt a pang of concern. "Penny, let me accompany you home." "No need, your friends are waiting for you. You can enjoy yourselves without having to wait for me," Penny assured Lily with a comforting smile. "I intended to head straight to the lab, and I've already delayed quite a bit. I want to return to school now." She had initially come to check on Jiang Li due to her concerns. Seeing that Jiang Li was unharmed, there was no reason for her to linger any longer. Once She had harbored a great desire to become a witch. However, it was only upon truly encountering these wizards that Penny realized the reality was far from the idyllic vision she had conjured in her mind, and with that, she relinquished her final pang of regret. Chapter 156, Vina. While Lily harbored some concern for Penny, Tiffany beside her was urging her to return, as if there was something of great importance to convey. All right, you and Severus should head back. Do not linger with them too long, she advised earnestly. Casting a glance at the man nestled beside Snape, her cheeks puffed slightly. She detested that fellow. Jiang Li sensed her gaze and turned to look at Lily, only to find her regarding him with evident disdain. It seemed he had not done anything particularly odd. After Penny spoke, she dashed back, joyfully addressing Jiang Li. Let us go home. At her words, Jiang Li took hold of both Penny's and Snape's hands and apparat them to the doorstep. The scene before them transformed into a lush cluster of gardenias, prompting Penny to lean against the railing and retch. Although this method was swift, it was truly uncomfortable. Jiang Li handed her a cup of warm water, expressing concern. Are you all right? I'm fine. Penny waved her hand dismissively, though her expression faltered slightly as she regarded his rugged features. Your face is rather peculiar, Penny remarked. Is it not attractive? Jiang Li cupped his face, gazing at Penny. He believed his elder brother must possess a commendable appearance. After all, he was the most sought-after man in the realm of cultivation. It's handsome. But you're a girl, and using a boy's face feels rather strange, Penny replied. That does seem to be the case, Jiang Li pondered, transforming into his former appearance from a past life. His long silver hair cascaded down to his waist, his features somewhat reminiscent of before. With violet eyes giving him an air of aloofness, the corners of his eyes slightly downturned, exuding an aura of disdain akin to unmelting ice atop a lofty mountain. How does this look? He smiled gently at Penny, akin to the thawing of ice and snow, becoming considerably warmer. Very beautiful, Penny exclaimed, her eyes wide with wonder. Can wizards really alter their appearances like this? Wouldn't that mean they need not fear aging? Sadly, the current transfiguration spells in the wizarding world cannot fully transform one into another person. A complex potion is required for that. I am somewhat special in that I can achieve this, Jiang Li explained. The reason she could transform in such a way was likely because she was not originally from this world, thus able to transcend its boundaries. Hearing this, Penny felt a twinge of disappointment, then regarded Jiang Li with a serious expression. It's best if others do not learn of your ability to transform into another person. When an individual behaves unusually, they often face ostracism from those around them. Previously, students at school sought to isolate her due to her exceptional grades, yet Penny remained unfazed. Those individuals lacked ambition and were unworthy of her friendship. Understood, Jiang Li replied, her gaze softening as she looked at Penny. You are increasingly remarkable. Previously, she had harbored considerable concern for Penny, as the letters delivered by owls indicated that her school life had not been particularly smooth. However, Penny's demeanor suggested otherwise. You too, Penny remarked, her gaze lingering on Jiang Li's somewhat cold visage. To be honest, when I first saw you, I always felt you did not belong to this world, as if you could depart at any moment, with nothing truly worth your attachment. Jiang Li was taken aback. Had her previous demeanor been so overt? But now it is different. You seem to have integrated into this world, Penny said gently, her gaze shifting to Snape behind Jiang Li, causing her expression to immediately sour, as though he owed her a fortune. Snape. This woman's emotions were utterly perplexing. Jiang Li escorted Penny home, and on their return, snowflakes began to fall beneath the overcast sky. She intended to apparate back when she noticed Snape trailing behind her, holding a black umbrella. Perhaps not anticipating her sudden turn, Snape faltered, a hint of panic flitting across his face. However, reassured by the fact that he was not engaged in any nefarious deeds, he quickly regained his composure. Jiang Li folded her arms across her chest, observing Snape as he approached. I did not intend to follow you, Snape explained. Indeed, you did so purposefully, Jiang Li interjected. Snape, that assessment was not entirely inaccurate. I noticed the impending snowfall and thought to offer you an umbrella. Snape extended the umbrella towards Jiang Li. In response, Jiang Li tucked a strand of silver hair behind her ear, her eyes narrowing with a playful smile. I can apparate back. There's no need to worry about the snow. So what brings you here? She fixed her gaze on Snape, as the white snowflakes gently descended upon her silvery hair, blending seamlessly with it. Observing this, Snape opened the umbrella, shielding Jiang Li's head, averting his eyes as he spoke in a somewhat stiff voice. I was merely curious about your current appearance. Jiang Li's present form bore a striking resemblance to that in the pensive, yet the memory of Jiang Li felt different. Hearing this, Jiang Li leaned closer to Snape, encouraging him to take a closer look. Well then, scrutinize me closely. What differences do you observe? Her silvery locks cascaded across her face, her exquisite features adorned with a mischievous smile, her bright eyes seemingly concealing a crystal-clear spring, captivatingly beautiful. Gazing at her face so near, Snape's breath caught momentarily. "You need not come so close. I can see your face just fine." Noticing his shyness, Jiang Li teased. "But I fear you may not perceive the affection in my eyes." Snape's body stiffened slightly, as he labored to suppress the tumultuous emotions within him, donning a facade of calmness as he replied, "I see it. Let us return." Observing the slight flush beneath his dark hair, Jiang Li reached out to touch Snape's ear, meeting his gaze defiantly. "Am I not allowed to touch?" "You may," he replied, the remark causing a flicker of irritation in Snape, prompting Jiang Li to cease her playful antics. Following the memorial service, Snape returned to school to continue his studies. Meanwhile, Jiang Li, now appointed as the new alchemy instructor, proceeded with her forthcoming classes. Jiang Li assumed the appearance of her elder brother and adopted the name Su Jinghe. Due to prior events, the students harbored no particular sentiments towards their new teacher. Fortunately, Jiang Li had no intentions of making waves, and instead, found herself quite content. At the Slytherin long table, several students were dining when Snape overheard two boys conversing across from him. "Isn't that Vina? I thought she had taken a leave of absence. Why is she back at school? Has her illness improved? I recall her father granting her a full year off. Wasn't it said she could hardly endure any longer? How is it she's returned to school? I heard she suddenly got better and insisted on attending classes, lest she fall behind in school. Her grades have never been particularly stellar, so falling behind doesn't seem to matter much. Who knows? She has changed a bit. By the way, Severus, Vina just inquired about you." Snape paused slightly, rummaging through his memory for the owner of that name. It seemed to belong to a rather frail girl, who had died young in a past life, though this time she appeared somewhat different. "Severus," a sweet voice called from behind him. He turned to see a girl clad in Slytherin robes, with curly brown hair and a sweet demeanor, gazing at him with delight. Chapter 157. How could you possibly have a fiancé? Severus Snape furrowed his brow, gazing coldly at the girl before him. "We are not acquainted. You should not address me by my given name." Upon hearing Snape's words, Vina remained unfazed, finding him even more handsome than she had imagined. She boldly seated herself beside him and flashed a radiant smile. "Isn't it sufficient that we are acquainted now?" she said, extending her hand towards Snape in a friendly manner. "My name is Vina Phillips. You may call me Vina. I shall call you Severus from now on, if that is agreeable." At her words, Snape regarded Vina with an expression akin to one observing a brainless slug. "If your mind is not filled with nonsense, you ought to comprehend the implications of my earlier statement. I have no desire to engage in childish games of friendship." He stood up, his gaze toward Vina tinged with irritation. Vina was momentarily taken aback. Once Snape departed, a Slytherin girl patted Vina on the shoulder, offering consolation. "Do not pay attention to him. His temperament is dreadful, and no girl would ever fancy him." "Who says no one likes him?" "I do," Vina retorted loudly, displeased at the disparagement of her beloved character. She looked at the Slytherin girl, Edith, and continued, "You have no idea what kind of person Snape is. On what grounds do you dislike him and speak ill of him to others? That is sheer prejudice." Edith was almost amused by the absurdity of the situation. She had merely sought to comfort Vina after witnessing Snape's harsh words, only to find herself berated in return. Suddenly, she felt that Snape's assessment of Vina might indeed be accurate. There was something amiss with her reasoning. Vina saw no fault in herself. She had long cherished a character, and now that she could finally see him in person, coupled with thoughts of his tragic past, she felt compelled to redeem him. During potions class, Professor Slughorn had just announced a pairing for potion making when another person joined Snape's side. Vina blinked her eyes, clasped her hands together, and beseeched Snape. "Shall we be partners? If you direct me east, I shall assuredly not venture west." The boys who had initially intended to partner with Snape observed her boldness and refrained from joining the fray, their gazes towards Vina laden with curiosity. After all, the engagement ring on Snape's finger was conspicuously large, and he had openly acknowledged having a fiancée. Thus, no Slytherin girl would dare approach him, lest they incite unnecessary misunderstandings. "I believe I made my position abundantly clear this morning. I have no intention of befriending you," Snape remarked coldly. "But this is a classroom activity, is it not?" Vina, seemingly undeterred by his frosty demeanor, nestled closer to him, her voice lively. "Let us commence." Others had already formed their pairs and begun their potion making. Reluctantly, Snape found himself crafting potions alongside Vina. "Severus, should we cut this?" she inquired, holding up what appeared to be elderflower roots. "Shouldn't we grind this into powder? And shall we add this to the cauldron?" Vina, like an inquisitive child, posed various questions regarding the potion ingredients. Snape, however, chose to ignore her, methodically adding the materials to the cauldron according to the prescribed steps. Just as he was about to toss in the next ingredient, he suddenly found himself grasping at air. Turning around, he discovered Vina holding a herb, her eyes sparkling, exclaiming, "I know this step. We should add this leaf to the cauldron and stir." "What leaf?" "No, wait. Don't add that, you fool," Snape exclaimed, sensing trouble as he watched Vina toss the silver moon leaf into the cauldron. The moment the liquid within encountered the leaf, it began to boil violently, magical energy swirling into a gaseous form. On the verge of explosion, there was no time to intervene. He yanked Vina backward and, drawing his wand, cast a protective charm over the cauldron. Boom! A tremendous explosion reverberated through the room, startling everyone who turned to witness the calamity. There stood Snape, his expression dark, before a cauldron that had been obliterated. Thankfully, the potion had been contained within the protective barrier and had not splattered onto those nearby. Professor Slughorn approached. Observing that it was Snape who had caused the mishap, he chuckled. "This is the first time I've seen you blow up a cauldron. What a novel experience. You handled it splendidly, ensuring no potion splattered on others, but do exercise caution next time." Vina, who had been trembling with anxiety, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her at the professor's teasing. She stuck out her tongue awkwardly and smiled at Snape, saying, "I'm so glad you were here. Otherwise, I truly wouldn't have known what to do." Snape, witnessing her audacity to smile, felt his expression darken further. Throughout other classes, Vina trailed closely behind him, her beautiful eyes fixated on his solitary figure. Observing Snape's isolation, others expressed sympathetic glances. Severus was indeed ostracized by the Slytherins. Snape was becoming increasingly agitated. He could not fathom what was wrong with that brown-haired Phillips, who seemed to appear incessantly at his side. Clumsy and inept, she insisted on partnering with him for potion-making, ultimately leading to his failure, all the while displaying an infuriatingly playful demeanor. Did she possess a sound mind? Rarely had Snape felt such vexation since his rebirth. "Severus, wait for me." He heard the voice, irritation swelling within him as he quickened his pace. Watching Snape hasten, Vina broke into a run down the corridor, seizing his rope. In her enthusiasm, she tugged a bit too hard, causing a bracelet in Snape's possession to slip from his grasp. The bracelet fell by Vina's feet, and Snape's expression shifted slightly as he bent to retrieve it, only to find a quicker hand than his own reaching for it. Vina held the necklace aloft, her eyes shimmering with delight, and gazed at Snape. "This bracelet is exquisite. Did your mother give it to you as a gift?" Aside from Lily, Snape had no other friends, and given his current estrangement from her, it was unlikely anyone would present him with such a gift. Thus, it must have been bestowed upon him by Eileen. Vina analyzed the situation internally, her gaze toward Snape growing increasingly sympathetic. "This is none of your concern. Return the bracelet to me," Snape demanded, extending his hand for the retrieval of his belonging. However, Vina cleverly withdrew her hand, evading his grasp. "Since I was the one who caused it to break, I shall assist you in fixing it," she replied, offering Snape a charming smile. "You must grant me a chance to apologize, shall you not? Is this person in her right mind?" He had explicitly rejected her, yet she remained obstinate. Snape's expression darkened as he reached for the bracelet once more, but Vina seemed to anticipate his move, concealing the bracelet behind her back and playfully asserting, "Severus, I truly wish to be your friend. Will you give me a chance?" Exasperation boiling over, Snape aimed his wand directly at Vina, his face cold. Immobulus. In an instant, Vina found herself immobilized, her limbs rendered motionless, and the bracelet fell to the ground. Snape swiftly retrieved it, turning to Vina with evident annoyance. "Although I cannot fathom what nonsensical thoughts occupy your mind, as a woman of dignity, you ought to understand that one should not pursue a man who has a fiancée." Vina stared at him, wide-eyed and incredulous. "You have a fiancée? Impossible. How could you possibly have a fiancée when the one you truly love is Lily? After all, it was Lily who assisted Dumbledore. How can there be a fiancé?" Severus Snape had intended to leave, but, upon hearing her soft murmur, he abruptly turned around, fixing her with a piercing gaze. "What were you just saying?" Chapter 158. The overbearing professor falls for me. Realizing her mistake, Vina immediately closed her mouth. Snape, wand in hand, pointed it at Vina, his eyes icy and his voice laced with a hint of danger. "You are not Vina. Who are you truly?" A flicker of panic crossed Vina's eyes as she feigned composure and replied, "What are you talking about? I don't understand." Vina Phillips, a proud pureblood witch, though not particularly outstanding in her studies, would never make such elementary mistakes in potions class, nor would she lower herself to curry favor with him. Snape regarded her with a cold indifference, articulating each word slowly. "She is not as childish and foolish as you." Caught off guard by his immediate perception of her flaw, Vina struggled to maintain her composure, the smile fading from her face. As Snape's gaze grew increasingly frigid, a flicker of fear finally crept into Vina's demeanor. After all, He was someone who reveled in the study of dark magic and had once followed Voldemort as a Death Eater. "You cannot harm me," she exclaimed, her voice rising slightly as she feigned calmness. "I can foresee future events. Soon, the Dark Lord will sweep through the entire wizarding world, and the Ministry of Magic will remain inactive. The Order of the Phoenix and the Death Eaters will clash, plunging the wizarding world into chaos. Your future is bleak." For reasons unknown, Vina's gaze toward Snape shifted to one of deep pity. Snape, taken aback, remained impassive as he gazed at her and asked, "What else do you know? What is your purpose for being here?" "I know many things about you. I have come to redeem you," Vina replied, her cheeks flushing as she looked at him. "Redeem me?" Snape scoffed, as if he had heard something ludicrous. "I know you have suffered greatly, that you are alone in this world. But I believe you are a good person. I like you. I have come for you." Her fervor intensified as she spoke, her eyes burning with passion. "Others may see you as reclusive and sharp-tongued, but I know you are a kind soul. You simply struggle to express it. I truly like you. I would do anything for you, and I will always be by your side. You will no longer be alone." Listening to her declarations of affection with an expression of cold detachment, Snape's eyes betrayed no emotion. At the height of her fervor, he cast the memory charm upon her. Vina had yet to comprehend what was happening when Snape rifled through her memories. He glimpsed a muggle girl engrossed in a book titled The Overbearing Professor Falls for Me. The male protagonist was none other than himself, who had fallen for a muggle-born which transported into this world, pursuing her with fervent desire. In the narrative, he saw a girl strikingly similar to Lily, whom he treated as a substitute for her, showering her with tenderness that was starkly different from his usual demeanor. Noticing the female lead's struggles with her studies, he secretly provided her with assistance while grading her exams with leniency. And his jealousy would flare if she appeared too close to other boys, leading him to pin her against a wall in passionate frustration. The more capable boys in school admired her, and as she effortlessly charmed them, he could no longer tolerate it, ultimately binding her in his potions classroom and engaging in scandalous behavior daily. In the end, the female lead fell for him, and they redeemed each other. That muggle girl felt compelled to step into the story to warm Snape's heart. Upon awakening the next day, she discovered she had become Vina, eager to bring warmth to Snape at Hogwarts. After absorbing her memories, Snape's expression morphed like a painter's palette, shifting through a spectrum of emotions, ultimately settling into a grimace of disgust. If these were mere false memories conjured by Vina's mind, he would admit to feeling repulsed. However, if this memory were genuine, he would want to hunt down the author of that book. With a stern expression, he cast another spell upon the still befuddled Vina. Obliviate. Snape altered her memory, making her believe she had not encountered him. Until he could ascertain her true intentions, he had no desire to act rashly. When Vina finally regained her senses, she scratched her head in confusion at the empty corridor. "What was I just about to do? Why can't I remember a thing? Severus, can we talk?" Snape intended to seek out Jiang Li when he encountered Lily, her expression grave. Upon seeing her, he recalled the contents of the novel he had just glimpsed. The professor, upon seeing a face so reminiscent of Lily's, felt his heartbeat quicken and seized Lilac's hand, pulling her into an embrace with an unsettling force. Disgust rippled through him, causing his skin to twitch ever so slightly. He looked at Lily, his voice flat. "What do you wish to discuss? What is your relationship with Penny's boyfriend?" Lily inquired, scrutinizing Snape. "It seems you two are quite close. Did you know each other before?" "Yes, what of it?" Snape replied, frowning as he observed Lily's hesitance. "Speak plainly. Why the hesitation?" Taking a deep breath, Lily regarded Snape earnestly. "Tell me honestly, do you like men?" Snape's response was one of utter bewilderment. "What are you talking about?" He questioned his own hearing. "Do you like boys?" Lily reiterated, raising her voice. Snape's expression was one of utter revulsion. "What on earth occupies your mind? Do you honestly think that is possible?" Though Lily herself found the notion unlikely, she felt compelled to confirm it. Sighing with relief, she attempted to comfort Snape. "About Alia. Don't be too disheartened. I believe she wouldn't want to see you in sorrow." Snape recalled the unsettling memories he had glimpsed from Vina and felt nauseated. "If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave." Now, whenever he saw Lily, he was reminded of those narratives, causing him to falter in his stride. Witnessing Snape leave in a disjointed manner, Lily could not help but sigh. It seemed Alia's death had profoundly affected Severus. She was at a loss as to how to console him, as each recollection of that event brought her immense sorrow, especially considering Severus's deep affection for Alia. Chapter 159, The Soul Vessel. When Snape located Jiang Li, she was squatting on the floor of the alchemy room, wielding Gryffindor's sword and gleefully prodding Voldemort's weakened soul within a crystal ball. The blackened remnants of the soul trembled and flitted about, clearly tormented, its essence diminished. Observing this, he approached and settled beside Jiang Li. The two squatted in a row. "Would you like to join me?" Jiang Li offered the sword to Snape. "Where did you find Gryffindor's sword?" Snape accepted the sword, instinctively mimicking her stance as he jabbed at the soul, witnessing Voldemort's essence emit a fearful shriek. His feelings of disgust were slightly alleviated. I recently visited the headmaster's office, only to find Dumbledore absent. I engaged in a brief conversation with the Sorting Hat, which revealed that it could extract the sword of Gryffindor from within its depths. Upon my attempt, I succeeded. Jiang Li wielded the sword of Gryffindor to confront the remnants of souls. Initially, her intention was merely to study the characteristics of these specters. However, she soon discovered that Voldemort's lingering essence sought to manipulate her. Frequently, it conjured illusions before her, uttering peculiar phrases that appealed to her inner desires. Such illusions typically manifest what one yearns for most deeply. Curiously, Jiang Li also wished to glimpse her own illusion, only to find that the specter had crafted a vision in which several senior students conversed in English. Unable to restrain herself, she thrust the sword and vanquished one of the remnants. The remaining specters scurried about in fear, dreading that a careless move from Jiang Li might lead to their demise. They had just provided me with a crucial piece of information. Observing Snape's evident delight in his own actions, Jiang Li addressed him. Do you recall the basilisk? This remnant revealed to me the method to access the Chamber of Secrets. It requires speaking Parseltongue. Yet, we lack that ability. Snape furrowed his brow, recalling the moment when Harry had spoken Parseltongue, and gazed at Jiang Li, saying, Are you suggesting we utilize Voldemort's remnants to open the chamber and locate the basilisk? Precisely. Jiang Li replied, admiration evident in her gaze. However, this is exceedingly perilous. Voldemort is cunning. He undoubtedly intends to use you for his own ends, Snape cautioned. If Voldemort were so easily manageable, Dumbledore would not have exerted such effort in devising numerous plans, placing Harry in peril. I am aware these remnants are deceitful, which is why we can employ this, Jiang Li declared, producing an alchemical artifact shaped like a gilded serpent's head. What is this? Snape inquired, perplexed. It is an alchemical invention of mine. I attempted to extract memories from these remnants and discern the unique intonation of Parseltongue, thus creating this device to record and translate it, Jiang Li elucidated. She had discovered that Parseltongue was not impossible to learn. Its rarity stemmed from its limited utility and considerable difficulty, which deterred many from pursuing it. Moreover, certain talents reside within the soul. She had separated a fragment of the remnants, made slight modifications, and utilized it to craft a Parseltongue translator, yielding impressive results. Snape's lips twitched at this. Surely Voldemort could not have anticipated that his remnants would aid Jiang Li in her research. Do not underestimate Voldemort. He is exceedingly cunning. And his remnants are far from simple, Snape remarked seriously. In response, Jiang Li's expression turned grave. At what hour shall we depart to seek the basilisk? Snape replied. It seems you have disregarded my warning entirely. We shall go in the early hours of tomorrow instead. At this hour, students have returned to their dormitories, and any unforeseen incidents will not endanger others. Snape rose, addressing Jiang Li. Could you procure some mandrake from Professor Sprout? Encountering the basilisk's gaze would result in petrification, so he needed to prepare in advance to avert any mishaps. Why steal it? Surely you can simply purchase it from Professor Sprout. And it is available in the market as well, Jiang Li retorted, puzzled. Snape found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, why resort to subterfuge? Perhaps Harry's previous antics of sneaking around had warped his thinking. Let us proceed, Jiang Li stated, standing and smoothing the creases of her trousers. Pomona is likely still tending to the plants in the greenhouse. I believe she will not refuse my request. Her crisp white shirt was immaculate, the collar slightly open, exuding an air of casual elegance. When she cast a sidelong glance, it bore a hint of defiance, an incongruity with her otherwise virtuous visage. Snape found the sight undeniably strange, no matter how many times he beheld it. Must you maintain this appearance? Could you not revert to your former self? I too wish to return, but Dumbledore insists that this guise is more advantageous, allowing me to teach at Hogwarts without arousing suspicion from the Death Eaters. In truth, Jiang Li had grown fond of this visage. She noticed that many students blushed upon seeing her. It was no surprise that her elder brother was captivating, even in another world. Furthermore, it provided her with the amusement of teasing Snape, as she delighted in witnessing the complex emotions play across his normally serious countenance. As they conversed, they made their way outside. The door to the alchemy room closed behind them. The black remnant, lying quietly within the crystal ball, suddenly reacted. A tendril of dark mist seeped through the crevice of the crystal ball, slowly extending outward, seeking to attach itself to the nearby, alchemical apparatus shaped like a serpent's head. The dark mist writhed, inching toward another direction. Just as it seemed poised for success, a silver sword plunged into the dark remnant, extinguishing its essence. Jiang Li, who had just departed, reappeared within the alchemy room, sword in hand. I wondered why you had been so docile these past few days. It appears you intended to flee. Jiang Li inspected the parcel tongue translator, relieved to find it untainted by the remnants. She had intentionally squeezed Snape's hand earlier, cautioning him to refrain from alerting the remnants about the unsealed containment, curious to discern their intentions. Upon her return, she had employed the disillusionment charm and witnessed the remnants' furtive behavior. Had she not been vigilant, carrying the parcel tongue translator into the basilisk's lair could have led to a perilous trap set by the remnants. Without hesitation, Jiang Li crushed the remnant, causing the black Horcrux within another crystal ball to tremble, seemingly intimidated by her actions. Observing this, Jiang Li prodded the crystal ball, coldly warning, "I know you can hear me. Whatever you intend to do, it would be wise to remain compliant. Were it not for the research value of these remnants, I would have eliminated them long ago." What transpired? Snape inquired sternly as Jiang Li emerged. "You were correct. It indeed plotted our demise." Jiang Li toyed with the unvanquished crystal ball, the once lively Horcrux now eerily still, presumably scheming. She returned the crystal ball to her bracelet and addressed Snape. "Lucius mentioned that Voldemort provided him with a notebook. I suspect it may be a Horcrux. Should we retrieve it later?" Snape inquired. Jiang Li did not respond directly, but instead questioned, "Why do you think Voldemort entrusted a Horcrux to Lucius? Surely he could have hidden it elsewhere. Having a subordinate conceal it is far too conspicuous. Previously, he had even given Bellatrix the Hufflepuff cup. If it were her, she would have cast the Horcrux into the sea, ensuring no one could find it, thus avoiding any suspicion." "You believe Voldemort's act of giving the Horcrux to Lucius is a calculated ploy against him?" Snape astutely replied. Jiang Li rewarded him with an approving glance. "Do you not find Lucius to be the epitome of perfection? A pure-blood wizard, strikingly handsome, with power and wealth at his disposal. Were I to select an individual to serve as the vessel for my fragmented soul, I would undoubtedly choose someone like Lucius." Chapter 160. You actually used the soul-sucking curse on him. You suggest that Voldemort bestowed a Horcrux upon Lucius not out of trust, but rather with the intention of usurping his body. Snape was taken aback, yet upon reflection, he acknowledged that such a maneuver was indeed within Voldemort's capabilities. However, he questioned how Voldemort could be so certain of seizing Lucius's form. He raised a doubt, recalling that the Lucius he encountered in his previous life exhibited no such issues. While it was the Weasley girl who had encountered difficulties, perhaps it was Voldemort's overconfidence that led him to believe that his gifts would be cherished by his subordinates. Mused Jiang Li, her hands raised in a gesture of surrender. She recognized that Voldemort possessed considerable charisma, which had also led her to have misplaced confidence in her past, resulting in a near-fatal misstep, a lesson learned the hard way. Furthermore, even if Voldemort could not possess Lucius directly, he could easily inhabit those in close proximity to him, and Jiang Li was certain that Lucius's frequent companions would not be of inferior standing. This aligned perfectly with Voldemort's aspirations for new vessels. As Snape followed Jiang Li's line of thought, a chill ran down his spine. For Voldemort, the ability to transform his followers into vessels for his essence was likely considered a privilege. Jiang Li analyzed softly, glancing at the still-shocked Snape and adding, "Let us first procure the mandrake, and we shall revisit this topic later." Upon their arrival, they found Professor Sprout absent from the greenhouse. Jiang Li placed a galleon on Sprout's desk, swiftly seized a mandrake, and fled. Snape, perplexed, questioned, "Did you not intend to purchase the herb from Sprout? Why then do you resort to thievery?" "I have provided the payment. She is not present, thus I had no choice," Jiang Li retorted with conviction. "Surely you were aware of Sprout's absence and chose this moment deliberately?" Snape quipped, his expression devoid of emotion. Jiang Li regarded him with surprise. "How did you deduce that? Who would meander about before purchasing herbs, ensuring the coast is clear? You never intended to make a direct purchase," he discerned. "Truly, you are my fiancé. You understand me well," Jiang Li praised. Snape's ears flushed slightly, and he attempted to mask his embarrassment, stating, "Only a fool would fail to recognize your intentions." "Very well. I shall leave the potion-making to you. Once night falls and the coast is clear, we shall proceed to the chamber." Jiang Li patted Snape's shoulder, her expression one of trust and responsibility. Observing her earnest demeanor, Snape felt an inexplicable warmth in his gaze. Feeling a peculiar discomfort in the atmosphere, Jiang Li abruptly drew him into an embrace, teasingly inquiring, "Why do you not look at me?" Their proximity was palpable. Snape tilted his head back, averting his gaze, wishing to shut his eyes, but upon realizing something, he opened them to find Jiang Li poised to poke at his eye. "What do you intend to do?" he asked. Startled, Jiang Li, unperturbed by his discovery, gently patted his hair, saying, "Your hair is disheveled. Let me fix it." She smoothed the strands away from his forehead, exposing his hairline. "Lucius would certainly envy your hairline," she mused, reflecting on how, despite their late-night potion-making endeavors, Snape's locks remained full and lustrous. Sensing the scrutiny of an unseen observer, Jiang Li cast a sharp glance toward the corner, only to find Lily, clutching a book, staring at them in shock. From Lily's perspective, Snape was embracing Penny's boyfriend, who cradled his face with a tender gaze, as if poised to kiss him at any moment. The scene struck her with tremendous force, akin to witnessing Dumbledore perform a striptease before the entire school. "You two are utterly revolting," Lily exclaimed angrily, turning on her heel to leave. "Snape." Jiang Li. It seemed they had miscalculated. Snape looked at Jiang Li and spoke first. "You explain it to her. I shall return to potion making." The sight of Lily conjured strange memories. With resignation, Jiang Li lengthened her strides to catch up with Lily. It was true, those with long legs walked considerably faster. Before long, Jiang Li intercepted Lily, blocking her path, and spoke gently. "Lily, may we find a quiet place to talk? There are matters I wish to discuss with you. I have nothing to say to someone like you." Lily attempted to turn away, but found herself growing increasingly furious. She whirled back to Jiang Li, saying, "Penny adores you. Why would you betray her? If you prefer men, then remain with men. Why entangle yourself with Penny and betray my friend? Someone as morally corrupt as you should never be a professor." With each word, Lily's anger escalated. And if the man before her were not a professor, she would have gladly punched him in the nose. Seeing Lily's eyes redden with rage, Jiang Li retrieved a handkerchief from her pocket and offered gently, "Wipe your tears." "I do not want your handkerchief," Lily snapped, swatting it away and glaring at her. "If you truly care for Penny, do not toy with her emotions. Furthermore, Severus is grieving Alia's death, and it is your sweet talk that has ensnared him. He does not love you." Jiang Li perceived Lily as a tempestuous rabbit, but she persisted, dabbing at the corners of Lily's eyes with the handkerchief, saying softly, "Things are not as you imagine. I have not wronged either of them. Stop lying. I saw you kissing Severus." Lily's anger flared anew. Convinced the man before her was full of deceit, Jiang Li felt a headache coming on and lifted her sapphire ring before Lily, suggesting, "Is this ring not beautiful? Severus gifted it to me. What significance does that hold? Severus proposed to Alia as well." Lily began, only to pause, her expression shifting. The ring looked familiar. Was it not the very one Jiang Li wore? She stared at Jiang Li in disbelief. You actually used the Imperius curse on Severus?" Jiang Li. Chapter 161, The Lavatory. It seems that prolonged exposure to fools can indeed dull one's intellect, Jiang Li thought, amused by Lily's reaction. "What is so funny?" Lily glared at her, her irritation palpable. "Even if you are a professor, you cannot engage in such behavior with a student." "I did not employ the Imperius curse on Severus. This is his engagement ring," Jiang Li replied with a smile. "Penny is aware of this matter." At her words, Lily's mind momentarily blanked, her eyes widening in shock. "You are." "Shoo." Jiang Li placed a finger to her lips, signaling for silence, and mischievously winked. "Let us keep this between us. No need to speak of it." With recognition dawning upon her, Lily gazed at Jiang Li in wonder, reaching out to touch her cheek. Curiously asking, "How did you accomplish that? Was it through the polyjuice potion?" "No." Jiang Li observed her keen interest in his visage and thus bent down slightly, drawing nearer to facilitate a clearer view. He elucidated, "It is a result of transfiguration." "Remarkable," Lily exclaimed, caressing Jiang Li's face in awe. "What are you two up to?" Jiang Li turned to find students from the Gryffindor Quidditch team standing a short distance away. At the forefront was James, clutching a broomstick. His gaze fixated on Jiang Li as though he intended to devour him whole. In response, Jiang Li offered a slight smile. "You may return. James and I have matters to discuss," Sirius addressed the other Quidditch team members. The remaining players, who had lingered to witness the unfolding spectacle, begrudgingly departed, their disappointment palpable as they occasionally glanced back, eager to witness the unfolding drama. James, much like an irate little lion, stormed towards Jiang Li. Before he could utter a word, Lily positioned herself protectively in front of Jiang Li, her tone disapproving as she confronted James. "What do you intend to do to the professor?" James, visibly agitated, retorted, "Shouldn't you be the one explaining? Why were you two embracing just now?" "We were not embracing," Lily frowned, casting an annoyed look at James. "There is nothing between the professor and me." Jiang Li sensed that Lily's explanation would only deepen their misunderstanding and directly addressed the soon-to-erupt James. "Do not overthink it. There is nothing between Lily and me. I am attracted to men. Who cares who you like?" James, initially intending to unleash a tirade, found his words lodged in his throat upon realizing the implications of Jiang Li's statement. He stared at Jiang Li, astonished and on guard, stepping back a few paces. "I warn you, I do not fancy older men like you. Although you are tall, handsome, and talented, my heart belongs solely to Lily. Do not harbor any designs on me." James glared at Jiang Li as he issued his warning. Lily's cheeks flushed at this proclamation. Jiang Li found himself amused. It seemed that when one was rendered speechless, laughter was an inevitable response. "You are overthinking. I hold no interest in you." "You better not," James replied. his eyes brimming with suspicion as he cautiously maneuvered to Lily's side, shyly curling her fingers around his. "Lily, I have something to show you. Will you come with me?" At this, Lily instinctively glanced at Jiang Li. James immediately became incensed. "What are you looking at him for? He is not more attractive than I. On the contrary, I find him far more handsome than you," Sirius interjected. Jiang Li's appearance was objectively striking, possessing a rugged charm. Upon hearing this, James's expression soured as he silently grumbled. "What does looks matter? He is not nearly as youthful or vivacious." Observing James's growing agitation, Jiang Li smiled at Lily. "Why not see what surprise he has prepared for you?" James's eyes were practically seething with fury. Lily, initially hesitant, was spurred on by Jiang Li's words and took James's hand, leading him away. Watching their retreating figures, Jiang Li turned to Sirius, who was observing him with a curious gaze. "Aren't you coming along? They are on a date. Why would I follow?" Sirius replied, his eyes fixated on Jiang Li. "Haven't we met before?" He was certain he had never encountered this man before, yet Jiang Li exuded an unsettling familiarity. Jiang Li raised an eyebrow, impressed by Sirius's perceptiveness. "Your approach to flirting is rather cliched." It suddenly dawned on Sirius that Jiang Li had just mentioned his preference for men, causing him to falter. "I am not pursuing you." Realizing how absurd that sounded, Sirius's face reddened. "I merely thought you looked somewhat familiar." Jiang Li nodded. "The last suitor who met me also claimed the same." Their conversation had reached an impasse. Seeking to escape the awkwardness, Sirius found an excuse to leave. Eager to avoid the rumor mill regarding his alleged infatuation with a male professor. Having thoroughly vexed Sirius, Jiang Li felt a sense of relief. That night, the moon hung high in the sky, and Filch's footsteps echoed in the corridor. Jiang Li and Snape evaded everyone and made their way to the girls' lavatory. "Goodness! How can a boy enter the girls' lavatory? This is outrageous." A shrill voice pierced the quiet of the lavatory. A ghostly girl with pigtails and freckles emerged from a toilet, swirling around the two. "What are you doing?" The spirit of moaning Myrtle floated between them, intrigued by their presence. "Could you please move a bit further away?" Snape frowned at Myrtle. Her eyes widened in disbelief. "What? You want me to move away? You are actually rejecting me. I am already so pitiful. And you treat me this way?" Myrtle wailed, her cries echoing throughout the lavatory. "No one has ever treated me this way. You are being utterly cruel. Stop crying. Here. Have this biscuit," Jiang Li said, producing a box of biscuits from his pocket, attempting to soothe her as one would a child. "We have matters to attend to and cannot play with you today. Please entertain yourself for now." Myrtle sniffled as she accepted the biscuit. "No one has ever given me a gift before. You are the first boy to give me a present since my death. Oh, I mean as a ghost. I cannot actually eat biscuits. They are of no use to me." Despite her words, Myrtle opened the biscuit and took a bite, her eyes widening in surprise. "This biscuit actually has flavor. Why does this biscuit taste so good?" Myrtle circled Jiang Li, her curiosity piqued. Jiang Li glanced at the little biscuit in her hand and replied, "It has been offered as a sacrifice. It is meant for the dead. My people back home do this. Do you not have similar customs here?" "I haven't tasted food in ages," Myrtle reminisced wistfully. Ghosts were incapable of consuming food. Even if they sampled delicacies, it was akin to tasting flavorless wax. Sensing her longing, Jiang Li offered sympathetically, "I will bring you some food offerings next time. Just keep quiet and wait here. If anyone approaches, send them away and do not let them enter, understood?" "Really?" Myrtle's eyes sparkled with excitement as her spirit swirled around Jiang Li. "I haven't had pumpkin pasties in ages. My mother made the best pumpkin pasties. Could you get me one?" Beside them, Snape paused, glancing at the exuberant Myrtle. This girl had died before reaching adulthood, forever trapped in this place. "Sure," Jiang Li replied, handing Myrtle a communication crystal ball. "If anyone comes near, just poke this. If it lights up, I will know someone is approaching." Myrtle took the crystal ball, her joy evident. After so many years, someone was finally treating her like a normal person. Jiang Li disregarded the Myrtle, retrieving the snake language translator and pressing the switch atop it. Upon activation, the device emitted a hissing sound akin to that of a serpent. In the next moment, the serpentine faucet in the washroom began to warp and contort, revealing an opening barely wide enough for a single person to pass through. Upon sighting this aperture, Jin Taonyang let out a shriek as if haunted by a dreadful memory. "No, don't go in there. There are dangerous things inside." The yawning darkness of the opening resembled the gaping maw of a beast, eagerly awaiting its prey, exuding an aura of peril. Severus Snape restrained Jiang Li, who was poised to enter. "I shall go in first. Should anything go awry, you can come to my aid." "Very well," Jiang Li responded without hesitation. Noticing that the serpentine bracelet on Snape's wrist had vanished, she removed her own necklace and draped it around his neck. "If danger arises, just run. Leave the rest to me." It was the first time anyone had suggested to him to flee. Snape paused, a warm sensation flooding his heart as he replied softly, "Understood." He stepped into the dark opening, Myrtle watched the two with confusion, sensing that these boys were decidedly different from the others. Once Snape had entered, Jiang Li followed without a moment's delay. Ridiculous. She ran so swiftly that she had no need for anyone to scout the path ahead. The instant she leaped into the opening, a sensation of weightlessness engulfed her. Jiang Li cast a spell to slow her descent until she landed firmly on solid ground. The glow of light flickered, revealing Snape illuminating his wand to guide their way. As she approached him, she felt something sharp underfoot. Looking down, she discovered a multitude of bones, remnants of various creatures. "Are you all right?" Snape inquired, moving closer to assess her condition, though he was aware of her strength. A natural instinct to care for her arose within him. "I'm fine." Jiang Li lit her wand, scrutinizing the cave's walls, which bore signs of wear. The edges smoothed by time. "The basilisk is likely nearby. We must tread cautiously," she cautioned Snape. She was tough-skinned, capable of withstanding a basilisk's assault. But Severus was a different matter. As a remote spellcaster, he was quite vulnerable. The corridor was eerily silent, perhaps due to the basilisk's presence. As Jiang Li noted the absence of rats in the sewer, the air was thick with a pungent stench of decay, a result of prolonged decomposition and rot. Occasional indistinct sounds echoed, hinting at lurking monsters stirring in the shadows, sending chills down one's spine, while the water flowed slowly in the darkness, emitting a low gurgling sound. As they ventured further, they stumbled upon a massive shed snake skin, recently discarded. The moment Snape laid eyes on it, his expression grew grave. "This is excellent. It could be useful for alchemy. Would you like this for your potion making?" Jiang Li deftly produced a dagger, ready to slice the substantial snake skin. Exuding an air of calm, observing her ease, as though she were merely strolling through her own backyard, Snape felt a twinge of exasperation. "Aren't you at all anxious?" "Anxious? I'm positively brimming with anxiety," Jiang Li replied with a light-hearted tone, handing the knife to Snape. "Your cutting skills are superior. You take charge. And let us gather this quickly. If Dumbledore discovers it, he'll surely deem it Hogwarts property and demand its return." The snakeskins we acquired from the market were of far inferior quality. The previously tense atmosphere dissipated, leaving Snape to dutifully slice and portion the snakeskin. Perhaps fortune favored them, for after collecting the skins, they encountered no further dangers. As they proceeded, the sound of water grew louder, nearly drowning out the noises of movement in the shadows. "Be careful," Snape warned, suddenly aware of something. No sooner had he spoken than Jiang Li had already sidestepped. A colossal basilisk erupted from the nearby pool, striking at the very spot where Jiang Li had just stood. In that instant, she evaded, clutching Snape's waist to create distance, her hand brandishing the Gryffindor sword. Distracted, "I'll draw its attention," Jiang Li whispered. With that, she positioned herself against the basilisk. Without hesitation, Snape raised his wand to attack the creature, slowing its advance. "Stop," Jiang Li commanded through the translator. The basilisk hesitated momentarily. Effective. Her eyes sparkled with determination as she directed, "Close your eyes." The basilisk hesitated, visibly confused. Its massive form loomed, imposing in the confined space. "Close your eyes." Jiang Li's voice grew more assertive. It seemed as though the creature responded to her call, indeed closing its eyes. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Li approached the basilisk. Sword in hand. Just as she neared, the basilisk suddenly opened its eyes and lunged, biting into the ground where she had stood moments before. Snape swiftly cast a confusion spell, along with several others to obscure the basilisk's vision, rendering it blind to its surroundings. Jiang Li deftly mounted the basilisk's head, her dark hair billowing in the air as she raised the Gryffindor sword high, the blade glinting ominously before plunging down into the creature's skull with a resounding strike. The basilisk emitted a terrifying screech as the blade pierced its head, its immense body thrashing violently, its tail wreaking havoc upon everything nearby. The walls and floor were battered, stones scattering and dust swirling in a frenzy. Snape quickly retreated a few steps to avoid being struck by the basilisk's tail, casting several binding spells upon it. Massive stones rose from the ground, obstructing the creature's escape route, preventing it from fleeing beneath the water. Jiang Li remained calm, firmly gripping the sword embedded in the basilisk's head, her expression devoid of panic. "Stop," she commanded through the translator. In that moment, the basilisk's movements became rigid, only to erupt into a frenzy of thrashing moments later. Its colossal form was the most formidable weapon in the confined space, capable of inflicting deadly harm upon anyone in its path. Snape shielded Jiang Li from the basilisk's sight with his spells, rendering it unable to perceive her presence. Noticing the creature still brimming with vitality, Jiang Li drew her sword downward from its head, skin and flesh tearing as blood erupted forth. Initially, the basilisk struggled fiercely, but gradually, it began to weaken. Boom! The massive head of the basilisk fell, crashing heavily to the ground, producing a thunderous sound. The chamber was now filled only with the sound of water cascading from the serpent head fountain. Snape, anxious, rushed toward Jiang Li, who leapt down from the serpent's head. Calm and composed, wiping her face. The Gryffindor sword still dripped with the serpent's azure blood, and her heart finally settled. Upon seeing Snape approach, Jiang Li smiled. She waved at Snape, her voice buoyant as she exclaimed, "There is a considerable amount of basilisk blood here. Let us not squander it. Quickly, fetch a vial." Observing her light-hearted demeanor, Snape approached her with a grave expression, feeling it imperative to make her cognizant of the peril inherent in her actions. "Hurry." Before Snape could articulate his concerns, Jiang Li thrust a vial and gloves into his hands. "The blood will lose its potency if we delay. Basilisk blood is rather precious and seldom available for purchase." She effectively stifled the admonitions that were yet to escape Snape's lips. He promptly joined Jiang Li in collecting the blood. Given the toxic nature of basilisk blood, utmost caution was required during the extraction process. Jiang Li placed her gloved hand upon the serpent's head, firmly pressing the snake tongue translator in one hand. "I know you are not dead. Would you like to taste the flavor of roasted meat?" Snape, engaged in blood collection, turned to see Jiang Li prying open the basilisk's jaws and stuffing a roasted chicken inside. Having completed this curious act, Jiang Li patted the serpent's head and continued to converse in Parseltongue. "Is it delicious?" Suddenly, the serpent's head stirred, its eyes on the verge of opening. Jiang Li swiftly pressed both hands against the basilisk's eyelids, denying it the chance to awaken. "No opening your eyes." The basilisk's head immediately stilled, appearing lifeless. Upon realizing the creature was indeed alive, Snape's countenance turned grave. He contemplated taking Jiang Li away, but, recalling her usual recklessness, understood she likely had a backup plan. Forcing him to remain stationary, he cast a petrification and binding charm upon the basilisk, lest it suddenly retaliate against Jiang Li. Jiang Li felt an uncanny resemblance between the basilisk and the magical beast she had previously raised. She tentatively probed the creature's consciousness with her own. Perhaps due to its weakened state, the basilisk exhibited no defenses, and Jiang Li successfully forged a contract with it. She was taken aback. Could a basilisk truly be contracted? It hurts so much," a childlike voice echoed in her mind. "You are a female." Jiang Li marveled at the enormous serpent, having initially assumed it was male. "Who are you, and why can you speak to me?" The child's voice in her mind conveyed equal astonishment. "I am your friend and master. You must obey me from now on," Jiang Li asserted with earnestness. "Friend? What is that?" Jiang Li momentarily faltered. "A friend is a companion who helps one another, fights alongside each other, and provides mutual support. Can friends be eaten? Absolutely not. You cannot indiscriminately consume humans, or you will be deemed a monster and hunted down." "What is a monster?" "A creature that deviates from the norm and instills fear in others." "Then I am a monster. I am terrifying. Yet I am on the verge of death. Thus I am no longer frightening, so I am not a monster. You will not perish. I will save you." "Why would you save me?" "Because we are friends." Following this, an extended silence enveloped her mind. Jiang Li turned to Snape and inquired, "Do you have any healing potions?" "Yes, are you injured?" Snape's expression visibly tensed as he produced the potions he had prepared. "I am uninjured. They are for the basilisk." Jiang Li affectionately patted the creature's large head, her smile radiant as she declared, "It will be joining us from now on." Snape, taken aback, questioned his hearing. "You intend to keep this basilisk as a pet? Are you aware of its dangers?" He considered shaking Jiang Li to ascertain her thoughts. This was a creature classified as the highest level of danger by the Ministry of Magic, utterly impossible to tame. "I am aware. I have already contracted with it, and it will obey my commands completely." Jiang Li stroked the basilisk's head, its scales smooth and cool to the touch. Snape recalled a memory where Jiang Li seemed to possess an even more fearsome creature as a pet, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. Observing Jiang Li's eager gaze, Snape maintained his impassive demeanor, half exasperated while assisting in treating the basilisk's wounds. "You had better not let anyone know you have a basilisk as a pet. I certainly do not wish to visit you in Azkaban. If you are harmed by the basilisk, do not claim I did not warn you. Rest assured, it will not harm anyone. It is merely a baby snake." Jiang Li affectionately patted the basilisk's head. At this, Snape's lips twitched. "What kind of baby snake is larger than a building? I hope you do not develop a penchant for raising such peculiar creatures." Though he disapproved of Jiang Li's intentions, Snape dutifully aided in healing the basilisk. Under the influence of spells and potions, the previously ailing basilisk gradually regained its vitality. It lifted its head, eyelids fluttering, prompting Jiang Li to immediately warn, "Do not open your eyes." The basilisk promptly closed its eyes, its massive head nuzzling toward Jiang Li. Snape, alarmed, drew his wand, poised to cast an offensive spell. Jiang Li sensed the basilisk's burgeoning affection for her and reached out to stroke its head. She turned to Snape and asked, "Would you like to pet it?" "No." Snape replied without hesitation. He had no desire to be near such a perilous creature. "This is necessary. Ella will be by your side from now on. And you both must become acquainted." Jiang Li continued to caress the basilisk's head. "What Ella?" A sense of foreboding crept over Snape as he inquired. "You did not just name this serpent, did you?" "Indeed, Ella is a lovely name, don't you think?" I pondered for quite a while. "Girls ought to have delightful names," Jiang Li responded cheerfully. Snape felt utterly dumbfounded. Nearby, Ella sensed Jiang Li's intentions and slithered closer to Snape. Instinctively, he raised his wand, prepared to strike the basilisk. Chapter 164, You Are Its Keeper. In the instant Snape raised his wand, Jiang Li swiftly grasped his hand, gently saying, "Do not be afraid. Ella will not harm you." Snape gazed intently into Jiang Li's eyes, slowly lowering his wand. Trusting her, he refrained from attacking, yet as the basilisk approached, every hair on his body stood on end, every cell screaming of danger. The cold, damp scales of the serpent brushed against his fingers, the only warmth emanating from Jiang Li's hand. The massive serpent nuzzled Snape, signaling its amicability. He remained rigid, paralyzed by trepidation, fearing he might succumb to the urge to strike the creature until it moved away, allowing his taut muscles to finally relax. "It is far too dangerous. It should not remain at Hogwarts. It poses a threat to the other students," Snape stated solemnly. "Rest assured, I will manage that." Jiang Li offered Snape a reassuring glance. "I cannot rest easy," Snape thought, observing Jiang Li's unwavering confidence and foreseeing that trouble was surely on the horizon. The serpent creature was far too large, making it rather inconvenient to transport. It was likely that, as soon as it emerged from this place, it would be beset by countless curses. A transformation of its appearance was essential. Jiang Li retrieved a brush from her bracelet, dipped it in the serpent's blood, and began to draw a magical array upon the ground, occasionally mixing in some of her own concocted magical pigments. Once completed, she called to the coiled serpent, which resembled a small hill. "Ella, come here." Upon hearing her voice, Ella slowly glided to the center of the magical array. Once she was positioned, Jiang Li activated the array. The intricate patterns of the array illuminated in an instant, and the blue luminescence of the magic enveloped the enormous serpent, wrapping it up like a rice dumpling. As the threads tightened, the serpent's form diminished in size, ultimately reducing to the thickness of a finger, at which point the glow of the magical array gradually faded. Jiang Li called out to the serpent, "Ella, come over to my side." Hearing her, Ella swiftly swam towards Jiang Li and coiled around her wrist. The once terrifying creature now appeared rather endearing in its shrunken form. Jiang Li produced a pair of sunglasses from her bracelet, waved her wand to resize them appropriately, and placed them over Ella's eyes. The diminutive serpent head donned the tiny sunglasses, creating a rather peculiar yet charming sight. "Look, isn't Ella particularly adorable?" Jiang Li approached Severus Snape, presenting the serpent wrapped around her wrist as if offering a treasure. Snape was at a loss for words. Nonetheless, the serpent's current appearance indeed seemed to ease the tension. "Well," he replied reluctantly, "it is still a serpent, and despite its size, it remains a significant safety concern." He was not as carefree as Jiang Li. In the next moment, Jiang Li seized his hand, wrapping Ella around his wrist. Snape's expression shifted instantly as he attempted to shake it off. Jiang Li firmly grasped his hand and commanded Ella, "From this day forth, your task is to ensure Severus's safety. He will provide for your needs, and you must heed his commands. Without his permission, you are not to harm anyone. Is he my friend?" The small serpent hissed, coiling around Snape's wrist. "Indeed. And that is why you must protect him." Jiang Li gently stroked the serpent's head with her index finger. "All right." Snape observed Jiang Li conversing with the creature, his expression somewhat complex. "I have already spoken with Ella. She will not harm you. Just ensure you feed her a bit during your meals," Jiang Li explained to Snape. Snape gazed deeply at Jiang Li, then looked down at the seemingly unremarkable serpent coiled around his wrist. "Very well, I shall take care of her." Although he did not trust the serpent, he believed that Jiang Li would not put him in danger. Jiang Li was somewhat taken aback by his agreement. She had expected to have to persuade him extensively due to his aversion to the serpent, yet it had gone rather smoothly. "Ella mentioned she enjoys roasted meat. You can feed her some," Jiang Li conveyed. Previously, the serpent had hunted for its meals in the sewers, consuming raw flesh. Just moments ago, Jiang Li had tossed a roasted chicken into its mouth, astonishing Ella with the revelation of how delightful food could be. She had endured a rather miserable existence before this. As they exited the hidden chamber, Myrtle was perched on the bathroom sink, nervously stuffing her mouth with cookies while vigilantly scanning the surroundings. Upon seeing Jiang Li and Snape, she instantly floated over. "You two are still alive." Her voice was shrill, but then turned to delight as she circled Jiang Li, inspecting her from every angle. Upon noticing the serpent in Snape's hand, she screamed, "What is that thing? Why is there a monster wrapped around your hand?" Myrtle screeched, darting through the wall and disappearing. Jiang Li looked down at the serpent and inquired, "What did you do to her before?" "I don't remember, but someone asked me to take a look at her," Ella hissed in response. Meanwhile, Snape observed Jiang Li conversing with the serpent, lost in contemplation. He recalled that Jiang Li had initially needed a Parseltongue translator to understand the serpent's speech, yet now it seemed unnecessary. Noticing his perplexed expression, Jiang Li explained her intention to modify the translator for Snape later, as he would be the serpent's caretaker from now on. Originally, Jiang Li had intended to use the serpent's skin as alchemical material, but after witnessing Snape nearly crushed by the serpent during a confrontation, she felt it prudent to have a living shield to protect him. The serpent appeared robust and resilient, ideal for absorbing damage while Snape engaged in battles. Far superior to any protective necklace she could create. Jiang Li felt a deep sense of concern for her fragile fiancé. Furthermore, she was quite anxious about the prophetic visions she had witnessed previously at Nicklemore's. "Madame Loris, where is she?" Philip's voice echoed from outside the bathroom. Jiang Li and Snape immediately cast the disillusionment charm. Outside the bathroom, Madame Loris stood with her fur bristling, as if sensing something terrifying, continuously huffing towards the room. Filch had never seen Madame Loris in such a state. He stroked her fur gently, soothingly murmuring, "Is there a student out for a night stroll inside?" Madame Loris continued to huff towards the bathroom until the perceived danger dissipated, at which point her fur settled back to normal. Jiang Li took Snape's hand and appeared in another corridor. Finding that she had not teleported beyond Hogwarts boundaries brought her immense joy. It seemed her accuracy had improved slightly. The serpent, adorned with miniature sunglasses, curiously peered out from the sleeve of Snape's robe. It had never laid eyes on the outside world before. Although the sunglasses obscured its vision, it could sense that the air was different here, filled with the scents of flowers, earth, and the presence of living beings. Chapter 165, Creature. This corridor happened to be near the Slytherin dormitory. There are no professors patrolling nearby. You can return directly to your dormitory from here, Jiang Li informed Snape. He remained motionless, his gaze fixed intently on Jiang Li. Just as he opened his mouth to say something, he noticed Jiang Li's expression shift slightly before she vanished into thin air. A few days earlier, in a dimly lit manor, a gathering of Death Eaters convened, surrounding a man of prominence. Bellatrix gazed at Voldemort with fervent eyes. "Regulus." The cold and commanding voice resonated, causing the air to feel as if it had solidified. The Death Eaters subtly turned their heads, their gazes drifting toward Regulus. At the moment Voldemort called his name, Regulus felt a tremor run through him. A flicker of anxiety and unease crossed his eyes, only to be swiftly suppressed as he struggled to maintain his composure, awaiting further instructions from Voldemort. "Come here." Voldemort's voice was laden with pressure and depth. Regulus feigned calmness as he approached Voldemort's side, respectfully bowing to kiss his robe. In the next moment, he felt the necklace around his neck radiating heat, and his memories began to surge uncontrollably, automatically recalling past events. It was the process of soul extraction. Fortunately, having trained with Snape beforehand, Regulus immediately activated his mental occlusion, fabricating a series of false memories. Voldemort appeared particularly intrigued by the details surrounding the death of Jiang Li, incessantly scrutinizing this segment of memory. Thankfully, Snape had previously imparted all the necessary details to him, and Regulus had mentally rehearsed them several times, resulting in a remarkably convincing fabrication of false memories, especially the memory of him killing Jiang Li, which Voldemort watched repeatedly. By the end, Regulus felt a twinge of guilt, questioning whether he might have revealed himself. Fortunately, after several viewings, Voldemort ceased the soul extraction. He regarded Regulus with a patronizing smile, saying, "Good boy. You have demonstrated remarkable cleverness in successfully completing the task I assigned. I permit you to sit beside me." The expressions of those present were varied. Some gazed at Regulus in astonishment, unable to fathom why he had caught the Dark Lord's attention, their faces tinged with envy. Meanwhile, some of the more seasoned Death Eaters exhibited signs of wariness and speculation, contemplating Voldemort's intentions, whether he intended to assign Regulus a special task or something else entirely. They tightened their nerves, prepared to adjust their attitudes based on Voldemort's subsequent actions. Bellatrix furrowed her brows, glaring at Regulus with unreserved jealousy. Regulus clenched his hidden fist beneath his robe, masking his emotions with a facade of delight as he took a seat beside Voldemort. "I recall you have a house elf?" Voldemort inquired, fixing his gaze upon Regulus. At this, Regulus's expression faltered slightly, his voice tightening as he replied, "Yes, his name is Creature." Voldemort frowned, evidently dissatisfied with his answer, and slowly continued, "I require you to offer up your most precious possession." Regulus understood that Voldemort was insinuating the sacrifice of his house elf. However, Creature was not merely a servant. He was a companion who had grown alongside him since childhood, indistinguishable from family. An uncomfortable silence ensued. The atmosphere around Voldemort grew tense. His gaze icy as it bored down upon Regulus. Those present recognized this as a precursor to his wrath. If the Dark Lord requires it, I can relinquish my most important possession, Regulus finally conceded, abandoning Creature, silently cursing his own cowardice. Voldemort was pleased with his response, relishing the sight of Regulus's internal struggle culminating in surrender, as if he were shattering the last remnants of the boy's innocence and goodness. Regulus summoned Creature and placed him directly into Voldemort's hands. Days passed since this incident, and Regulus awoke from a nightmare. He dreamt that Creature had perished. Creature, Regulus called into the air. House elves are bound to obey their masters. Whenever their names are called, they appear instantly, regardless of time or place. If Creature were not dead, he would surely materialize. Suddenly, the air erupted with a crack, and Creature appeared in the room, writhing on the floor in evident agony, as if he were drowning. Before Regulus could express his surprise, he was taken aback by Creature's distress and rushed to his side. Creature, what is wrong? Master, Creature heard the call. It is Master who saved Creature. Creature's voice was hoarse, yet filled with uncontainable excitement. His last words nearly a desperate shout. What has happened? Regulus observed Creature's trembling form and realized that something dreadful must have transpired in recent days. The Dark Lord had taken Creature to a strange cave, forcing him to drink from a basin of water. With no choice but to comply, Creature recounted the harrowing experience, his eyes reflecting deep-seated terror as he trembled uncontrollably. After consuming the potion of despair, he felt as though all moisture had been siphoned from his body, his mind inundated with moments of hopelessness and horror. His throat burned as if scorched, yearning to crawl to the shore for water, only to be met by countless hands reaching up to drag him into the depths. Just when Creature believed he was on the brink of death, Regulus called his name, and he materialized in this room. It is Master who saved Creature's life. He regarded Regulus as one would a hero. What did the Dark Lord place in the cave? Regulus keenly sensed that this object held great significance for Voldemort. Creature shook his head, tears welling in his eyes. Creature does not know. A flicker of resolve crossed Regulus's mind. He commanded Creature, take me to that place. Creature, suddenly terrified, protested, do not go. It is very dangerous. Creature, this is my command, Regulus insisted firmly. Lead me to the location where the Dark Lord took you. Bound by his master's order, Creature, tears streaming down his face, reluctantly guided Regulus to that ominous place. Surrounding them was murky water, beneath which the silhouettes of countless corpses faintly emerged, pale and contorted, exuding an aura of death. The moment Regulus arrived, it felt as though innumerable eyes were fixated upon their every move. In the center of the lake stood a stone basin, which began to overflow with the potion of despair as they approached. Regulus turned to Creature and asked, what did the Dark Lord command you to do back then? As Creature recalled the terrifying scene, his voice trembled. The Dark Lord ordered Creature to drink from the basin. Creature begged him to stop, but he would not allow Creature to cease. Chapter 166, The Potion of Despair. After listening to Creature's account, Regulus understood he must consume the potion to retrieve the item from the basin. His hand trembled slightly as he glanced at the spoon beside him. Scooping a mouthful of the potion of despair, he commanded Creature, no matter what happens, you must ensure I finish this potion. No, Creature cannot harm his master. Creature's face was a mess of tears and snot, but under Regulus's unwavering command, he reluctantly acquiesced. The moment Regulus swallowed the potion of despair, a chill engulfed him. His complexion turning ashen, drained of color, and his body began to tremble uncontrollably as his mind was inundated with horrific memories. He took another spoonful, and under the dual torment of physical and mental anguish, sweat poured from him like rain. Creature, witnessing his master's distress, wept while adhering to his orders, forcing the potion into Regulus's mouth. Time lost all meaning, and eventually, the water in the basin diminished, revealing an ancient pendant at the bottom. It was an artifact belonging to the Dark Lord. Regulus found himself utterly drained, his throat ablaze as if scorched by fire. Desperate to crawl ashore for water, he felt his clothes drenched in sweat. Creature, take this away and destroy it, he feebly commanded the house elf. With tears in his eyes, Creature extracted the pendant necklace from the stone basin, but did not depart. Regulus removed the pendant from around his neck, and, with a transfiguration spell, created an identical pendant box to place in the basin. The pendant within vanished, obscured by a potion of despair. Having completed this task, Regulus felt his strength wane. The specters lurking beneath the lake's surface seemed to sense his vulnerability, beginning to inch closer to the shore, intent on dragging Regulus into the depths below. He grasped his wand and cast a spell at the approaching apparitions, but it proved futile against them. Creature, quickly take the necklace and leave this place, he ordered. Witnessing as Creature too was seized by the specters, being pulled into the water. In utter despair, Regulus was dragged down into the icy depths, the ghastly hands tightly constricting his limbs and throat, pulling him further into the lake's abyss. The frigid water flooded his mouth and nostrils, the burning sensation in his throat unabated, a fierce suffocation constricting his lungs as if all the air had been siphoned away. He fought desperately against the pull, plummeting deeper into an all-consuming darkness and biting cold, fear entwining itself around every nerve within him. The scene before him dimmed further, making him ponder the terrifying nature of death. Memories flickered through his mind like a cinematic reel, culminating in the day he had quarreled with Sirius. Just as his consciousness teetered on the brink of oblivion, a fiery red light surged toward him. Is it a messenger from Merlin come to retrieve me? Regulus mused hazily. In the next moment, the flames enveloped him, incinerating the specters surrounding him. A figure swam toward him, grasping his collar and pulling him upward through the water's surface. Regulus's vision blurred, and just as he attempted to speak, the lake's water rushed back into his mouth. Jiang Li yanked him to the shore, gently slapping his cheek and asking, "Are you all right?" Noticing his lack of response, she swiftly retrieved all available restorative potions, forcefully administering them into his mouth. Moments later, Regulus's awareness returned, his body ablaze with pain, an overwhelming thirst gnawing at him. Clutching Jiang Li's hand, he pleaded, "Water, please give me water." Without uttering a word, Jiang Li observed his insatiable thirst, and he crawled toward the water's edge, desperate to drink. The specters beneath stirred restlessly, eager to reclaim him. The fire goddess forged a path, seizing Regulus by the collar, pulling him back from the lake's grasp. Flames erupted around them, a torrential wave of heat washing over him, the crimson light illuminating everything as the water boiled in response. The specters barely had time to emit their mournful cries before vanishing in the inferno. Regulus watched in awe, his eyes widening, the glow of the flames casting a shocked expression across his face. Jiang Li held him close and lifted the unconscious creature, operating them away from the scene. She transported them to a chamber within Hogwarts. "Who are you? Why did you save me?" Regulus rasped, his complexion pale and devoid of strength, his insides feeling as though they were ablaze. "Water, please, I beg you for water," he murmured, his body soaked in either sweat or the lake's water, resembling a parched traveler in a desert. Realizing he was poisoned, though unaware of the specifics, Jiang Li gently lifted him into the bathtub, turning on the shower to immerse him in water, hoping to alleviate his suffering. To ensure he had support, she thoughtfully provided a small stool for him to lean against. Suddenly, the sound of a door opening resonated. Jiang Li quickly grasped her wand and stepped out, encountering Severus Snape entering the room. "You arrived just in time. Please help him and see what is amiss." She had intended to fetch Snape from the Slytherin dormitory to assist Regulus, surprised he had appeared without her call. Without uttering a word, Snape followed Jiang Li into the bathroom, where he found Regulus lying in the tub, his face ashen. His demeanor shifted to one of grave seriousness as he approached to examine Regulus. Jiang Li recounted the events that had transpired, her expression shifting to one of surprise. "I thought you had returned to your dormitory. What brings you back here?" Snape retrieved a potion to alleviate Regulus's agony, responding calmly. "I noticed your sudden disappearance and suspected something had occurred, so I intended to wait for your return." Realizing the implications of his words, Jiang Li pinched Regulus's mouth open, while Snape deftly administered the potion, ensuring he swallowed it. Their cooperation was seamless. Although Regulus felt feeble, he managed to drink the potion without needing any force. "Who are you?" he weakly inquired of Jiang Li, recalling how she had appeared before him amidst the legion of specters to save him. Seeing his confusion, Jiang Li transformed back to her true self, offering him a gentle smile. "I am Gwendolyn." Upon recognizing her familiar visage, a tear slipped down Regulus's cheek, his face a mask of astonishment. "You're not dead?" he exclaimed. Jiang Li turned to Snape, incredulous. "Did you not inform him that I am alive?" Chapter 167. You seem to know him well. "No," Snape replied, having refrained from sharing the information for fear of dampening Regulus's training motivation. Furthermore, due to the recent events surrounding Jiang Li's supposed demise, he had not encountered Regulus to relay the news. "I apologize for neglecting to inform you. How have you been during this time?" Jiang Li retrieved a candy from her pocket and offered it to Regulus, adopting a nurturing tone as she asked, "Would you like some candy?" Regulus instinctively accepted the confection, gazing at Jiang Li standing before him, alive and well, unable to suppress his emotions as he bowed his head to shield his eyes. "It's all right, as long as you are alive," he murmured. "How splendid. Professor Malfoy has not perished." He had feared he had truly caused Jiang Li's demise. The burden weighing heavily on his heart began to lift, and Regulus yearned to weep, to release the pent-up emotions within him. Yet, years of conditioning prevented him from exhibiting such vulnerability in front of others. Observing the redness in his eyes, Jiang Li's gaze softened as she reached out to gently stroke his damp black hair, whispering, "You have endured much during this time. It must have been difficult for you." The emotions he had managed to suppress crumbled under Jiang Li's soothing words, and he could no longer hold back his tears. He could not help but lean against Jiang Li's shoulder, softly stifling his sobs. "I thought I was going to die," the boy's hoarse voice emerged. He had believed he could face death with equanimity, yet when it truly approached, Regulus realized he was not as courageous as he had imagined. Fear gripped him. The thought of being eternally entombed at the lake's bottom, forgotten by all, filled him with dread. "Do not worry, I will ensure your safety," Jiang Li reassured, gently patting his shoulder. After all, she had developed him as an undercover agent, and his life was somewhat assured. Thankfully, the necklace he had given her served as a reminder. Without it, Regulus might have truly perished. Severus Snape observed Regulus resting on Jiang Li's shoulder. Finding the scene somewhat irksome, he thought to himself that it was perfectly normal for a child of his age to feel fear under such dire circumstances. However, the more he watched the boy cling to Jiang Li, the more his irritation grew. "Gadnia, let me assess his condition," Snape said as he approached, gripping the back of Regulus's neck and forcing him onto his own shoulder. Regulus felt his neck twist awkwardly, a sharp intake of breath escaping him. "I feel much better than before. You can just speak to me directly. I can manage on my own," Regulus stated. "Your recovery is not determined by your words, but by your body," Snape retorted, poking his chest with his wand without a trace of compassion. "I seem to recall advising you to contact me if there were any anomalies from Voldemort's side, and to devise a plan before taking action." "Humph, does Mr. Black believe he has grown strong enough to confront Voldemort alone? How naive and laughable. Who do you think you are, with your meager abilities? You dare to speak of facing danger? Do you even comprehend the true nature of peril? You are merely an arrogant fool." Regulus felt utterly defeated. Unable to lift his head, Jiang Li, having overheard their exchange, tilted her head and teased Regulus. "Isn't Severus rather amusing? The way he expresses concern is quite unique." At her words, Regulus realized that Snape had actually been worried about him. How awkward. Snape, meanwhile, had grown increasingly stern, rising from his seat and exiting the room. "He seems quite angry with me," Regulus mused, reclining in the bathtub, his dark hair floating in the water, his complexion pale and his state exceedingly weakened. "He is merely embarrassed," Jiang Li explained, resting her chin on her hand. "Severus likely expects you to assist in creating an antidote." Upon hearing this, Regulus, hindered by the poison that dulled his thoughts, gazed blankly at Jiang Li. "You seem to understand Severus quite well. After all, he is my fiancé. Is it not natural to know him?" Jiang Li replied nonchalantly. Regulus was taken aback, astonished to learn that the candidate speculated within the academy as Snape's fiancé was indeed Jiang Li. They had previously assumed his betrothed might be a muggle, given that Snape had mentioned she was not a student of Hogwarts. Who would have thought it would be a professor? Jiang Li summoned Mia to bring in some light refreshments. By the time Snape returned with the potion, the bathroom had been transformed. A table was set with a lavish spread of snacks and steaming hot tea. Jiang Li sat elegantly in a chair, sipping her tea, while Regulus, cradling his cup with both hands, enjoyed his tea in the bathtub, the small board before him laden with treats. Snape's expression remained impassive as he observed the scene, immediately recognizing who was responsible for this display. As he entered with the potion, Regulus discreetly set his teacup down. It felt somewhat excessive to indulge while someone had labored to prepare an antidote for him. Jiang Li, seemingly oblivious to Snape's frosty demeanor, waved him over, smiling brightly. "Come and try the snacks. Mia seems to have developed new flavors lately." Hearing her voice, Snape softened slightly and approached her. He handed the potion to Regulus, speaking in a low tone. "If I am not mistaken, you have been poisoned by the draught of despair. The materials here are insufficient for an antidote. This is a potion to alleviate your suffering. Once I gather the necessary ingredients, I will concoct the antidote for you." Regulus accepted the potion, looking earnestly at Snape. "Thank you." He took a sip, feeling the fiery sensation throughout his body diminish significantly. The earlier discomfort had left a bitter taste on his tongue, and even Jiang Li's treats had tasted bitter. Now, with the tension abating, he felt drowsy, his head heavy. Noticing him nodding off, Jiang Li turned to Snape. "Please help him settle in. Let him rest here for the night. We can address everything else tomorrow." Snape did not refuse. It would not do to have Jiang Li assist Regulus in changing his clothes. After placing the now slumbering Regulus onto the bed, Snape emerged to find Jiang Li reclining on the sofa, perusing a notebook. His heart skipped a beat as he instinctively checked his robes. He must have inadvertently dropped the notebook when he rushed over. It contained records of his research on dark curses and various theories of dark magic. Snape suppressed his anxiety as he approached Jiang Li. If she were to discover his deep fascination with dark magic and his research on numerous harmful curses, would she, like others, view him as vile and dark-hearted, distancing herself from him? Chapter 168, The Half-Blood Prince. Jiang Li leaned against the sofa, her light golden hair cascading over the cushions. Upon noticing Snape's approach, she shifted slightly to make room for him. Is this your notebook? It's filled with your research on dark magic, she said, waving the open notebook at him. It is indeed my notebook, Snape replied, studying Jiang Li's expression, hoping to see revulsion or disdain reflected in her eyes. So, the Half-Blood Prince is the pen name you chose for yourself? Jiang Li teased, as if she had stumbled upon something amusing. I never expected you to be so self-indulgent, adopting such a flamboyant name. Her eyes sparkled with mirth, devoid of any hint of distaste. This reaction was entirely contrary to what Snape had anticipated. He inquired, do you not think I am an evil person for researching dark magic? What does it matter? I am, after all, a villain myself. Do not hold my moral standards too high. I think your research is quite commendable. At least you do not intend to cause death, Jiang Li remarked. The spells she had previously studied were all designed to obliterate both body and soul, making Snape's research appear remarkably benevolent in comparison. At her words, Snape experienced an indescribable feeling, as if the dark aspects he had believed to be disgraceful were not as intolerable in Jiang Li's eyes as he had imagined. I merely enjoy studying dark magic. I have no intention of using it to harm others, Snape clarified, wishing to avoid being perceived as a terrible person in her eyes. Jiang Li raised the notebook higher, casting a sidelong glance at Snape. Why do all the curses you created have counter-curses? Are you planning to save people while killing them? Such a convoluted thought. Because I wish to give myself a chance to reconsider, Snape replied softly. Upon hearing this, Jiang Li nodded, resting her face on Snape's shoulder, holding up her notebook with a playful smile as she inquired, what is this crying snot spell all about? This incantation seems distinctly different from previous dark magic. It appears to be solely intended for mischief. She leaned in a bit closer, allowing Snape to catch a whiff of her subtle fragrance, causing his heart to quicken slightly, his gaze instinctively averting. Witnessing Potter weep so unabashedly at the funeral struck him as rather unbecoming, prompting him to wonder if he could provoke another such display. Jiang Li chuckled. Do you truly despise James that much? After a few moments of silence, Snape replied, I cannot say for certain, regardless. His face is exceedingly irksome to me. Upon hearing this, Jiang Li widened her eyes, regarding Snape with a serious expression. Could it be that you? I do not harbor any animosity towards him because of Lily. I simply find his appearance intolerable, Snape interjected, sensing Jiang Li's misunderstanding and swiftly clarifying. Have you ever considered that your aversion to James may stem from a hidden affection for him? Jiang Li stated with utmost seriousness. Snape was momentarily taken aback. Jiang Li, with a mischievous glint in her eyes, produced a book and handed it to Snape, saying, This is a novel I collected during class. I believe there is some ambiguity between you and James. The cover depicted two dark-haired boys gazing deeply into one another's eyes, their hands resting on each other's chests, with the title The Arrogant School Bully, Don't Kiss Me prominently displayed. Upon seeing the title, Snape furrowed his brow, his disdain evident, as if it were something utterly repugnant. It was hard to fathom who could waste their time on such a vacuous piece of literature. Jiang Li smiled. I find it rather entertaining. Snape's expression faltered slightly, a hint of discomfort flashing across his typically stoic visage. He cleared his throat and lowered his gaze, seemingly striving to mask his embarrassment. After a brief pause, he spoke again, his tone somewhat rigid yet softened by an unusual gentleness. Perhaps there is a rationale for the existence of such books. After all, this world is intricate, and there are bound to be some peculiarities. Jiang Li, grinning slyly, teased. Would you care to peruse the contents of the book? Snape, with a hint of disdain, opened the book, albeit reluctantly, influenced by Jiang Li's enthusiastic recommendation. As he coldly regarded James's silhouette, his inner voice screamed, Hey, fool, I like you. Why won't you turn around and look at me? Watching James, grinning as he playfully elbowed Sirius, Snape felt an overwhelming surge of jealousy. Before he could finish reading, his expression turned impassive as he cast a fire-making spell, incinerating the book. He wished to retract his earlier words. Such literature should not exist in this world. It was nothing short of a malignant tumor that ought to be eradicated entirely. Wait, I haven't finished reading, Jiang Li exclaimed, too late to intervene. As she watched the book turn to ashes, she gazed sorrowfully at the remnants on the ground, lamenting that she should have completed her reading before showing it to Severus. Now it was lost before she could even finish. You ought to refrain from indulging in such worthless material. Wasting time on this is utterly foolish, Snape stated impassively. Such things were nothing but an affront to his eyes. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he turned to Jiang Li. Who authored this book? I'm not sure. But many girls seem to have it, Jiang Li shrugged. She had only recently discovered that some girls secretly read such books, featuring protagonists she recognized. Upon hearing this, Snape's expression darkened, his brow furrowing as he spat out a few words through clenched teeth. Why didn't you tell me sooner? No wonder he had felt several girls regarding him with peculiar expressions. It all made sense now. Observing his ire, Jiang Li reached out to tousle his hair, smiling cheerfully. Isn't it amusing to see you angry? Moreover, in this book, you're merely a background character, while Sirius and James are the leads. Even Regulus has more lines than you. Leaning in too closely, the previously furious Snape seemed to deflate like a punctured balloon. Gritting his teeth, he retorted. You knew all along and only told me after finishing it, didn't you? You caught me, Jiang Li replied, her eyes sparkling with curiosity as she probed. So you truly don't have a secret crush on James? Snape grasped Jiang Li's hand, which was playfully messing with his hair, and with a hint of annoyance, replied. I trust you should know my answer, provided your mind isn't cluttered with nonsense. His gaze bore an earnest intensity as he looked at her. Jiang Li averted her eyes to his lips, yearning for a kiss. Thus, seizing the moment while Snape was still taken aback, she gently pressed her lips against his. Snape's eyes widened in shock, his entire being freezing as if petrified, his cheeks rapidly flushing a rosy hue. Just as he attempted to articulate something, a croaking voice interrupted. Filthy little mudblood thief, return the necklace you stole from Creature. Creature, having awakened unbeknownst to them, brandished a rusty meat cleaver, directing it towards Jiang Li and Snape. His diminutive, hunched frame trembled slightly, his eyes wide with fear, yet striving to maintain his composure. Chapter 169, He is not dead. Jiang Li deftly pointed her finger, causing the cleaver in Creature's hand to fly away. Before Creature could grasp the escaping weapon, Mia leapt forth, tripping him and pinning him down, seizing his hand. No one is allowed to harm the master, Mia declared fiercely. Let me go? Creature protested, struggling in vain. You lowly, ungrateful house elf. At this, Jiang Li approached Creature, dangling the pendant necklace before him. Is this what you desire? Spotting the necklace, Creature's excitement surged as he reached out once more to grab it from Jiang Li's hand. Jiang Li swiftly retracted the necklace, smiling at Creature. Do you know where your master is? Upon hearing her query, Creature froze, his mind racing back to past events. The wrinkles on his face deepened, etched with profound sorrow, his murky eyes brimming with tears, as if on the verge of breaking down. Master Regulus. Creature's voice was hoarse and fragmented. Master Regulus is dead. Would you be willing to trade this necklace for Regulus's life? Jiang Li continued to question him. At her words, a spark ignited in Creature's dulled eyes, and he looked at Jiang Li with fervent hope. If you can save Master Regulus, Creature will do anything for you. Would that include dying for me? Jiang Li whispered temptingly, her gaze fixed on Creature. Is he worth such a sacrifice? Creature lifted his gaze slightly, his eyes gleaming with fervor as he reminisced about every glorious moment of Master Regulus. Master Regulus is the true pride of the Black family. His greatness will forever be etched in Creature's heart, never to fade. He straightened his hunched back, as if, in that moment, he stood once more alongside Master Regulus, proud of his master's honor. To die for Master Regulus would be Creature's honor. Hearing this, Jiang Li's lips curled into a slight smile. You two are quite considerate of one another. She rose to her feet and addressed Mia. Let him go. Mia had just released her grip when Creature swiftly darted away, intending to retrieve the bone-cutting knife embedded within the wall. Regulus was resting in his chamber. You may wish to check on him. Jiang Li's melodious voice resonated through the living room. Creature stood frozen, and Jiang Li, with arms crossed, addressed him. He was quite worried about you before losing consciousness. Fearing for your safety, Snape opened the door to Regulus's room and coolly remarked to Creature. Do you truly believe yourselves to be so significant as to warrant harm from others? Do not overestimate your own importance. You are of no value to be targeted. Regaining his composure, Creature trembled with agitation, scrambling into the room where he beheld Regulus, soundly asleep upon the bed, and wept profusely. Master Regulus. His cries were akin to an assault on the senses. Snape felt a twitch in his eyelids, tempted to cast a silencing charm upon him. Jiang Li, more direct in her approach, pinched Regulus awake from his slumber. Awakened by a surge of pain, Regulus was met with the sight of Creature weeping at the foot of his bed. Regulus blinked in surprise, his eyes lighting up with joy as he exclaimed, Creature, you are unharmed. The bond between Master and House Elf seemed to invite further dialogue, prompting an exchange of glances between Jiang Li and Snape. She nodded towards the door, and Snape instantly grasped her intent, following her lead. They exited the room and closed the door behind them, granting the two companions space to converse. What do you intend to do next? Snape inquired of Jiang Li. Most of the Horcruxes have been retrieved. The only one remaining is Nagini, the serpent that accompanies Voldemort. Jiang Li twirled the necklace's cord with her finger as she contemplated. First, we must extract the Horcruxes within this collection, and later, I shall consult Dumbledore on how to handle them. I had presumed you would delve into the study of these Horcruxes yourself, Snape replied softly. I harbor no interest in the splitting of souls, Jiang Li retorted, clasping her hands together to draw the pendant back. Then turning to Snape, she asked, "Do you yearn for immortality? Is there a place for you within eternity?" Snape countered, "And do you believe I desire such a fate?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Li lowered her gaze, softly admitting, "I do not favor immortality." "Neither do I," Snape replied quietly, standing still, his eyes reflecting the depths of a serene lake, mirroring Jiang Li's image. Taken aback by his words, she remarked, "It seems you hold a fondness for me, Professor Snape." She teased him deliberately. "Shall we commence preparations for our wedding now, so that when you graduate, we can conveniently celebrate with all the graduates?" "Very well," came his deep voice, causing Jiang Li to question her hearing. Snape's lips moved slightly as he lowered his head, his dark hair cascading down to obscure his flushed cheeks. He stated solemnly, "I believe we might as well begin preparations. After all, weddings appear quite complex and require ample time to organize." Jiang Li, who had initially spoken in jest, now pondered whether admitting her playful intent might lead to repercussions. "Leave the wedding arrangements to me. I will handle everything. You need only to participate as the bride," Snape assured her. After a brief moment of internal conflict, Jiang Li relented. "All right, you may take charge of this matter. I have been contemplating marriage post your graduation, so holding the ceremony during your graduation seems quite fitting." Lily observed Snape's recent exuberance, noting how his demeanor had shifted to one of joy, a stark contrast to his usual somber state. After all, she had never witnessed him smiling so frequently. She approached him inquisitively. "Severus, has something transpired? You seem in remarkably good spirits." "Nothing much," Snape replied, a slight smile gracing his lips. "Lily, do you know what sort of weddings girls typically desire?" "A wedding? Is someone planning a wedding?" Lily asked, perplexed. Snape raised an eyebrow, resting a hand against his lips, and replied softly, "Jiang Li intends to hold our wedding upon my graduation." Realizing the implication, Lily gasped in disbelief. "You and Jiang Li have already set a date for your wedding?" Meanwhile, James, having spotted Lily and Snape together, approached with a confrontational demeanor but halted upon hearing their conversation. He retreated to a nearby seat, eavesdropping on their exchange. Sirius, following closely behind, regarded James with disdain, finding his behavior somewhat reprehensible, and leaned back to listen openly. "The exact date has yet to be determined, but preparations are underway," Snape explained. Though his expression remained unchanged, he emanated a sense of warmth that contrasted sharply with his previous aura of gloom. Upon hearing this, Lily placed a hand over her heart, as though overwhelmed, exclaiming, "Your progress is far too swift." "Is it?" Snape mused, reflecting on how quickly his time beside Jiang Li had passed, unaware that so many years had slipped by. The only stretch of time that felt prolonged was the 3 years during which Jiang Li had vanished. It was as if the vibrancy of the world faded, only to be revived by her presence. As their conversation continued, Owl swooped into the hall, delivering parcels that landed upon the tables. Lily opened one to find a sweater and gloves prepared by Mrs. Evans, alongside some everyday items and a thick letter. Although Mrs. Evans had shown less favoritism than before, she still cared more for her younger daughter at Hogwarts. Snape, meanwhile, picked up the day's edition of the Daily Prophet, his attention immediately drawn to the bold headline, "Dumbledore, Hogwarts scoundrel, permits werewolves to attend Hogwarts." The article detailed Dumbledore's allowance for Lupin's enrollment, revealing that he transformed during the full moon in the Forbidden Forest. The coverage was extensive, painting a vivid picture of Lupin's circumstances, the details so intimate that only someone deeply familiar with him could possess such knowledge. Instantly, Snape's thoughts raced to a certain individual. He stood abruptly as students around him gasped upon reading the news. Notably absent from the hall were Peter Pettigrew and Lupin. Lily leaned in closer to glimpse the article, her face betraying shock upon seeing Lupin's photograph. "Lupin is a werewolf." The revelation rippled through the assembly like a stone cast upon still waters, stirring up waves of concern. "What do you mean, a werewolf?" Some students, unaware of the report, gathered around curiously. "We have a werewolf at our school. Dumbledore actually allowed a werewolf to study alongside us." The volume of this exclamation caught the attention of James and Sirius, who immediately sensed the gravity of the situation. They hastily snatched a nearby paper, their expressions darkening as they absorbed the content. "Remus Lupin, and he's in our house? No wonder he always seems so peculiar. Turns out he's a werewolf. How frightening. What if he attacks me while I sleep, and I become a werewolf too? Why would Dumbledore allow such a dangerous individual to enroll? I must write to inform my father that a werewolf must never be allowed to attend classes at our school." The entire auditorium erupted into chaos. Remus Lupin, utterly oblivious to the commotion, approached the hall with a pallid complexion, having just endured the full moon night, intending to partake in breakfast. The moment he stepped into the auditorium, the previously raucous atmosphere fell into an eerie silence. Many gazes turned towards him, laced with terror. as they instinctively recoiled, as if confronted by a fearsome beast. Perplexed by their reaction, Lupin found himself at a loss, questioning whether a prank was being played on him. He turned to a girl with whom he usually shared an amicable rapport, asking, "Doria, what is the matter with everyone? Stay away from me. Keep your distance." "You repugnant werewolf," she exclaimed in fright, retreating several steps and hurling a cup from her side. The cup struck Lupin's face with a solid impact, landing on his brow and causing blood to flow forth. Lupin, seemingly impervious to the pain, was haunted by the girl's words echoing in his mind. His secret as a werewolf had been unveiled. The color drained from his face, his body stiffened, and he trembled as if ensnared by an unseen terror. He stammered, attempting to explain, but the crowd merely recoiled further, as if anticipating a violent outburst from him. Their gazes were filled with fear and loathing. "Werewolf, get out of Hogwarts." In this tense atmosphere, someone, unknown to him, seized a tray and hurled it at Lupin. The tray arced through the air, crashing against him with a deafening noise, scattering food and soiling his garments. Lupin shuddered slightly, his eyes wide with disbelief and hurt. He opened his mouth to clarify that he harbored no intentions of harming anyone, yet his words fell on deaf ears. This assault seemed to unleash Pandora's box. Driven by fear, others followed suit, tossing utensils and food in his direction. "Get out of Hogwarts. The filthy, treacherous werewolf does not deserve to study with us. Drive him away before he goes mad and harms us." In that moment, an array of objects rained down upon Lupin. Defenseless, he raised his arms to shield his head. His eyes filled with confusion and despair. It was as though he was transported back to his childhood. Recalling the suffocating moment when a neighbor struck him across the face upon discovering he had played with their child. "What are you doing? This is not Lupin's fault. And he has never harmed any of you." Sirius and James rushed forward, positioning themselves protectively in front of Lupin. James glared at the crowd, declaring, "Becoming a werewolf is not his fault. He merely wishes to be an ordinary wizard. He is a victim of the werewolf's curse." As his roommates, it was plausible that they too had been infected and thus defended him. Someone shouted from the crowd, exacerbating the fear, causing students to hurl more objects at the trio. "No, Sirius and James are not werewolves," Lupin tried to explain, but his voice was drowned out as a knife and fork were flung in his direction, piercing his cheek and drawing blood. Sirius and James were unable to fend off the collective assault, their own faces bearing the marks of the chaos. "Stop. You should not treat a fellow student this way." Lily intervened, her voice laced with anger. "Lupin has never done anything to harm us. You ought not to act in such a manner." The auditorium descended into pandemonium as many seized the opportunity to cast curses at the three. After all, James and Sirius often attracted attention, and those who despised them were numerous. In that moment, the malice within everyone surged forth, recklessly unleashed upon the trio. Lily gazed at her once friendly classmates, now transformed into fierce adversaries, feeling as though she was meeting them for the first time. "Why is this happening?" Severus placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder, murmuring, "It's futile to reason with them. We must fetch a professor." He waved his wand, dispelling several curses aimed at the trio. The students casting spells grew irate, their anger redirected towards Severus. When they met his hawk-like gaze, apprehension coursed through them, and they quickly averted their eyes. "Cease this at once. What are you doing?" Professors arrived upon witnessing the chaotic scene and immediately cast spells to interrupt the mayhem. Several professors stepped forward, positioning themselves between the assailants and the victims. Professor Sprout hurried to assess the situation of the three, while Professor Flitwick glared at the violent students, his wand at the ready. Professor McGonagall, her face a mask of disbelief, stood in the center of the auditorium. "What are you doing? Ganging up on a fellow student? This is Hogwarts, not a savage arena. Each of you should feel ashamed of your actions. Consider your classmates. They ought to be your allies, not your targets. From this moment forth, reflect on your behavior. Should such an incident occur again, you will face consequences." McGonagall's stern voice resonated throughout the hall, her eyes filled with disappointment and sorrow. The students, as if regaining their senses, dared not meet her gaze. Jiang Li entered the auditorium just in time to witness the scene. Observing the injuries on Lupin, her expression grew cold, and she remarked, loud enough for all to hear, "I expected Hogwarts students to possess intelligence. It seems I overestimated you. With a few careless words, you allowed yourselves to be manipulated, harming a fellow student. Unable even to pause and think. Truly disheartening." If McGonagall's gaze instilled guilt, Jiang Li's words felt like a stinging slap across their faces, igniting a sense of shame within them. Those who had participated in the assault dared not raise their heads. The professors escorted the injured trio to the infirmary. Jiang Li lingered behind, trailing a few steps, and upon reaching a deserted corridor, she encountered Severus. "Did you observe which students were involved?" she inquired. Severus nodded. "Indeed. I recorded everything that transpired. At this, Jiang Li sighed softly, realizing that despite stringent vigilance, many students had still succumbed to the allure of the Death Eaters. She had anticipated that the day's newspaper would reveal connections to the Death Eaters, yet she was disheartened by how easily these students were incited. It seemed she could not afford to overestimate human nature. Actually, the number of those joining the Death Eaters has diminished significantly. You have done well, Severus consoled her. Jiang Li waved her hand dismissively. I am not disheartened, but Lupin's injuries appear severe. The Death Eaters, it seems, are likely to leverage this pretext to compel Dumbledore to resign from his position as headmaster. It appears that Voldemort is genuinely wary of Dumbledore, resorting to such petty tactics. The death at the Triwizard Tournament has likely awakened many to the looming threat. Compounded by Hogwarts' subtle yet effective efforts to instill in its students the realization that the Death Eaters are far from the noble figures they once imagined. The ranks of the Death Eaters have considerably diminished, while the membership of Dumbledore's Order of the Phoenix continues to swell. Coupled with the Ministry of Magic's scrutiny of the families associated with the Death Eaters, it is no wonder that Voldemort feels a sense of urgency. The act of splitting one's soul is inherently unstable, and it seems that matters are not proceeding smoothly. Jiang Li surmises that Voldemort will soon make his move, though his intentions remain unclear. Recently, Voldemort's temperament has become increasingly unpredictable, with several of his pawns meeting untimely ends and no messages returning from them. Are you going to assist Lupin? Snape inquired. Perceiving his thoughts, Jiang Li smiled and suggested, you might consider visiting the infirmary to check on Lupin and see if he requires our assistance. I shall not go, Snape replied, unwilling to encounter James and Sirius. Lily will surely visit the infirmary as well. If she sees us together, foolish James will undoubtedly become jealous. It baffles me what James thinks, as he shows no signs of concern when Lily is with other boys. The moment she approaches him even slightly, he hastily sidles up to her, regarding me with the eyes of a predator. Truly, he is a fool. Very well. Perhaps you would prefer to join me in the headmaster's office to hear about Dumbledore's forthcoming plans, Jiang Li offered with a gesture. After a brief pause, Snape said, I think I shall visit Lupin instead. It is preferable to confronting Dumbledore's scheming visage. Understanding his sentiment, Jiang Li refrained from further comment. In truth, she had little desire to meet with Dumbledore. In the infirmary, Madame Pomfrey had administered healing spells and potions to the three of them. Sirius and James found their wounds nearly healed, while Lupin's condition was more severe, necessitating an overnight stay. Once the professors departed, Sirius and James immediately gathered around Lupin's bed to commence their discussion. Who could have leaked that Lupin is a werewolf? Only we knew, James exclaimed, striking the bedpost in frustration. Madame Pomfrey, hearing the commotion, swiftly approached to admonish them. Did I not instruct you to maintain absolute silence in the infirmary? If you cannot behave, you may leave at once. Her demeanor towards these frequent visitors was far from cordial. James promptly retracted, adopting a semblance of obedience. Once Madame Pomfrey was out of earshot, the trio resumed their hushed conversation. Wait, aside from us, there is one other person who knows about Remus being a werewolf. Sirius said slowly. Are you suggesting that Wormtail leaked Lupin's secret? James's expression shifted to one of agitation, indignantly declaring, I always knew that scoundrel was up to no good. Lupin regarded him as a close friend, yet he would betray him in such a way. Impossible, Snape would never do such a thing, Lupin interjected earnestly, his expression serious. Though he may appear aloof, I firmly believe he would never betray a friend. Who else could it be? It's certainly isn't Peter, is it? James retorted, vexed. A moment of silence enveloped the room. Lupin opened his mouth, but ultimately said nothing, closing it again. Observing their reactions, James stared at them in disbelief. Surely, you two do not suspect Peter? I admit he has acted inappropriately before, but he has apologized, and I trust he would never betray us again. Sirius, with arms crossed, regarded James skeptically. Have you not noticed? We haven't seen him in days. Even so, that does not definitively implicate Peter. I still believe Wormtail is the more likely culprit, James insisted, clenching his fists with unwavering conviction. He must harbor resentment due to my mocking him during the flying exam. And now he is targeting Lupin. I am not so foolish as to frame someone over such trivial matters, a sarcastic voice chimed in from behind. Chapter 172. You never considered me a friend. James's expression faltered slightly as he turned to see Snape, seemingly having entered the infirmary unnoticed. Sirius feigned interest in the ceiling, having previously signaled to James, who, in his agitation, had failed to notice. Caught in the act of speaking ill, James felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, yet he feigned composure. What did I say that was incorrect? Who else would engage in such behavior? Snape's lips curled in disdain, his expression betraying annoyance at such unfounded accusations. If you possessed even a modicum of intelligence, You might consider using it instead of allowing it to become overgrown with weeds. At these words, James erupted in anger. Sirius and Lupin quickly subdued him, one covering his mouth while the other restrained his limbs. Cease your noise. If Madame Pomfrey hears us, she will undoubtedly throw us all out, Sirius cautioned. Lupin, casting an apologetic glance at Snape, interjected, James did not mean it that way. Please do not take offense. I genuinely believe you would never stoop to such treachery. Snape, dismissing the furious James entirely, addressed Lupin coolly. The werewolf experiment we discussed earlier is ready. If you wish to proceed, you may come find me. Without awaiting a response, Snape turned and departed, as though even a moment longer in their company was unbearable. In that moment, Lupin recalled the experiment Jiang Li had mentioned. His fingers curling slightly against the white sheets, his expression conflicted. What experiment? James, still processing the situation, was met with Sirius' sudden realization. Recalling Jiang Li's words in the Shrieking Shack. No, you cannot seek out Snape. Professor Malfoy is dead. If his experiment succeeded, he would not be looking to you for trials. Do not let him deceive you. Sirius looked at Lupin with utmost seriousness. Since Dumbledore permitted you to attend Hogwarts, you are a student here and entitled to all the rights that entails. You need not concern yourself with what others might say. Though James was unclear about the details, he placed a reassuring hand on Lupin's shoulder. Rest assured, I will always stand by your side. At this, a flicker of light returned to Lupin's dim eyes, and he managed a faint smile, whispering, thank you. After a brief stay in the infirmary, Madame Pomfrey promptly ushered James and Sirius out, insisting they not disturb Lupin's rest. Once outside, they hurried to their dormitory, where they happened upon the figure of Peter Pettigrew. Upon spotting them, Peter's eyes darted with panic, and he hastily concealed his hands. Once inside the dormitory, Sirius shut the door behind them. James fixed an accusatory gaze upon Peter. Did you disclose Lupin's secret? I did not, Peter replied. Peter hastily refuted. How could I possibly betray my friends? Really? James inquired, his tone laced with skepticism. Indeed, Peter promptly affirmed. James, somewhat convinced, began to suspect that another party might be responsible for the matter at hand. Sirius scrutinized every movement of Peter, observing him persistently tugging at the sleeve of his left arm, his eyes narrowing slightly. Is there something in your hand? Why do you keep it hidden behind your back? He questioned. At these words, a flicker of panic flashed in Peter's eyes as he quickly forced a bright smile, saying, nothing at all. He extended his hand, revealing it to the two of them. I have nothing concealed. However, Sirius remained unconvinced, regarding Peter's pallor with suspicion. Why does your face appear so ashen? Are you unwell? It's nothing, just feeling a bit off, Peter stammered, sensing that his thoughts had been laid bare. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead, and he instinctively lifted his head to wipe it away. Peter, what is it that you hold in your hand? James, noticing a dark object beneath his sleeve, craned his neck to see better. Nothing, Peter replied, gripping his hand tightly, his voice rising with agitation. Even James, typically oblivious to subtleties, sensed something amiss. Sirius turned to James and commanded, seize him. Let us uncover what he is concealing. Without hesitation, James complied, restraining Peter from moving. You cannot treat me like this. Peter protested vehemently. Sirius, undeterred by his frantic struggles, pulled back Peter's robe, revealing the writhing dark mark on his left forearm. The instant James laid eyes on the mark, he was rendered speechless. Seizing the opportunity, Peter wriggled free, hastily covering the mark with his hand. You have joined the Death Eaters. Sirius glared at Peter, his eyes sharp with accusation. You betrayed Lupin, didn't you? James, coming to his senses, stared incredulously at Peter, demanding, why would you do this? Lupin treated you so well. Are we not friends? Peter clutched the dark mark tightly, shrinking back, his gaze darting anxiously as he trembled. No, it wasn't me. I swear it wasn't he. I didn't want this. That day, the Dark Lord's followers captured me in the Forbidden Forest. If I didn't divulge something useful, they would kill me. I was merely trying to survive. The revelation of Lupin's identity as a werewolf would result in nothing more than expulsion from school, but refusal could lead to death. Given such circumstances, why did you not confide in us? James could not fathom his rationale. We could have helped you. Peter lifted his gaze, his eyes brimming with desperation and remorse. Please, forgive me. I know I have committed a grave mistake. I should not have acted so, but I was terrified. I lost my wits. Please believe me, I am truly remorseful. He sank to his knees, weeping profusely. I swear, I shall make amends for my wrongs. If only you would forgive me. Sirius, cooler than James, regarded Peter with a steady gaze. No, you do not truly believe you have erred. You have always been this way. This is not your first betrayal. In the face of adversity, you have always been the first to flee. We have never reproached you for it, but now you have joined the Death Eaters and revealed Lupin's secret. How can we trust you? Peter, do not take us for fools. James, who had felt a twinge of compassion, now regarded Peter with a serious expression, his gaze tinged with disdain. You have utterly disappointed me. As he witnessed the contempt in their eyes, Peter's facade crumbled, his expression darkening. Do not speak so piously. You never regarded me as a friend. To you, I was merely your pet. Chapter 173, Not Friends. James, behind his black-rimmed glasses, was filled with disbelief. How could you think that? I have always considered you a friend. He glared at Peter in indignation. Have we not treated you well? When no one else would play with you, was it not us who invited you to join us? Peter appeared amused by this assertion. Why did no one want to play with me? Was it not because of you? His gaunt, pallid face twisted with resentment, and his eyes, usually filled with fear and anxiety, now blazed with a profound hatred. If it were not for your constant mischief, resulting in the loss of so many points for the house, how could the other students have shunned me? I never wished to participate in your nocturnal escapades. I never wanted to torment others with you. It was all your fault. When he first entered Hogwarts, Peter had hoped to study diligently. Yet he soon realized that effort did not always yield rewards. Sirius and James, despite their mischief, consistently outperformed him academically. Moreover, their financial circumstances far surpassed his own. Apart from Lupin, no other student was as impoverished as he, with his robes being tattered. He began to ingratiate himself with James, hoping for a sliver of financial support to ease his burdens. Yet James, seemingly oblivious to his plight, merely dragged him into further chaos, and gradually, other students began to distance themselves from him. However, James and Sirius were different. Despite their prankster ways, their privileged backgrounds and handsome appearances still attracted friends. How could these individuals look down upon him merely for his lack of wealth? He yearned for riches, even if it meant selling his soul, desiring the envy of others and countless galleons. Initially, he had no intention of betraying James, but that day in the Forbidden Forest, encountering the Death Eaters, he was merely trying to survive. Why could they not understand his predicament? If you did not wish to partake in nocturnal escapades or mischief, you could have spoken up. We would not have forced you. James struggled to comprehend his inner turmoil. Would my refusal have mattered? I have told you before that I dislike night adventures. Yet you still drag me along. Peter glared at James and Sirius with resentment, his voice hoarse. How could individuals like you, born to privilege, ever grasp my inner thoughts? You have never considered my perspective. You claim to regard me as a friend. Then let me pose a question. Do you even know when my birthday is? Upon hearing this, Sirius and James fell silent. They racked their brains, but could not recall Peter's birthday. You see, you do not even remember my birthday. Yet I remember yours. Peter angrily wiped away the tears threatening to spill, glaring fiercely at the two. What wrong have I committed? Sirius, observing Peter calmly, responded. Even if we have erred, Lupin has never wronged you. He has sincerely regarded you as a friend, preparing thoughtful birthday gifts for you every year. That is not a justification for betrayal. If he considers me a friend, then he should not hold me accountable for such matters. Peter wiped his eyes, his lips trembling as he forced himself to shout, I am not at fault. This is not my fault. He clutched the dark mark on his hand, a faint pain radiating from it. Observing his obstinate demeanor, James, whose once bright and confident eyes now brimmed with fury and disdain, seemed as though he could inflict 1,000 tortures upon Peter with just a glance. You are truly repugnant. How could someone like you belong to Gryffindor? He retorted angrily. Sirius, maintaining his composure, replied, If you have grievances against us, you could have expressed them from the outset, rather than feigning innocence while partaking in our misdeeds. No one wishes to befriend you, not because you lack our merit, but rather because you have never regarded others as friends, which is why they shun your company. I shall inform Lupin of this matter, and he will decide whether to grant you forgiveness. Sirius placed a ring upon the table, a birthday gift once bestowed upon him by Peter. Perhaps we have indeed erred in the past, and I can offer you my apologies. However, we shall no longer be friends. Should we encounter each other outside Hogwarts in the future, I will not be so easily lenient. His rebellious gaze briefly assessed Peter before he turned abruptly and departed. James cast one last glance at Peter before following Sirius into the corridor. Once outside, James caught up with Sirius. We must return shortly. After all, we are still dormitory mates with Peter. At this, Sirius frowned, clearly reluctant to face Peter's countenance again. If he has any sense, he will request a room change after today. What shall we do tonight then? We can't possibly remain outside all night. James shoved his hands into his robes, his eyes glinting with a new idea. We could spend the night with the new professor, he proposed. Why go to him? Hagrid's place would suffice, Sirius countered, feeling that the new professor might not be the best fit for their company. Hagrid's is unfit. His bed is far too hard. After sleeping there once, my back ached for days, James lamented. He envisioned the new professor as well-dressed and amiable, confident that he would not deny them a night's lodging. Reluctantly, Sirius acquiesced and followed James to the professor's quarters. The two stood outside the door, and Sirius crossed his arms, gazing at James. If you wish to stay here, you must plead with him. I shall not. With that, he approached and rapped on the door. Knock, knock, knock. The wooden door echoed with a crisp sound, yet no response came from within. James, undeterred, knocked more forcefully, the sound resonating loudly. Sirius glanced at the darkening sky and remarked, Professor Sue should still be in class. He likely won't be here. Why didn't you tell me sooner? James exclaimed, wincing as his hand throbbed from the knocking. I had just remembered, Sirius replied. The two turned, intending to seek out Jiang Li in the potions classroom, when the door behind them suddenly swung open. Upon hearing the noise, Sirius turned to find a familiar house elf peering out. Creature, taken aback to see Sirius and James, hastily attempted to shut the door. However, Sirius swiftly wedged his foot in to prevent it from closing, pushing against it to gain entry. What is going on? James queried, observing Sirius's effort to force the door open. Inside was the house elf from the Black family. Sirius exerted pressure on the door and shouted, Creature, you need not hide. I have already seen you. What are you doing in the professor's quarters? Fearing that Regulus's secret would be unveiled, Creature braced himself against the door, trying desperately to close it. Noticing Sirius's struggle, James drew his wand and cast a spell at the door. Alohamra. In an instant, the heavy wooden door exploded into splinters. The house elf, startled, scrambled to his feet. Sirius dashed inside, seizing Creature and fixing him with a frosty glare. What are you doing here? Is Regulus sending you to carry out some nefarious deed? Creature, struggling against Sirius's grip, protested loudly. Master Regulus would never do anything wrong. He protects me. He is a brave hero. Sirius scoffed, a glint of coldness in his eyes. A hero? He has joined the Death Eaters, serving as Voldemort's lapdog. Such a person does not deserve the title of hero. I will not allow you to defame Master Regulus. Creature shouted, raising a fist in a futile display of defiance. His anger palpable. What defamation? Sirius released him, sneering, someone who only knows of blood purity, like him, is no different from the lunatics in the Black family. Be quiet. Be quiet. I will not permit you to speak ill of Master Regulus, you traitor of pure blood. Creature trembled with rage, his eyes bulging, his emaciated chest heaving as if he might lunge at Sirius at any moment, waving his bony arms and roaring in fury. James approached, inquiring of Sirius. Is this your family's house elf? Sirius smirked derisively. He is a product of the Black family. A foolish creature who has always favored my brother, who has joined the Death Eaters. Should we not capture him? He must have some plot for coming here. James suggested seriously. Very well, let us seize him, Sirius agreed, suspecting that Creature had been sent by Regulus to pilfer something. What are you two doing? Just as they were about to apprehend Creature, a deep voice resonated from behind them. James turned to see Snape, standing at the door, his expression dark and displeased. What are you two doing here? Did you break down this door? He observed the splintered wood on the ground. James, feeling a twinge of guilt, feigned calmness. So what if I did? What are you doing here? Surely, you aren't trying to steal from the professor. To blast open the professor's door and intrude upon his quarters. Your audacity knows no bounds, Snape said, his gaze icy as it swept over them before landing on Creature in the living room. Return to your quarters. At his command, Creature promptly retreated, shutting the door firmly behind him. Sirius narrowed his eyes at Snape. What is your connection with Regulus? Why does Creature obey your commands? He knew all too well how much the old, foolish elf despised those outside pureblood families. Aside from his brother and the Blacks, he listened to no one. Why could Snape command him? With a flick of his wand, Snape restored the door to its original state, regarding Sirius with a frigid stare, his chin slightly raised. Are you so eager to know? As if struck by a revelation, Sirius's expression darkened considerably. You have joined the Death Eaters? In response, Snape's gaze was filled with disdain, as if he were looking at someone perpetually foolish. What does that look mean? Sirius felt insulted, pointing his wand at Snape. Fool. Snape swiftly raised his hand and deftly disarmed him, his gaze laced with disdain as he remarked, Follow me. I shall unveil the truth. He proceeded towards Regulus's chamber. Sirius was taken aback by Snape's formidable prowess, particularly his ability to cast a silent spell that disarmed him in an instant. It was well known that his dueling skills surpassed those of most students in the entire school, yet this greasy-haired individual proved unexpectedly strong. Maintaining a stoic expression, he trailed behind. James also retrieved his wand and followed suit. As Snape pushed open the door, he found Creature perched anxiously on a stool by the bedside, his feet swinging restlessly as he gazed worriedly at the unconscious Regulus lying on the bed. Snape stepped aside, permitting Sirius to enter. Tension coiled within Sirius as he anticipated potential danger, only to be met with the sight of his brother. Regulus lay still on the hospital bed, his complexion pallid as parchment, seemingly devoid of vitality. His dark hair lay disheveled upon the pillow, his eyes firmly shut, with only the faintest breath attesting to his survival. Sirius shuddered, advancing towards the bed, extending a hand to check for his brother's breath. Sensing the feeble exhalation, he released a sigh of relief. He turned to Snape, demanding, "Who has done this to him?" "No one harmed him," Snape replied, stepping closer to Regulus and producing a vial of potion. He pinched Regulus's mouth open and administered the potion. "What are you giving him?" Sirius watched warily. "It is his antidote," Snape replied, his expression inscrutable as he met Sirius's gaze. Regulus uncovered Voldemort's secret. He compelled Creature to take him to seek out Voldemort's Horcrux. There, he ingested a considerable amount of poison and was nearly drowned by a horde of inferi. He then produced a small note from a nearby drawer, tossing it into Sirius's lap. Sirius's mind buzzed in disbelief, feeling as though Snape were jesting. Regulus, so rigid and austere, akin to the rest of the Black family. How could he possibly defy Voldemort? He lowered his gaze to the note, slowly unfolding it. "To the Dark Lord, by the time you read this letter, I shall be dead. However, I wish to inform you that I have uncovered your secret. I have taken the true Horcrux and shall destroy it forthwith. I willingly embrace death to confront you, a mere mortal flesh and blood. Rab, Regulus Arcturus Black." Simply perusing the words brought a suffocating sensation to Sirius. His brother was not a self-serving Death Eater. He was far braver than he had ever imagined, even to the point of sacrificing his life. Reminiscing about their previous argument, where he had hurled many harsh words at Regulus, Sirius felt a heat rise to his face, gazing at his brother, who lay there teetering between life and death. His voice trembled. "He never told me any of this." Snape, exuding impatience at Sirius's belated remorse, retorted coldly, "Are you not brothers? Would you not inquire about such matters? Do you only argue when you meet, leaving nothing else to discuss?" His words struck a painful chord within Sirius. He had never truly listened to Regulus. Chapter 175. No Sweets. The Black Family, Forever Pure. As the heir of the Black family, Sirius had been rigorously conditioned from a young age to uphold all that befitted his status. His mother was obsessively fanatical, often descending into hysterics to impress upon him the importance of blood purity. To her, any wizard not of pure blood was filthy and lowly. The weight of the Black heir's name felt like a noose, choking the very breath from Sirius. At the age of 7, when Walburga discovered Sirius's clandestine pet dog in the yard, she killed it before his eyes, igniting a furious rebellion within him. He had a fierce argument with his mother and fled the Black family estate. It was the first time he experienced freedom. He met James, the child of the traitor in his mother's eyes. With James, he felt an instant connection, as though James were his true brother. He embodied the wild, untamed wind that Sirius found so endearing. "Sirius, you ought not to provoke Mother." One late night, as he sneaked back home, Sirius was intercepted by Regulus at the threshold of his bedroom. His dark eyes bore a grave expression, attempting to appear more mature despite being a year younger. Sirius held disdain for this brother, although they were both children of the Black family. Regulus had not endured their mother's relentless pressure to conform, yet still embodied an archaic, foolish adherence to her whims, devoid of any sense of self. "Are you done? If so, you may leave." He shoved past Regulus, irritation lacing his tone. "I am not like you. I won't suppress my rage over a pet killed by Mother. If you choose to be a puppet of the Blacks, that is your affair, but do not expect me to follow suit. I will never submit to her." Sirius retreated into his room, casting one last glance at Regulus. The entryway was dimly lit, and Regulus stood in shadows, his figure blending into the night, exuding a sense of solitude. He closed the door, unwilling to look back at his brother, who seemed so fortunate, yet failed to appreciate his blessings. Sirius loathed the atmosphere of their home. Each time he witnessed his mother's hysterics due to his disobedience, a part of him felt a twisted sense of joy, as if he had pierced the veil of his own shackles. He could not fathom why the pursuit of blood purity turned one into a madman. He had no desire to become such. Thus, like James, he chose Gryffindor House. Unsurprisingly, this decision incited his mother's fury, yet he relished the freedom of school, where the emphasis on blood purity was absent. However, when Regulus enrolled and frequently conveyed their mother's messages like a soulless puppet, Sirius's loathing for him intensified, especially upon learning that Regulus had joined the Death Eaters. Now someone was revealing to him that his brother was not a coward. He was braver than himself, even risking his life to oppose Voldemort. Sirius felt disoriented, as if the judgments he had held for over a decade were being overturned. He recognized how narrow-minded he had been, perpetually viewing his brother through a lens of prejudice. Ahem. James's heavy cough shattered the oppressive silence in the room. He plopped down beside Regulus's bed, taking hold of his brother's slightly bluish hand, his demeanor serious. Given that Regulus was injured in his rebellion against Voldemort, he is our hero. We cannot allow our hero to feel disheartened, so I propose we keep vigil tonight. I shall sleep here with Regulus, to care for him. As he spoke, he lifted the covers from Regulus's bed, preparing to lie down in the middle. The others, The previously delicate atmosphere shifted instantly to one of levity, all due to James's interruption. Snape's lips twitched slightly as he gravely stated, "Who has permitted you to stay here? You ought to return to your dormitory." "I do not wish to return. I want to remain here," James insisted. James raised an eyebrow and tilted his chin slightly. Addressing Snape, "You're not a professor, so why do you care so much? I trust Professor Sue. She is such a kind person and will undoubtedly agree to our request." "She will not agree," Snape replied coldly. "You're not a professor. How do you know what she thinks?" James instinctively retorted. Snape opened his mouth to respond, but swallowed his words. These two fools would certainly not keep a secret. "Professor McGonagall will absolutely not allow you to remain out of the dormitory," he stated with a stern expression. "I need to stay here to look after my brother. If you wish to report me to Professor McGonagall, then be my guest. I am not afraid of losing points." Sirius stepped forward, his gaze resolute, as if daring Snape to attempt to eject him. Snape furrowed his brow slightly. His thin lips pressed into a straight line as he regarded the two obstinate boys in the room. He recognized that reasoning with them was futile, unless he resorted to harsher measures. "You may stay here, but you are forbidden from leaving this room to disturb others. Otherwise, I will not let you off easily." Snape turned and closed the door, not wishing to see either of them. Watching the door close, James turned to Sirius in confusion. "Isn't this Professor Sue's office? Why does Snape act as if it's his domain? Why should we heed his words?" Sirius also just realized the inconsistency. Indeed, why should we listen to Snape? Just now, I felt a sense of tension as if facing a professor. In the headmaster's office, Dumbledore stood quietly by the window, his tall figure outlined in golden sunlight. He slightly tilted his head, the crescent-shaped glasses reflecting a mysterious glimmer, a newspaper in hand. As Jiang Li entered the office, Dumbledore's gaze shifted from the newspaper to her, his lips curling into a gentle smile. "Gadnia, what brings you here?" "I came to check on your well-being." Jiang Li surveyed the office, noting that the desk, typically overflowing with candies, was now devoid of any. Doubting her eyes, she scrutinized it further. Dumbledore seemed to sense her thoughts and replied with a kind smile. "It appears that Fawkes sensed your arrival and took all the candies from the desk." Upon hearing this, Jiang Li couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. It was clear that Dumbledore had anticipated her visit and had collected the candies beforehand, feigning that it was Fawkes who had taken them. "I'm not here to pilfer your sweets. Is such wariness truly necessary?" Dumbledore merely smiled in response. Could it be that the candies on his desk were pilfered by Peeves? Observing his miserly demeanor, Jiang Li felt no anger and retrieved the candies he had hidden in the pen holder. Dumbledore inquired, "How did you discover them?" Jiang Li, as if seeing through his thoughts, replied cheerfully, "The candies were too well concealed. The wrappers were peeking out. Next time, you ought to choose a more discreet hiding spot." At her words, Dumbledore's smile faded. He looked at Jiang Li with a hint of resignation. "Gadnia, you must not deprive an old man of his few pleasures." "You make a valid point," Jiang Li said, stuffing more candies into her pockets. "Since you've gifted me so many, I must show my gratitude. I have a present for you." She produced several crystal orbs containing fragments of Voldemort's soul from her bracelet. Upon seeing the Horcruxes, Dumbledore could not suppress his surprise and stood up. He examined the crystal orbs closely, realizing they indeed contained Voldemort's remnants. He looked seriously at Jiang Li and asked, "How did you acquire these?" Jiang Li, casually peeling a chocolate-covered bug, replied nonchalantly, "I found one fragment in the room of requirement, extracted it, and with a bit of finesse, located the others. By the way, one fragment tried to tempt me, and I disposed of it, so there might be one less." Her nonchalant demeanor astonished Dumbledore. He knew well how cautious Voldemort was, never allowing his Horcruxes to be easily found, yet Jiang Li had discovered so many. Looking at the similar crystal orbs on the table, Dumbledore felt something was amiss. Given Voldemort's character, how could he possibly use such cheap and commonplace items as Horcruxes? These objects seemed less like Horcruxes and more like containers for imprisoning fragments of souls. Were they in this form when you obtained them? Dumbledore's wise gaze fixed on Jiang Li. Without a hint of embarrassment, she replied swiftly, "Indeed, they were just as I found them." Dumbledore, sensing her evasion, realized she was not being entirely truthful. It appeared that the vessel used for Voldemort's Horcruxes must have been something exceedingly rare and valuable. Otherwise, Jiang Li wouldn't have exchanged it. He pondered for a moment and cautiously probed, "Have you heard of Ravenclaw's diadem?" "Of course I have." Jiang Li twirled a quill, feigning curiosity as she looked at Dumbledore. "What is the material of that diadem? Could you lend it to me for research?" Dumbledore, unable to discern any clues from her eyes, felt an instinctive certainty that whatever Jiang Li had acquired was significant. He regarded her with a benevolent smile. "I do not know the whereabouts of that diadem. Perhaps one day it will resurface. However, if you are able to obtain these items, I trust you would return them to Hogwarts, as they hold exceptional significance for the institution." Jiang Li immediately assured him with utmost seriousness, "Of course, if I encounter them, I will certainly return them." How absurd. After all the effort to acquire them, she first intended to study them. If Hogwarts truly valued these items, they ought to safeguard them properly rather than allow Voldemort to take them for his Horcruxes. The essence of the legacy lies in the spirit, not the objects themselves. Jiang Li felt no remorse regarding this matter. Seeing that Jiang Li revealed nothing further, Dumbledore conceded. His hand rested on the crystal orb, observing the chaotic black remnants within. A flicker of concern crossing his blue eyes. "Gadnia, what is it that you yearn for?" Dumbledore suddenly inquired, his deep gaze probing into Jiang Li's soul. He had secretly investigated Jiang Li's background, a collateral branch of the Malfoy family, orphaned, and with limited social interactions until the age of 17. Afterward, she suddenly emerged in the wizarding world, displaying profound magical prowess and exceptional talent in alchemy. Even her friend, Nicodemus, often wrote to praise her. At times, Dumbledore saw shadows of his past in Jiang Li. He feared she might make the same foolish decisions he once did. Jiang Li perceived the wariness in his eyes, pondered briefly, and slowly replied, "I do not yearn for much. Everything I desire is already by my side. If possible, I wish for my deceased family and friends to have another life." Dumbledore was momentarily taken aback, noticing a fleeting sadness in her eyes. "I apologize, my child. I did not intend to bring up your sorrow." "It's nothing," Jiang Li responded with grace. "It is all in the past. I have long ceased to grieve. But what about you?" She tilted her head slightly and directly probed into his heart. "Have you done something to wrong your family?" Upon hearing this, Dumbledore's smile dimmed considerably as he replied, "What makes you ask that? A few days ago, I visited the Hogshead Inn, and I noticed that the owner, as well as a portrait of a young girl hanging on the wall, bore a striking resemblance to you. Are you related?" Jiang Li inquired. Judging by appearances, it seemed that Dumbledore was indeed blood-related to them, yet it appeared that no one had ever mentioned this connection, nor did anyone know of their relationship. "Abeforth is my brother, and the portrait of the young girl is my sister, Ariana." As he spoke her name, Dumbledore paused, a flicker of sorrow crossing his deep-set eyes. He turned to Jiang Li and asked, "Child, would you be interested in hearing my story?" "I'd rather not." Jiang Li quickly raised her hand in a gesture of interruption. "Your story is your private affair. You should cherish it for yourself. There is no necessity to share it with me. The memories of the past are akin to scars. Every mention of them is like reopening a wound that had begun to heal." Jiang Li had no desire to witness Dumbledore weep before her. Upon hearing this, Dumbledore wore an expression of regret. "I thought you might be curious about my story. I am indeed curious. But that does not mean I must delve into the secrets of others." Jiang Li transformed the finished sugar coating into a shimmering little star and placed it in Dumbledore's somewhat aged palm, speaking softly, "Let the past remain in the past. Do not torment yourself with it. It seems you have already surmised the truth," Dumbledore said, a hint of sorrow lining his gaze. "My sister's death is indeed tied to me. My youthful ignorance and desire for power led to her demise." Jiang Li interjected. "Didn't I say I didn't want to hear it? Why are you still beating around the bush?" "Jiang Li, you are quite perceptive. I do not wish for you to let desire cloud your heart, causing you to forget what is truly important in your life," Dumbledore stated earnestly as he regarded her. In response, Jiang Li couldn't help but self-reflect. Did she possess a face that suggested she was capable of wrongdoing? Why did Dumbledore always seem inclined to impart moral lessons whenever he saw her? She looked at him and suggested with a smile, "Why not record this speech of yours and play it repeatedly beside these lingering souls? Perhaps they might be swayed by your words." Jiang Li felt no need for redemption. Her only concern was for her own interests. Noticing her impatience, Dumbledore made no effort to retain her. As she turned away from the newly closed door, he was struck by a wave of memories. A fluttering sound came from outside the window, and Fawkes flew in, clutching a sizable package in his talons, which he dropped onto the table. A cascade of assorted candies spilled forth from the parcel. Dumbledore gently lifted his hand to stroke Fawkes' head, saying, "Old friend, thank you for your comfort. I am well." Chapter 177. Everything is just fine as it is. Upon returning to her professor's quarters, Jiang Li sensed that something was amiss. It seemed there were two unfamiliar presences in Regulus's room. Gripping her wand, she approached the door with a cold expression. Turning the doorknob, she pushed the door open, only to find 3 bodies entangled on the bed. "I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt," she said, her face filled with regret as she began to step back, intending to close the door for them. "Professor, help me," Regulus exclaimed upon seeing Jiang Li, as if she were a savior. Sirius and James lay on the bed, their sleeping positions utterly disheveled, one foot resting on Regulus's chest while the other person's backside pressed against his cheek. Regulus, who had been peacefully asleep, was now unable to find rest, struggling against the two, his face etched with despair. Only then did Jiang Li halt her retreat. stepping into the room and observing the three boys crammed onto the not-so-large bed, smiling at Regulus. I didn't realize your bond was so strong that you all ended up sharing a bed. At this, Regulus appeared utterly defeated. I have no idea how they ended up here. God knows how terrifying it was to wake up to my brother's enlarged face, and then to see a large backside right beside me. These two were like octopuses, clinging to him in a wretched sleeping position. Regulus felt as though he might suffocate under their weight. Jiang Li showed no intention of rescuing him, smiling as she said, "Why not just wake them up yourself? Why do you need my help? Surely you enjoy their company." I tried, but they didn't wake up, Regulus replied, his youthful face filled with helplessness, wondering why these two slept so soundly. Jiang Li, intrigued, put away her wand and, finding James's face at the other end of the bed, gently tapped him. "James, wake up." James did not respond, merely scratching his face. Seeing this, Jiang Li raised an eyebrow, her eyes sparkling with mischief as she rolled up her sleeves, addressing Regulus. "I trust you won't mind if I employ some unconventional methods to wake them?" Regulus appeared somewhat bewildered. Why was she consulting his opinion? The next moment, he understood why. Jiang Li seized Sirius's hand and delivered a resounding slap across James's face. The sharp sound echoed through the room, leaving Regulus wincing at the mere thought of the pain, his weak expression filled with shock. He watched as James's face swelled from the impact, yet he remained unresponsive. Jiang Li, somewhat surprised, mused, under normal circumstances, with such a commotion, one would expect him to wake. She pinched James's cheek, examining it closely, and turned to Regulus, asking, "Did anyone come by just now?" "I don't know." Regulus shook his head. "I just woke up myself." "What about your house elf? Isn't he supposed to be here taking care of you?" Jiang Li inquired. At this, Regulus recalled Creature and called out into the air. In an instant, Creature's figure materialized within the room. "Master Regulus, you have finally awakened," Creature exclaimed, tears of joy welling in his eyes. "Do you know how those two ended up sleeping here?" Regulus asked. "They barged into the room earlier, insisting on staying to care for you. Mr. Snape was concerned that they might disturb your rest, so he instructed me to add some sleeping potion to the snacks they consumed," Creature replied respectfully. Jiang Li's understanding deepened. "So that was why they were sleeping so soundly. It made sense now. It seems they must have learned about your endeavors, since they wish to be around you. I shall not intrude any longer." Jiang Li teased Regulus, turning to leave. "Professor Malfoy, you should really move them to another location," Regulus urged quickly. Their sleeping arrangements were simply too chaotic. He certainly did not want to be crushed while trying to sleep. "I thought you enjoyed your time with Sirius," Jiang Li teased. She cast a transfiguration spell, transforming the nearby sofa into a bed, and used the levitation charm to move Sirius and James to the other side. Regulus felt the two burdens pressing down on him vanish, finally able to move freely. Upon recollecting a thought, he anxiously addressed Professor Jiang Li. "Professor Malfoy, I have asked Creature to retrieve a pendant. It is a Horcrux of Voldemort." Jiang Li gently interrupted him. "I am aware. I have already extracted Voldemort's fragment of soul and entrusted it to Dumbledore. He will manage the situation, so rest assured." At her words, Regulus exhaled a sigh of relief, a smile gracing his youthful visage as he gazed at Jiang Li, exclaiming, "It is truly delightful to see you again, Professor. Do you not hold any resentment for my feigned death?" Jiang Li inquired. "I understand that all you did was to assist me," Regulus replied. He was not one to be ungrateful. Given his capabilities, he would have been utterly incapable of eliminating Jiang Li and fulfilling Voldemort's task. Punishment would inevitably follow. As this thought crossed his mind, a sudden, excruciating pain surged through his hand. The Dark Lord was summoning him. Jiang Li picked up a freshly washed apple and took a bite, observing Regulus's previously pallid complexion contort in agony, sweat beading on his brow as he clutched his arm. Realizing something was amiss, she hurried to his side, witnessing the dark mark on his arm writhing as if it sought to break free from his veins. "The Dark Lord is summoning me," Regulus uttered in torment as waves of searing heat radiated from his arm. In response, Jiang Li grasped his left hand, her gaze fixed upon the grotesque mark, as her other hand enveloped it. For the sake of teaching, Jiang Li employed the visage of her elder brother. Her palm emanated a soft white glow, and a surge of magical energy enveloped her. Regulus felt an overwhelming surge of magical power. The once ethereal energy coalesced into a tempest within the room. The wind tousled their hair, and Regulus beheld Jiang Li's pupils shift to a violet hue. Her dark hair dancing wildly across her forehead, her expression tranquil yet distant. No, it was more akin to the nonchalance of a formidable being. "Professor Malfoy, you are extraordinarily powerful." The gust within the room abruptly ceased, Jiang Li's pupils returning to their normal hue as her hair settled upon her forehead. She spoke softly to Regulus. "It is done." Releasing his hand, the dark mark that had been etched upon his arm vanished without a trace. Regulus gazed in astonishment at his wrist, raising his hand to touch it, sensing no trace of the Dark Lord's presence. Perhaps I exerted too much force. Jiang Li mused, glancing at his now unblemished arm, taken aback. Was Voldemort's mark truly so feeble? Previously, she had also branded her subordinates with soul marks, which typically inflicted damage upon their very essence. She had merely intended to sever the connection, yet it had completely obliterated the mark. Hearing Jiang Li's words, Regulus found himself questioning his own existence. He had been tormented by this mark to no end, yet Jiang Li had effortlessly dispelled it. Even Dumbledore might not have achieved such a feat. Jiang Li, somewhat troubled, looked at Regulus and suggested, "Shall I place a false mark upon you?" She recalled that most members of the Black family held Voldemort's ideology in high regard. "No need for that," Regulus replied, gazing at his arm, his voice gentle and warm. "I believe this is quite sufficient as it is." Chapter 178. It seems you might be getting a girlfriend. Observing Regulus's indifference to the matter, Jiang Li refrained from elaborating further. After all, Regulus was not in the best of health, and his demeanor was unlike that of James and Sirius. So Jiang Li felt no apprehension regarding him being discovered should he venture out secretly. The following morning, upon awakening, neither James nor Sirius had stirred, and Jiang Li surmised it was likely due to an excessive dosage of sleeping draught. She attended her classes as usual, though the atmosphere within the school had grown somewhat peculiar. In the public corridor, Jiang Li spotted Lupin, solitary, and clutching a book as he made his way to class. Those around him, upon encountering him, would hastily avert their gazes, their expressions rife with fear and disdain. The ancient portraits adorning the walls had their eyes fixated upon Lupin, whispering amongst themselves, "Is that the werewolf?" One questioned, "Oh, Dumbledore has truly lost his wits, allowing a werewolf to mingle within Hogwarts. It is as though he disregards the safety of the students entirely. Hey, do not speak thus. I find this boy quite admirable. Previously, when my portrait was askew due to Peeves, he helped me set it right. Such unkind words would surely sadden him. That was before he transformed into a werewolf. If he does so, your portrait would be the first casualty, you thick-headed oaf. What? You dare insult me? What of it, you dolt? What are you doing? Get out of my frame. It hurts. Stop." The figures within the portrait erupted into a quarrel, engaging in a comical scuffle, completely disregarding their dignity. Peeves emerged from the wall, drawn by the commotion, cheering on the bickering portraits. Lupin endeavored to adjust his mindset, striving to remain unfazed by the disdainful gazes. However, those stares felt palpable, rendering him uncomfortable. Mustering his courage, he greeted a fellow student with whom he usually got along. "Rod, good morning." The other boy, upon noticing Lupin's greeting, turned abruptly and walked away, as if he had not seen him at all. Lupin's outstretched hand froze in midair, akin to a bucket of cold water being dumped upon him, leaving him chilled to the bone, the light in his eyes gradually extinguishing. Peeves, having observed Lupin's isolation, fluttered over to him, whistling cheerfully. Well, if it isn't the infamous werewolf, Lupin. All alone, are we? Where are your usual two friends? Are they afraid of you too?" He mischievously hovered beside Lupin, his voice playfully ringing out, "How pitiful, no one wishes to be your friend." Before he could finish, a gust of wind swept in, carrying Peeves away amidst his shrieks. Lupin stared in astonishment at Jiang Li, who had come to his aid. Jiang Li regarded him and said softly, "Next time you encounter Peeves, simply dismiss him without a second thought." "Thank you, Professor," Lupin replied, his eyes brimming with gratitude. Witnessing his foolish demeanor, Jiang Li felt a pang of sympathy and gently asked, "Are you on your way to Transfiguration class?" "Yes," Lupin replied promptly. "I was just looking for Professor McGonagall. Shall we go together?" Jiang Li suggested casually. At her words, Lupin felt a slight sense of relief, walking beside Jiang Li. As if the scrutinizing gazes had dissipated, he found solace in the presence of the professor beside him. "You truly need not concern yourself with their glares. You have done nothing wrong." A deep male voice resonated beside him. Realizing it was Jiang Li speaking to him, Lupin quickly responded, "I am fine. I can understand their perspective. Werewolves are indeed quite terrifying. I have grown accustomed to it." Before entering Hogwarts, the people around him had always regarded him with such eyes. Having spent considerable time at Hogwarts, he had nearly forgotten that he was not a typical wizard. This is not a commendable trait. Kind-hearted individuals often bear the burdens of others' issues upon their own shoulders. Jiang Li spoke softly. It was the first time Lupin had heard such words. He paused, slightly taken aback, and asked, "Is kindness a flaw?" "Kindness is certainly not a flaw, but it should not serve as a weapon for others to inflict harm upon you." Jiang Li replied gently, her gaze fixed on Lupin. Lupin fell silent, as if contemplating her words. Jiang Li did not interrupt him, and the two walked on in quietude. "Severus, this is a gift I have prepared for you. Do you like it?" The girl's melodious voice resonated from the front. Jiang Li and Lupin instinctively turned their gaze toward the source of the sound. At the entrance of the Transfiguration classroom stood an adorable Slytherin girl before Snape. In her hands, she held a bouquet of vibrant roses, her eyes reflecting Snape's form, and her cheeks adorned with a bashful blush. "This must be Snape's fiancée," lamented Lupin, regretting that Professor Malfoy would never have the opportunity to witness their wedding. Jiang Li, surprised, pondered, when did Snape's fiancée change? She was entirely unaware. Sensing Jiang Li's astonishment, Lupin kindly explained. Was it not rumored for some time that Snape's fiancée was someone else? Everyone observed for a considerable period and concluded that his fiancée was Vina Phillips. Moreover, it seemed that a student from Slytherin had inquired about this matter with Vina, and she had tacitly acknowledged it. However, Snape, being rather discreet, preferred not to flaunt their relationship, leading everyone to maintain a silent understanding to spare Vina any embarrassment. As he spoke, Lupin's eyes glimmered with a hint of envy. Jiang Li remarked, "Quite a romantic fabrication. I have no interest in your offerings." Snape, with a hint of impatience, glanced at Vina and stated, "Have I not made it clear? I am far from what you envision. Cease your pursuit." Vina gazed at Snape with tender eyes, convinced that even his harsh words bore a certain charm. Truly, he was the character she adored. "Perhaps you may not believe in my feelings now, but I shall demonstrate their authenticity with time," she declared, her eyes brimming with affection as she extended the roses to him. "I understand you claim to have a fiancé to avoid unnecessary complications. Rest assured, I shall never disclose your secret, and I hope you might grant me a chance, for I genuinely like you." After a lengthy observation, Vina concluded that there were, in fact, no other girls in Snape's vicinity, likely a ruse to deter others. Snape found himself almost amused by her audacity, questioning the absurdity of her reasoning. "Your thoughts resemble a potion concocted by a troll, chaotic and utterly illogical." He regarded Vina with disdain, his voice icy. "Who informed you that I lack a fiancé? Do not speculate about my affairs with your repugnant assumptions." Vina, familiar with his acerbic tongue, remained unfazed, her smile sweet as she suggested, "Shall we team up for the next potions class? Little Barty is hardly a good person. You should not align with him." For days, Snape had been grouped with Little Barty and other Slytherin boys, leaving her bereft of opportunities to interact with him. Frustrated by her apparent inability to comprehend his words, Snape struggled to suppress his irritation, yearning to cast a curse upon her. "Is there truly no one else at Hogwarts?" He frowned, casting a cold glance at Vina. "I shall not partner with you. Seek another, for I will never be fond of your type." As he turned to leave, he spotted Lupin and Jiang Li standing not far away. Snape's expression faltered, and Jiang Li, smiling, teased, "It appears our Professor Snape is gaining a little girlfriend." For reasons he could not comprehend, Snape suddenly felt a wave of unease and hurriedly retorted, "No, let me explain." However, before he could finish, Vina rushed to his side. Linking her arm through his, and with a playful smile directed at Jiang Li and Lupin, she said, "You've caught us. Please, do keep this secret to yourselves." Snape was taken aback by her brazen audacity, his face reflecting shock. He forcefully extricated himself from Vina's grasp and earnestly clarified to Jiang Li, "I am not familiar with her. This girl is delusional and insists on clinging to me." Jiang Li, however, held no doubts regarding Snape's fidelity, but regarded Vina with curiosity. Upon closer inspection, he perceived an unsettling duality within her, two souls seemingly coexisting within her being. "Vina, your complexion appears rather off," Jiang Li remarked gently as he approached her. "Do you require assistance to the infirmary?" Upon seeing the handsome man before her, Vina's cheeks flushed, and she nervously replied, "I am fine, Professor Sue. Do not be brave. You previously took a leave of absence due to health issues. If you feel unwell, you must inform me," Jiang Li said, his gaze tender as it lingered on her. Vina felt her cheeks grow warm, her voice slightly strained as she responded, "Thank you for your concern, Professor. I shall take good care of myself." Unbeknownst to her, a professor as striking as Jiang Li existed within the school. She had never noticed him before, and he seemed no less appealing than Snape. Upon reflection, she wondered why she was so fixated on the unyielding Snape. With that thought, her gaze toward Jiang Li became fervent. Jiang Li, sensing her thoughts, chuckled lightly, saying, "Very well, until we meet again." She turned to Snape, stating, "Your alchemical assignment contains some issues. Please accompany me." At her words, Snape's expression stiffened, and he quickly followed her. Midway, he noticed Lupin trailing behind and frowned, asking, "What do you follow me for? Regarding what you mentioned earlier, does it still hold?" Lupin cautiously inquired, relieved that Snape did not share the same disdain for him as others did. "Are you referring to the werewolf experiment?" Snape scrutinized Lupin. "Are you certain?" "I am certain," Lupin affirmed earnestly, unwilling to be treated as a monster any longer. Had he never experienced normalcy, perhaps he would not feel such anguish. However, the gazes upon him were unbearable, and he yearned for a life of normalcy. Understood. I shall inform you once I am prepared, Snape replied, his expression impassive. With that, he quickened his pace to catch up with Jiang Li, his black robes billowing like a surging tide of ink. Gadnia, I assure you, I have no connection with that girl. She is merely a lunatic who incessantly utters nonsensical remarks, Snape nervously explained to Jiang Li, anxious that he might misunderstand. Jiang Li turned to him, surprised to see Snape drenched in sweat, exclaiming, "Why are you so flustered?" "I am not acquainted with that girl at all," Snape insisted hastily. "Oh, you mean her? I thought something serious was amiss," Jiang Li replied with a smile. "I trust you will not betray me." In truth, he had been contemplating a different concern, the unsettling notion that Vena's essence seemed askew. She was not the true Vena Phillips. Snape relayed the previous incident involving Vena and the soul extraction to Jiang Li. "So, you mean she is someone from another realm?" Jiang Li inquired. "Indeed," Snape confirmed. Jiang Li's brow furrowed, sensing an eerily familiar pitfall within this situation. "I felt two distinct soul vibrations within Vena. One of them appeared quite feeble. I suspect that the frail one is the true Vena Phillips." Jiang Li articulated his analysis, looking at Snape with curiosity. "What could possibly draw her so fervently to you? What is it about you that captivates her? Typically, one would think she would prefer someone like Regulus, gentle, considerate, and handsome." At this, Snape recalled certain unpleasant memories, his expression darkening. Upon witnessing the scene, Jiang Li found herself intrigued, her demeanor transforming into one of eager anticipation as she directed her gaze towards Snape. Reluctantly, Snape yielded to the circumstances and divulged the contents of the book to her. Upon hearing it, Jiang Li could no longer contain her laughter, exclaiming with a playful smirk, "I never imagined you indulged in such frivolities in private." Snape maintained a stoic expression, fully aware that this reaction was precisely what he had anticipated, which was why he had been hesitant to share the information. "Your laughter is rather excessive," he remarked. Jiang Li made an effort to suppress her mirth, biting her lip as she posed a question to Snape. "If you were to encounter a girl akin to Lily, would you not channel the affections you once held for her into this new acquaintance?" At this, Snape's countenance darkened. "I do not harbor feelings for Lily," he retorted. "What if, after my demise, someone who bears a striking resemblance to me were to appear? Would you pursue a relationship with her?" Snape found this hypothetical scenario rather distasteful and replied curtly, "You shan't perish. Of course, I shall not die. I am merely curious about your perspective on such matters." She countered. Snape deemed such inquiries trivial and unlikely to materialize. In a low voice, he asserted, "I am not foolish enough to confuse reality with illusion. It would be repugnant to seek solace in another merely because she resembles you, thus tarnishing both your memory and the girl in question. You are irreplaceable. No one could ever take your place." Pleased by his declaration, Jiang Li patted Snape's shoulder and remarked, "It is admirable that you possess this awareness. Should you dare to act otherwise, I would rise from the grave to deliver you a few slaps." "And what of you?" Snape inquired, gazing at Jiang Li. "If I were to die, how would you respond?" Jiang Li pondered this question with utmost seriousness, and upon her prolonged silence, Snape furrowed his brow in confusion. "Is this question so difficult to answer?" he asked. "Not at all," she replied. "I was merely contemplating what type of partner I should choose next if you were to die. It is a rather challenging decision." Snape fell silent, regretting his inquiry. As he turned to leave, Jiang Li quickly followed, grinning as she asked, "What is the matter? Are you angry?" "How could I dare to anger Miss Malfoy? I must make space promptly, lest I hinder her search for a new suitor," Snape retorted sarcastically. Realizing he was genuinely upset, Jiang Li playfully wrapped her arms around his neck, saying, "What is there to be angry about? Perhaps I might die before you, and none of this would ever occur." Snape, pulling her arms away, replied sternly, "I must attend my class. If you have no pressing matters, do not disturb me." With that, he turned and walked away, his demeanor seemingly laced with resentment. Jiang Li found the situation somewhat amusing yet also troubling. It appeared she had genuinely irritated Snape this time, and she would need to devise a way to appease him. After school, she intended to seek him out in the potions classroom, only to discover he was nowhere to be found. After fruitless searches in several locations, she began to reflect on whether she had overstepped. Upon returning to her dormitory, however, she finally spotted Snape. Seated on the sofa, Snape, noticing Jiang Li's late return, quipped in a mocking tone, "What is this? Professor Su has ventured forth in search of true love, returning at such an hour. Is it Elena, or perhaps Penny Evans, or some unknown valiant soul who has delayed your return?" Jiang Li couldn't help but laugh at his sarcasm. "Are you still angry with me?" she asked him. "How could I possibly be angry with you?" Snape replied self-deprecatingly, though it was evident he was still upset. Acknowledging her fault, Jiang Li sat beside him and implored, "I realize my mistake. Please do not remain angry with me." Seeing her charming face pleading with him, Snape's lips twitched in distaste as he remarked, Could you not act so childishly? Jiang Li leaned closer, feigning innocence. What part of me is not normal? Snape pushed her face away, coldly stating, "You are simply too much to bear." "Who said that?" Jiang Li countered. "Even Elena has praised my looks. Surely any suitor would desire someone as attractive as I." At that moment, Jiang Li recalled something and reverted to her original form, leaning closer to Snape. Flustered by her sudden proximity, Snape's heart raced, and his cheeks flushed as he swiftly turned his face away. What prompted this sudden change? He asked, his tone tinged with unease. Observing his bashfulness, Jiang Li realized her tactic was effective. She cupped his face in her hands and earnestly stated, "I wish to be with you always. So please do not sacrifice yourself so easily, no matter the reason. Understand?" She urged him to strive to live as long as she did, ensuring her life would be filled solely with him. Snape felt the closeness overwhelming, his focus narrowing solely on Jiang Li. "You are being unreasonable." Despite his discomfort, his voice softened considerably. Jiang Li pressed her forehead against his, their breaths intertwining as she gazed gently into his eyes. "I speak the truth. Living alone in this world is unbearable. I despise solitude, so please, do not perish easily." Noticing her shift in mood, Snape inquired softly, "Have you seen something?" He recalled Jiang Li mentioning her seemingly prophetic abilities during their first encounter, and the repeated reminders for him not to die sparked a sudden suspicion within him. "No," Jiang Li replied, resting her head on his shoulder. "I merely felt a sudden longing for home." Yet, her family had all perished. Seeing her despondence, Snape felt a pang of helplessness and awkwardly reached out to stroke her silky hair. "I apologize for bringing up painful memories," he murmured, feeling guilty. "Are you still angry with me?" Jiang Li's voice was muffled against his shoulder. "I am no longer angry," Snape answered, his tone low and gentle. Jiang Li instantly lifted her head, a sly smile illuminating her face, revealing no trace of sorrow. Snape quickly realized he had been deceived and glared at her. "You were just acting." "Not at all. I simply did not want you to share in my sorrow. In fact, I was only pretending just now," she replied, her expression serious. Snape, half smiling and half frowning, remarked, "Do you truly believe I would still trust your words?" "You will," Jiang Li asserted confidently, "because you like me." The person before him radiated warmth and exuberance, much like the sun's dazzling brilliance. Snape felt a tightening in his throat, acutely aware of his own unseemly thoughts, and he momentarily scorned himself. Noticing Snape's sudden shift, Jiang Li ventured, "Were you just contemplating kissing me?" Caught off guard, Snape instinctively denied it. "No, I." But before he could finish, he was silenced by a tender kiss, feeling the softness of her lips and the gentle blue of her ocean-like eyes. He instinctively wrapped his arms around her waist, allowing the repressed emotions to pour forth as he deepened the kiss. Suddenly, a loud thud echoed from within the room, shattering the intimate atmosphere. Both were jolted back to reality, and Snape quickly remembered there were others present, his expression darkening. Jiang Li approached the door, only to find Sirius cradling Regulus, weeping inconsolably. "I'm truly sorry, Regulus. I should not have called you a coward," Sirius apologized, his hands trembling as he confessed his wrongdoings. Beside him, James cradled Regulus's head, weeping profusely. "My poor Harry, it is your father who has wronged you." Regulus, ensnared by their embrace, felt utterly despondent. Jiang Li gazed at the scene in astonishment, exclaiming, "How could they be like this? It's as if they are aware of future events." However, the souls of the two men revealed no signs of anomaly. Snape regarded the pair with displeasure, his tone devoid of warmth. "It's nothing. Merely an enhancement to the dreams I crafted for them." Based on Regulus's actions, he had surmised the reason for Regulus's sudden disappearance in his past life, likely to retrieve a Horcrux and meet his demise at the lake's bottom. Thus, the dream he conjured for Sirius depicted Regulus's death. As for James, it was even simpler. He merely allowed him a glimpse of Harry's death at Voldemort's hands. The impact was evidently profound, as both men were engulfed in sorrow. "You are truly insidious," Jiang Li marveled. The nature of these two individuals rendered physical harm inconsequential. However, wounds to the spirit were an entirely different matter. Forcing Sirius to overturn his long-held beliefs and to repudiate his past actions was akin to an existential denial of his very being. Snape remarked, "Though it may sound like praise, it bears no semblance to flattery." In the midst of his heart-wrenching sobs, James spotted Jiang Li standing at the doorway and wept even louder. With a swift elbow, he struck Sirius's abdomen, declaring, "Sirius, it appears we are truly dead. I even saw Professor Malfoy come to retrieve us." The sight of Jiang Li at the door deepened Sirius's sorrow. "Regulus, forgive me. I never had the chance to properly say I'm sorry." Regulus, unable to bear it any longer, pushed aside Sirius, who was attempting to wipe his tears on him. "Open your eyes and look closely. Professor Malfoy is not dead, and neither are you two." Upon awakening to find these two men in a frenzy, Regulus felt a profound sense of mental fragility, not of the body, but of the spirit. At his words, Sirius and James gradually regained their composure, fixing their gaze on Jiang Li. Realizing he had inadvertently revealed too much, Jiang Li greeted them with candor. How are you both? Sirius, am I still dreaming? I cannot believe I imagined Professor Malfoy greeting me, James remarked, bewildered. They had both attended Professor Malfoy's funeral. How could she possibly be alive? Without hesitation, Sirius pinched James's flesh at the waist. James yelped in pain. You are far too rough. He raised his hands, ready to retaliate against Sirius. I was merely concerned I might not have exerted enough force. Do you not believe me? Sirius swiftly blocked James's incoming fist. Then what explains my face? Surely, you must have struck me while I was unaware. In his prior emotional turmoil, James had not registered the discomfort on his face, but now, as realization dawned, he felt a sharp sting. It could not have been me. The imprint on your face is distinctly different from mine. As Sirius placed his palm against James's, they found the marks aligned perfectly, and he swallowed his words. No wonder his own hand had stung a bit. It turned out he was indeed the culprit. Chapter 181. Let me share a secret with you. Observing Sirius's reaction, James deduced that the imprint was undoubtedly his doing. You have gone too far. I shall retaliate. James raised his fist, intent on leaving his own mark. It was not intentional. One cannot control their hands while asleep. Ouch, that hurts. Sirius was caught off guard as James retaliated with a punch of his own. Watching the two of them relentlessly strike each other, Jiang Li could not help but reflect. Their bond is truly remarkable. Regulus, feeling a bit embarrassed, addressed Jiang Li. Professor, is it truly appropriate for you to witness such a spectacle? Jiang Li cleared his throat, a hint of awkwardness gracing his features. You two ought to cease your quarrel. In truth, it was I who struck James earlier. The two brawlers halted at Jiang Li's words, their attention drawn to him. James suddenly recalled Jiang Li's presence, his expression shifting to one of agitation. Professor Malfoy, you are truly alive. Why did you not inform me? He gazed at Jiang Li with the wide, wet eyes of a wounded puppy, tinged with a hint of reproach. Due to certain special circumstances, I had to feign my own death, but I assure you, it was all to combat the Death Eaters. I hope you will not disclose this matter. You need not have died so dramatically upon my victory in the tournament. This incident loomed over him like a shadow. For every time he witnessed a match, he was haunted by the memory of Jiang Li's demise before him. Here, take this. Before he could voice any further complaints, Jiang Li produced a voucher for the latest model of broomstick. James's eyes widened in amazement, fixated on the voucher in Jiang Li's hand. Though the Potter family was affluent, he had already purchased a Nimbus broom the previous year, and with the expenses of the current year weighing heavily on him, he could not afford another. He was still using last year's broom. Are you truly giving this to me? James asked cautiously. Indeed, consider it a compensation for the distress I caused you. Jiang Li replied, noting James's tearful expression, which tugged at his conscience. James gingerly accepted the voucher, ensuring Jiang Li was not jesting, and instantly felt a surge of exhilaration. Professor Malfoy, I adore you, he exclaimed, eager to envelop Jiang Li in a grand embrace. However, halfway through, Snape intervened, pressing down on his head with a look of blatant disdain. Fool, do not spray your saliva on others. James's face contorted as he glared at Snape. I was merely expressing my feelings to Professor Malfoy. I am not conversing with you. Professor Malfoy has said nothing, so why are you so agitated? In response, Snape curled his lips in a smirk, retorting, I simply cannot abide your foolishness. This remark ignited a fire of frustration in James. Since you have both awoken, it is time for you to return to your own dormitory, Snape declared coldly. James, initially intent on leaving, suddenly changed his mind upon hearing this. I shall not return. I intend to stay here and look after Regulus. He plopped down onto the bed. My foot. Regulus yelped in pain from beneath him. James quickly stood, glancing back at Regulus, who was clutching his foot in agony. Are you all right? Sirius asked with concern. Regulus felt an intense discomfort at his brother's sudden show of care, perceiving Sirius as if he were possessed by something vile. Could you not act normally? This is quite unsettling, Regulus replied. Sirius's enthusiasm was swiftly extinguished. Enough. You two must cease disturbing his rest. Jiang Li ushered the two out, noting that Remus was likely feeling quite isolated and needed their company more than ever. Upon hearing this, the two individuals recalled the forgotten Lupin and hurried to find him. As they finally departed, Regulus let out a sigh of relief. Perhaps I could concoct a polyjuice potion for you. You could assume my visage and accompany them for a bit of merriment, Jiang Li suggested to Regulus. Regulus promptly declined, stating, no, thank you. I prefer to rest in solitude. The weight of his brother's affection felt rather burdensome, and he found himself lacking anticipation for such an endeavor. Noticing Snape's gaze lingering upon him, he quickly added, I feel rather fatigued. I shall retire now." With that, Regulus vanished from Jiang Li's sight. Jiang Li cast a silencing charm and turned to Snape, inquiring, "What did Lupin discuss with you earlier?" "He expressed a desire to partake in your experiment," Snape replied. Jiang Li nodded in acknowledgement. "Perfect timing, as the materials I had prepared have just arrived. How goes your potion crafting?" "It is already completed," Snape answered. Yet, this venture bore its own risks. Initially, Jiang Li intended to recruit the infamous werewolf criminal for the experiment, but circumstances dictated that Lupin would participate directly instead. Upon returning to the dormitory, Lupin found it eerily quiet, lacking the familiar banter of Sirius and James. Although he knew they would not disdain him for his werewolf identity, a sense of emptiness still enveloped him. "Remus, we're back." James's bright voice rang out. Turning, Lupin saw James and Sirius entering through the door. "Did anyone bully you today?" James flexed his muscles, demonstrating a new technique he had learned, assuring Lupin that it would make any assailant regret their actions. "I'm fine. The professors have already issued warnings, and they dare not act against me," Lupin replied quickly, though it was merely that everyone had chosen to avoid him entirely. Reflecting on their demeanor brought a fleeting sense of disappointment. "By the way, I have good news for you," James said, a conspiratorial gleam in his eye. "Do you remember Professor Malfoy?" "What of him?" Lupin inquired, curiosity piqued. "Professor Malfoy is alive. In fact, our new Professor Sue is none other than Professor Malfoy," James declared with a hint of pride. Upon hearing this, Lupin's expression shifted to one of astonishment. No wonder Professor Sue seemed so familiar. He was indeed Professor Malfoy. Satisfied with the reaction he had elicited, James beamed. "If I hadn't visited Professor Sue, we would still be in the dark." Sirius, observing James's self-satisfaction, interjected. "Didn't Professor Malfoy say not to disclose this to anyone?" "Lupin is not an outsider. He won't spread it around," James replied dismissively. The trio continued their lively chatter, oblivious to the shadow lurking in the corner, where a mouse had stealthily tucked itself away among their belongings. Chapter 182, A Sample of Blood. Professor Malfoy? After class, Jiang Li spotted Lupin stealthily avoiding the crowd and approaching her. In a hushed tone, he called out to her. Jiang Li immediately halted, regarding him intently. She glanced at the bustling throng and led Lupin to a secluded spot, employing a sound-dampening charm. "Did James inform you about my circumstances?" Though phrased as a question, her tone was assertive. "Yes," Lupin replied, excitement glimmering in his eyes. "I never expected to see you here. I promise I won't disclose this. You could keep it or not. It matters little to me," Jiang Li smiled. Having anticipated that once James learned of her situation, secrecy would be impossible. "That's not it. James only told me he hasn't mentioned it to anyone else." Lupin hastily clarified. Jiang Li smiled knowingly. "Do you think there's any chance he might have confided in Lily?" Lupin hesitated for a moment. Given James's nature, it was indeed possible that Lily could be aware. "See, you're already thinking along those lines. How could James possibly keep this under wraps?" Jiang Li remarked with a smile. "Lily would never betray you, and James wouldn't want her to suffer because of your predicament," Lupin defended James. "Indeed, Lily would safeguard my secret, but what of the others? Do you think a matter known to so many can still be called a secret?" Jiang Li looked at the increasingly awkward Lupin and added, "If it's a secret, it should never have been spoken aloud, regardless of how close the relationship. However, this is not your fault. You needn't feel embarrassed on James's behalf. I have prepared your materials. Come find me alone tomorrow night. And I hope you won't be trailed by any shadows." Upon hearing this, Lupin quickly assured her, "Rest assured, I haven't mentioned this to James or the others." "Good. I trust you," Jiang Li replied gently. The following evening, upon seeing Sirius and James trailing closely behind Lupin, Jiang Li looked at him quizzically and asked, "Is this what you meant by them never knowing?" At that moment, Lupin felt utterly humiliated. He had thought James and Sirius were asleep, only to discover they were merely engaged in a game of pretending to sleep. As soon as he stepped out, they followed him. Snape arrived with the potion and, upon seeing a circle of people on the rooftop, couldn't resist taunting Lupin. "Are you out of your mind?" Hearing Snape address Lupin, James immediately bristled. "This isn't Lupin's fault. I insisted he bring me along. If you're to blame, it should be directed at me." Snape scoffed. "It's evident you're all a bunch of fools, making such a ruckus as if you want everyone to know what you're up to." "What do you mean by that?" "Don't think that just because Professor Malfoy is here, I want to argue with you," James retorted, glaring at Snape like an irate lion. "I don't need anyone's help to deal with a fool like you," Snape replied coldly. James's anger intensified, prompting Sirius and Lupin to restrain him. "Let it go. If it comes to blows, you'll be the one at a disadvantage, and Lily will be upset with you." "Don't be angry. Snape is right. I should have exercised more caution," said Sirius, while Lupin concurred. "How did you all end up here?" Just then, a stern voice interrupted their bickering. Sirius and James froze, momentarily paralyzed. Had they truly heard Professor McGonagall's voice? The next moment, they were alarmed to see her and Dumbledore standing behind them. Professor McGonagall glared at them, her tone serious. If I recall correctly, you two should be resting in your dormitory, Mr. Potter and Mr. Black. Professor, please let me explain. I was worried about Lupin, so I came along. I didn't mean to break any rules, James exclaimed immediately. Regardless of your reasoning, it does not excuse your violation of school rules, Professor McGonagall replied sternly, fixing her gaze on the two mischievous students. Tomorrow, you both will report to the potions classroom to assist your potion professor with the slugs. You are not permitted to participate in Quidditch practice until that task is completed. Upon hearing this, James panicked. Professor, the match is imminent. I cannot miss practice. Given the evident exuberance displayed by both of you, it suggests that your usual academic endeavors are insufficient. Do not attempt to negotiate, Professor McGonagall stated sternly. Perhaps you two are eager to extend the duration of your punishment. James leaned closer to Snape and inquired, how has Professor McGonagall altered the method of punishment? Isn't it customary for students to polish the trophies in the trophy room? I proposed this method to Professor McGonagall, Snape replied. Recently, there has been a shortage of healing potions, and Slughorn has been incessantly seeking Snape's assistance with the materials, as no student is more adept in potion making than he. Finding it tiresome, Snape suggested that those students who frequently cause mischief and flout school regulations should undertake these tasks. Little did they expect to find themselves in this predicament. Realizing the situation was beyond their control, James ceased his struggles and simply squatted to observe. He had already been punished. They could hardly expel him now. Mr. Potter, do you wish for me to escort you personally back? McGonagall said in a low tone. It's unfair. Why does he get to stay here without punishment? James pointed at Snape. Snape is concocting potions and must remain here to monitor Lupin's reactions to prepare the appropriate elixir. He cannot leave, Jiang Li interjected. Professor McGonagall, unable to contain her exasperation, declared, it appears you both require my personal escort back. No need. We can return on our own, Sirius immediately replied. The thought of being sent back by the professor was too humiliating. James, unable to suppress his desperation, pleaded, Professor McGonagall, can't we stay here? I assure you I won't lay a hand on them. I am merely concerned for Lupin's condition. If you truly care for him, you should not waste time here. McGonagall responded with a stern gaze. With no other options, Sirius and James had no choice but to leave obediently. Once they departed, tranquility returned to the vicinity. Dumbledore approached Lupin, gently patting his shoulder as he spoke. My child, try to relax. Everything will turn out well. Upon hearing these words, Lupin's anxiety lessened considerably. Dumbledore had come at Jiang Li's request to provide protection, as the school was filled with too many students. Once the magical barrier was activated, it could not be interrupted, and any disturbance could lead to disaster. However, she had not anticipated Dumbledore would summon Professor McGonagall as well. Jiang Li produced magical paint and instructed Lupin. Add a drop of your blood into this. Snape handed him a knife. Lupin grasped the blade, earnestly slicing into his own artery. Chapter 183, Unworthy of Her Nobility. Snape, quick-witted, snatched the knife from Lupin's hand just in time to prevent a catastrophic loss of blood. Are you filled with slugs? I merely asked for a drop of blood. Not a gash. Snape exclaimed, exasperated. Realizing his blunder, Lupin fell silent and obediently allowed a few drops of blood to fall into the paint bucket. Jiang Li took the bucket and began to draw the magical circle on the ground. While it could have been prepared in advance, she feared unforeseen complications, so she chose to draw it on sight. The others stood by, watching intently. Lupin had encountered alchemical drawing during his previous classes and understood the complexity. He marveled at how effortlessly Jiang Li inscribed intricate runes and elaborate patterns under her deft hands. Professor Malfoy is extraordinarily skilled, he mused. It takes me ages to think through a single rune, while Malfoy seems to weave multiple magical circles as effortlessly as drinking water. Having never seen other alchemists at work, Lupin assumed all were as adept as Jiang Li, realizing the scarcity of skilled alchemists was indeed justified. With the magical circle successfully drawn, Jiang Li instructed the inquisitive Lupin, step into the center. Obediently, Lupin complied. Jiang Li cautioned him earnestly, you will experience significant pain shortly, but this is entirely normal. Under no circumstances must you leave the magical circle, otherwise, everything will fail, and you will incur irreversible harm. Do you understand? Lupin nodded, committing her words to memory, and then ingested the potion Snape had provided. Jiang Li gazed up at the night sky. The heavens were devoid of clouds, with a luminous crescent moon suspended high above. And while the distant stars were not as bright as before, they remained visible. The air was utterly still, even the wind seemed to hold its breath. As Jiang Li watched the moon gradually shift until it reached the desired position, she immediately channeled her magical energy into the circle. In an instant, The magical array blazed with light, illuminating the rooftop as bright as day, while the moon and stars appeared to cascade from the sky into the magical circle. Lupin felt as though he were suspended in the heavens, the moon beneath his feet and the stars swirling around him, enveloping him in their embrace. In the next moment, a star struck him, and he was seized by excruciating pain as blood gushed from the point of impact. The stars that had previously floated nearby immediately darted toward his wound the moment they sensed the blood. Inside the formation, Lupin emitted a heart-wrenching scream that sent chills down the spine. The brilliance of the magical array enveloped him, and his human form gradually morphed into that of a werewolf. A terrifying howl resonated from within the array as Lupin, who had been writhing in agony on the ground, fully transformed into a werewolf, emanating dark energy as it sought to break free from the confines of the magical circle. The moon pattern beneath him suddenly blazed with light, and tendrils of white light ensnared the darkened werewolf. Light and darkness intertwined, and the surrounding air became tempestuous, the winds raging fiercely. Jiang Li stood outside the magical circle, her hair tousled by the wind, wielding her wand to force Lupin back as he threatened to breach the barrier. It seemed she had underestimated the werewolf curse. She had not anticipated that it would awaken and consume Lupin's rationality at this moment. The roars emanating from the center of the magical circle grew louder. And had it not been for Jiang Li's prior establishment of a shielding array nearby, the sounds would likely have traveled far. With a calm demeanor, her hair whipped about by the wind, Jiang Li lifted her wand and repelled the encroaching dark energy of the werewolf. The brilliance inside the circle intensified, and she sensed something had disturbed the outer array. Turning to Dumbledore, she remarked, "It seems a rat has infiltrated. Could you please handle it? It appears to be in one of the pipes." The array must not be interrupted. Jiang Li had preemptively set up several layers of shielding spells outside, ensuring any being or entity that triggered them would elicit a response. She refused to let minor inconveniences lead to her downfall. A rat? Snape suddenly had a revelation and turned to Dumbledore with urgency. Peter Pettigrew's animagus form is that of a rat. Dumbledore, taken aback by their keen perception, promptly moved to address the situation. Transformed into his animagus form, Peter scuttled through the sewers. The area was dark and damp, filled with an unpleasant stench, yet it occasionally yielded unexpected treasures and secrets. He had been trailing Sirius and James since they left the dormitory, taking note of their path. He had a premonition that this secret was of great importance. If he could eavesdrop, it would surely earn him the Dark Lord's favor, and he would be rewarded with immeasurable wealth. However, midway through his journey, he suddenly felt a chill, as though he had encountered a formidable adversary. Snape lifted his hand to glance at his wrist, frowning as he remarked, "Ella is missing. I fear Dumbledore may struggle to locate that rat." "I shall assist in the search for it," Jiang Li responded. She observed the intensifying white light within the formation, enveloping the werewolf's dark aura like a cocoon, its essence gradually waning. Peter, in a state of sheer terror, sprinted backward, pursued relentlessly by the creature behind him. A snake. Why on earth is there a snake in the sewers? The serpent seemed to close in on him, swiftly severing his tail. Peter, petrified, ran with all his might toward the nearest exit, desperate to avoid being consumed as prey. A glimmer of light appeared in the distance, and Peter's eyes brightened instantly. He dashed toward the illumination and immediately shed his animagus form, drawing his wand with the intent to vanquish the serpent trailing him. To his astonishment, he spotted Dumbledore, clad in dark robes, standing not far from him, his wise blue eyes piercingly fixed upon him. "Mr. Peter Pettigrew, I believe you ought to be resting in your dormitory at this hour." Peter felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, uncertain of what Dumbledore had witnessed. He nervously tucked his chin and hunched his back, stammering, "Deedee Dumbledore, I just saw James and Sirius run out and was worried they might be in danger. So I ventured out. I did not intend to break any school rules." "Ah, I see," Dumbledore replied gently, his gaze warm as if he were oblivious to Peter's trepidation. "They were just escorted back to the dormitory by Professor McGonagall. I trust you can find your way back without my assistance." Upon hearing this, Peter timidly replied, "No, that's not necessary. I can return by myself." Although he felt somewhat resentful for missing out on the secret, he dared not act in front of Dumbledore, fearful that he would discover his service to Voldemort. After all, this formidable white wizard had founded the Order of the Phoenix to openly resist Voldemort. Trembling, Peter turned to leave. An exceptional animagus form, yet failure to register with the Ministry of Magic will result in severe consequences. I hope you will rectify this soon. Halfway through his departure, Dumbledore's gentle voice resonated behind him. Peter froze, realizing he had indeed been seen. He forced a smile, albeit strained, and responded, "I understand. I will register." Dumbledore watched him with a kind smile until Peter's figure vanished from the corridor. A slight commotion emanated from the pipes, and Dumbledore noticed a small snake peeking out. He extended his hand toward the creature, speaking softly. Are you Gardina's pet? Ella tilted her little head, perplexed by the words of the bearded human, before turning and retreating back into the pipe. As he watched the snake disappear, a glimmer of insight flashed in Dumbledore's eyes. On the rooftop, the werewolf's dark essence had entirely dissipated, drawn into the earth by the white light. Lupin gradually returned to his human state, his body enveloped in crimson blood, resembling a figure of blood itself. The incantation was mending his wounds, yet blood continued to ooze forth, the fresh blood exhibiting an eerie green hue. A mere mortal would have succumbed long ago to such blood loss. Fortunately, Snape had previously administered a potion, allowing new blood to continuously emerge, preventing him from bleeding out and perishing. Jiang Li observed the scene, as Ella swam back, seeking refuge in her sleeve. Noticing the little serpent was somewhat damp, she cast a cleansing charm upon her. The little snake instantly stiffened, then promptly slithered over to wrap around Snape's wrist, tucking her head into his sleeve, with her tail directed toward Jiang Li. Ella seems to be upset with you, Snape remarked. The slender tail quivered slightly at the sleeve's edge, straightening in response to Snape's words. She likely believes I find her too filthy after emerging from the sewer. Jiang Li mused, tugging at the snake's tail, and asked Ella, how does the taste of rat compare? Should I have Mia prepare some dried rat for your meals over the next month? The small snake, previously hidden in the sleeve, immediately reacted, poking her head out and hissing, no, rat meat is disgusting. In the past, her ignorance had led her to enjoy rat meat. But she was no longer the same creature. Filthy rat meat hardly befitted her noble stature. Chapter 184, Restoration. The glow of the magical array gradually dimmed, the white light dissipating into mere motes that vanished into the air. Lupin lay on the ground, his clothing having been torn to shreds during his transformation into a werewolf. Now completely bare, Snape instinctively shielded Jiang Li's eyes. Jiang Li tapped his hand with her wand, saying, do not shield me any longer. I have seen what I ought not to, so you should go ahead and put some clothes on him. Snape. The patterns on the magical array faded, and the stars and moon that had been swirling around vanished simultaneously. Lupin's disheveled dark hair hung over his face, his body smeared with dirt and blood. At Snape's insistence, Jiang Li turned away. Facing the forbidden forest, she observed the darkness enveloping it like thick ink, with towering trees standing as silent sentinels. Light footsteps approached from the side. As she slightly turned her head, Jiang Li caught sight of Dumbledore's figure. Is it over? Dumbledore inquired. Jiang Li nodded. It should have succeeded. Now we must see if Lupin can awaken. In truth, the method employed harnessed the power of the moon and stars to forcibly expel the curse from Lupin's blood, effectively cleansing his system. The process was excruciating and lengthy. Should one be unable to endure the pain and step outside the magical array, the ritual could not be completed. Furthermore, recovery afterward necessitated a substantial period of rest. He will surely pull through. I have faith in your abilities, Dumbledore spoke gently. You seem to possess more faith in me than I do in myself. Jiang Li leaned against the railing, the wind tousling her hair as she gazed down at the scenery, softly expressing, I hope Lupin can lead the life he desires. He will be delighted to hear those words from you. Dumbledore approached Jiang Li, glancing at Snape's sleeve. I just saw a basilisk. I presume it must be your pet. At this, Jiang Li raised an eyebrow, replying, what basilisk? How could I possibly keep a basilisk as a pet? Do not be so anxious, Dumbledore offered a friendly smile. The basilisk in Slytherin's chamber has existed for quite some time. If you can tame it, it would be a boon for the school, eliminating any threats to student safety. I do not comprehend your meaning, Jiang Li feigned ignorance, regarding Dumbledore with a natural tone. A basilisk cannot be privately owned. Slytherin's chamber is merely a nebulous legend. In comparison to the perils lurking within the confines of the chamber, I believe it would be more prudent for you to observe the circumstances in the Forbidden Forest. Hagrid has been tending to an array of peculiar magical creatures there, whose reproductive capabilities are alarmingly swift, posing a threat to the indigenous inhabitants of the forest. I am confident that Hagrid would not engage in actions that would jeopardize Hogwarts. Dumbledore spoke softly. Indeed, he would not, but those acromantulas might. Jiang Li tilted her head, gazing at Dumbledore, and remarked, those spiders reproduce far too rapidly. Can you guarantee that they will not pose a threat to the students? Are we to place the safety of our students in the hands of the self-discipline of those magical creatures? Let us not be so naive. Dumbledore pondered for a moment before responding, I will speak to Hagrid regarding this matter. I will ensure that they do not harm the students. Upon hearing this, Jiang Li let out a light laugh and looked at Dumbledore, saying, are you seeking the support of those spiders? The more friends, the better, is that not so? Dumbledore smiled gently at Jiang Li. Not everyone is suited to be an ally, Jiang Li cautioned. You make a valid point. I shall remember your words, Dumbledore replied, as if he were earnestly committing them to memory. I hope you will put them into practice, Jiang Li remarked, turning her attention to Lupin, who was now clad in clothing thanks to Snape's assistance. At this moment, Lupin appeared exceedingly weak, his complexion pale, eyes tightly shut, showing no signs of awakening. Snape expertly administered a potion to his lips, his movements practiced, reminiscent of someone who had performed this task many times before. Jiang Li cast a cleaning charm to remove the stains on the floor before approaching them. She also applied a cleaning charm to the dirt-covered Lupin. Observing that he looked considerably more refreshed, turning to Snape, she inquired, "How is his condition?" "He is not dead," Snape replied tersely. "Is he going to survive?" "Yes. But he requires some time to recuperate. He is not fit to return to the dormitory. I will take him to the hospital wing." Snape grasped Lupin by the back of his collar, preparing to lift him. Jiang Li asked, "Do you need my assistance?" Recalling her previous remark about needing to build her strength, Snape pressed his lips together and replied, "No, I can manage on my own." He effortlessly hoisted Lupin into a princess carry and strode downwards. Jiang Li and Dumbledore followed closely behind. Dumbledore remarked, "Youth is a wonderful thing, full of vitality and vigor. If he continues to carry people this way, I fear his old back will suffer." Jiang Li, somewhat perplexed, replied, "Why carry him like that? A levitation charm would suffice. Would it not be more efficient to float him to the hospital wing? Why go through the trouble of carrying him?" Upon hearing this, Dumbledore contemplated for a moment before responding, "Perhaps it is simply a preference of the young." Snape, who had overheard their exchange, stiffened slightly, tempted to toss Lupin from his embrace. Madame Pomfrey was taken aback upon seeing the feeble Lupin, hurriedly shoving various potions to replenish his magical energy and heal his injuries into his mouth. How could he be so injured? Who could have done such a thing to him? Madame Pomfrey, filled with righteous indignation, addressed Dumbledore, "You must ensure that the student responsible for harming Lupin is severely punished. Had he arrived at my office even a moment later, he surely would have succumbed to excessive blood loss. These students have gone too far. Minor scuffles resulting in injuries are one thing, but now they dare to commit murder." Hearing this, Dumbledore glanced at Jiang Li, who displayed no signs of distress. Instead, turned sideways to converse with Snape, sporting a smile, entirely devoid of any intention to explain. "Very well. It seems that Gardenia has left the matter to this old man." Chapter 185. Now it is here. Dumbledore endeavored to explain to Madame Pomfrey several times before she was convinced that Lupin had not been bullied, but rather sustained those injuries in an effort to resolve a physical issue. Although Madame Pomfrey remained skeptical, she refrained from further questioning, her heart aching for Lupin. Upon awakening, Lupin found a Ravenclaw girl seated at the foot of his bed. As soon as Elena saw him regain consciousness, she promptly placed a bill before him. Confused, Lupin took the paper, only to discover a lengthy itemized bill, the amount written upon it staggering, a sum he could never hope to repay in his lifetime. He looked at Elena with bewilderment, asking, "What is this?" "This is the amount the professor expended on you yesterday. Here are the material costs, excluding the production fees. Although the professor stated that assisting you with the experiment was complimentary, these expenses are still your responsibility. Do you have any objections?" Elena regarded Lupin with an air of professionalism. Upon hearing this, Lupin's face flushed with embarrassment. "I do not possess such funds. May I repay it later?" "I can write an IOU. Do you have a job that guarantees you can repay this debt on time?" Elena adjusted her glasses, her gaze sharp, "In my understanding, you do not have a steady source of income, and your family is not affluent. How do you intend to repay this sum?" The medication was quite direct, and had it been anyone else, they might have argued with Elena. However, Lupin only felt shame and mortification. I will strive to repay this debt. I am willing to do whatever it takes." Elena's expression softened slightly upon hearing his words, and she handed him another document. "Since you agree to this matter, kindly sign this IOU." Without hesitation, Lupin signed his name. Observing this, Elena could not help but frown. "Should you not first review the contents of the contract?" "I trust that Professor Malfoy will not harm me," Lupin replied with conviction. Elena, witnessing his naivety, remarked, "Are you not concerned that I am not truly sent by the professor, but rather simply trying to deceive you into signing a contract?" Lupin was taken aback by her words and cautiously asked, "You are not trying to deceive me, are you?" Seeing his foolish demeanor, Elena was at a loss for words. "The contract has already been signed. Do you not think it is too late to ask such questions? I believe you are not that kind of person. If you wished to harm me, you would not have said such things to caution me," Lupin said, gazing into Elena's eyes with sincerity. Elena was left speechless and produced a pre-prepared contract, handing it to Lupin. "What is this?" Lupin queried, accepting it with curiosity, this time more cautiously, glancing over it to discover it was indeed an employment contract. "This is your employment contract. Given your current financial situation, even upon graduation, you may not possess the means to repay this debt. Therefore, the professor intends to offer you a position, if you agree to take it." Half of your salary will be allocated to repaying the debt, while the other half will be disbursed to you as usual, Elena explained. Lupin lowered his gaze to the salary figure listed, 25 galleons. His eyes widened in shock. Was the amount stated incorrect? This price seemed exceedingly high. Although initially it was a bit low, considering you are not yet graduated, there are limited tasks you can perform, so this price is already quite reasonable, Elena retorted, displeased. That is not what I meant. Lupin quickly clarified upon realizing Elena had misunderstood. This amount is far too generous. Professor Malfoy has already done so much for me. There is no need for a salary. Elena felt as though conversing with Lupin always left her with the impression of taking advantage of an honest person. She inhaled deeply and said, "There is no need for you to feel this way. The professor did not grant you this opportunity out of pity. She recognizes your capabilities, which are worthy of such remuneration, thus she has offered you this salary. You need not bear any burdens. For the next decade, you will be in her service, merely receiving what you rightfully deserve." Upon hearing this, Lupin felt a surge of emotion, accompanied by a profound sense of joy at being acknowledged. This joy was distinct from the delight of playing with James and the others. It was a gratifying realization of his ability to sustain himself. A grounded assurance that the path ahead was no longer shrouded in uncertainty. Take ample rest. The expenses for your recovery during this period will be covered by the professor. As a token of your onboarding reward, Elena put away the contract, observing Lupin's silly grin, and couldn't help but think how accurately the professor had assessed him. Lupin's reaction mirrored the professor's expectations perfectly. If you wish to assist Lupin, why not be direct about it instead of resorting to such convoluted means? Snape inquired of Jiang Li, who was engrossed in examining the Slytherin locket box. If you simply disclosed what you were doing, he would likely be even more loyal to you. There is no necessity, Jiang Li replied, delicately unscrewing the locket box. I do not require his gratitude. I merely need him to perform his duties well. Lupin is a straightforward individual. Even without my words, he would appreciate my efforts. Furthermore, there is a saying, excess is as undesirable as deficiency. Some matters do not require excessive embellishment. Perpetually emphasizing favors can become irksome. If you do not possess what the other desires, they may not feel compelled to reciprocate, but rather perceive you as someone who leverages goodwill for gain. One must not allow others to work for free, must they? Snape understood that Jiang Li would not let herself be at a disadvantage. Observing her movements, he asked, "Are you still researching time-related alchemy?" "Indeed," Jiang Li replied, her focus unwavering on the locket box to avoid any mishap. "I aspire to unlock the secrets of time travel. And perhaps we could even encounter young Severus along the way." At her words, Snape's gaze softened considerably, his eyes tenderly observing Jiang Li's profile. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a gentle glow upon the two, mingled with the faint scent of wood, flowers, and the acrid aroma of burnt potions. Realizing this, Snape promptly checked his potion, only to discover it had burned. He felt a twinge of frustration at his own lapse in concentration. Fortunately, Jiang Li had not noticed his hurried attempt to dispose of the failed potion. "Severus, it seems your robe has developed a hole," Jiang Li remarked deliberately. Upon hearing this, Snape assumed she was teasing him and immediately examined his robe, refuting, "Impossible, my robe is new and undamaged." "I know, but now it is," Jiang Li retorted, igniting a flame that burned a hole in Snape's robe. "Snape, Chapter 186, why didn't you stop her? You had better provide me with a reasonable explanation," Snape said, his eyes narrowing dangerously as he regarded Jiang Li. Unfazed, Jiang Li smiled brightly. "I recently acquired a new robe and thought you might like to wear it." "Is that all?" Snape replied, eyeing the new robe she produced. "My robe is not damaged. There is no need for you to purchase a new one for me. It is different. The cuffs of this robe are embroidered with dark green gold thread in a beautiful pattern, which looks particularly splendid in bright light." Jiang Li held the robe out to Snape. He frowned slightly, his expression one of distaste. "This is rather ostentatious. I prefer a simpler black robe. I had Madame Malkin make a couple of these. She mentioned they could be worn as couples attire." Jiang Li proudly flipped her cuff to show Snape. "Isn't it cool? Men's attire is often too plain, rarely showcasing any flair, so one must invest in the material. The garments I have worn in this world have been the plainest." At this, Snape cleared his throat and, upon returning, changed into the new robe, making a point to visit the Slytherin common room. He settled into the sofa closest to the fireplace, a book in hand, quietly occupying his space. Young Barty, carrying a package sent by his mother, was taken aback to see Snape seated on the sofa. "Severus, what brings you here?" Barty exclaimed, surprised, as Snape typically abhorred noisy places. Snape casually adjusted his cuff, remarking, "It was somewhat stifling in my room, so I thought I might seek inspiration." "I see. Then I shall not disturb you," Barty said, understanding. As he prepared to return to write a letter to his mother, Snape. Many were astonished to find Snape sitting there. assuming he must have something on his mind, and they were considerate enough not to approach him. Eventually, even Lily could not resist inquiring, "Sev, do you seem troubled lately?" "What? I've heard Slytherin students say you appear quite unhappy, often sitting with a stern expression in crowded areas. Has someone angered you?" Lily asked. In truth, the Slytherin students had noticed Snape's constant presence in the common room, causing them to speak in hushed tones. After all, Snape typically wore a cold expression, exuding an air of unapproachability, which intimidated the younger students further. Consequently, some Slytherin girls had asked Lily to help understand what was bothering Snape, hoping she could encourage him to behave more normally, as they were all rather frightened. Upon hearing Lily's explanation, Snape's expression darkened. "No, I am in excellent spirits," he replied coldly. "Really?" Lily questioned, her skepticism evident as he appeared quite irate. Snape felt a pent-up frustration, his face set in a scowl, believe it or not. He flicked his sleeve dismissively and departed. Lily was left bewildered. She had said nothing wrong, so why was Severus so upset? Ultimately, she discovered that the decorative pattern on Snape's sleeve was indeed from James. Slytherin and Gryffindor were together for flying lessons. James, with keen eyes, spotted the glint of dark golden green from Snape's sleeve in the sunlight. "What a show-off, a boy wearing such flamboyant attire with embroidered cuffs," James scoffed, sharing his disdain with Sirius. "What pattern?" Sirius inquired, puzzled. James gestured for Sirius to look at Snape's robe. "Just check out Snape's robe." Noticing Lily glance in their direction, he quickly altered his tone. His voice was not soft, and many heard him. They collectively turned their attention to Snape's attire. Snape's internal turmoil was equally complex. He had not anticipated that the first person to notice would be the insufferable James. Vina feigned curiosity, asking Snape, "The cuffs of your robe are quite lovely. Do they hold any special significance?" Snape, who typically found this chatterbox insufferable, now felt her question was perfectly timed. Maintaining an indifferent demeanor, he replied nonchalantly, "Nothing special. My fiancé specifically commissioned this robe for me, wishing for us to wear matching attire." Vina's smile froze. Another mention of a fiancé. Is it real or merely a ruse? Young Barty, overhearing, remarked, "Your fiancé is truly kind to you." "She has indeed been very kind to me. We plan to hold our wedding in 2 years. Snape spoke softly. "What? You are going to have a wedding?" exclaimed Vina with a sharp tone. The others immediately halted their actions, then feigned nonchalance as they resumed their previous tasks, secretly straining to eavesdrop. In disbelief, Vina gazed at Snape and asked, "Do you truly have a fiancé?" Snape fixed her with a cold stare, retorting, "Do you think I would jest about such matters?" Vina could no longer muster a smile. She had genuinely believed that Snape was fabricating stories merely to deter intrusions, not anticipating that his fiancé was, in fact, real. Her recent actions now felt like a farce. Biting her lip, she inquired, "Why have I never seen your fiancé at Hogwarts? Who is she?" A premonition struck her. Perhaps Snape as fiancé was also a character from the story, having made her move first. "This hardly concerns you," Snape replied indifferently. More agitated than him was Lily. She had heard the recent rumors and knew of Vina's affections for Snape. "Whoever Severus's fiancé may be, she certainly is not you." Lily shouted at Vina as she rushed to stand before Snape, declaring that they were a destined pair and outsiders ought not to meddle between them. The other students, akin to curious onlookers, were taken aback by the revelation that Snape's fiancé was not Vina. Vina's face flushed, her lips trembled in embarrassment. She glanced at Snape, only to find his gaze indifferent, devoid of any inclination to defend her, which deepened her humiliation. She felt the weight of the surrounding stares, as if everyone were mocking her. In a moment of confusion, she questioned the purpose of her existence in this world. "I'm sorry," she uttered, feeling overwhelmed by the scrutiny, and fled in a panic. Observing her unsteady retreat, Lily's expression grew complex. "Severus, I believe she may not be as ill-intentioned as we presumed." Snape looked at Lily and asked, "Do you wish to comfort her?" "Not at all," Lily replied promptly. Perhaps Vina harbored no malicious intent, but the turmoil she had caused was undeniably real. If Alia and Severus's relationship was not sufficiently strong, it could lead to unnecessary misunderstandings and quarrels. Vina sprinted ahead, her mind replaying the series of embarrassing incidents she had caused, wishing she could vanish into the ground. It was only when she regained her senses that she realized her predicament was far from right. Towering trees enveloped her, thick cobwebs obstructing her path. Yet, more terrifying than these were the giant eight-eyed spiders, looming like automobiles, fixated on her with predatory intent. Vina's legs weakened, her mind blank. She had unknowingly ventured deep into the forbidden forest. Why had Hagrid not stopped her? Was he not the keeper of the keys and grounds? Chapter 187. I know you are not. The eight-eyed spiders sensed Vina's presence and surged towards her, paralyzed by fear at the sight of the colossal arachnids. She lacked the courage even to draw her wand. Cold sweat trickled down her back, while her legs felt as heavy as lead, utterly unresponsive. In that moment, Vina comprehended the peril hidden within this seemingly enchanting magical world. It was not as idyllic as it appeared. A moment's carelessness could lead to death. Who will save me? Vina thought, genuinely terrified. All she yearned for was to return home, to quietly binge-watch her favorite shows and engage in harmless banter online, far removed from such dangers. As she closed her eyes, bracing for the anticipated pain, a wave of heat surged towards her. The expected agony never came. Tentatively, she opened her eyes to find Professor Su standing protectively before her, his arm ablaze, holding back the spider's leg while flames engulfed the monstrous creature. In an instant, the spider was reduced to ashes. Vina stared in awe at his imposing figure. This action incited the wrath of the other 8-eyed spiders, all of them scuttling in their direction. The sheer number of spiders triggered Vina's arachnophobia, and her voice trembled as she urged, "Professor Su, you should leave. Don't worry about me. You can escape alone." She did not wish to burden the professor. Su glanced at her, surprised by her selflessness, considering her usual demeanor might lead her to abandon others. "Fear not. I will ensure your safety," she replied with calm conviction. Upon hearing this, Vina felt a surge of warmth in her eyes, her voice catching in her throat. "Professor, you truly don't have to put yourself in danger for me." "Oh, you are quite the narcissist," she thought, knowing she was in need of materials and could eliminate these spiders. Having not visited in a while, she realized they had multiplied rapidly. It was imperative to cull them before they posed a threat to students who ventured into the forbidden forest. With a flick of her wand, flames erupted, manifesting as a fiery phoenix that dove toward the approaching spiders. The creatures, once rushing towards them, now perceived a terrifying demon. This apparition had emerged years prior, nearly decimating their entire brood. They had only recently begun to recover, and now this demon reappeared. Some spiders, carrying unhatched eggs, hurriedly sought escape, resembling refugees in a panic. Su would not grant them such an opportunity. She commanded the flames to pursue them relentlessly. Within moments, the rich aroma of roasting meat filled the forbidden forest as the spiders crackled and hissed under the heat. Vina sat on the ground, dumbfounded by the scene unfolding before her. Su continued until she believed she had eliminated the majority, aware that the commotion would attract attention. These spiders were Hagrid-esque. She wished to avoid confronting him, especially picturing him with a handkerchief, weeping over the loss of his beloved creatures. Quickly, she collected the remains of the spiders and turned to Vina, who was still in shock. Approaching her, Su extended her hand and gently asked, "Are you all right?" Instinctively, Vina placed her hand in Su's, her face suddenly aflame with embarrassment. As she attempted to rise, a sharp pain shot through her ankle. Looking down, she realized that the spider had inflicted a wound, her calf now bruised and swollen. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Vina's complexion paled. "Professor, am I going to die?" she asked, trembling. Seeing her shiver, Su lifted her into her arms and carried her to her alchemy room, rummaging through Snape's potion cabinet. Since Su frequently traversed the forbidden forest, Snape had prepared various antidotes for her. Swiftly, Su located the antidote for the 8-eyed spider's venom and handed it to Vina, whose complexion had begun to turn a sickly hue. "This is the antidote. Drinking it will alleviate your condition," Su reassured her softly. Vina took the potion, swallowing it down, and immediately felt a bitter and nauseating taste surging to the top of her head, causing her toes to curl in distaste. A pained expression crossed her face. How could a potion be so vile? Vina felt her hair stand on end from the dreadful flavor. "Is it really that awful?" Jiang Li inquired, offering her a glass of warm water with a concerned gaze. Vina accepted the cup and, with some reluctance, replied, "It's tolerable." "What happened? Why were you in the forbidden forest?" Jiang Li asked. Vina initially intended to brush it off, but ultimately decided to honestly share her actions with Jiang Li. "What do you admire about Snape?" Jiang Li asked curiously. Besides her, Snape's demeanor was hardly gentle. Vina was taken aback by the question, recalling her initial reasons for pursuing Snape. "Because he is deeply affectionate. Once he loves someone, he won't easily let go. Which is why I want to be with him," Vina answered. Her parents had divorced and started new families, leaving Vina feeling profoundly lonely. She craved abundant love, which led her to choose Snape, yet reality was starkly different from her expectations, leaving her somewhat disheartened. Jiang Li, resting her chin on her interlaced fingers, observed Vina and said, "But he doesn't love you. What good is being the object of unrequited affection?" I don't know," Vina murmured, gazing down at the rippling water in her cup, her expression clouded with confusion. "If one merely begs for another's affection, they will never be satisfied. You must possess something the other desires. Do you believe you have anything they need?" Jiang Li addressed her pointedly. "Isn't loving someone inherently without reason and without expecting anything in return?" Vina couldn't help but retort. Expecting nothing in return, What a novel perspective, Jiang Li replied without contesting her. Instead asking, would you be willing to work for me indefinitely without compensation? Why would I do that for free? Vina shot back. See, you too are unwilling. Jiang Li smiled at her, continuing, do you believe it is worth pursuing someone who will never love you? As long as I like him, it's worth it. Vina said quietly, firmly believing in her love, convinced that even the hardest ice could melt. By your reasoning, Snape's mother must be a paragon of selfless love. Jiang Li remarked deliberately. At this, Vina recalled the descriptions of Eileen in the book, her expression twisting as if she had swallowed a fly. She gripped her glass tightly, suddenly lost on what she was meant to do. You only need to strive to improve yourself and shower yourself with love. There is no need to pity others. Focus on nurturing yourself. Jiang Li discerned Vina's thoughts and, wishing to avoid circular conversation, gently stated, in fact, the moment I first saw you, I realized you were not the true Vina. At these words, Vina stiffened, gripping her glass tightly, her eyes betraying her alarm. Chapter 188. So it is. You needn't be anxious, Jiang Li said, leaning casually against the table, her smile warm as she continued. Are you aware that your body houses another soul? She has become quite weak. I suspect she is the original owner of this body, while you are an outsider. Vina felt as though struck by lightning, shocked to discover that her greatest secret had been unveiled. Her gaze toward Jiang Li turned wary. You needn't be anxious. Jiang Li reassured her with a calming smile, adding, if I harbored any ill intentions, you wouldn't have made it this far. This thought led Vina to recall how Jiang Li had effortlessly dispatched the 8-eyed giant spiders in the Forbidden Forest, and an odd sense of relaxation washed over her. Indeed, if the person before her meant her harm, they would have acted long ago rather than speak so calmly. How did you uncover my secret? I saw it the moment I laid eyes on you, Jiang Li replied while pouring herself a cup of tea, holding it in one hand as she spoke with a calm voice. Moreover, your acting skills are rather poor. You hardly resemble Vina at all. Perhaps you have yet to realize that occupying her body has weakened her soul, leading to her eventual demise. I never intended to harm her. I don't even know why I inexplicably arrived in this world, Vina hastily explained. Do you wish to return to your original world? Jiang Li asked, her slender fingers gently tracing the rim of her cup as she regarded Vina. I can send you back. At these words, Vina's eyes sparkled with delight as she exclaimed, really? Please send me back. She had grown weary of this world, which lacked mobile phones, air conditioning, and even palatable food. Initially, she had been thrilled to wield magic. But as time passed, everything felt increasingly foreign. Moreover, the people here did not accept her, while they had not directly wronged her. Their gazes made it clear they regarded her as a madwoman, unwilling to befriend her. She longed for her bubble tea and little cakes. Is there anything you need me to do? Should I draw some blood? Vina suggested, her excitement growing at the thought of returning. No. Just stand there and hold my hand, Jiang Li instructed, reaching out to her with a smile. The magic circle has already been formed. All you need to do is agree. Surprised, Vina glanced around, noticing nothing amiss, yet she still extended her hand toward Jiang Li. Host, your task remains unfulfilled. No. A mechanical voice intoned, abruptly transforming into a strange crackling sound. Vina stared in astonishment as Jiang Li reached out, grasping at air as if something were twisting in her grasp. In the next moment, a mass of black mist appeared in Jiang Li's hand, struggling violently as if seeking escape. Jiang Li's fingers tightened, her gaze turning icy, the smile fading from her lips. Indeed, it is this thing. No wonder you were meant to perish, yet instead ended up in this world. During the previous ritual, she had sensed something was amiss. Logically, the array should have absorbed her soul to bring back little Severus. Instead, what returned was Severus from another timeline. It seemed the world consciousness was concerned she might die before completing her task. In her past life, she had discovered that some outsiders utilized foreign souls to gradually siphon the fortune of those around them, slowly draining the energy of this world. By the time the powerful beings of the Tianyuan continent realized this, it was too late. The world consciousness had grown exceedingly weak, with spiritual energy and fortune continuously dissipating. Ultimately, they paid an unimaginable price to sever connections with the outside world. Little did she expect to encounter such a thing again in this life. Jiang Li's magical energy surged, her eyes gradually turning a deep violet as she focused on the black mist's energy, crushing it with ferocity. Vina was rendered speechless by her daunting presence. As the black mist dispersed, Jiang Li opened her palm to reveal a strange, shattered orb resting quietly within. What is this? Vina asked, her curiosity piqued despite her trepidation. Jiang Li glanced at her, speaking slowly. This is the culprit that brought you to this world. Huh. Wasn't I supposed to have a fatal heart attack from staying up too late to cross over? Vina inquired, her surprise evident. You are evidently still a lingering spirit, suggesting that you have not yet succumbed to death. However, If you linger here too long, you will irrevocably sever the connection to your original corporeal form. Jiang Li, enveloping the orb within her bracelet, brandished her wand and inquired of Vina, "Are you prepared? It is time for me to escort you back." "Wait," Vina interjected, as a thought seemed to dawn upon her, halting Jiang Li's actions. Jiang Li gazed at her in confusion. Could it be that she was having second thoughts? If that were the case, it would be simpler to extinguish this spirit entirely. Vina stammered, nervously fiddling with the hem of her garment. "May I embrace you before I depart?" Jiang Li was the most striking individual she had ever encountered, surpassing even the stars of television. She feared she might never again meet someone so breathtaking. Even if a romantic relationship with such a handsome figure was unattainable, a mere hug would suffice. Jiang Li replied, "No, you must return immediately." She thrust her wand downward, embedding it into the floor, her magical energy surging into the spell circle. Instantly, the floor was adorned with intricate magical runes, and the room around them vanished, leaving them seemingly suspended in the night sky, surrounded by endless darkness and a swirling pattern of magical sigils beneath their feet. Vina felt disoriented. What should I do now? Should I walk in that direction? Jiang Li gestured towards the brightest star, instructing her, "Proceed in that direction, and you will discover a door. Open it, and you shall return to your original body." Upon hearing this, Vina glanced towards where Jiang Li pointed and indeed spotted a door. It was ancient, embellished with complex designs that were overwhelming at a mere glance. Do not look too long. It contains the power of rules. A mere mortal gazing upon it could see their soul dissipate, Jiang Li cautioned. Instantly, Vina averted her gaze and hurried towards the door, opening it. In the moment the door closed, a dark mist surged past Vina's feet, attempting to enter this realm. In the next instant, a transparent box enveloped it. Jiang Li locked the box, observing the dark mist within with an air of indifference. How tenacious. I had considered letting you off the hook, but here you are again. The door sealed completely, and Jiang Li cast a curse upon it. Anyone not recognized by the world's consciousness who entered this realm would fall under this curse. After completing these actions, the magic runes beneath their feet faded, and the starry sky transformed back into the alchemical chamber. Suddenly, Vina's body grew weak, and she began to sway backwards. Jiang Li, quick as a flash, caught her. Moments later, Vina slowly opened her eyes, her expression dazed. Upon seeing Jiang Li's face, she quickly retreated from her embrace. Vina's complexion was pale, her body slightly trembling. Yet her eyes sparkled with brightness, exuding a gentle aura. Chapter 189, The Press Conference. "Thank you," she murmured softly to Jiang Li. Jiang Li, seated on the floor, rested one hand on her knee, tilting her head slightly to regard Vina's pale visage. "Do you comprehend what has transpired?" Vina nodded, her voice barely above a whisper. "I could see everything happening, but I was powerless to control my body. Thank you for expelling that malevolent spirit." During this time, she had endured immense suffering, helplessly watching as someone else occupied her body, basking in her parents' affection, shamelessly expressing affection for a boy who had a fiancé, engaging in actions she would never willingly undertake. Furthermore, she felt herself growing weaker. Had it not been for Jiang Li's assistance, she feared she would soon vanish entirely. Jiang Li brushed the dust from her trousers and, observing Vina's fragile face, spoke gently. "Your soul's condition is precarious. You must return and recuperate for a time. Do not worry about your studies. I shall convey the truth to them, and you may return once you have regained your strength." Upon hearing this, Vina expressed her gratitude with a soft smile before she could no longer sustain herself and collapsed. Jiang Li caught the fainting Vina just as the door swung open. Severus Snape stood in the doorway, observing the embrace between Jiang Li and Vina. Their eyes met, and Jiang Li promptly feigned a look of distress. "How unfortunate that you have caught me. Since you have, I shall no longer conceal the truth. I am engaged in an affair." Snape's lips twitched, recognizing Jiang Li's penchant for jest, and took her words lightly. He stepped inside, and, noticing Vina's pallor, inquired, "What has happened to her?" "Another soul from a different realm has returned. Vina's spirit is too weak to bear the burden of her body and has fainted," Jiang Li explained, cradling Vina's head against her chest to prevent her from falling. Snape, observing the scene, felt slightly uncomfortable. "We should take her to the infirmary. Madame Pomfrey will be better equipped to care for her." "Very well, I entrust this matter to you." Jiang Li gently pushed Vina into Snape's arms, lowering her gaze to the box containing the dark mist. Snape immediately employed a levitation charm, floating Vina along. Upon Snape's return, he found Jiang Li prodding the box with the sword of Gryffindor. The dark mist writhed within, evading the blade's tip. "What is this?" Snape inquired, curiosity piqued. The sword of Gryffindor could effortlessly cleave through even Voldemort's residual essence, yet this dark mist merely dimmed, showing no signs of dissipating. "This is a parasitic entity," Jiang Li remarked, seemingly bored, as she closed the box and began to explain its origins to Snape. Are there more of these creatures elsewhere? He asked. There should be. But none have been detected thus far, Jiang Li replied softly. She suspected that the world's consciousness was not so benevolent. Jiang Li had initially thought her noble deeds would be rewarded, only to realize she was merely being repurposed as labor. Frustrated, she shook the box vigorously, disorienting the dark substance within. How do you intend to deal with it? Snape inquired. If this entity posed the danger, Jiang Li suggested, it must not be allowed to come to light. Later, I will gather energy to destroy it, Jiang Li replied lazily. She had initially believed that gathering sufficient materials would facilitate time travel, but now it seemed utterly futile. The only solace for Jiang Li was that this world appeared to have just been invaded. The breach was small, negating the need for human sacrifices. Nevertheless, she would still need to establish formations in various locations. This accursed world would continue to present her with challenges, perhaps sensing her resentment. The golden light of merit enveloping her suddenly intensified. Ah, so you wish to bribe her with merit light? Jiang Li scoffed. Did she truly lack such merit? Despite her irritation, Jiang Li began to strategize earnestly, as she wished to remain in this world and did not desire to witness its collapse. Noticing Jiang Li's agitation, Snape took her hand, glancing down at their matching sleeve patterns, a faint smile gracing his lips. Do you have anything you particularly cherish? He inquired. Jiang Li turned to meet his gentle gaze, her mood lifting slightly. The world had not been so dreadful after all. I like you, she replied with a beaming smile. Upon hearing these words, Snape felt a sudden warmth flush his cheeks, and he feigned composure as he replied, I am aware, but my inquiry pertains to material possessions. Is there anything you particularly cherish? Do you wish to present me with a gift? Jiang Li asked. I wish to see you happy, Snape responded. At this, Jiang Li hooked her little finger around his, and with a radiant smile said, There's no need. I have already received the finest gift, and am exceedingly joyful. Realizing she was referring to him, Snape felt a bead of sweat form in the palm of his hand, yet his countenance remained tranquil as he softly stated, You are also my greatest gift. Upon hearing this, Jiang Li chuckled softly and brushed a strand of his dark hair away from his face, asking, What plans do you have for this summer? Are you going out? Snape inquired. Not for the time being. I have yet to gather all my materials, and I am not in a rush to set up any spells, Jiang Li replied. She intended to first study some more advanced incantations at home. Then I shall accompany you, Snape said gently. In truth, you may pursue your own plans without feeling the need to accommodate me, Jiang Li remarked. Feeling that Snape's constant presence might become somewhat burdensome, especially since many of their peers seemed eager to socialize, such as Potter. I do not accommodate you. I simply do not enjoy going out. I plan to research new potions, Snape answered. Seeing no reluctance in his expression, Jiang Li chose not to press the matter further. After Vina was sent home, Jiang Li informed her peers about the malevolent spirit that had possessed Vina's body. This revelation sparked a wave of panic among the students, prompting them to immediately interrogate anyone who appeared suspicious. However, while they failed to uncover any evil spirits, they did stumble upon several pairs of clandestine couples. The young lovers, who had cautiously sought a secluded spot for a rendezvous, were nearly startled to death when a throng of students descended upon them. The issue of werewolves attending Hogwarts escalated, with some school board members demanding the expulsion of the werewolf student. As tensions reached a boiling point, Dumbledore granted an interview to the press, which had descended upon him like a pack of hyenas, eager for the latest scoop. Jiang Li also attended this press conference. She observed several microphones before Dumbledore, who stood before the crowd in a deep purple traditional wizarding robe, exuding an air of calm confidence. I know there is considerable concern regarding my decision to admit a werewolf student, Dumbledore began, pausing momentarily as countless cameras focused on him. He gazed into the lenses and continued, This matter is indeed true. The statement sent shockwaves through the audience, as numerous microphones converged upon him, with many reporters quickly relaying the news, fearing they might miss the latest headlines. Why would you do such a thing? Are you disregarding the safety of the students? What is your purpose in this? It has been reported that the werewolf has already harmed several students and even killed a professor. Is this true? Will there be an increasing number of non-human students at your school? Dumbledore, have you informed the parents of the students? Are you attempting to curry favor with the werewolf community to gain entry into the Ministry of Magic? The reporters clamored, resembling sharks drawn to the scent of blood, keen to extract a morsel of information from Dumbledore. The crowd watched him intently, eager for his response. Dumbledore raised his hand and calmly stated, There is no need for haste. I will address each of your questions in turn. Firstly, my decision to admit this werewolf student was made after careful consideration of his background and character. Every year, innocent individuals are bitten and transformed into werewolves against their will. They too are victims. yet they continue to face unjust treatment. Therefore, I wish to grant this child an opportunity for a brighter future. I have arranged a safe environment for him, ensuring he poses no threat to anyone. I acknowledge that this decision was made without consulting others, which may seem hasty. But we need not worry about this issue any longer. Immediately, a sharp-witted reporter interjected, "So, when you recognized your mistake, did you expel the werewolf student?" "No, I will not expel my student. He has committed no wrongdoing and does not deserve punishment," Dumbledore replied, offering the reporter a gentle smile. "I will not abandon any of my students." The audience was taken aback by his words. "But what did you mean when you said we need not worry about this issue?" "This brings me to the second point I wish to address today," Dumbledore continued, his smile fading slightly as he solemnly announced, "because Remus Lupin is no longer a werewolf." The late Professor Malfoy had previously conducted research on how to revert werewolves to their original state, and this experiment has been successful. The room fell silent for a moment. What had they just heard? Werewolves could indeed be restored to their human forms? The audience erupted into a frenzy, bombarding him with questions about the specifics of the experiment. Though some skeptical voices arose. How could the werewolf curse possibly be lifted? Surely, this is just a fabrication to extricate yourself from trouble. Dumbledore anticipated such skepticism and had previously contacted the healers at St. Mungo's Hospital, who had examined Lupin and provided monitoring reports that confirmed he had completely overcome the werewolf curse. Furthermore, the Second World Foundation, established by Gwendolyn Malfoy before her passing, had initiated efforts to address this matter, concerned that many affected by the werewolf curse might lose their livelihoods. She established a foundation to cover a portion of the costs for the surgeries to restore werewolves to their human state, while also providing employment opportunities for those afflicted. Upon hearing this, a disheveled man, clad in tattered clothing and bearing a haggard expression, rushed to the front, attempting to grasp Dumbledore's robe as he fervently questioned him. "Is this true? Are there indeed jobs being offered to werewolves?" "Of course it is true," Dumbledore replied warmly. "I believe there are no inherently wicked individuals. It is the environment that shapes them. You can forge a beautiful life through your own efforts." Dumbledore regarded the man gently and continued, "This is also Gwendolyn's wish." Receiving this affirmation, Jack suddenly knelt on the ground, weeping uncontrollably, his sorrowful cries evoking deep sympathy. The reporters present quickly turned their cameras toward him, capturing the poignant moment. One reporter inquired, "What has caused you such emotion?" "Because I am also a werewolf." At this revelation, all the reporters instinctively recoiled, some regarding him with fear. Jack, already aware of their true nature, felt no discomfort. Wiping his tears, his eyes reddened as he recounted, "I once had a beautiful family, but on that fateful day, while I was out, I encountered a frenzied werewolf who attacked me, transforming me into one of them." He began to narrate his tragic tale. Forced into the life of a werewolf, he lost his job, his source of income, and even his family abandoned him. He was left with no choice but to resort to theft and robbery to survive. He had never harmed anyone or turned anyone else into a werewolf. He merely wished to endure. Jack, though appearing disheveled, possessed a striking countenance that evoked empathy from those around him. Upon hearing of his plight, several journalists found their eyes welling with tears. "Although Mrs. Malfoy had already passed away, I am profoundly grateful to her for granting me a chance at rebirth," Jack said, his voice trembling. The high-definition camera focused intently on his cheek. Handsome, despondent, breathtakingly tearful, Jiang Li couldn't help but marvel at Dumbledore's uncanny ability to select individuals. With such a poignant image, many would undoubtedly feel compassion for his circumstances and thus rally behind Dumbledore. In truth, Gadnia had been diligently researching a solution to the blood curse prior to her untimely demise. As Jack concluded his narrative, Dumbledore's voice emerged, imbued with an overwhelming sense of sorrow and regret. Yet she was gone, still so young, with the potential to develop further innovations that could benefit the entire wizarding world. Her life was cruelly cut short because she obstructed certain individuals. At this emotional juncture, Dumbledore took a handkerchief to dab his eyes, his eyelids reddening. Though he maintained a facade of composure, the thought that he spoke of her, of himself, made Jiang Li feel nauseous, an unwelcome shiver creeping up her spine. She whispered to Snape beside her, "Is there onion juice in that handkerchief of his? How is it that his eyes redden so easily?" "No. I suspect it must be chili. The scent of onion is too overpowering for such an occasion, easily detected." Snape offered his perspective. Jiang Li found his reasoning sound. The two exchanged hushed whispers, their heads leaning together, while Dumbledore delivered a heart-wrenching address on stage. The press conference proceeded remarkably well. After its conclusion, reporters hurried back, pondering the title for the upcoming edition of the newspaper. The current issue was rife with dramatic revelations. Dumbledore's clandestine admission of allowing werewolves to attend Hogwarts was but a trivial point in comparison. The following day, readers were astounded. having not anticipated that a direct remedy for the werewolf curse had been discovered. Some even speculated it could potentially resolve the blood curse issue. Initially dismissed as an April Fool's joke, the credibility of the claims became undeniable as prominent figures stepped forward to affirm their authenticity. Many began to inquire into Gadnia's identity, seeking to learn about her life, only to discover the tragic news of her death. How could this be? She was so young. Chapter 191, Important News. The death of an ordinary person typically garners little attention. However, when that individual is a prodigy with remarkable talents and astounding accomplishments, whose unrealized potential could reshape the future, and possesses striking looks, the narrative shifts dramatically. People begin to mourn her loss, and anger simmers beneath the surface. Yes, anger. For Jiang Li's research held the promise of alleviating the burdens of many. Just as hope began to blossom, someone cruelly shattered it. Investigating the cause of Jiang Li's death, they learned she was slain by Death Eaters, inciting an intense hatred towards them. Some pureblood families afflicted by the blood curse even blamed Voldemort, had it not been for his orders. That Malfoy might still be alive today, perhaps even devising a solution to the blood curse, for if the werewolf curse could be addressed, surely, given enough time, the blood curse could be as well. Alas, there are no what-ifs now. She is gone. Many who felt this indignation even gathered outside the Ministry of Magic, brandishing banners demanding the punishment of the Death Eaters. Each day, countless protests erupted in the ministry's offices. Some more extreme individuals even camped outside the home of the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, Old Barty, vocally decrying his ineffectiveness in capturing those Death Eaters. It was rumored that young Barty, returning home, encountered this scene and politely invited the protesters to express their disdain for Old Barty with even harsher words, particularly aimed at him. He recorded their vitriol and hid it in Old Barty's room, playing the recordings at night, much to Old Barty's chagrin. He wasn't an Auror. His inability to apprehend the Death Eaters had nothing to do with him. In summary, the press conference achieved its goal. Everyone now harbored a profound loathing for the Death Eaters. Even a thoughtless young wizard, uttering a desire to become a Death Eater at home, would receive a loving reprimand from their mother. Jiang Li entrusted matters to her subordinates, and under Elena's mournful gaze, she returned home with Snape to continue her previous research. In a remote village, a wizard appeared at the muddy entrance, walking along the dirt road and grimacing at the mud-streaked soles of his shoes. Damn it! Who on earth chose this wretched place? This filthy road has sullied my shoes. The man grumbled as he entered a nearby estate, where he spotted a figure clad in an exquisite robe, wielding a serpentine cane, with flowing platinum locks, and immediately quickened his pace toward Lucius. Lucius, I've heard that an extraordinary individual has emerged from the Malfoy family. The man cast a malicious glance at Lucius, deliberately elongating his tone. The Dark Lord is aware of this. How do you suppose he shall reward you? Lucius's gray-blue eyes regarded him with the indifference one might reserve for refuse. The Dark Lord is not as foolish as you. Gadnia is not of our bloodline. He arrogantly brushed past the man. Jealousy flickered in the man's eyes as he observed Lucius's retreating figure, his expression slightly contorted. What is so remarkable? When the Dark Lord's accountability falls upon you, we shall see how you maintain your arrogance. A group of Death Eaters stealthily entered the estate, evading the prying eyes of Muggles, and gathered in a dimly lit parlor. A long table sat in the center, and the attendees quickly found their seats. The Death Eaters cautiously settled. Their expressions varied as they speculated what orders the Dark Lord might issue this time. After all, the recent upheaval caused by Dumbledore had greatly impacted them. Lucius, maintaining a cold demeanor, took his seat, feigning ignorance to the scrutinizing gazes that swept across him, upholding an air of aristocracy. He had not anticipated that Jiang Li would present him with such a significant dilemma. Once everyone was seated, the door swung open once more. This time, all rose to their feet, reverently regarding the figure that appeared in the doorway. A massive serpent's head emerged, slithering languidly into the room. Fear and revulsion emerged on many faces. In an instant, a piercing scream shattered the silence. The enormous serpent coiled around one of the Death Eaters, constricting him tightly, its sharp fangs sinking into his neck. Blood gushed forth, draining the color from the man's face. The others instinctively gripped their wands, heightened vigilance in their demeanor. No one dared to aim their wands at the colossal serpent. The last individual to do so had ended up within its belly. Nagini. In the ensuing silence, a dark voice resonated. All present rose, their gazes filled with utmost respect as they turned toward the entrance, while Bellatrix regarded him with fervent adoration. A chilling surge of dark magic surged forth as Voldemort's silhouette gradually materialized, seemingly gliding through the shadows, enveloped by a tempest of volatile magical energy. His once handsome visage, now pallid as parchment, bore little resemblance to its former self. His emotionless gaze swept across the assembly, causing the Death Eaters to lower their heads in a chorus of fear and reverence that intermingled within their hearts. Nagini relinquished the lifeless body of a Death Eater, her colossal, deceased form twisting and slithering across the long table, coiling around Voldemort. "Good child," he murmured gently, stroking her massive head. The sight rendered the onlookers even more mute, their heads bowed lower in an expression of heightened respect. Voldemort moved slowly to the forefront, his voice a low whisper. "I did not anticipate that a member of the Order of the Phoenix had infiltrated your ranks. The traitor has been dealt with." His measured tone struck each heart like a hammer, igniting a palpable tension as the gathered individuals braced themselves, fearing their names might be called in the next breath. Suddenly, the door swung open, prompting all to instinctively glance towards the entrance. Peter, shrinking back, timidly stepped inside. The scrutiny, both overt and concealed, settled upon him. Voldemort's red eyes, devoid of emotion, fixed on him, his voice imbued with a hint of frost. "You are late." He regarded Peter, who resembled a frightened rodent, his displeasure unmistakable. "What punishment do you believe I should impose upon you?" "Please, do not punish me, my lord," Peter implored hastily. "I bring vital news." Chapter 192. I do not wish to hear it. Voldemort's gaze bore down on Peter with an intensity that exuded an overwhelming pressure. "You had best indeed possess important news." His icy stare penetrated Peter, the agony of his fragmented soul driving him to the brink of savagery, longing to obliterate everything in sight. Peter swallowed hard, hastily declaring, "The Gardenia Malfoy you instructed someone to kill is, in fact, not dead." At this revelation, Lucius tightened his grip on his wand, his eyes locked onto Peter. "Our current professor of alchemy is actually Gardenia Malfoy. She has merely adopted a new guise and re-emerged before us. Regulus has betrayed you," Peter exclaimed, his excitement palpable. The most animated among them was Bellatrix. Rising to her feet, she aimed her wand at Peter, her gaze dark and menacing. "I will not permit you to slander a member of the Black family. He would never betray the Dark Lord." "I am not lying. I truly heard James and the others say so. Professor Malfoy is indeed the new instructor," Peter stammered, terror gripping him. He looked to Voldemort for salvation. "My lord, I would never deceive you." "Bellatrix," Voldemort interjected, halting her impending assault, as he brusquely delved into Peter's memories. He soon discerned the truth of James's words to Lupin. "Lord Voldemort, we of the Black family would never betray you," Bellatrix fervently insisted, her gaze daggers at Peter, her eyes filled with disdain. "I swear, I am not lying." Peter insisted nervously. The declaration ignited Bellatrix's fury. She brandished a whip, intent on striking him. "Bellatrix, cease." Voldemort's frigid voice echoed, halting her actions. "My lord, Regulus would never betray you," Bellatrix urged, her desperation palpable. "If he were to commit such an act, I would personally see to his end. If he has not betrayed the Dark Lord, then why is he not here?" A Death Eater interjected mockingly. Bellatrix shot him a fierce glare, her wand poised, ready to unleash a lethal curse at any moment. The offending Death Eater promptly silenced himself, having nearly forgotten the madness inherent to the Black family. "I trust that the members of the Black family would not betray me," Voldemort's deep voice resonated. At his words, Bellatrix's eyes shimmered with emotion as she gazed at him. Voldemort addressed the assembly. "Regulus is dead." He had previously summoned Regulus, yet could sense no trace of him. Voldemort was acutely confident that no one could erase his dark mark. Thus the most logical explanation was that Regulus had perished, most likely at the hands of that Malfoy. A hypothesis flickered in his mind. Perhaps that individual had, like him, created Horcruxes or even possessed more experience. Alternatively, that person might not be Gardenia Malfoy at all, merely an usurped vessel. His crimson eyes glinted with coldness as he surveyed the Death Eaters present, eventually fixing his gaze on Lucius. Lucius felt as though a venomous snake had locked onto him, rendering him immobile with dread. "I recall that individual was also a Malfoy," Voldemort mused, his pace leisurely as his robe trailed behind him. All eyes followed his movement until he placed his hand upon Lucius. "You will not disappoint me, will you?" "Of course. I am willing to do anything for you. I will bring her body to you," Lucius declared without hesitation, affirming his loyalty. "No, I do not require you to kill her. Simply bring her here," Voldemort replied slowly, intent on confirming one matter. Voldemort extended his hand towards Lucius. Upon this, Lucius promptly bowed respectfully and kissed the hem of his robe, pledging, "I guarantee the completion of your task." "Very well, you may go." Voldemort felt a sudden, searing pain in his soul, a desire to obliterate everything overwhelming him. The wards outside the door stirred, and his scarlet pupils flickered. A figure emerged from the shadows, approaching the entrance, where a curious Muggle child was attempting to climb into the manor. He raised his wand, aiming at the child. A flash of green light illuminated the space, and the child instantly stiffened, collapsing against the wall and falling into the grass. Unbeknownst to him, Nagini had slithered over, leisurely making her way to the child's lifeless form, slowly consuming it. When Lucius returned to the manor, he found Narcissa standing in the garden. Her eyes sparkled upon seeing him. "Lucius, are you unharmed?" Narcissa asked with concern, embracing him. "I am well." Lucius's gray-blue eyes softened as he looked down at Narcissa. Speaking gently, "Have you seen Andromeda? She is doing quite well, and her daughter is adorable." Narcissa's expression brightened as she spoke of this. "By the way, are you all set to depart again?" Every time Voldemort summons a meeting of the Death Eaters, it signifies impending action. Though her husband had deliberately concealed the truth, Narcissa could still perceive the weariness in his eyes. Lucius recalled Voldemort's directives, feeling a tangle of emotions. He spoke softly to Narcissa. "The Dark Lord has not commanded me to commit murder. He has tasked me with other duties." Upon hearing this, Narcissa tightened her grip on his hand, her concern evident. "Is it dangerous?" "Not at all. I can manage," Lucius reassured her, enveloping Narcissa in his embrace. "I understand what is truly important. I will not engage in perilous endeavors." In a nearby house close to Korkwoth, Jiang Li welcomed the first guest of this summer. Observing the elegantly adorned and noble Lucius, Jiang Li felt somewhat out of place sitting on her own sofa. She raised an eyebrow. "It's quite rare to see you here in person. Are you not afraid of Voldemort discovering this?" Mia, cautiously placing a tray of pastries on the table, stole a quick glance at Lucius before hastily retreating. "If I had my way, I would not have come to seek you out," Lucius replied, shedding his typical arrogance in Jiang Li's presence, his eyes reflecting a hint of resignation. "The Dark Lord has commanded me to escort you to him." "Oh," Jiang Li responded nonchalantly, taking a sip of her tea while observing Lucius, who appeared markedly haggard. A smirk played on her lips as she added, "It seems you are not faring well in Voldemort's service." At her words, Lucius rubbed his temples and spoke softly. His recent demeanor has become increasingly erratic. Many have been purged from his ranks, and he has grown quite volatile, often resorting to soul extraction on his subordinates. "If you hadn't provided me with an artifact to resist such intrusions, I might have already fallen victim to the Dark Lord. I am aware this predicament places you in a difficult position, yet I still hope you can feign cooperation and accompany me to the Dark Lord," he continued. "Knowing that I would be put in such a predicament, you should never have proposed this," Jiang Li replied languidly. Lucius, feeling somewhat defeated, observed Jiang Li's bemusement. "So, Voldemort is aware of my continued existence? Peter Pettigrew has informed the Dark Lord that you still live. He is rather intrigued. Perhaps out of curiosity regarding your miraculous return from death," Lucius explained. Jiang Li surmised why Pettigrew was aware of her survival. "It seems he is indeed quite obsessed with immortality," she mused. Tilting her head, she teasingly asked, "Would you like to hear a secret about the Dark Lord?" Lucius felt a foreboding sense and promptly replied, "No, I do not wish to hear it. Knowing too many secrets of the Dark Lord only hastens one's demise." Chapter 193. Guess what I discovered? It is not a particularly grave secret. I previously dispatched someone to investigate Voldemort and uncovered his origins. He is not pureblood, but rather a half-blood, with a muggle father. Jiang Li grinned as she watched the incredulous expression spread across Lucius's face. Voldemort is not pureblood. Lucius could no longer maintain his composure, disbelief etched in his features. Isn't he a descendant of Slytherin? How could he possibly be half-blood? No one doubted Voldemort's identity solely because he spoke Parseltongue, a gift attributed only to the descendants of Slytherin, who can command and converse with serpents. His immense magical prowess certainly belied a half-blood heritage. That is the reality. Even among Slytherin's line, there are half-bloods. Jiang Li observed his flustered demeanor, gently remarking, "After all, to rally the pureblood families to serve him, he must possess a fitting identity, wouldn't you agree? Since you are already aware of this, why not make it public?" Lucius inquired. "Would you believe such revelations if they were made public?" "No, you would not. It would be akin to the Death Eaters announcing my survival. No one would take it seriously, rendering such actions utterly futile." Jiang Li cautioned Lucius. "You should maintain your facade before Voldemort to prevent him from discovering that you know his secret, lest he silence you permanently." "Then why divulge this information to me if you are concerned for my safety?" Lucius asked. "Because I long to witness the shock on your face," Jiang Li replied with a mischievous smile, finding amusement in the significant blow this revelation dealt to those who chased pure blood. Lucius was truly exasperated. He rubbed his forehead with one hand while gazing at Jiang Li, who was calmly sipping her tea, reflecting upon his own father. He understood why his father often struggled in conversations with Gwendolen. She did not adhere to conventional norms. "Very well, I shall contemplate your proposal. You may take your leave now, as we have not prepared dinner for you today." Jiang Li began to usher Lucius away. Lucius, too, was not inclined to remain. Mia would not even dare to emerge with him present. He was not displeased to be dismissed, after all. Abraxas often faced Jiang Li's relentless insistence to leave as well. He simply feared Jiang Li might unexpectedly disclose another explosive secret. Halfway to the door, he turned to Jiang Li and asked, "May I take some flowers from your garden with me?" "Why?" Jiang Li replied without hesitation. "No, you cannot. I wish to present them to Narcissa. She adores them," Lucius explained. Upon hearing it was for Narcissa, Jiang Li immediately altered her demeanor. "Mia, go to the garden and cut the most exquisite gardenias. Pack the pastries we prepared for him," she instructed, and Mia promptly complied. A few minutes later, Lucius stood with a bouquet in one hand and a heavy box of pastries in the other, questioning Jiang Li. "Why are you so much kinder to Narcissa than to me? According to our family tree, I am technically your junior. Wouldn't it make sense for you to be closer to me?" Jiang Li replied with utmost seriousness. "The reason for my kindness towards Narcissa is her goodness." Lucius. "Because Narcissa is beautiful," Jiang Li added, with a striking resemblance to her elder sister, "and she possesses a gentle nature." As Severus emerged from the potions classroom and spotted Lucius lingering in the sitting room, he inquired with surprise, "What brings you here?" "Here to steal your dinner. Today, Mia did not prepare a portion for him, so you shall share yours," Jiang Li casually remarked. Lucius raised his chin slightly, offering Severus a friendly smile. "Severus, it has been too long." Severus regarded the exquisitely attired Lucius, suggesting, "Perhaps you should return home early. Narcissa is waiting for you." Lucius. These two were truly amusing. Did they think he lacked the means to procure a meal? Ultimately, Lucius departed before dinner. After his departure, Jiang Li informed Severus of their conversation. "I do not agree," Severus said, his disapproval evident as he regarded Jiang Li. "Voldemort is far more complex than you realize. Sending you there certainly harbors some ulterior motive." "I have already promised Lucius," Jiang Li replied, pouring Severus a cup of tea and softening her tone. "Rest assured, I shall prepare adequately before I go. Nothing will go awry. That is Voldemort's territory. Should you go, he will not let you leave easily. Gwendolen, I am aware of your formidable strength. Yet matters are not as simple as you perceive. You cannot contend with so many Death Eaters alone." Severus's furrowed brow and tense demeanor conveyed his disapproval of Jiang Li's risky endeavor. "If I do not go, Voldemort will undoubtedly punish Lucius." Jiang Li smiled at Severus. "I cannot simply stand by and do nothing. Even if Lucius fails to fulfill his mission, Voldemort would not kill him, but your situation would be entirely different. You would surely perish." Severus insisted, his tension palpable. The lingering dread of Voldemort's past power weighed heavily on him. He wished to protect Jiang Li from similar misfortune. "I am exceptionally skilled at evading danger. Even Voldemort could not capture me," Jiang Li reassured Severus, observing his troubled expression. "You are far too anxious. You had already made up your mind, and this was not a matter for discussion." A surge of anger welled up within Severus Snape as he regarded Jiang Li, stating, "Since you had no intention of consulting me, you ought not to have informed me. Are you angry?" Jiang Li leaned closer to Snape's face, playfully prodding his cheek with her finger, a smile gracing her lips. "You seem to be perpetually in a state of ire. I am not as magnanimous as Miss Malfoy, who can remain indifferent while her beloved engages in perilous endeavors." With a sardonic tone, Snape seized Jiang Li's restless finger, casting her an irritable glare. "Your scolding manner is quite striking," Jiang Li remarked, her expression gentle as she complimented him. At her words, Snape felt warmth creep to his ears. His lips pressed tightly together, and his jaw clenched, every contour of his face betraying his current vexation. "Do not presume that such remarks will persuade me to allow you to venture into danger." Jiang Li flashed a cunning smile, looking at Snape. "The other day, I stumbled upon a book on your shelf, its pages quite creased from use. Can you guess its title?" At this, a foreboding sensation washed over Snape. "When did you enter my room?" "That is of little consequence. What matters is that the book is titled 99 Tips for Interacting with Your Lover." Jiang Li reached out, attempting to drape her arm around Snape's neck as she had before. Noticing the height difference, she stood on her tiptoes, straining slightly to reach him. Snape instinctively supported her waist, bending slightly towards her, and grumbled, "You should not intrude into my private quarters." "My apologies," Jiang Li feigned sincerity, her eyes sparkling with mischief as she inquired, "What made you decide to read that?" "This is not mine," Snape replied, his demeanor somewhat awkward. "This belongs to Lily. She left it here and forgot to take it with her." It was surprising to discover how much Lily cared for James, to have so thoroughly annotated the book. Jiang Li regarded Snape with a knowing smile. "I recall that on page 58, it states that being candid with someone you admire can be quite endearing. I believe my earlier demeanor was rather forthright. You ought not to be angry with me." "You are mistaken. Page 58 suggests that, when faced with someone you fancy, one may sometimes resort to benevolent falsehoods." Snape corrected her with an air of seriousness. It was evident that Professor Snape had diligently studied the text. Jiang Li found amusement in his intensity. Realizing he had misspoken, Snape turned his face away, lapsing into silence. Jiang Li tilted her head, pressing her cheek against his, teasingly saying, "It seems you have not gleaned much wisdom after all." "I have," Snape interjected, moving closer to her, his breath slightly uneven, the dark strands of hair falling over his eyes. In a moment that caught her by surprise, he kissed her lips. Unlike their previous pecks, this kiss was more fervent and uninhibited. Jiang Li felt the warmth of his palm at the nape of her neck, the love in his eyes palpable and overwhelming. Instinctively, she clutched his sleeve, reciprocating the kiss. After what felt like an eternity, they parted, their breaths entwined. Jiang Li touched Snape's reddened ears, remarking, "It appears you have indeed learned quite a bit." She released him, patting his shoulder. "Keep up the good work. Let us continue this next time." "Why do you show no signs of embarrassment?" Snape observed Jiang Li, who displayed no shyness, in stark contrast to the descriptions in the book. "Not at all. I am exceedingly shy. I merely fear that you might perceive my feelings, so I feign indifference." Jiang Li pretended to appear anxious. Snape gazed at her intently, asserting, "I do not wish for you to engage in hazardous activities. I am aware that you intend to confront Voldemort." The air fell silent. Jiang Li sighed softly, meeting Snape's gaze. "Severus, I must go. I cannot allow others to undertake the risks for me. If the time comes, I cannot hide behind them, lest no one be willing to assist me." Snape fell silent, clearly displeased. Jiang Li caressed his earlobe gently, speaking softly, "I need to prepare some alchemical items for my escape. Rest assured, I shall not place myself in peril." Upon hearing this, Snape removed her hand and turned to enter the potions classroom. "Ah, it seems you are angry again." Jiang Li had no intention of placating him, as time was of the essence, and she needed to procure some supplies. Having been delayed by previous troubles, she had not yet collected her items from Borgin and Burke's. She donned a deep green fitted coat and approached the door. Just as she reached it, her vision blurred momentarily. She touched the corner of her eye, feeling snowflakes settle on her lashes, melting in her palm. It seemed the snow had begun to fall without her noticing. As she turned to grab an umbrella, a hand more swift than her own secured it first. She looked up in surprise to find Snape, who had changed into different attire. "Aren't you supposed to be brewing potions?" Snape opened the umbrella, shielding her from the snow, and replied, "The cauldron was still boiling. I returned to extinguish the flames." He lifted his hand to brush the snowflakes from her hair. "I thought you were too upset to speak with me," Jiang Li said, smiling at Snape. "I am not so immature," Snape retorted, glancing at her lovely visage, tilting his head slightly. "I understand what is truly important." At his words, Jiang Li's expression softened considerably. She grasped Snape's hand, and they apparat to a location near Nocturne Alley. Jiang Li employed a confundus charm to ensure that anyone who glimpsed them would fail to recall their appearances. After retrieving materials from Borgin and Burke's, Jiang Li purchased 2 ice creams, handing one to Snape. "I do not indulge in such saccharine delights. You ought to partake sparingly as well. I have no desire to concoct another batch of strawberry-flavored tooth-repairing potion for you." Snape held the umbrella over her as they navigated through a crowd of wizards, appearing quite peculiar. After all, no wizard would typically carry an umbrella to shield against snow. "Then I shall enjoy it myself." Jiang Li was pleased to have both ice creams. Just moments ago, she had thought that eating 2 alone might be excessive, but Snape seemed to understand her thoughts instantly. After finishing the ice cream, she felt a chill and shivered, only to be enveloped in warmth. Turning to Snape, who was retracting his wand, she asked, "Severus, would you like to hold hands?" Seeing her outstretched hand, Snape grasped it without hesitation. Their fingers intertwined, and he felt the faint calluses on her palm, evidence of her frequent alchemical endeavors, prompting him to grip her hand tighter. As he lowered his gaze slightly, he noticed a delicate mole at the corner of her eye. The air infused with the aroma of freshly baked bread, lifting his spirits considerably. Sensing his gaze, Jiang Li looked up at Snape, raising an eyebrow, and inquired, "Shall we kiss?" Snape's throat tightened as he glanced at the bustling wizards around them, whispering, "Yes." Jiang Li wrapped her arms around his neck and pressed a gentle kiss upon his lips. In an instant, her expression shifted, blocking a curse that had been hurled towards them. Snape reacted swiftly, casting an ironclad charm upon Jiang Li as he raised his gaze. Icy eyes locking onto the Death Eaters that had suddenly materialized on the street. Clad in black robes, the Death Eaters began unleashing malevolent curses at the passing pedestrians. Amidst the chaos, pedestrians were engulfed in a frenzy, scattering like leaves before a tempest, while the Death Eaters resembled a horde of fiends emerging from the abyss. Their obsidian robes billowed ominously in the howling wind, and the eyes behind their masks gleamed with a maddening and ruthless light. Their laughter, echoing amidst the flames of war, was particularly grotesque, as if they reveled in the carnage and turmoil surrounding them. "Ha ha!" A voice cackled with wild abandon. Jiang Li witnessed a Death Eater, clad in a silver mask, raise a hand and cast the killing curse towards an unsuspecting bystander. Without hesitation, she countered the incantation, effortlessly dispelling the dark magic. Bellatrix, immediately honing in on her position, unleashed a malevolent curse in her direction. Jiang Li, with a mere flick of her wrist, dispatched the incoming dark spell with ease, even managing to shield other civilians who were nearly struck. Seeing this, Bellatrix's expression twisted in indignation. It's you. You're alive. You killed Regulus. Like a frenzied beast, Bellatrix surged forth, her eyes ablaze with a furious madness. Her wand flickered like the fangs of a viper, radiating malevolence as she aimed it at Jiang Li. Chapter 195. Did I say you could leave? Jiang Li remained unperturbed, casually dispelling the dark curse hurled at her, and had the presence of mind to cast a protective charm around the other endangered bystanders. Bellatrix felt a surge of contempt, her countenance contorted with rage. Kill this woman. She is the target of the Dark Lord, she bellowed. With reckless abandon, she launched another curse at Jiang Li, disregarding the safety of those around her. Fixated solely on annihilating Jiang Li, Bellatrix unleashed a fiendfire, a chaotic conflagration that indiscriminately targeted all living beings in its path. The other Death Eaters recoiled in terror at her madness, hastily distancing themselves. Die! Accompanied by Bellatrix's signature cackle, the serpentine heads of flames began their indiscriminate assault. Jiang Li raised her wand and dissipated the fiery jaws that sought to engulf her, addressing Bellatrix with calm disdain. It seems your tricks are exhausted. Now it is my turn. With a flourish of her wand, she channeled her magic into the surrounding objects, transforming them into lethal blades that shot towards the Death Eaters. Realizing the gravity of Jiang Li's actions, Bellatrix finally grasped that she was not the adversary Jiang Li had underestimated. She took a step back, contemplating retreat. Did I say you could leave? Jiang Li raised her wand, swiftly casting a binding spell that ensnared Bellatrix and disarmed her. Observing the turn of events, other Death Eaters contemplated fleeing, but they were too late. The blades, now fully formed, pierced through their magical barriers, impaling them mercilessly to the ground. A few desperate Death Eaters attempting to escape found their path blocked by severe Snape spells. Bellatrix, bound and at her most vulnerable, found the blades piercing through her palms, pinning her against a nearby statue. A flicker of fear finally crossed her gaze as she looked at Jiang Li. In truth, Jiang Li had a penchant for eliminating these foes directly. However, the presence of too many witnesses necessitated restraint to avoid drawing unwanted scrutiny from the Ministry of Magic. By the time the Aurors arrived, the battle had already concluded, revealing only the Death Eaters skewered to the ground and a few audacious citizens who had dared to observe. Jiang Li and Snape had long since disappeared via apparition immediately after the fray. Silent spell casting and instantaneous high-level incantations against multiple Death Eaters. You are more formidable than I had anticipated, Snape acknowledged as they made their escape, only to encounter Albus Dumbledore, who awaited their arrival. Dumbledore regarded Snape with approval, saying, "You surpass many of the professors. Thank you for the compliment," Snape replied, his tone subdued. "What brings you here?" Jiang Li inquired, arms crossed, silver tresses cascading over her cloak. "Surely, you did not come merely to commend Snape. I witnessed the battle just now, Gardenia. I believe I must reevaluate your abilities," Dumbledore said, his gaze piercing as he spoke with calm authority. "I hope you will join us. For the sake of peace in the wizarding world, we need you." Before Jiang Li could respond, she felt her hand firmly grasped. Without glancing at Snape, she returned the gesture and smiled at Dumbledore, saying, "Agreed. However, my salary must not fall below my current earnings." Dumbledore regarded her with a hint of exasperation. "I harbor no ill will. I know, but I am a businesswoman. I never engage in unprofitable ventures." Jiang Li tapped her wand in the air, causing the falling snowflakes to gracefully veer away from the trio. "Stop beating around the bush. Speak plainly." "You remain as astute as ever," Dumbledore remarked, producing a parcel from within his robes and handing it to Jiang Li. "This is something from Poppy. She mentioned that you were seeking a lead on a certain matter." Jiang Li accepted the parcel with a hint of disdain. "Next time, refrain from making peculiar comments that put my little one on edge." At her words, Snape stiffened slightly. Dumbledore cast a knowing glance at Snape, his eyes revealing a shared understanding. So, their engagement was indeed true. Jiang Li casually nodded, addressing Dumbledore. "Is there anything else?" Noting her demeanor, suggesting a desire for solitude. Dumbledore smiled with resignation, recognizing his unpopularity. "I have heard news that Voldemort is aware of your survival. He has dispatched individuals to deal with you. Please exercise caution." Although Jiang Li appeared uncontrollable at times, Dumbledore could not deny that she was a commendable ally, alleviating many of his challenges. Noted, "Thank you for the warning." Jiang Li's expression softened, her demeanor warming in response to his concern. "Recently, I have a batch of protective alchemical items, if you are interested." I can offer them at a discounted price. I presumed that, given our relationship, you might gift them to me. Dumbledore replied with a kind smile. Jiang Li retorted, that is a fanciful notion. She waved the parcel in her hand. We have matters to attend to. We must take our leave. Without waiting for Dumbledore's response, Jiang Li and Snape vanished into thin air. Gardenia, I am not a child, Snape stated suddenly as they returned home, catching Jiang Li off guard. She turned to see him regarding her with a serious expression. So refrain from referring to such embarrassing titles in front of others. Jiang Li initially thought he was angry and explained, I do not regard you as that. I know, Snape interrupted. I just believe such terms are unsuitable for public discourse. Jiang Li blinked in confusion, accustomed to not delving too deeply into misunderstandings. Approaching Snape, she tousled his hair before heading to the alchemy room to unwrap her parcel. Inside were precious alchemical materials, chosen for their potency and destructive potential. Fearing mishaps during owl transport, Poppy had requested Dumbledore deliver the package directly to Jiang Li. Jiang Li meticulously extracted a powerful black crystal core infused with immense energy, placing it within her meticulously crafted alchemical apparatus to harness its latent strength. This artifact was a remnant left behind after the derangement of a Silent One, said to be connected to the enigmatic figure, yet its true nature remains an enigma unsolved by any scholar, save for its undeniable reservoir of magical potency. It is also conceivable that this essence was procured by the Silent One from another realm, as historical accounts suggest that other Silent Ones did not exhibit such phenomena after their magical upheaval. This item is a rare treasure, priceless yet unattainable, prompting Jiang Li to enlist the assistance of the Nickelmeyer couple to keep an eye out for it. She was taken aback when they swiftly delivered the item to her. The energy radiating from this object was exceedingly tumultuous. As Jiang Li commenced her extraction, fissures began to mar the surface of the adjacent glass vessel. Remaining composed, she inscribed intricate magical runes to stabilize and compress the volatile magic. Curiosity suddenly seized her as she pondered the composition of magical energy. Why did some fledgling wizards unleash such ferocity in their magic surges, while others wielded their powers with far less impact? Was the nature of one's magical essence irrevocably fixed? She retrieved the vessel containing the black substance, positioning it at the center of the inscribed magical circle. Please, spare me. I can offer you everything you desire. The seemingly inert black substance pleaded as it sensed the overwhelming aura of annihilation emanating from the magic circle, finally gripped by fear. Jiang Li's expression remained impassive as she infused the recently extracted chaotic energy into the circle. Instantly, a terrifying and savage force of destruction surged forth from the array, beginning to obliterate all matter contained within. Jiang Li observed as the once indestructible black substance succumbed to the magical circle's might, falling silent under its ravaging power. The circle glowed with a terrifying emerald radiance. Jiang Li refrained from approaching, carefully withdrawing the remaining items, aware that an inadvertent misstep could result in their loss, for they were quite valuable. The energy of the magical circle exceeded her expectations, continuing its operation for a full day and night before gradually ceasing. Had she known the black magical stone harbored such vast energy, she would not have committed it all at once. A tinge of regret washed over her as she wondered if she could ever procure a similar stone again. Opening her palm, she beheld a beautiful blue butterfly, glowing with a soft luminescence. This must be the energy siphoned from the black substance. She sensed a profound vitality and fortune emanating from it. If utilized as a magical stone, its efficacy would undoubtedly surpass that of ordinary stones. Yet, she decided against it. With a gentle release, she set the butterfly free. Watching it spiral gracefully in the air, her expression softened. Go, return to where you belong. The butterfly circled the room, brushing against Jiang Li's cheek before fluttering out of the alchemical chamber. At the Phillip Manor, Vina lay in bed, her complexion ashen, observing her mother weeping by her side. Mother, do not grieve. This is not your fault, she spoke softly. Upon hearing her daughter's comforting words, Mrs. Phillip's heart ached even more. My poor Vina, had I recognized the malevolent spirit within you, you would not have suffered this torment. She had previously attributed her daughter's altered demeanor to the rebelliousness of adolescence, never suspecting that another soul had occupied her daughter's body. Now, Vina's spirit was feeble, more so than ever. Seeing her mother in distress, Vina's gaze dimmed. Recently, she had ceased to feel pain, only a profound sense of weakness enveloping her. If her intuition served her right, she knew her time was limited. Seizing a moment when her mother stepped out, she rubbed her eyes and peered out the window. Her father had planted a garden of roses near her window, their blossoms once vibrant, filling the air with their fragrant aroma. Now, however, she could discern no scent, and her vision was becoming increasingly obscured, often unable to hear her mother's words. The garden's splendid roses lay blanketed in snow, a domesticated pixie shaking off the white powder atop them. As if sensing something, Nika looked up to see a butterfly aglow with blue light, its wings scattering a soft phosphorescence as it flew toward the nearest window. He reached out to capture the butterfly, but it glided through his grasp and entered through the window into Vina's chamber. Nika, anxious to prevent the butterfly's entrance, arrived just in time to witness it merge into Vina's chest. Suddenly, she felt a surge of vitality, her vision sharpening. Hearing a commotion, she turned toward the window, spotting Nika excitedly tapping against the glass. What is the matter? Vina instinctively opened the window, allowing the little pixie to enter. Miss Vina, can you rise from your bed? Nika exclaimed, tears streaming down his grotesque cheeks. Vina was the best of young mistresses, and he wished for her to live. Upon hearing his words, Vina was astonished to realize she could indeed rise from her bed and was able to smell the flowers once more. Her body felt somewhat revitalized. It must have been that butterfly. Nika excitedly recounted the scene he had just witnessed. After listening, Vina felt an inkling that this event was somehow connected to the new professor. A few days later, Jiang Li prepared herself, intending to stage a performance for Voldemort alongside Lucius. Take this, Severus Snape presented Jiang Li with a collection of potions, observing her astonished expression. I know that no amount of reasoning will dissuade you from your foolish decision, so take these potions with you. In truth, he wished to accompany her, but was restrained by his sense of logic. He did not want to burden her with any complications. Jiang Li accepted the potions, her heart swelling with gratitude. Severus, you are too kind to me. Without you, who would still see me as a child? Snape's expression darkened at her words. Gritting his teeth, could you refrain from mentioning that? After he had previously asked Jiang Li not to treat him like a child, she had persistently teased him about it. Seeing his genuine annoyance, Jiang Li stepped forward to embrace him, gently patting his back. I will return swiftly. Just wait for me at home. Snape felt the warmth of her presence as he tenderly placed his hand upon her silky hair. Very well, he murmured. Jiang Li withdrew from his embrace, transforming into the guise of Su Jinghe, ready to meet Lucius. You present yourself quite well. The Dark Lord has recently been investigating matters concerning you, Lucius remarked as they walked together, discussing Voldemort's current state. His demeanor is rather unstable, yet he shows an unusual interest in you, surpassing even his focus on Dumbledore. I suspect he seeks to acquire something from you. As he spoke, Lucius cast a meaningful glance at Jiang Li. Oh, so he covets my form. Jiang Li realized with clarity. Lucius merely raised an eyebrow in response. No, he deemed such a possibility to be rather slim. All right, try not to be so tense. Just pretend a bit more convincingly. If you see through this, I'll have to bring another corpse back for Sissy, Jiang Li said with a smile. Lucius remarked. It seems he has a valid reason for avoiding conversations with his elders. Jiang Li's words successfully rendered Lucius silent, leaving him reluctant to utter another word. As the pair approached the somewhat desolate estate, Jiang Li surveyed the dilapidated manor, a smirk creeping onto her lips, her expression imbued with 3 parts mockery, 2 parts disdain, and 1 part derision. Has the Malfoy family fallen to such poverty? They lack even a decent manor. This place is filthy, worse than a public toilet. Only maggots would thrive in such an environment. Lucius felt a chill run through him at her words. The Dark Lord was near, and such statements were certainly within earshot. Gritting his teeth, he replied, I think a change of style can be quite refreshing. Your taste is indeed deteriorating. Residing in such a place is worse than living in a sewer, Jiang Li teased, deliberately provoking Voldemort, observing Lucius, who was on the brink of losing composure. All right, aren't you here to trade for precious magical materials? Why not take me to see them? Lucius felt increasingly uneasy. He hadn't anticipated Jiang Li's performance to be so exaggerated, a stark contrast to her usual demeanor. As they walked, Jiang Li continued critiquing the poor taste of the surroundings. Initially, Lucius attempted to offer explanations, but soon fell silent as he grasped her intent. Jiang Li was fully aware that Voldemort could hear her words, and she was intentionally provoking him. The manor was eerily quiet, and after Jiang Li concluded her observations, she leisurely followed Lucius inside the house. Do you often conduct trades in such isolated locales? Jiang Li feigned confusion, gazing at Lucius. It appears quite deserted here. Why choose such a remote spot? Seeing Jiang Li finally adopt a somewhat serious demeanor, Lucius inwardly sighed with relief. It was precisely because of the seclusion that the Ministry of Magic would not discover them. With his serpent-headed cane in hand, he pushed open the Grand Hall's door and turned to Jiang Li, saying, You go in first, I'll summon the others. At his words, Jiang Li realized that Voldemort awaited her inside. She entered the hall with a calm demeanor. As soon as she stepped into the Grand Hall, the door behind her shut abruptly. The space was suffused with a thick darkness, akin to the gaping maw of a beast, as faint light struggled against the oppressive gloom. A chilling atmosphere enveloped every corner, sending shivers down one's spine. Sounds of slithering filled the air as a sinuous serpent made its way toward Jiang Li. Drawing her wand, she cast the Lumos charm. Just as the light illuminated the space, a massive python lunged at her, its jaws agape. Jiang Li swiftly evaded the serpent. Fire shield. The tip of her wand erupted with a fierce blue flame, conjuring a wall of fire that shielded her. The serpent recoiled, scorched by the flames. Writhing in agony upon the ground, the surrounding area was illuminated as brightly as day by the fire. Jiang Li coldly regarded the great serpent, waving her wand. The blue flames that had previously encircled her transformed into the shape of a phoenix, as if imbued with life, and dove toward the serpent. Chapter 197. Stop. In an instant, a powerful surge of magic dissipated Jiang Li's fierce flames. Nagini, come to me, a chilling voice commanded. Voldemort emerged from the shadows. Fixing his gaze upon Jiang Li. You are Gardenia Malfoy, he stated affirmatively. The injured python slithered to Voldemort's side, flicking its tongue toward Jiang Li. Its pupils narrowing as if struck by a revelation. No, your name should not be Gardenia. You must be an ancient wizard who has merely inhabited Gardenia Malfoy's body. Voldemort's crimson eyes bore into Jiang Li, exuding a mix of excitement and greed. How did you accomplish this? Was it by splitting your soul, or through some other means? He approached Jiang Li slowly, scrutinizing her condition. Perfect. The soul and body are entirely in sync, and there appear to be no side effects. An exceptionally skillful resurrection method. Perhaps you could tell me your true name. Jiang Li raised an eyebrow, surprised by Voldemort's line of thought. Does it truly matter who I am, Riddle? The air thickened instantly, as Voldemort's gaze turned icy and unyielding, fixated on Jiang Li. It seems you possess considerable knowledge. Indeed, including your Horcruxes. A smile crept across Jiang Li's lips as her gaze fell upon the great serpent at Voldemort's feet. Is this serpent also one of your Horcruxes? It carries your essence. Voldemort's expression turned frigid, and a dangerous aura began to emanate from him. It appears you are quite knowledgeable about Horcruxes. I appreciate individuals of your caliber. If you are willing to join my ranks and serve me, I could spare you. Together, we can revel in the glory of immortality. Everything you desire can be yours through me. We shall be the masters of the new world. Observing his fervent expression, as he gazed at her with the intensity one might reserve for a treasured artifact, Jiang Li suddenly let out a derisive laugh, her eyes filled with scorn. Do you think I would fragment my soul like you? No. Splitting the soul weakens one, hastening the decay of life and robbing one of reason. The reason I have survived until now is that I am sufficiently strong. You cannot kill me. If you seek the glory of immortality, you have strayed from the path from the very beginning, destined to never attain it. How pathetic to transform oneself into a grotesque monster, yet still fail to fulfill one's desires. Jiang Li's words struck at the core of Voldemort's deepest obsessions. Do you think I would believe your words? Voldemort's eyes gleamed with cold red light, seemingly able to penetrate the soul, as dark magical energy surged violently around him, filling the air with an oppressive aura. Whether you believe it or not is irrelevant. Jiang Li crossed her arms, her expression mocking as she regarded Voldemort. You must sense your soul's increasingly unstable state, yes? If this method truly works, why has no one succeeded in living until now? Is it truly because this method is too evil? After all, it is immortality. If it were genuinely effective, surely someone would risk pursuing it rather than leaving it confined to the pages of a book in the forbidden section. Silence. Voldemort's voice was low and filled with murderous intent, each word piercing as if they were ice shards, while his already distorted face contorted further, exuding boundless malice and a thirst for destruction. The air crackled with dark magical energy, reminiscent of the charged atmosphere before a storm, sending chills down one's spine. Avada Kedavra. The green killing curse hurtled toward Jiang Li's face. She slightly sidestepped, dodging the curse, and retaliated with a curse of her own. The clash of their magical energies collided like a tsunami, each impact stirring a tremendous storm of power, causing the house to tremble. And everything in the living room was reduced to dust, the black robes billowing with a haunting rustle. The brilliance of various dark curses intertwined in a chaotic display. Jiang Li sensed something amiss and was about to withdraw when intricate magical circles suddenly illuminated beneath her feet. Her magical power felt as though it had been sealed, trapped within her body in a murky, sluggish state. Attempting to use apparition, she discovered that the spatial constraints here rendered it impossible. The protective necklace around her neck grew unbearably hot, forming a shield that blocked the dark curse that was about to strike her. Uncontrolled, Jiang Li was flung away. With a frigid gaze, she looked at Voldemort, realizing that his delay had been to activate the magical array. I am aware of your formidable abilities. Anyone acknowledged by Dumbledore is certainly not to be trifled with. Even house elves cannot traverse the spatial confines here. Voldemort's crimson eyes fixated on Jiang Li as he spoke in a low voice. If you are willing to reveal the secret of your immortality, I may spare your life." A metallic taste filled Jiang Li's throat, and blood trickled from the corner of her mouth as she responded with a mocking glare. "You may attempt to kill me and see if I return to life. You do not truly believe that anyone would wish to become a grotesque monster, do you?" At her words, Voldemort's smile vanished. "It appears you truly wish to die." His gaze turned vicious and menacing. Jiang Li cast aside her wand and drew a long sword, advancing towards Voldemort. "Foolish girl, do you think that wielding a sword without magic can defeat me?" Voldemort swiftly unleashed several dark curses towards her. Jiang Li's pupils transformed to a vibrant violet, and everything around her slowed. She tilted her head slightly, allowing the curses to pass through her hair, strands cascading through the air. Closing the distance to Voldemort, she struck just as the curse impacted her, severing his hand. In the shock of his gaze, she smiled. "Did you think that without the use of magic, I would be powerless against you?" The green killing curse struck her, yet Jiang Li's eyes remained devoid of fear, her expression still brimming with audacity. What a thoroughly deranged individual. Her body began to tilt backward, and from the corner of her eye, she noticed the Pichot necklace from her bracelet float out, consuming the green curse directed at her. The world plunged back into darkness. As if time itself had ceased to flow, the surroundings lost their features, and everything stretched into an interminable expanse, until a roar pierced the silence. Jiang Li abruptly opened her eyes to behold a colossal, hideous head looming before her. The head resembled a small mountain, its skin covered in thick, rock-like scales, each glistening with a cold metallic sheen, its eyes fixated on her, as if she were prey. Instinctively, she thrust her sword toward the beast. The blade clanged against the creature's scales, emitting a horrifying screech of friction. Jiang Li seized the opportunity to distance herself, finally comprehending the dire situation. This is not the wizarding world. Before her stood a multitude of high-level magical beasts, their oppressive presence instilling dread. The beast she had just encountered bellowed in fury, charging at her. "Stop!" Jiang Li shouted, witnessing a rotund creature resembling a barrel, with 4 claws and a dragon's head, fly toward her and intercept the beast's attack. "What on earth is that?" Jiang Li exclaimed. Chapter 198, Farewell, Severus. The chubby azure dragon stood before Jiang Li, chastising the assailant with an unexpectedly juvenile voice. "This is not food for you. You are forbidden to harm anyone, or I shall report you to my master, and you will be punished by not eating for an entire year." The magical beast trembled in fear the moment he appeared. Jiang Li gazed at the enormous figure, sensing a familiar vibrational aura from its soul. In the next moment, the plump azure dragon turned its gaze upon Jiang Li, its gigantic pupils drawing closer to her face. Jiang Li took a step back, warily regarding the massive creature. Realizing she was frightened, the azure dragon transformed into a human form. Adorned with green dragon horns and a cherubic face, he appeared to be no older than 7 or 8 years. Jiang Li was taken aback. It turned out to be a juvenile dragon. "Ali," the boy exclaimed in a bright, youthful voice. Jiang Li's grip on the sword trembled slightly as she looked at him, a shocking realization dawning in her mind. Cautiously, she called out, "Severus?" At her words, the boy's eyes lit up with joy as he leaped into Jiang Li's embrace. "Ali truly hasn't forgotten me." It was indeed real. No wonder she felt a sense of familiarity with the boy's soul. "How did you come to be like this?" Jiang Li inquired. "I have no idea why I am here. An old man with a white beard told me I could be reborn in a different place, and when I awoke, I found myself in an egg." Little Severus scratched his chubby cheek with his finger. "After I hatched, they declared me the Dragon Prince and promised to send me to a sect for training when I grew a bit older. The people here are wonderful. They cherish me and even gave me a name, Qingfeng." Hearing this, Jiang Li lowered her head to calculate his fate, only to be met with backlash, causing her to spit out a mouthful of blood. A person of destiny cannot be counted. Startled, little Severus hurriedly retrieved various precious elixirs, shoving them into Jiang Li's mouth. Instantly, she felt revitalized, her eyes flickering at the high-grade potions in his hands. How extravagant. She had never dared to feed such potions so liberally before. "It seems you are doing quite well now," she remarked, casting a deep glance at little Severus. She had previously worried about him falling into some miserable existence in another realm, but now, it appeared he was thriving. "My parents love me very much, and my senior brothers and sisters adore me," little Severus said, his eyes shining with happiness as he spoke of his family in this world. Perhaps a portion of Jiang Li's meritorious golden light had fallen upon him, granting him exceptional favor from the heavens here. He was the first juvenile dragon in 1,000 years, and the elder dragons of his clan adored him, even introducing him to the foremost master of the cultivation realm. As a divine beast, his senior brothers and sisters doted on him excessively. With their nurturing, he had transformed into the chubby figure that had just appeared before Jiang Li. In truth, Little Severus did not enjoy his dragon form. It was rather comical. However, upon sensing Jiang Li's presence, he had rushed over to confirm her existence. How wonderful. Jiang Li bent down, gently stroking his head, and said warmly, I had thought you would be in another realm. I didn't expect you to be in Tianyuan continent. Little Severus, a glimmer of joy in his eyes, recalled something and cautiously asked, what about Eileen? Is she well? She is well. She has returned to the prince family. Your muggle father has passed away, and no one can bind her now, Jiang Li replied soothingly. Thinking of Tobias, Little Severus pressed his lips together, lowering his head as he softly said, as long as Eileen is happy. He had always worried that Eileen would be unable to bear the loss of Tobias. But it seemed that no one was truly indispensable to another. What about the other me? How is he? Little Severus inquired of Jiang Li. Jiang Li found herself at a loss for words for the first time. How could she explain her relationship with the other Severus? Noticing the subtle change in Jiang Li's expression, Little Severus, with a furrowed brow, asked, did he do something to wrong you? No, Jiang Li replied gently. I am engaged to him. We are together. Zephyr, as if struck by lightning, widened his eyes, feeling a strange dissonance in his ears. How could he possibly engage in such behavior? In his heart, Jiang Li was akin to a beloved elder, comparable to his parents and masters. Yet another version of him was actually with Jiang Li. Ali, is he a pervert? Zephyr exclaimed, utterly unable to accept this reality. Jiang Li too felt a tinge of awkwardness. With Zephyr, she could jest freely, but with the younger Zephyr, she was faced with a genuine child. After a light cough, she explained, actually, I was the one who confessed first. Zephyr, taken aback, gazed at Jiang Li, hesitating to speak, before finally letting out a heavy sigh. You really are foolish. Why do you sound so old-fashioned? Who have you learned that from? Jiang Li chuckled, poking his chubby cheek. Am I not allowed to like another version of you? She teased. Keep your voice down. Is this really something to boast about? Zephyr replied sternly. But soon he could no longer contain his laughter. It's fine if Ali likes another version of me. My character would not betray you. Observing him shake his head while imparting wisdom, Jiang Li's gaze softened considerably. It seemed that Zephyr was thriving in this world, his demeanor much brighter than before. A stark contrast to Severus. Qingfeng, bring the one who intruded into the beast horde over here. Jiang Li heard a low, stern voice. Zephyr acknowledged the voice and turned to Jiang Li, saying, my master wishes to see you. Will you go meet him? If you do not wish to, I can take you away. Upon hearing this, Jiang Li chuckled. Are you not afraid of his wrath for disobeying his orders? I am not afraid. My master dotes on me. He would never punish me severely, and besides, I am of the dragon lineage, tough-skinned and resilient. A beating wouldn't hurt me at all. A hint of pride flickered across Zephyr's round face. Jiang Li felt an urge to pinch his cheek. Were it not for the familiar soul fluctuations she sensed, she might never have recognized this cheerful child as Zephyr. No need. Take me to meet your master, she said, her intuition leading her to guess who awaited her. Immediately, Zephyr transformed into a rotund dragon god, breathing dragon fire towards the approaching beasts, straining to lower his plump body. Hop on. I can fly you over more swiftly. It was Jiang Li's first time witnessing a dragon in such a plump form. She climbed onto his back, gripping the mane around his neck, uncertainly asking, are you sure you are the Azure Dragon? What if your parents mistook the egg and you are actually a pig dragon? Absolutely not. I am merely chubby because I am young. Once I grow up, I will be as majestic as my parents, Zephyr retorted in a youthful voice. The plump azure dragon soared into the sky, the wind howling around them, as Jiang Li squinted, watching the familiar celestial mountain draw closer. Chapter 199. Not giving an inch of face as Jiang Li gazed at the familiar hall, she felt a wave of nostalgia. She noticed the scratches on the hall's door, remnants of a fight between her fourth senior sister and fifth senior brother, unchanged through the years. The hall's decor remained as it once was, the only difference being the absence of those who used to stand inside listening to lectures. At the center of the hall stood a man resembling a celestial being, clad in a flowing white robe that danced with the wind, his inky hair cascading down his shoulders. He stood silently with his back to Jiang Li, his posture upright, as if he were one with the heavens, gazing at the rules inscribed high on the wall. Upon hearing a sound, the man slowly turned, his sharp brows and starry eyes reflecting a depth akin to the vast cosmos, his aquiline nose and thin lips forming a slight scowl. What audacity! To dare impersonate my senior brother. His gaze turned fierce as he brandished his Qinghing sword towards Jiang Li's face. Jiang Li remained unflinching, calmly observing the blade. Just as it was about to pierce her pupil, the tip halted. Why do you not evade? Do you truly believe I would hesitate to kill you? He glared coldly. The wind generated by the sword stirred Jiang Li's hair, and she replied with serene composure, at my current strength, I cannot possibly match you. Any resistance would be futile. He sheathed the Qinghing sword, mocking. Jiang Li, How impressive. Now you are so weak that you cannot even defeat the weakest beast of our sect. What happened to your previous arrogance? Why have you become so pathetic? My soul has been shattered, my physical form sacrificed. Merely surviving on a wisp of residual soul is already a stroke of luck. If it does not satisfy you, you may kill me again, if I die this time. It should be for good. Jiang Li snapped her fingers, restoring her golden hair and blue eyes, gazing at Jiang He with warmth. I did not expect that after all these years, you have become the master. Surely, you cannot be leading your disciples astray? Jiang Li, Jiang He, initially somewhat pained, was immediately thrown off guard by her last remark. Do you have not a single kind word to say? Why must you always provoke me every time we meet? Jiang Li transformed her sword into a hairpin, pinning it in her hair, watching as Jiang He abruptly lost the semblance of authority he was trying to maintain. A light laugh escaping her lips. Is it not the best news for you that I am still alive? She produced a Paisho necklace, quietly observing Jiang He. Did you create this Paisho necklace? What Paisho necklace? This is clearly a dragon-shaped necklace. Jiang He frowned, his icy gaze flashing with displeasure as he retorted. Your eyesight is truly deteriorating. Jiang Li, taken aback, responded with a laugh. How could a dragon be so rotund? Look at that big belly. It is clearly the image of a Paisho. Who says there are no such dragons? My disciple Qing Feng is precisely like this. He is indeed a dragon. Jiang He confidently countered. Zephyr, feeling called out, quietly shrank his presence. In truth, he did not particularly like his true form. How can you still say that? Which dragon is raised to be so plump? Jiang Li scoffed lightly. Who says our Qing Feng is fat? He merely has baby fat. Once he grows a bit more, he will be as handsome as I am. Jiang He replied defensively. Jiang Li glanced at Zephyr's chubby face, then at Jiang He's sharply defined features, choosing to remain silent. Yet her eyes conveyed a blatant disbelief. Jiang He, visibly agitated, retorted, What was that look just now? Do you not believe me? Is there any need to ask? Jiang Li smiled slightly. I find it hard to believe you. Jiang Li, Jiang He shouted in frustration. Zephyr looked on in astonishment at his master's uncharacteristic display of emotion. In the past, his master had always been composed and mature, rarely showing any other emotions. His seniors had always feared him, considering him too stern. This was the first time he had witnessed his master so openly expressive. As if a wandering child had finally found their family, able to throw a tantrum in front of an elder, Jiang Li maintained her calm demeanor. Rubbing her ears as she addressed Jiang He, My current strength is too feeble. Do you have a way to send me back to my original world? Upon hearing this, Jiang He was momentarily taken aback, his handsome face reflecting surprise, followed by irritation as he glared at Jiang Li. Why would you want to go back? Is this place not good enough? I do not belong here. I have already died. Jiang Li fixed her blue eyes earnestly on Jiang He, their clarity pure and untainted. No one needs me in this world anymore. I wish to return, for there are those waiting for me. Jiang He straightened his back, tightly pressed his lips together, and endeavored to maintain an ethereal demeanor. I have exerted tremendous effort to bring you back to this world, yet you claim you wish to return. Jiang Li, do you think I am idle? He declared, I do not require your assistance. Those who have departed do not need resurrection. Jiang Li tossed the Paisho necklace into Jiang He's embrace and replied softly, I am aware that you possess the means to send me back. I wish to return swiftly. Ignoring the displeasure etched on Jiang He's face, she turned to Xiao Shifei with a gentle request. Could you show me around the sect? Xiao Shifei glanced at his master, whose veins were prominently visible, a visage that suggested imminent eruption, and hesitantly nodded. It would be unfortunate if his master inadvertently harmed Ali in his fury. It was best to lead her away for now. As they approached the Wudao platform, Xiao Shifei could not suppress his curiosity. Ali, why do you not wish to stay here? He gazed at Jiang Li, somewhat hesitant. In truth, master often feels lonely. He appeared quite joyful upon seeing you. I understand, Jiang Li replied, observing the disciple meditating within the Bagua diagram, her expression softening. Then why do you not wish to remain here? The wind on the Wudao platform was fierce, and Jiang Li tucked her disheveled bangs behind her ear, responding calmly. One must always forge ahead. My journey with your master has concluded, and the path that lies ahead is one he must traverse alone. Xiao Shifei, with his chubby face wedged between the wooden railings, looked down at the disciples laboring on the steps, suddenly feeling a wave of sympathy for his master. Enough of your sorrow. Jiang Li gently patted his small head. Is it not true that you are here to accompany your master? It is not the same, he retorted. He is the elder. No matter the circumstances, master will never indulge in childish whims before me or cast aside his burdens to laugh freely. Upon hearing this, Jiang Li fell silent, merely gazing at the highest celestial mountain in the distance, where even the clouds could not reach its apex. To live is enough. Companionship is unnecessary. Her voice was a mere whisper, carried away by the wind. The breeze ruffled the gardenias placed on the windowsill, their branches trembling. Snape lifted his gaze, feeling an unsettling restlessness, as if something unforeseen was about to transpire. He approached the window, only to find the sky obscured by thick clouds. With not a trace of sunlight visible, the air laden with a stifling atmosphere. Ding-dong. The doorbell chimed. Snape's expression softened instantly, and he swiftly strode to the entrance. "Hi, Severus," Lily greeted him at the door, with James and Sirius, sporting untamed hairstyles, following closely behind. With just a glance, Snape's expression hardened, and he made to shut the door. "Wait." James, quick on his feet, swiftly blocked the closing door. "What sort of attitude is this? We are guests here. A modicum of courtesy would be appreciated." Chapter 200. You will only weigh me down. James protested loudly. A flicker of annoyance crossed Snape's face. He drew his wand and transformed James's shoe into a toad that appeared to be gnawing at his foot. "What is this?" James yelped in fright, hastily kicking the toad off his foot. The moment his foot moved, Snape promptly shut the door. Recovering from the shock, James's face flushed with indignation. "What is he angry about? I told you we shouldn't have sought his help against those escaped Death Eaters." Lily reverted the toad back into a shoe, soothingly remarking, "All right. Don't be upset. Severus did not mean it. He simply dislikes being disturbed. Such a recluse. I wonder why Professor Malfoy holds him in such high regard," James grumbled. "Sirius," arms crossed, lazily observed James and remarked, "Keep your voice down. If he hears you, he might cast another spell your way. With a door this thick, how could he possibly hear what I'm saying?" James retorted, though a hint of uncertainty crept into his tone. Lily regarded him with a sigh. "Those Death Eaters have escaped from custody. With just the three of us, it is impossible to apprehend them. Perhaps we should seek out Professor Dumbledore. He would surely have a plan to deal with these Death Eaters," James suggested, eager to escape Snape's ire. Had it not been for Lily's insistence on his prowess, he would not have bothered coming here. "That seems to be our only option." The trio turned to leave when the door suddenly swung open. Hearing the commotion, Lily turned back, her face lighting up. "Severus, are you coming with us? What do you mean by Death Eaters escaping?" Snape's expression was icy, his gaze fixed intently on the three. In response, James began to feign nonchalance, deliberately stating, "Didn't you just say you didn't want us inside? Now we won't tell you anything unless you beg." Snape pointed his wand at James's glasses, coldly warning, "If you prefer to become a toad, I suggest you answer my questions promptly." "James, stop fooling around. Just tell Severus what happened," Lily admonished. James quickly complied, muttering, "I was going to say, no need for hostility. Old Mr. James was planning to pass the family business to me and took me to the Ministry of Magic to handle some paperwork. Upon entering the ministry, we witnessed a Death Eater disguised with Polyjuice potion releasing the other Death Eaters. They wreaked havoc in the ministry. Had it not been for my father intervening, none of those Death Eaters would have escaped," James stated with a hint of pride. As James prepared to confront the Death Eaters, his father had pulled him down under a table, fearing he might be struck by an unexpected curse. The others ignored his final comment. Lily, observing Snape's unusual demeanor, inquired, "Severus, do you intend to join us in confronting the Death Eaters?" The three had already joined the Order of the Phoenix, but due to their youth, they had not been informed of the initiatives against the Death Eaters. However, circumstances had changed. They could now form their own team to combat the Death Eaters. "Are you certain those Death Eaters are causing chaos at the Ministry?" Snape's expression darkened. How could the Death Eaters, once imprisoned, escape so easily? Unless their prior confinement was a ruse to lower our guard. Thoughts of Jiang Li flooded his mind, and he felt an unexpected heaviness settle within him. "I must step out for a moment," he said in a low voice. "We did not agree to accompany you." Snape donned his coat and turned to Lily. "Dumbledore is likely not at the school. Have you visited the Order to find him?" "Wait, I wasn't." He finished speaking. James protested, irritated at being interrupted. Lily responded, "We just came from the Order. Dumbledore was not there. Many members have gone out to confront the Death Eaters who are causing destruction everywhere." Upon hearing this, a sense of foreboding washed over Snape. "Go to the Hog's Head Inn and inquire with the owner about Dumbledore's whereabouts," he instructed the trio. "And you? Where are you headed?" Lily asked as she noticed him leaving without a backward glance. "Aren't you coming with us?" "No, I am going to find Gardenia," Snape replied earnestly. He needed to see Jiang Li with his own eyes to feel at ease. "I'll accompany you," Lily offered. "No need. You should stick with them." Severus Snape coldly obstructed Lily from following, stating, "You would be of no assistance to me, and would only serve as a hindrance." With that, he vanished using apparition. His words were harsh indeed. James consoled the somewhat disheartened Lily, saying, "He is merely spouting nonsense. You are exceptionally talented, and your presence brings me great comfort." Observing James's clumsy attempts at reassurance, Lily shook her head, replying, "I am fine. It is just that I feel a sense of unease. As if something ominous is about to transpire. Perhaps we should stealthily follow him." Sirius, who had been standing nearby, proposed. James's eyes sparkled with newfound enthusiasm. What a splendid idea. The two quickly agreed. James and Sirius trailed after Snape, and fearing that they might cause trouble, Lily hurried to keep pace with them. You two. Wait, aren't we supposed to be seeking Professor Dumbledore? Lily grasped James's arm. Professor Dumbledore is well informed and will receive news promptly. Are you not concerned for Snape's safety? James replied earnestly, his eyes alight with excitement. Sirius added languidly, moreover, Snape did not expressly forbid us from following. Lily retorted, that is an entirely different argument. Perhaps the very essence of Gryffindor students is imbued with a spirit of adventure. Lily understood that the instinct in the face of danger was not retreat, but rather to seek a justifiable rationale to contravene the rules. Snape navigated towards the secluded village, oblivious to the three shadowy figures trailing him. At that moment, the village was engulfed in flames, and Snape detected a terrifying surge of dark magic. A colossal serpent of fire slithered through the rooftops of the estate, devouring all in its path. As he approached the manor, he glimpsed numerous Aurors, members of the Order of the Phoenix, confronting Death Eaters. Various curses erupted in the air. It was uncertain who was struck by the incoming spells, leaving only the option to evade and ensure that the curses struck their enemies. In an instant, Snape's mind raced with thoughts. No wonder Dumbledore had awaited him and Gwendolen that day. It appeared that they had long since planned their assault on Voldemort. Gwendolen was, in fact, the bait to lure Voldemort out. Snape steered clear of the skirmish, racing towards the source of the magical disturbance, determined to ascertain Jiang Li's condition. Chapter 201. Thus ends here. Everywhere he looked, the air shimmered with the light of magical spells. A moment's carelessness could lead to demise beneath a malevolent curse. When Lily and the others arrived, they witnessed Aurors and members of the Phoenix Order clashing with the Death Eaters. Sirius drew his wand, intent on joining the fray. Lily, stay behind me and be cautious of those curses. James instinctively positioned himself in front of Lily, his expression grave. Warmth flooded Lily's heart, but she quickly steeled herself, pushing James aside and deflecting a curse that nearly struck him. You should be the one to exercise caution. With that, she charged forward, aiming at a Death Eater. Alice, initially believing that other Aurors had come to her aid, turned to find three youthful faces. James intercepted a curse aimed at Alice, asking, Alice, how did you find yourselves here? Shouldn't I be asking you that? Alice replied, while fending off attacks from the Death Eaters. What are you doing here? This isn't a place for you. We are here to assist. James exclaimed excitedly, brandishing his wand against the Death Eaters. Alice, taken aback by their presence, felt a surge of frustration. You three must not stray too far from me. Be mindful of those spells, try to maneuver towards the outskirts, and do not linger on the battlefield. Leave the hazardous work to us adults. She struggled to counter the curses while keeping an eye on the trio. The battlefield was brutal. In an attempt to shield the underage members of the Order from premature harm, they had not informed them of the situation, only to find students sneaking in. Alice, are you all right? How did you end up here? Frank Longbottom expressed surprise upon seeing the three. We came to help. As more people arrived, the trio found it less arduous to manage the chaos. You are being reckless. This is not a game. Frank addressed them with a serious tone. You must return. Your presence is not required here. Just as James was about to retort, Sirius tugged at his sleeve, directing his gaze towards the direction Snape had just departed. James instantly grasped his meaning. Understood. We shall return at once and not burden you further. He exchanged a knowing glance with Lily, who nodded in agreement, and they stealthily made their exit. The three maneuvered around the others and slipped into a corner, where James surreptitiously produced the invisibility cloak. Let us don this. We must not be discovered, he instructed. Lily, already aware of James's possession of the cloak, felt a sense of wonder as she experienced it for the first time. Sirius, however, was quite familiar with it. Once cloaked, their visibility diminished, and they occasionally discreetly assisted some Aurors who were nearly struck, proving far more effective than if they had brazenly appeared before the crowd. Snape hurried towards the devastated location, spotting Lucius Malfoy emerging from the shadows. What are you doing here? Lucius inquired, equally astonished to see Snape. Where is Gwendolen? Snape countered sharply. Lucius's demeanor shifted uncomfortably as he replied sternly, This is not a place for you. It is far too perilous. Sensing a foreboding anxiety, Snape seized Lucius by the collar. His gaze icy. Where is Gwendolen right now? Do not be overly agitated. Gwendolen is strong. She will surely be fine. Lucius attempted to soothe the increasingly frantic Snape. What do you mean by that? Has something happened to her? Snape's wand was leveled at Lucius, his voice laced with menace. Do not compel me to take action against you. I do not know what has transpired. Gwendolen has vanished, Voldemort lost an arm, and Dumbledore has appeared. He is currently battling Voldemort. You would do well to keep your distance. If Gwendolen sees you injured, she will not spare me. Lucius explained hastily. Before Lucius could finish his sentence, Snape sprinted towards the most intense combat. Magic surged around him, spells illuminating the surroundings as columns crumbled and the ground was blasted into deep craters, debris swirling in the air, intertwining in a dazzling yet perilous display reminiscent of a magical tempest. Voldemort roared, unleashing a powerful killing curse that surged towards Dumbledore like a venomous serpent. Dumbledore remained poised, countering with a robust charm that rebounded the curse. "Tom, you are still the same as ever," he remarked to Voldemort. "If you cease now, I could speak on your behalf to the Ministry to mitigate your punishment. You stand no chance against me now. Silence. You are forbidden from uttering that foolish name." Voldemort's expression darkened further, his face shrouded in shadows beneath his hood. He could not endure the utterance of that name, once discarded by him, spilling from Dumbledore's lips. It signified his intolerable past and the possibility of being scorned. "It seems you remain unchanged, just as before." Dumbledore gazed at Voldemort with pity in his eyes, an action that evidently incensed the Dark Lord. His fury escalated, and the actions of his minions grew increasingly frenzied, as the very fabric of their surroundings was ravaged by their combined magic. Just when Dumbledore believed the end was nigh, he struck a crystal orb, releasing a vapor that enveloped his face. In that fleeting moment, as the enchanting blue eyes appeared before him, Dumbledore found himself momentarily entranced, a flicker of sorrow crossing his features. This moment of distraction granted Voldemort an opportunity, and a curse struck him down. Dumbledore was instantly paralyzed. "Dumbledore, did you truly think I would be unprepared?" Voldemort aimed his wand at him, his eyes glinting with madness. "Do you know what your greatest flaw is? It is your continued belief in that foolish love." He directed his wand at Dumbledore, a triumphant smile gracing his face. "This time, no one will thwart my plans." Dumbledore struggled to raise his hand, and in a daze, he seemed to glimpse Ariana's face, as the green light of the killing curse surged toward him. A flicker of relief shone in Dumbledore's blue eyes. Just as the curse was about to strike him, another incantation intercepted it. Voldemort was taken aback by the unexpected arrival of another. He stared in astonishment at Severus Snape, who stood nearby, shielding Dumbledore from the lethal blow. A mere underage wizard he had never seen before. Snape's dark eyes glared coldly at Voldemort. "What have you done to Gardenia?" To Voldemort's surprise, Snape posed this question. The Dark Lord's expression twisted for a brief moment as he cruelly replied, "You mean that foolish woman? She is dead. She thought she could kill me on my own territory. How laughably naive. Her corpse is already in Nagini's belly. How pitiful that she believed she could defy me. Perhaps I should show you her wretched demise." His words ignited Snape's fury. With a surge of murderous intent, Snape unleashed the killing curse upon him. Voldemort evaded the spell, admiring Snape's formidable prowess, yet dismissing it as insufficient. He swiftly launched a killing curse at Snape. Chapter 202, The Ripple Effect. Snape deftly dodged the curse aimed at him and retaliated with a dark incantation. They exchanged spells back and forth, neither gaining the upper hand. In the shadows, a massive serpent slithered behind him, gradually closing in, its maw gaping wide. "Dodge!" Dumbledore regained some of his strength and shouted to Snape. Snape evaded Nagini's assault, his expression taut. Dumbledore immediately took his place, engaging Voldemort in combat. The Dark Lord's countenance darkened. He had not anticipated that dealing with this boy would consume so much of his time, allowing Dumbledore to regain his composure. What further vexed him was that the woman had disrupted his plans, leaving him unable to apparate from this location. The clash between the most powerful white wizard and the dark sorcerer was not something James and Sirius could miss. They approached cautiously with Lily, keenly observing the scene and witnessing Snape battling Nagini. Dumbledore faced Voldemort while Snape contended with the Serpentine menace. Ordinary curses could not harm Nagini. And fueled by grief and rage, Snape's magic grew increasingly volatile. He was solely focused on vanquishing the troublesome serpent. Nagini, wounded by his spells, attacked him furiously, disregarding the curses, intent on sinking its fangs into him. Snape narrowly avoided its colossal jaws and aimed his wand at Nagini, casting a fiend fire. The conjured flames instantly ensnared her, consuming and scorching her flesh. The scent of roasted meat wafted through the air. Nagini emitted a piercing shriek, writhing in agony upon the ground. Snape unleashed additional dark spells upon her, fully aware that she was one of Voldemort's Horcruxes, not something to be easily destroyed. Otherwise, Dumbledore would not have expended so much effort training Harry in the previous life. He maintained control of the fiend fire as it continued to burn Nagini. On the other side, Voldemort was gradually falling behind in his battle with Dumbledore, ensnared tightly within a water prison, utterly unable to escape. "Dumbledore is magnificent," James exclaimed, excitedly slapping his thigh. Sirius's expression twisted in annoyance. "When you get excited, can't you just pinch your own thigh? Is this not too excessive?" He had not noticed the commotion. James sheepishly replied. At his words, Sirius rolled his eyes. Lily was present too. Why did James not pinch her thigh in his excitement, but instead chose to prioritize his romantic interest? You two, stop arguing, look over there. Lily tugged at their ears, directing their attention to a certain spot. A Death Eater was stealthily approaching the battlefield, evidently planning mischief. He must be looking to assist Voldemort, James declared decisively. It's time for us to act. Lily cast a binding curse toward the intruder. James and Sirius immediately followed suit with 2 additional spells, leaving the would-be ambusher in a state of utter confusion, unable to comprehend where he had gone wrong. The fiend fire continued to blaze upon Nagini, emitting thick black smoke and terrifying howls. Voldemort's dark essence surged forth from her body, lunging towards Snape. Snape quickly evaded, countering with a fiend fire against the wraith. Freed from the confines of its vessel, the black soul moved with increased speed. The remnant soul dodged the flames, racing toward Lily and the others. As they dealt with the Death Eater, the trio noticed the encroaching black smoke and quickly evaded. The smoke surged directly into the Death Eater's body. His eyes instantly turned crimson, breaking free from the binding curse, and he hurled a killing curse at James. Sirius swiftly pulled James aside, enabling him to narrowly escape disaster. Damn, how did he suddenly become so powerful? That black smoke must be the cause, James shouted. Enough talk. Run. The Death Eater, now possessed by Voldemort's lingering soul, unleashed fiend fire in their direction. When Snape glimpsed the trio, he truly felt as though he were witnessing Harry's group. He was both amused and infuriated. He had not expected them to stealthily follow him. He sprinted to their side, extinguishing the fiend fire with a fierce glare directed at them. In a daze, James imagined Professor McGonagall about to punish them by making them polish the trophies. Good heavens, is this fellow destined to become a professor? He muttered in horror. Snape then launched an attack against the Death Eater. I never anticipated that I would be driven to such extremes by a mere student. The fragment of Voldemort's soul unleashed a killing curse towards Snape. Snape promptly evaded, preparing to retaliate, only to witness the shadow of Voldemort's soul disapparate away. He cast his gaze upon the magical circle on the ground and instantly comprehended that Voldemort's soul had deliberately emerged to facilitate its escape. In that moment, as the soul exited, Voldemort's visage revealed a wicked smile directed at Dumbledore. A flicker of alarm crossed Dumbledore's face as he grasped Voldemort's intent, hastily casting a binding spell in his direction, but it was already too late. Voldemort chose to detonate his own body. An ominous wave of dark magic surged through the space, sending chills down the spines of all present. Dumbledore's typically composed demeanor shifted to one of grave concern. He directed a soul-draining curse at Voldemort. The Dark Lord, who had intended to perish in a mutual destruction, appeared momentarily dazed. The previously constricted magic erupted violently from his chest. No longer under the control of its master, the magic expanded outward, a colossal wave of arcane energy sweeping over everything nearby. Snape, sensing the formidable surge of power, immediately conjured a protective shield for himself and cast protective spells over the 3 bewildered individuals beside him. Lily reacted swiftly, casting an ironclad charm upon herself. Despite their preparations, James and his companions were still thrown backward by the immense force. The ongoing battle between Death Eaters and Aurors was also disrupted by the fallout. When the tempest of magical upheaval subsided, few remained standing. Snape was among the survivors. He rushed inside to investigate, only to discover that Voldemort's corpse had vanished. Dumbledore remained upright. Snape hurried over to assess Dumbledore's condition. Are you all right? He inquired. Dumbledore smiled gently at him. In the next moment, blood seeped from his lips, and he began to collapse backward. The recent explosion had affected those on the periphery, let alone Dumbledore, who had absorbed much of the assault at the center of the battlefield. Chapter 203, No Chuckles. Snape dashed over, quickly retrieving potions from his bracelet and pouring them into Dumbledore's mouth. Child, do not worry about me, MMM. Dumbledore's words were abruptly stifled by the potion, rendering him unable to speak. What are you doing? A familiar, clear voice rang out. At the sound, Snape whipped around to see Jiang Li approaching with a radiant smile, clad in a black dress. Upon spotting Jiang Li, Lily exclaimed joyfully, Ali, you finally arrived. You should have seen how Severus managed to drive Voldemort's soul away. Is that so? Jiang Li maintained her brilliant smile as she walked towards Snape and Dumbledore. Snape, relieved to see Jiang Li unharmed, moved toward her. What did you say to me before you left? You promised you wouldn't engage in anything dangerous. Before he could finish, a curse of emerald light struck his body. He shuddered slightly, and everything around him seemed to freeze. The hem of his gray cloak fluttered gently in the wind. Snape's gaze became vacant as his body fell backward uncontrollably, his eyes still fixed on Jiang Li. The breath of life faded from him. Ali, what are you doing? Lily cried out in shock. Before she could say more, Jiang Li unleashed another killing curse in her direction. In a split second, James pushed Lily aside. Sirius, too, raised his wand to confront Jiang Li. She is not Professor Malfoy. She is merely masquerading as her. James shouted at Lily. Fool. Is it only now that you realize something is amiss? Jiang Li laughed maniacally, casting dark spells at them with wild abandon. You will all perish here today. Ignoring the consequences, she flung curses toward them. Lily seized the moment to cast a binding spell upon her. James and Sirius took advantage of the distraction, unleashing dark curses that swiftly ended her life. The lifeless Jiang Li reverted to her true form. Bella, Sirius exclaimed, stunned as he recognized the body of the deceased Death Eater. After the battle concluded, Lily rushed to Snape's side. Severus. She tentatively checked for his breath, only to find none. His face was devoid of color. How could this happen? She whispered. What has happened to Severus? James approached, seeking answers. He has gone. Lily managed to choke out. The killing curse had struck Severus directly. She couldn't bear to imagine the anguish he must have felt witnessing Jiang Li's treachery. An indescribable sorrow engulfed her heart as her friend lay lifeless before her. Tears streamed down her face as she succumbed to muffled sobs. Observing her distress, James felt a heaviness in his own heart. He moved closer to Lily, embracing her shoulders in silent support, offering her strength. Witnessing the stillness of Snape's form, James's expression darkened. Suddenly, a voice emerged from outside, prompting the three to raise their wands defensively toward the newcomer, their eyes wide with astonishment. Scene break. After spending 2 days in the sect, Jiang Li realized that Jiang He was deliberately stalling for time. She confronted him at the hall, gripping his collar, her voice icy. With your current abilities, you should have long found sufficient materials to activate the formation and send me back to another world. Such materials are not so easily acquired. Do you think those rare treasures appear at your beck and call? The celestial flower blooms only once every 1,000 years, and it is not yet time for it to blossom. Jiang He tore himself free from Jiang Li's grasp, his demeanor cold and indifferent. Why are you so eager to leave? Could you not remain here for a while and return once matters have settled? Observing Jiang He, who averted his gaze, Jiang Li frowned. Jiang He, I cannot stay here with you. Do not prolong this any further. Oh, Jiang Li, do you hold yourself in such high regard? The true essence would never engage in deliberate delays to retain you. Jiang He raised his chin slightly, a hint of disdain in his eyes as he cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Li before turning away. The difficulty in acquiring those materials is of no concern to me. Rather than exert such effort to return, you might as well stay here. I can afford to support a freeloader. I amassed numerous materials during my time as the Demon Lord, and I believe none have been taken. If you are unaware of their locations, I can provide you with the coordinates. Jiang Li replied coolly. Those items have long since been used up. There is nothing left. Jiang He countered with a premeditated response. Jiang Li regarded him with a steady gaze before making her exit. Seeing her retreat, Jiang He felt a surge of triumph. After years of rivalry, he had finally managed to best Jiang Li. Jiang He found himself in a state of buoyant joy, feeling as though his cultivation speed had significantly accelerated. He could already envision Jiang Li's exasperated yet powerless expression, sitting cross-legged by the window. Jiang He leisurely poured himself a cup of tea. Suddenly, a disciple rushed towards him with an anxious demeanor, as if something urgent was at hand. Upon entering the hall, he stumbled, exclaiming, Master, something's amiss. Jiang He glanced at the disciple with discontent and reprimanded. As a cultivator, one should maintain composure. Why do you appear so flustered? Is there truly someone bold enough to disturb our ancestral grave? The disciple swallowed hard, regaining his composure before nodding vigorously. Indeed. A woman has taken a sword to the back mountain, claiming she intends to unearth our ancestral master's grave. Tea sprayed from Jiang He's mouth as he thought of Jiang Li. Damn it, she really dares to do such a thing. He immediately made his way to the site of the trial on the back mountain, where he found Jiang Li wielding a brush, sketching an array on the ground, while her young disciple assisted in embedding the top-grade spirit stones required for the formation. Jiang He was nearly choking with rage and disbelief. So, you've raised a little troublemaker who goes against the grain. Jiang Li, what are you thinking? He bellowed, attempting to halt their perilous endeavor. Without looking up, Jiang Li replied. You arrived just in time. I had hidden many precious materials in our master's grave, so I thought it best to retrieve them and place them in the sect's treasury as rewards for the disciples. Jiang He was nearly beside himself with fury. Your master has already passed away, and you can't even let him rest in peace? You want to disturb his grave? It's merely a ceremonial mound, Jiang Li stated calmly. There is no body. His soul has long since departed. He wants to know of these matters. Her cold declaration struck Jiang He like a blow to the chest, and he glared at her, his teeth clenched. I will send you back this instant. No delay. Upon hearing this, Jiang Li paused her actions and looked at him. But you said you lack materials, and now you have them. So isn't this fortuitous? Jiang Li seethed. Can you not just concede to me for once? I seem to lose every time. Realization dawned on Jiang Li, and she feigned innocence. Oh, so you want me to submit? She glanced at Jiang Li and recited insincerely. I was wrong. Please send me back quickly. I promise I won't tell anyone about the embarrassing incident when you first joined the sect, and I will never add little green worms to your food again. Please forgive my transgressions. Enough. Jiang Li interrupted darkly. Pack your things and leave at once. I do not wish to lay eyes upon you for a single moment. Jiang Li flashed a bright smile and made her way to the training ground. Jiang Li noticed his young disciple following her and called out. You may have a lack of sense, but you too. Are you not concerned about being reprimanded for following her into mischief? In response, the disciple, Xiao Shifu, explained. Ali merely wanted to come here to clear some weeds. She said you would undoubtedly come looking for us within a minute, and lo and behold, here you are. Realizing he had been outsmarted again, Jiang Li fumed. Jiang Li. Chapter 204. She does not believe in fate. Though displeased that Jiang Li had once again outwitted him, Jiang Li dared not breach their agreement, fearing she might conjure further mischief. Once you step into the formation, you shall return to your original world. I truly do not comprehend what is so splendid about that realm, he explained, shooting discontented glances at Jiang Li, ignoring his grumbling. Jiang Li turned to Xiao Shifu. This is for you. It's the potion you crafted before. I've kept it with me, intending to present it to you. Upon receiving the potion, Xiao Shifu stared at the bottle containing the simplest low-level elixir, stunned for a moment. This potion encapsulated all the warmth he had encountered in his previous life. With reddened eyes, he embraced Jiang Li, expressing his gratitude. Ali, thank you. Gently, Jiang Li patted his head. You should consider losing some weight. Do not heed your master's words. He only knows how to raise pigs. Xiao Shifu replied. Am I truly that overweight? Jiang Li, observing their camaraderie with discontent, declared, Enough, it's time to leave. Did you not wish to depart just now? Hurry along. Do not waste any more time here. Jiang Li said nothing further, stepping into the formation and turning to Jiang Li. All right, you may activate the formation now. Jiang Li fell silent, his gaze fixed intently upon her. Seeing her reluctance to speak further, he became irate and activated the formation. As he watched Jiang Li's figure gradually vanish within the array, Xiao Shifu felt a pang of sorrow. It seemed likely they would never meet again in this lifetime. His master must be quite upset. Turning to explain himself, Xiao Shifu was met with the sight of Jiang Li, usually so stoic, now weeping profusely. Why does she give you gifts but not me? She is my senior sister. Jiang Shifu remained speechless. He silently retrieved a bag of snacks and a magical music box from his storage pouch. Ali gave this to me earlier. She asked me to present it to you after her departure. She mentioned you have always loved sweets, so she prepared plenty for you, hoping it would ease your sorrow after she leaves. Jiang Li took the candies and tasted one, only to find it spicy. Senior sister, why are all the candies sweet? Spicy flavors are delightful too. It is said that ginger candy in the mortal realm has a spicy taste. Next time, I will take you to try it. Very well. Recalling the scene when Jiang Li had accompanied him in his cultivation endeavors upon entering the sect, Jiang Li clutched the bag of candies. Weeping bitterly in the direction Jiang Li had vanished. Senior sister, sob, cough. Xiao Shifu watched as his master grew increasingly fervent in his tears, only to choke on a candy. Suddenly, he understood why Jiang Li had instructed him to wait until she had left before giving the items to Jiang Li. As Jiang Li disappeared into the formation, she found herself surrounded by countless stars and perceived the terrifying forces of various rules. Do not look directly. When she regained her senses, she realized she had returned to the magical world. She raised her hand to glance at the watch, noting that 10 hours had elapsed since she had encountered Voldemort's curse. It seemed the flow of time differed between the two worlds, with time in Tianyuan continent passing more swiftly. Sensing magical fluctuations, she hurried toward the manor. Halfway there, she spotted a Death Eater's apparition manifesting outside, immediately casting the killing curse at her. A cloud of black smoke erupted from the Death Eater, morphing into Voldemort's visage. Could it be Voldemort's lingering soul? Jiang Li, taken aback by the coincidence, swiftly unleashed a fiendfire spell, incinerating that soul entirely. It appeared that Dumbledore had pushed them to the brink, with Voldemort's residual essence now free. Along the way, she encountered numerous Death Eaters and Aurors, assisting them casually while making her way to the heart of the manor, where the magical fluctuations were most intense. Jiang Li surmised that Dumbledore must be battling Voldemort there. With most of the Horcruxes already collected, her previous demise had served its purpose. She merely needed to draw Voldemort into the fray. Previously, Voldemort had been stalling for time, attempting to ensnare her here, while Jiang Li harbored a similar intention. If Voldemort were to discover that they had found all the Horcruxes, he would likely retreat. making the task of eliminating him all the more arduous. Jiang Li made her way towards the source of the most potent magical fluctuations, where she encountered Lily and her companions standing. Upon hearing the commotion, Lily turned to face Jiang Li, her expression shifting to one of gravity. Brandishing her wand, she coldly inquired, "Where did we first meet?" Taken aback for a moment, Jiang Li quickly realized that someone might be impersonating her. "We first met in front of a flower shop, and Penny was displeased because you had followed her there." The specificity of her recollection confirmed to Lily that the Jiang Li before her was indeed the genuine article. For a fleeting instant, Lily gazed at Jiang Li, at a loss for words, her eyes reflecting a profound sorrow. Jiang Li sensed an unsettling tension in the air. "What are you all doing here? Didn't Dumbledore say not to involve minors in this matter? And where is Snape? Did he come with you?" Her voice trailed off as Lily, midway through her response, choked back tears. She turned slightly to reveal the lifeless body of Snape, obscured behind her, unable to utter a single word. Jiang Li stood frozen, staring at Snape's motionless form on the ground, devoid of life. The familiar resonance of his soul was absent, causing her mind to momentarily blank. Remaining composed, Jiang Li approached Snape, but stumbled as a pebble caught her foot, nearly causing her to fall. The others regarded her with sympathetic eyes. Staggering to Snape's side, she knelt beside him and grasped his hand, now covered in dust and cold to the touch, rarely warm. Perhaps due to childhood malnutrition, frostbite had marred his hands. And in cold weather, he would often cast a warming charm on himself before daring to hold Jiang Li's hand. Yet now, the owner of that hand lay unresponsive, silently at rest. Jiang Li gently caressed his face and smoothed his disheveled hair, her expression calm as she leaned closer, whispering, "Even if this is a prank, it's time to stop, Severus." At her words, Lily covered her mouth in sorrow, weeping, "Ali, Severus is gone. He is not dead." Jiang Li replied with serene conviction. "He was struck by the killing curse. No one survives that." Sirius observed Jiang Li, sensing her overwhelming grief and despair, and spoke with a heavy heart, "He is indeed gone. Seeing you like this must be painful for him as well." James tried to console her, "Professor Malfoy, please don't be too distraught." Yet Jiang Li remained unmoved by their words. Snape could not possibly be dead. She had gifted him the resurrection stone as a ring. If the legends held true, then Snape must be somewhere, merely unseen by them, hence their belief in his demise. Jiang Li had never subscribed to fate, otherwise she would have perished long ago. A soul in a spectral state cannot return promptly for two reasons. Either the body cannot accommodate the soul, resulting in rejection, or the soul is too weak, too distant from the body to return. Regardless of the cause, Jiang Li was determined to bring him back today. Chapter 205, The Resurrection. As Jiang Li suddenly began to retrieve items, the others perceived her actions as a descent into madness, unable to bear the news of Snape's death. Lily grasped Jiang Li's arm, sorrowfully imploring, "Please, don't do this. He is gone." Jiang Li pressed a piece of paper into her hand, instructing, "Once my formation is activated, you three must recite what is written here, understood?" Before Lily could respond further, James shook his head at her, suggesting they acquiesce to Professor Malfoy's insistence. Only through her attempts would they come to accept this harsh reality. Sighing, Lily observed Jiang Li diligently sketching a magical array on the ground and reluctantly accepted the situation. Jiang Li then noticed Dumbledore, gravely injured and leaning against the ground. His face as pale as parchment, his deep-set eyes clouded with fatigue. "Gardenia, do not do anything foolish. You are not dead yet." After a brief assessment of his injuries, she was assured he would survive. "I need to draw the magical array. You should rest elsewhere." With a flick of her wand, she levitated Dumbledore, who floated away towards a safe distance. James and the others hurried to catch him, preventing him from collapsing again. Jiang Li swiftly completed the magical array, her strokes rapid and precise. With a levitation charm, she cautiously placed Snape in the center. As his body settled on the ground, she positioned the resurrection stone against her heart. "What does Professor Malfoy intend to do?" James quietly asked Dumbledore. "I do not know," Dumbledore replied, having never encountered such a design before, yet sensing a powerful and weighty aura emanating from it. This was no ordinary magical array. What was Gardenia truly attempting? Standing at the center of the array, Jiang Li summoned several spirit stones, placing them at designated points within the formation. "Once my magical array activates, you must recite what I provided." Turning to Lily and the others, she met their gaze with piercing intensity, prompting them to nod eagerly. Jiang Li stowed her wand and drew a delicate dagger, slicing her palm. Crimson droplets cascaded down her fair wrist, and as the blood fell to the ground, the array surged with energy, illuminating with a brilliant glow. "Recite." The trio, momentarily entranced by the spectacle, complied at Jiang Li's cool command, chanting the script inscribed on the paper. The once tumultuous white orbs of light began to converge towards Jiang Li, illuminating the faces of the two figures within the array more vividly. Jiang Li infused part of her virtuous aura into the formation, causing the surrounding sand to swirl in the wind, her hair dancing as her eyes shifted to a striking purple. The white luminescence intensified, resembling a gathering river, almost engulfing the two figures at the center. The brilliance was blinding, and Snape squinted until his eyes adjusted to the light, revealing his surroundings, a train station-like setting. Empty carriages stretching out before him, bright, yet shrouded in an incomprehensible haze. The silence was profound, as if everything had come to a standstill. Had he truly died? A wave of concern washed over him as he recalled the earlier scene, pondering how Gardenia might react to this occurrence. Snape did not believe that Jiang Li was the one who had attacked him, but regrettably, he realized this too late. He sat upon a bench at the platform's edge, uncertain of his next steps amidst the desolation of the empty carriages. In the distance, footsteps echoed, prompting Snape to lift his gaze, where he beheld a visage of utter astonishment belonging to Harry. For a fleeting moment, Harry appeared momentarily stunned, evidently unprepared for an encounter with Snape in this place. "Professor," Harry called out, his voice tinged with a certain awkwardness, his expression a blend of guilt and complexity. Snape's brow furrowed instantly, and he reprimanded Harry with a stern gaze. "This is not a place for you. You must return at once." At these words, Harry felt a pang of discomfort, and he responded softly, "Professor, I am already dead." "You cannot possibly be dead," Snape asserted, stepping closer to Harry and speaking in a grave tone. "Do not jest about such foolishness. You have no business here." Harry felt as though his heart was encased in a suffocating mass of cotton, a sense of heaviness enveloping him. "Professor, I apologize. I had no idea you sacrificed so much for me. You are a hero," he declared earnestly, his gaze fixed upon Snape. Snape perceived a profound turmoil in Harry's eyes, a reflection of guilt directed at himself, prompting him to retort scornfully, "Do not indulge in such nonsensical musings. I have done nothing for you. All my actions were for my own sake. You should hasten to leave this accursed place. You do not belong here." "But I," Harry began, but before he could articulate further, Snape vanished from his sight. The sound of footsteps drew his attention, and he turned to find Dumbledore gazing kindly at him. They exchanged many words, but Snape felt an overwhelming force tugging at his soul, an unimaginable pain coursing through him. All sounds faded, and darkness enveloped him, as if he could hear a resigned sigh echoing in the void. In the next moment, clarity returned. He heard familiar voices calling him back. The light of the magic circle dimmed, revealing Jiang Li standing at its center, quietly observing the still slumbering Snape. The once still chest began to rise and fall, and Snape's eyelids flickered. Jiang Li knelt before him, her gaze fixed intently upon him. As Snape opened his eyes, a drop of blood fell upon his cheek, and he beheld Jiang Li, her hands stained crimson. A smile blossomed on her face the instant he regained consciousness. Snape, now fully aware, immediately pressed his hand against the wound on Jiang Li's hand. "Are you a fool?" he scolded, a hint of anger in his tone as he produced a handkerchief to staunch the bleeding. "Have you exhausted the potion I prepared for you?" Jiang Li gazed at the revitalized Snape, enveloping him in a tight embrace, burying her face in his neck, listening to the steady rhythm of his pulse. "What is wrong?" Snape inquired gently, cradling Jiang Li with care. "Your wound remains untreated. Do not move about recklessly." However, midway through their embrace, he sensed something amiss. Noticing several astonished faces nearby, James clutched a note, his eyes wide as he pinched Sirius's arm. The once surprised Sirius yelped in pain. "What are you doing?" he exclaimed, startled. "I just wanted to confirm whether this is real or an illusion." James tucked the note away and turned to Lily, asking, "If my father were dead, would this bring him back?" Lily regarded him with exasperation, advising, "You should keep such thoughts from your father. If old James discovered that his son was contemplating his death, he would be furious." As Snape observed the onlooker's attentions fixated upon him, memories of prior events flooded his mind, and he quickly surmised the implications. Chapter 206. I have come to see you. "Very well, let us return," Snape began to articulate, but Jiang Li interrupted him. She glanced down at Dumbledore, who lay forgotten at the periphery, and reminded them, "Dumbledore's injuries have not yet reached the point of being fatal. But should you fail to transport him to the hospital for treatment, I fear his obituary will grace the Daily Prophet by tomorrow." The group finally grasped the urgency surrounding the injured elder. Snape looked at Jiang Li, a multitude of words swirling in his mind. Yet he restrained himself in the presence of others. Upon the announcement of Voldemort's demise, all Death Eaters lost their anchor, many surrendering willingly, as their allegiance to Voldemort had never stemmed from a desire for his favor, but rather from a pursuit of their family interests. Both Snape and Dumbledore were admitted to St. Mungo's Hospital. Though Snape deemed it unnecessary, Jiang Li insisted, claiming it was to keep the lonely elder company. The news of Voldemort's death spread like wildfire through the wizarding world, akin to a festive celebration, as if the shadows that had loomed overhead had finally dissipated. Many rejoiced in this newfound freedom. After 2 days in St. Mungo's, Snape had yet to catch a glimpse of Jiang Li, his mood darkening. Observing Dumbledore in the adjacent bed, indulging in a sugary treat, he remarked coldly, "You have exceeded your quota of sweets. You ought to limit your intake." "Oh, my dear boy, this is one of my few remaining pleasures. You must not deprive an old man of his last joys," Dumbledore replied, popping the confection into his mouth. A gentle smile gracing his features as he regarded Snape. "You are far too serious. At your age, one ought to exhibit a bit more vitality." Snape dismissed the comments with indifference, redirecting the conversation each time he attempted to persuade Dumbledore to moderate his sweet consumption. Wait, he thought. He had surmised the reason for Jiang Li's absence. In truth, Jiang Li's reluctance to visit Snape stemmed not only from a fear of his admonishments, but also from her need to provide proof for Regulus and Lucius. She had to demonstrate that both did not genuinely align with Voldemort, but rather contributed to the resistance against him. The ministry officials were skeptical of their claims. Complicating matters significantly, they needed to self-validate, or else face incarceration in Azkaban. Jiang Li participated in the hearings, transforming back into her original form and taking the witness stand. Seated upon the judge's bench, old Barty adjusted his glasses and squinted at her. "What evidence do you possess to substantiate your identity as Gwendolen Malfoy?" A multitude of spectators filled the courtroom, and Jiang Li's presence startled many. Unfazed, she replied, "Dumbledore and my students recognize me. Should you doubt my identity, you may perform a soul spell to ascertain the truth of my claims. Furthermore, if you question my identity, it is your responsibility to prove I am not who I say, rather than requiring me to validate myself." Her haughty demeanor irked old Barty. "I recall Dumbledore announcing your death. You did not appear to contest it. Are you intentionally mocking the public?" Jiang Li smiled slightly, addressing old Barty. "I will hold a press conference to clarify this matter. Might I trouble you to focus on the case at hand? They did not follow Voldemort to harm others. Their intent was to expedite the end of this war. I possess ample evidence, including records of communications between Lucius and myself. As for Regulus, he was coerced into joining the Death Eaters under duress and has never harmed a muggle or wizard. He has endured immense psychological trauma, and I believe he deserves appropriate mental support, rather than being thrust onto the judgment seat." Her voice rang out clear and articulate, leaving old Barty momentarily speechless. Seated among the jury's audience, young Batty observed the scene before him, his eyes shimmering with an unusual brilliance. He felt a stirring within, contemplating the possibility of pursuing a different path. Each day, witnessing the twisted expression of his father, who placed great emphasis on reputation from the opposite side of the courtroom, seemed like a viable option. This particular trial dragged on for an extended duration, and the Death Eaters, who were initially not destined for imprisonment, were spared a harsher sentence for reasons unknown. Jiang Li's efforts to extricate Lucius and Regulus had come at a relatively modest cost, leading to a significant financial drain for certain pureblood families, barely allowing them to escape the grim fate of Azkaban. It was only when Jiang Li regained her composure that she remembered Severus, who was currently in the hospital, and resolved to visit him upon his discharge. She brought with her rare potion ingredients and a bouquet of gardenias to the hospital. Upon reaching the door of his ward, she paused briefly to gauge Severus's mood. The door creaked open slightly, revealing Albus Dumbledore surreptitiously indulging in some honeydew sweets, while Severus was nowhere to be seen. With a sigh, Jiang Li pushed the door wide open to ascertain the situation inside. Dumbledore was alone in the room. "You seem somewhat disappointed to see me," Dumbledore remarked playfully as he noticed Jiang Li's expression. She stepped inside, placing the flowers on the table, and took a seat in a nearby chair, her gaze falling upon a notebook at the edge of the table. The cover bore no name, yet the first page was adorned with a drawing of Jiang Li's visage. Dumbledore leaned in for a closer look and commented, "Perhaps if the nose were drawn a tad larger, it might bear a stronger resemblance." Jiang Li closed the notebook and, with a smile directed at Dumbledore, inquired, "Why are you here all alone? Has no one come to visit you?" "There were far too many visitors earlier, all of whom were ushered out by the nurses. Were you inquiring about the whereabouts of the boy in the same ward as me?" Dumbledore discerned Jiang Li's thoughts with ease. She nodded candidly. "Do you know where he is?" "He was discharged yesterday. Did you not know?" Dumbledore chastised her with a scrutinizing gaze. Jiang Li merely lowered her eyelids, responding coolly, "Your deceit is rather clumsy. Perhaps you should refine it for next time." Severus's belongings still lay within the room, and the faint indentation on the bed suggested he had only recently vacated the space. Most importantly, Severus would never depart without bidding her farewell. "I had hoped to deceive you," Dumbledore lamented with an expression of regret. "At your age, how can you still engage in such juvenile antics?" Jiang Li found amusement in Dumbledore's demeanor and retrieved a treat from her bracelet, saying, "This is a snack Mia prepared for you. What an honor. I had thought I would not receive a gift from you," Dumbledore replied in a somewhat teasing tone. "You are a person worthy of respect," Jiang Li stated earnestly, which momentarily startled Dumbledore. "That is indeed a rare compliment." At that moment, the sound of the door opening drew their attention, and Severus emerged in his hospital gown. Upon spotting Jiang Li seated beside the bed, a flicker of surprise crossed his features, soon replaced by an impassive expression. Jiang Li waved at him, saying, "Severus, I came to see you." Upon hearing her words, Severus glanced out the window and replied slowly, "What brings you here? To visit an inconsequential boy or to comfort a patient?" Chapter 207, Graduation. As Severus raised an eyebrow, Jiang Li anticipated the words that would follow, promptly extending the gardenias toward him. In her haste, the white petals brushed against his cheek. "I noticed the flowers in the garden were in full bloom today and thought to bring you some. I visited the hospital yesterday, but it was too late, so I did not disturb you." The gardenias before them were pristine, their petals adorned with glistening dewdrops, exuding a rich fragrance that lingered even in the air they had just traversed. Outside, Severus had caught a whiff of their scent and instantly recognized Jiang Li's presence. He accepted the gardenias, observing the smile in Jiang Li's eyes, and felt his irritation dissipate. "Do you know the meaning of gardenias?" Severus inquired. "Indeed. Which is why I brought them for you," Jiang Li replied. A true lover of flowers would not commit such a trivial error. Noticing the softening gaze in Severus's eyes, Jiang Li realized she had struck the right chord. She then produced the rare potion ingredients she had prepared, addressing Severus. "I saw you researching some ancient potion recipes, so I gathered the necessary materials. Would you care to accompany me home?" Severus, aware of Jiang Li's deliberate attempts to flatter him, found it difficult to summon any anger as he gazed into her earnest expression, which was filled with joy. "Of course, if you prefer to linger here a while longer. I can manage my affairs alone," Jiang Li added, altering her tone. "Let's return," Severus said, unable to suppress a grimace as Jiang Li's eyes lit up with excitement. He had no belongings to retrieve, as he could simply change back into his clothes and discharge himself. As they walked along the street, they encountered throngs of people celebrating. Even the nearby pub was abuzz with merriment. Jiang Li took Severus's hand, feeling its warmth, as if her heart had finally found its place. Glancing at the fireworks erupting in the sky, she softly remarked, "Severus, a new year is about to begin." Severus tightened his grip, listening to Jiang Li's gentle voice. "I have yet to write my lesson plans. Would you mind assisting me with that?" Severus thought to himself. He must have lost his mind to even entertain the notion that Jiang Li would utter anything sentimental. Time marched on, and Voldemort's demise had ushered in a jubilant celebration for the wizarding community. A year later, the shadows cast by the Death Eaters had faded into memory, allowing everyone to embark on fresh beginnings. Jiang Li, too, during Severus's final year of study, tendered her resignation to Dumbledore. "Are you certain you wish to resign?" Dumbledore inquired. Though he had long anticipated Jiang Li's departure, he could not help but voice his concern. "I have matters to attend to and can no longer continue teaching," Jiang Li replied, her gaze drifting to the window where a phoenix feather shimmered. "You needn't have Fawkes deliberately avoid me. No one will be plucking his feathers anymore." "May I inquire about your reason for leaving?" Dumbledore asked kindly. "I cannot bear the early mornings," Jiang Li answered with utmost seriousness. "The thought of waking up early to teach students feels as though the sky is collapsing upon me. Thus I have chosen to resign." Dumbledore was left speechless. It was a reason he could never have fathomed. Emerging from the headmaster's office, Jiang Li made her way outside. Numerous students who had already graduated gathered on the lawn, capturing their final moments together with magical cameras. Jiang Li spotted Severus standing among the Slytherin students, awkwardly staring at the camera as dappled shadows danced across his face. The giant squid in the black lake extended its massive tentacles, splashing water onto the shore. Some unprepared individuals were drenched, cursing at the squid. Severus was among them, his expression stoic as he magically dried his clothes, deeming the whole affair utterly unnecessary. "Professor Malfoy, quickly, go take a picture with her," a girl called out, prompting Severus to glance up and see Jiang Li surrounded by a group of young women, posing for photographs. Little Barty brushed off the droplets from his sleeves and approached Severus, addressing him with a teasing tone. "Now that you've graduated, shouldn't you introduce us to your fiancé?" In response, Severus gestured towards Jiang Li, stating, "That is my fiancé." Following his finger, little Barty beheld Alina. Her cheek pressed against Jiang Li's. "I didn't expect Alina to be your fiancé," he remarked, only to be met with a cold glance from Severus, who replied disdainfully, "It is not her." "Then who might it be?" With so many girls around, little Barty was reluctant to guess one by one. "It is Gardenia," Severus answered. The name rang a bell for little Barty, Yet he could not spot anyone by that name among the girls until his gaze landed on Jiang Li. And he paused in realization. Wait, isn't that the name of our professor in alchemy? He looked at Severus incredulously, only to find affection radiating from Severus' gaze towards Jiang Li. You two are actually together. No wonder Severus shows no signs of distress for not being with his fiancée. They must spend every day together without anyone suspecting their relationship. His expression towards Severus shifted, filled with newfound intrigue. We are about to hold our wedding, Severus stated flatly, though a slight smile tugged at the corners of his lips. So soon? Little Barty exclaimed in astonishment, instantly recalling Severus' furtive glances at Jiang Li, leading to sudden understanding. Severus' eyes softened as he looked at Jiang Li, but his smile vanished the moment Alina leaned in to kiss Jiang Li's cheek. The other girls, witnessing this, clamored to do the same, forming a queue. Jiang Li was indifferent. A kiss wouldn't cost her anything. As more girls approached, even some boys dared to take advantage of the situation, only to be splashed into the water by Jiang Li with a flick of her wand. All graduates would return via the Hogwarts Express. Jiang Li and Severus shared a compartment, and noticing Severus' sullen silence, she provocatively asked, "Are you upset? I wouldn't dare anger the illustrious Miss Malfoy. If she were to abandon me for someone else, I'd be utterly helpless," Severus replied sarcastically. He glanced at the lipstick mark on Jiang Li's clothing, his expression darkening as he meticulously cleaned her collar. Observing Severus' jealousy with a tinge of amusement, Jiang Li stated earnestly, "Let us go get our marriage license later." Severus looked up in surprise, questioning if his ears had betrayed him. "Do you know what you're saying? Of course, the wedding is in a few days. I thought we could get the marriage license first." Upon arriving at the platform, Jiang Li intended to visit a nearby photo studio for their marriage certificate photo. Lily, glancing around, spotted the two and hurried over, asking Jiang Li, "Penny is back today. Would you like to come to my house? She would be thrilled to see you." "No, we need to go to the photo studio," Jiang Li replied softly. "Are you getting the photos developed?" Lily inquired. "No, we are taking our marriage certificate photo. We plan to register our marriage afterward," Jiang Li stated confidently. Lily's eyes widened in shock. "So soon? I'll go with you," she declared without hesitation. Jiang Li took the bewildered Severus by the hand and rushed to the nearest studio for an expedited photo session. Throughout, Lily observed with an amused smile, accompanying them to the registration office, where she watched them sign their names on the agreement. "Congratulations," Lily exclaimed, her heart brimming with emotion. She had never imagined Severus would be the first to marry. She couldn't wait to share this gossip with Penny, eager to divulge the news. Lily hurried home as soon as they reached town. Jiang Li tucked one copy of the marriage certificate away, while she slipped the other into Severus' robes, linking her arm with his. As they made their way home with the certificate, Severus felt an almost surreal sensation. He was married to Jiang Li. All the romantic scenarios he had envisioned seemed to pale in comparison. Severus fixated on the photo of himself, feeling his appearance was less than ideal. His hair a bit unkempt. He should have prepared better. Jiang Li leaned against his shoulder, gazing at the marriage certificate in his hands, and lazily remarked, "You've already looked at it countless times. Is this certificate truly that captivating to you?" Her soft, light golden locks brushed against his cheek, causing him to feel a flutter of nervousness at her sudden proximity, his fingers instinctively curling. "By the way, since we're married now, would you consider moving into my room?" Jiang Li suggested casually. The moment her words left her lips, Severus's heart raced, pounding as if the entire world could hear it. "Are you that nervous?" Jiang Li playfully teased, gently touching his crimson ears, her voice low. "Are you shy?" Severus immediately grasped her hand, his heartbeat erratic. He met Jiang Li's mischievous gaze and leaned closer, playfully biting her hand as if restraining himself. "Gardenia, I do not wish to hurt you." Jiang Li instantly understood his meaning, responding with understanding, "It's fine. You can just sleep on the floor in my room." Severus, although this was not quite what he had envisioned, it would suffice. Thus, Severus ensured he was thoroughly clean, free of any odors. Before nervously knocking on Jiang Li's door, he stood at the threshold, his expression stern, as if confronting something terrifying. The door swung open, revealing Jiang Li in her pajamas, seated at her desk, engrossed in a book. He stepped inside awkwardly. Jiang Li rested her chin on one hand, peering at the map on the table, while the other hand waved a brush in the air. The diminutive Ella lay on the desk, her eyes fixated on the brush, her tiny tail gently tapping the surface. As the brush landed on the table, Ella swiftly opened her mouth, snagging it and twisting around it like a contorted piece of dough. Noticing this, Jiang Li relinquished the brush for Ella to play with. Ella released the brush, soaring to the floor, darting towards the door, seemingly on a whimsical quest. Jiang Li felt that ever since Ella had been contracted, she had developed a playful demeanor akin to a puppy, frolicking about. Sometimes, Ella would sneak snacks from the Slytherin table, and many students found her adorable in her glasses, often taking the opportunity to sneak her out when Severus was absent. Ella was far more popular at Hogwarts than Severus, if not for the concern over her volatile nature. Given her potent venom could incapacitate an entire classroom, Jiang Li would have deemed placing her in Slytherin an excellent choice. "Are you going to sleep?" Jiang Li inquired, looking up at Severus, the light caressing her skin, adding a gentle glow to her exquisite features, akin to a finely painted oil portrait, tranquil and beautiful. Severus feigned calmness, nodding before stating, "I will go fetch a blanket." "No need." Jiang Li turned over and climbed into bed, pulling back the covers and patting the empty space beside her. It was more than spacious enough to sleep here. Upon hearing this, Snape, with an air of calmness, lay down beside her, hands clasped together, slowing his breath as he fixed his gaze upon the ceiling, enveloped by the essence of Jiang Li. She passed by him, retrieved a transparent jar, and nestled against Snape, taking his hand and diligently applying the ointment to his fingers. "There, this should prevent frostbite for the year," she declared, securing the lid of the jar and locking eyes with him. Snape felt his heart race, an instinctive urge to look away conflicting with his reluctance to do so. The atmosphere was just right, the lighting soft. Jiang Li leaned in slightly, cradling Snape's face, and gently pressed her lips against his. Her breath was tantalizingly close. And in that instant, all rational thought dissipated from Snape's mind, his blood surging to his head as he embraced Jiang Li, fervently reciprocating her affection. At that moment, words became utterly superfluous. Their proximity was intimate, fingers entwined, breaths mingling, the flowers on the desk quivering slightly, their hearts resonating in unison. The following day, Jiang Li awoke to find Snape's seaweed-like hair sprawled across the pillow. Recalling the events of the previous night, she ground her teeth and playfully bit into his shoulder. Feeling the pinch, Snape groggily opened his eyes and, upon seeing Jiang Li, instinctively pulled her into his embrace, leading to a series of unmentionable activities. By the time Jiang Li finally rose from bed, it was already noon. As she opened the door, she was greeted by a sight of empty plates strewn across the table and a little snake-like creature whose belly appeared fit to burst. "Lady Ella, your roast chicken is ready," Mia announced, carrying a platter of roast chicken. The creature, which had been languidly lying on the table, immediately began to wriggle laboriously toward the food. Jiang Li approached the table, observing her brush lazily inscribing a few crooked letters. "Give me roast chicken." She seized the snake's tail, giving it a gentle shake to halt its advance, and inquired of Mia, "Did it eat all night?" Mia nodded, explaining that Lady Ella had claimed to be famished. "Don't indulge it. It can only have one roast chicken at a time," Jiang Li admonished, poking Ella's plump belly. "Due to your pilfering of roast chicken, you shall not have any extra meals this week." The creature's response was akin to a thunderclap, its entire existence dimmed by the news. Chapter 209, The Wedding. Snape had meticulously planned the details of the wedding long before, so his fellow alumni, who had barely had a few days of respite after graduation, were soon greeted with an invitation to the ceremony. Students who once thought they would never see each other again found themselves reunited. Clad in their formal robes, they appeared transformed from their usual selves. Lily donned a lovely dress, and, upon seeing James dressed more flamboyantly than the groom himself, asked in confusion, "Why are you so extravagantly dressed?" "I had no other formal robes left, so I had to wear this one," James replied, avoiding her gaze and gesturing vigorously to Sirius. Sirius, holding a cake, sighed as he approached, having caught James's frantic signals. "All right, give me back my clothes." He tugged at James's attire, intending to put it on himself, but his forceful pull resulted in tearing apart the exquisite floral embellishments at James's chest. The smile vanished from James's face. Grabbing Sirius by the neck, he roared, "Return my mother's flower." Sirius struggled, rolling his eyes in response. Lily, finding their commotion too loud, turned to seek out Penny. The venue was adorned with gardenias and embellished with scattered roses. She plucked a rose and found Jiang Li in the dressing room. Penny placed a dazzling crown atop her head. Jiang Li, slightly bowing her head, donned a flowing white wedding gown, radiating an ethereal beauty that was almost suffocating. A flicker of awe crossed Lily's face. Truly, that gloomy fellow is fortunate. Penny, admiring Jiang Li's captivating visage, couldn't help but jest. "How about I toss the bouquet to you later?" Jiang Li proposed. "I'd rather not," Penny replied, crossing her arms. "I have many important matters to attend to and don't wish to step into the realm of matrimony just yet." Many suitors pursued her at university, but she found them all rather shallow, utterly oblivious to her true desires, although she had never sought anything from them. Jiang Li smiled gently. "Very well. I shall throw it far enough that it will not land in your hands." Penny, clad in her bridesmaid's attire, lingered by Jiang Li's side, her eyes filled with reluctance. Lily joined their conversation. A group of girls surrounded Jiang Li, and she spoke tenderly with them until someone reminded her that the wedding was about to commence. Professor. Elena grasped Jiang Li's hand earnestly. If you wish to back out, simply raise your pinky finger, and I shall whisk you away at once. I can help too. Penny chimed in, raising her hand in agreement. The messenger, little Barty, observed their exchange with a twitch at the corner of his mouth. It seemed Snape had it hard as well, with no bridesmaids standing by his side. Snape stood at the center of the wedding, all eyes upon him. In the front row, Elena sat closest, watching the invigorated Snape as she dabbed at her tears with a handkerchief, lost in reminiscence. Once, she and Tobias had shared such happiness, but, thankfully, her son bore no resemblance to his father, and Gwendolen was not a timid soul like her. The professors of Hogwarts watched quietly from the audience, all of them captivated by the unfolding scene. As the music began to play, Jiang Li gracefully approached. Her gown magically light despite its heavy appearance, capturing the attention of all. She cast a glance towards Snape, who, instead of remaining in place as rehearsed, immediately strode towards her, taking her hand as though it were the most precious treasure. This seems different from our rehearsal, Jiang Li teased. You've already taken many steps towards me. I believe it is my turn to approach you at the altar, Snape replied gently. He perceived Jiang Li to be more beautiful than ever, his heart pounding as if it would leap from his chest. Jiang Li clasped his hand, and together they walked towards the officiant, pledging their vows before all witnesses. Snape's smile never faltered, his eyes sparkling with light. When it came time to toss the bouquet, Penny stood with her arms crossed behind Jiang Li. James squeezed himself among the girls, loudly calling out, Professor Malfoy, toss the bouquet to me. Upon witnessing this, Lily couldn't help but facepalm. Was it too late to feign ignorance of James? Jiang Li, with little choice, hurled the bouquet in the direction of the male guests. James immediately brandished his wand, exclaiming, Bouquet, fly to me. The bouquet, which had already struck Sirius, soared back towards him. The surrounding girls cast disdainful glances at James. How shameless, such blatant cheating. Unfazed by their glares, James dashed to kneel before Lily, presenting her with the bouquet. Lily accepted it, her cheeks flushed. Everyone realized what he was about to say, and some had already picked up their cameras, intending to capture the moment. James, filled with excitement, shouted towards Lily, Lily, will you marry me? A chorus of good-natured laughter erupted from the crowd. It was only then that James realized his blunder and quickly corrected himself. Can I marry you? This time, the laughter rang out even louder. Jiang Li lowered her head, noticing that Snape had secretly hooked his little finger around hers, his deep voice whispering in her ear, Would you like to see some fireworks? Curious, Jiang Li glanced at him and asked, Did you prepare fireworks? Snape opened his hand, tapping his palm with his wand, and a dazzling display of miniature fireworks erupted from his hand. The colors of the fireworks reflected in Jiang Li's blue eyes, and when she looked up, she found Snape gazing at her. I've seen this spell before. Where did you learn it? She inquired with curiosity. I devised it myself, Snape explained, retracting his hand. I thought you only researched useful spells, Jiang Li remarked. As long as it brings you joy, it is useful, Snape replied, observing the seriousness in his expression. Jiang Li smiled slightly and asked, Severus, may I kiss you? Of course, the bride may kiss the groom at any time, Snape said softly, lowering his head willingly. Jiang Li wrapped her arms around his neck and pressed her lips against his soft ones. Sunlight enveloped them as they embraced, oblivious to the onlookers, while a photographer quietly captured the scene on camera. Chapter 210, A Simple Interlude. The trio from Gryffindor gathered together to discuss how to uncover the secrets of the Golden Egg. Harry, I think you should take it easy lately. Snape seems to have taken a turn for the worse, even deducting points from Malfoy, Ron whispered, pretending to read under Madame Pance's watchful gaze. Impossible, Harry replied, feeling Madame Pance glance in his direction, and immediately lowered his voice. Isn't he always the one defending Slytherin? Who knows? Just be careful. Don't make mistakes in his class, or he'll surely deduct points, Ron insisted. Maybe I should just take a leave of absence, Harry mused, envisioning Snape mocking him in front of everyone, and hesitated. George and Fred seem to have invented something that makes you look quite feeble. You could ask them for it. Ron suggested. Harry, as long as you haven't done anything wrong, he can't deduct our points, Hermione disagreed. Even Malfoy lost points. He despises Harry. How could he not deduct points? Ron retorted loudly. Get out of here, both of you. Madame Pance's furious voice echoed through the library. Ron and Harry were promptly expelled from the library. Snape was in a foul mood. Upon awakening, he felt as though he had been transported back in time to a past where the foolish Potter had been manipulated into entering the Triwizard Tournament. The dim room, the pungent smell of potions, and the sight of grotesque mere people swimming outside only served to heighten his irritation. No one was there to greet him upon waking, except for a familiar figure who, with a teasing smile, nestled into his embrace and placed a kiss upon his lips. He sometimes questioned whether his memories were flawed, pondering if Jiang Li truly existed, or if he was merely caught in a bizarre, yet beautiful dream. But if it were a dream, why was it so vivid? With a stern expression, Snape finally opened the door to the headmaster's office after muttering the names of a dozen candies in frustration. Severus, you arrived just in time. Perhaps you should try this candy. It would surely suit your palate, Dumbledore said with a cheerful demeanor, inviting Snape. Headmaster, I suggest we halt the Triwizard Tournament. Barty Crouch Jr. has used Polyjuice Potion to impersonate Moody and tampered with the Goblet of Fire, transforming it into a portkey that transports anyone who touches it to Voldemort, who requires Harry's blood for his resurrection. Snape, devoid of pleasantries, delivered the grave news with a stoic expression, looking at Dumbledore. Your trials for the so-called Chosen One may endanger other innocent students. Dumbledore gazed at him in astonishment, his blue eyes scrutinizing him from behind his glasses. How did you come to know of this? Does it matter where I learned it? Snape replied, sensing Dumbledore's suspicions. Isn't it more crucial to stop this foolish endeavor? Dumbledore observed his expression, confirming that he was not an imposter, and broke into a relaxed smile. Don't be too tense, Severus. We are already aware of their plans. Perhaps we can turn the tables. Snape frowned, feeling displeased with Dumbledore's cryptic words. Severus, I entrust the matter of those children to you. I will ensure that it concludes satisfactorily. Dumbledore patted Snape's shoulder playfully, adding, perhaps you could visit Honeyduke's to buy some sweets. A little candy might lighten your spirits. What is he doing here? Harry, Ron, and Hermione, sneaking out of Hogwarts to search for clues in Hogsmeade, were taken aback to see Snape. I swear, he must be up to no good. Everyone else is at Hogwarts, and he's the only one sneaking out, Ron asserted. Let us follow him and see what he is up to, Harry said seriously. You shouldn't speculate about Professor Snape. Perhaps he is merely out to purchase potion ingredients. Hermione disagreed with their assumptions, yet still decided to follow Snape discreetly. The trio stealthily trailed Snape until they saw him enter Honeyduke's. I told you he was suspicious. He actually went into Honeyduke's, Ron declared confidently, envisioning Snape engaged in some nefarious deal. Hermione furrowed her brow in rebuttal. Isn't it perfectly normal to go to Honeyduke's for some sweets? It may be for others, but he is Snape. Do you think he would indulge in candy? Ron exclaimed excitedly. I still believe Snape isn't as bad as we think. Hermione stood firm in her conviction. As the two friends appeared poised to argue, Harry quickly intervened. Perhaps we can sneak in and see what Snape is doing. Ron and Hermione exchanged glances, agreeing to the suggestion, and together donned the invisibility cloak, stealthily entering Honeyduke's. Snape stood before the shelves, feeling utterly mad for buying candy for the sake of a dream. He selected Jiang Li's favorite peppermint sweets and paid before leaving the store, completely oblivious to the three figures that immediately pounced upon the shelves as soon as he walked away. Harry grabbed a box of sweets, inspecting it thoroughly for any anomalies. Perhaps that box of sweets is the issue. We should find a way to steal it, Ron asserted confidently. Or we could continue following him. Maybe we'll discover something. Hermione suggested more cautiously. The trio agreed and resumed their pursuit of Snape. Clutching a candy, Snape wandered through Hogsmeade, enveloped in a chill, pondering the absurdity of his actions. It couldn't he possibly be real? Severus, a clear voice rang out. Snape halted, turning to look. The trio immediately found refuge in a corner, fervently hoping not to be noticed. Above them, Severus Snape looked up to see a woman leaning against the railing of the second-floor balcony, her radiant smile mirroring the visage etched in his memory, causing his pupils to constrict slightly. Jiang Li had been in this world for several days and had been contemplating seeking out this world's Snape, yet she hesitated, fearing that he might not be the same man she had known, thus refraining from taking action. By chance, she spotted a familiar silhouette on the street today and tentatively called out his name. Upon seeing him turn and locking eyes with those familiar orbs, Jiang Li knew without a doubt that this was the man who had shared years with her. She vaulted over the balcony and shouted to Snape, "Catch me!" Without hesitation, he opened his arms to embrace Jiang Li as she leaped down the stairs. Utilizing the levitation charm during her descent, she landed in his arms, burying her head in his neck, inhaling the familiar scent of potions, which brought her immense comfort. Snape held Jiang Li tightly, overwhelmed with the joy of recovering a cherished treasure. He pressed his cheek against her hair, savoring the faint fragrance of gardenias, confirming that this was not a dream. His Gadnia had truly come to find him. Everything was indeed real. The trio stood in shock, witnessing the surreal scene of Professor Snape entwined with a woman. The next moment brought an even greater shock. Jiang Li stepped back, wanting to scrutinize Snape's current appearance. Snape, however, remained fixated on her, reluctant to release the hand he had wrapped around her waist, as if she might vanish at any moment. Jiang Li cupped his face in her hands, examining him closely. His visage bore numerous fine lines, revealing fatigue, and his hair was unkempt, exuding an air of despondency. Rising onto her toes, she pressed a gentle kiss upon his lips. I'm sorry I'm late. It must have been difficult without me, right? Snape tightened his embrace around her waist, a tempest of emotions swirling in his eyes. He lowered his forehead to hers, his voice low and resonant. I have always been waiting for you. Jiang Li detected a note of grievance in his tone. She cradled his face, planting soft kisses on his brow, eyelids, cheeks, and the corners of his lips. Snape did not deter her. Instead, he gazed deeply into her eyes, as if imprinting her essence into his heart. Leaning closer, Jiang Li teased him in a whisper, Severus, do you truly wish to engage in a lengthy kiss before your students? At her words, Snape finally noticed the three observers and cast a cold glare in their direction. Clutching Jiang Li, he disapparated away. The trio stood petrified. Who was that woman? Is she Professor Snape's wife? Harry asked in astonishment. I've never heard of Professor Snape having a wife. Perhaps she is a romantic interest, Hermione speculated. It's astonishing to think Snape would have someone he cares for, Ron exclaimed. Oh, Merlin's socks, is that really the focal point right now? Snape just glanced our way. He must have noticed us. Ron lamented, burying his head in his hands. The other two followed suit, sharing in his distress. Jiang Li and Snape reappeared in a secluded area, a hillside adorned with indescribable wildflowers. Snape grasped Jiang Li's hand tightly as they ascended the slope, both seemingly brimming with unspoken words yet at a loss for how to articulate them. Suddenly, Jiang Li couldn't contain her laughter. Snape turned to her, puzzled. What is it? Jiang Li knelt before him, wildflowers cascading onto her fair knees. Snape instinctively supported her waist to prevent her from tumbling. She cupped his face, kissing the lips she had yearned for, leaning her body against him. Pressing Snape down onto the grass, one hand cradling his head, deepening the kiss. Snape subconsciously held down her skirt to prevent any accidental exposure. The two lay entwined, their breaths mingling, golden and jet-black hair intertwining, distinct yet blending seamlessly. His hands on her back tightened slightly, creating creases in her clothing. A gentle breeze swept through the mountains, causing the flowers to sway like waves igniting with fervor. Just as Jiang Li felt breathless, she pulled back, pushing Snape away slightly, observing his flushed ears, and smiled at him mischievously. Severus, tell me about the current situation. She restrained Snape's fervent desires, as such actions were not permitted in a tomato's presence. Snape embraced her, brushing the grass leaves from her hair, allowing her to toy with his right hand, and relayed the current circumstances to her. So now Dumbledore suspects you? Jiang Li leaned against him lazily. Why not just tell him everything? He may not believe my words. Snape replied, resting his chin on her shoulder, his cheek against hers, relishing the tranquility of the moment. Dumbledore is an astute individual. Rather than concealing the truth, it would be better to disclose everything to him. He will ascertain the veracity himself. Jiang Li felt a heaviness on her shoulder and tilted her head slightly. Leave the strategizing to Dumbledore. He is far more adept in this regard. With him managing the situation, it will be much easier. I will speak to him, so you need not worry. Besides, with me here, nothing will go awry. If things become uncontrollable, I can help you escape. Hearing this, Snape's heart warmed, and he tightened his hold on Jiang Li. I will accompany you to meet Dumbledore. In Dumbledore's office at Hogwarts, the headmaster observed Jiang Li, who leaned comfortably against Snape, pondering the likelihood of Snape having fallen under a soul-binding curse. I understand that what I am about to say may sound absurd, but it is the truth. Both Snape and I hail from another timeline, aware of certain future events, and I thought it best to inform you. Jiang Li casually picked up a piece of candy from Dumbledore's desk, unwrapped it, and began to eat leisurely. By the way, after your demise, Voldemort visited Nurmengard. Upon learning of your death, that gentleman seemed rather disinclined to continue living, and ultimately, Voldemort killed him. Dumbledore's gaze sharpened in an instant, his magical aura surging, causing objects in the room to begin to fly about chaotically, while portraits of former headmasters took refuge, leaving behind only empty frames. Snape instinctively positioned himself in front of Jiang Li, adopting a protective stance. Jiang Li gently patted the back of Snape's hand, signaling him to remain calm. Rising to her feet, she flashed a friendly smile at Dumbledore. If you do not believe me, feel free to perform a legilimency on me to verify the truth. With a flick of her hand in the air, the tumultuous magic instantly subsided, as if nothing had ever transpired. Snape tightened his grip on her hand, standing resolutely beside her in confrontation with Dumbledore. The moment Jiang Li took action, Dumbledore was convinced of her words. Her power was formidable. If she truly intended harm, there would be no need for such a flimsy tale to deceive him. Unless, of course, the story was indeed true. No need. I believe everything you have said is true. Dumbledore offered a gentle smile towards Jiang Li, mentioning the upcoming Yule Ball, inviting her to stay at Hogwarts if she wished to attend. Jiang Li understood that Dumbledore was concerned for her well-being, wanting to keep her under close observation. Of course, she replied warmly. grasping Severus Snape's hand affectionately, adding with a smile, "I also wish to reside with my husband." A slight smile graced Snape's lips. Dumbledore was momentarily taken aback by their display of affection. Once they departed, he found himself lost in thought, a hint of melancholy crossing his features. Moments later, he extracted a memory with his wand and placed it into the pensieve. With the ball approaching, anticipation and excitement filled the air. It was astonishing to observe that Professor Snape, known for his stoic demeanor, appeared unusually cheerful. This was particularly evident when Harry Potter made a mistake in potions class. And instead of deducting points from Gryffindor, Snape merely mocked him lightly. "I swear, Snape's recent good mood must be related to that woman we saw the other day," declared Ron emphatically as the trio of young lions huddled together. "Who could that woman be?" Hermione whispered, glancing around cautiously. "I inquired with Professor McGonagall, and she said that Professor Snape has no wife." Ron boldly speculated. "Could it be that woman has placed him under the Imperius curse?" "I think it's much more likely that Snape has cast the curse on her," Harry countered. "Why not consider that I might have slipped Snape a love potion? After all, he wouldn't ordinarily engage in such intimate gestures. Indeed, how could Snape ever kiss someone?" Harry seemed to recall, turning to Hermione in admiration. "You're brilliant. How did you think of that?" Chapter 211. Side Story 2. Sitting opposite them, Hermione was making frantic gestures, trying to signal something. "Hermione, what's wrong with your eyes?" Harry inquired with a puzzled expression. Hermione's response was a look of sheer exasperation. "Just end it all," she lamented. Ron, suddenly realizing something, stiffly turned around to find Jiang Li standing behind them, beaming. "Hello." Jiang Li greeted him amicably. Ron's smile faltered, becoming rigid. Harry swiftly glanced back, only to find the subject of their discussion standing right behind him, causing him to choke on his drink. "Long time no see, Harry." Jiang Li greeted warmly as she settled beside Hermione. "Don't you three use any charms to shield your conversations? Aren't you concerned someone might overhear your plans?" Jiang Li asked curiously. The trio exchanged awkward glances, realizing they had indeed been overheard. "In fact, you've all guessed incorrectly," Jiang Li said with a smile, gazing at the three of them. "I am the wife of your Professor Snape. We've been married for quite some time." "No way," they exclaimed in unison, their eyes wide with disbelief. "That cold-hearted bat could never be married." "It's true. When Snape and I wed, Lily and James were both in attendance." "You knew my parents?" Harry asked in astonishment. "Of course, I was friends with your mother. When you were little, I even held you," Jiang Li reminisced, resting her chin on her hand. "I can't believe you've grown so much." Harry, filled with excitement, asked, "Can you tell me what my parents were like?" "Certainly. They were still my students back then," Jiang Li replied, pulling out a photograph from her enchanted bracelet. The photo depicted a moment from another world, capturing Lily's wedding day, with everyone radiating joy. Harry carefully accepted the photo, his eyes welling with tears as he gazed at his parents' smiling faces. "Thank you. I never expected to see a picture of them from their school days." He offered the photo back to Jiang Li, who declined to take it, instead smiling at Harry. "Your mother recorded a video while she was pregnant with you, meant for you to watch after your birth. Would you like to see it?" Harry looked at Jiang Li with a mix of excitement and trepidation. "Can I really?" "Of course, it was always intended as a gift for you." During her research on time travel, Jiang Li had visited Lily when she was pregnant and recorded the video then. She retrieved a metallic memory orb from her bracelet and activated it, releasing a swirl of green mist. Lily appeared, seated on a couch, with her wedding photo with James hanging on the wall behind her. "How are you, Harry?" Lily greeted the camera, as if transcending time to speak to him. Harry's eyes brimmed with tears. He forced a smile and replied, "I'm well, Mom. I don't know if you've grown to resemble me or your father, but I'm sure you have many friends." Lily gazed lovingly at the camera, saying, "Jiang Li asked me what I would like to say to the future you. After careful thought, I hope that you grow up happy. Achievements aren't necessary. Just being healthy is enough. I'm sure you're adorable, and many girls will like you. I've heard boys go through a rebellious phase. And I hope you won't argue with me then, because that would make me sad." "Oh, James, don't touch that." The camera shook slightly as Lily shot an annoyed glance at a certain direction. James's face then appeared in the frame. "What is this?" he asked, curiously touching the magical memory orb. "It's a memory orb. Jiang Li said it can record for future Harry to see," Lily explained. "Wow, how cool," James exclaimed enthusiastically. Addressing Harry, "Harry, have you become a seeker for Gryffindor yet?" "I am already the seeker for Gryffindor," Harry instinctively replied, despite knowing this was a memory. In the next moment, James shot him an appreciative look. "Impressive, just as I expected from my son." Harry was momentarily taken aback. Jiang Li clarified, "I enchanted the memory orb so that it can respond to your questions, possessing your parents' personalities and some of their memories. Additionally, I modified it so you can not only view this memory, but also touch them." Hearing this, Harry turned toward the figures of his parents, tenderly gazing at one another in the mist, and tentatively extended his hand. In an instant, Lily in the memory moved forward, enveloping Harry in her embrace. Her expression filled with concern as she noticed the scar on his forehead. Harry, how did you get hurt? Who did this? I'll help you take revenge. James chimed in angrily, rolling up his sleeves as if ready to fight. James, calm down and let the boy explain, Lily admonished, holding Harry's face in her hands. She noticed his tears and felt her heart ache. Embracing him tightly, Harry felt the warmth of his mother and couldn't help but cry, clinging to her. Mom, I miss you. Upon hearing this, Lily's gaze softened, and she gently patted Harry's back. Harry, don't be sad. I will always be by your side. James also encouraged Harry, saying, Hey, you're a little man now. You need to help me protect your mom. Don't act like a little baby crying in her arms. Harry, caught between laughter and tears, began to cry. Witnessing this touching scene, Hermione discreetly wiped away her tears, while Ron, being considerate, refrained from interrupting Harry at that moment. Harry's heart brimmed with an abundance of words he yearned to share with them, yet just as he opened his mouth, the scene before him vanished. Anxiously, he grasped the memory orb, turning to Jiang Li and inquiring, Why did my parents disappear? Jiang Li inspected the memory orb and noted that it lacked sufficient magical energy. It's nothing serious, merely a deficiency in magical power. Later, you can purchase some magic stones and place the memory orb within. It will automatically absorb the energy. Once it's sufficiently charged, it will function again, she explained. Retrieving a substantial bag of magic stones from her bracelet and offering it along with the metallic memory orb to Harry. He accepted it with the reverence one would show to the most precious treasure, gently caressing its surface. Are you truly willing to give this to me? He asked. Of course, it was intended as a gift for you, Jiang Li replied softly. Harry felt an immense joy. This was the finest gift he had ever received. Thank you, he expressed gratefully, gazing at Jiang Li. Harry, not only does Lily wish for your happiness, but Severus and I also hope for your well-being, Jiang Li said. Her gaze tender as she rested her chin on her hand. Professor Snape? Harry asked uncertainly, Are you sure? I feel as though Professor Snape dislikes me. Perhaps even detests me. Well, his feelings towards you are likely quite complex, Jiang Li responded earnestly. If he genuinely loathed you, he would not engage with you at all. Nor would he spare you a glance. Snape was a close friend of your mother. And when he learned of your promotion to the status of the boy who lived, he was furious, believing Dumbledore had placed you in danger. He wishes for you to grow up healthy, without the burden of heroism. Everyone assumes you lead a life of luxury. Upon your enrollment, all admired you, viewing you as the hero destined to defeat Voldemort. Yet, Snape knows that Voldemort is not truly vanquished, and you will inevitably confront him. Thus, while others laud you, he criticizes you harshly, fearing that pride may lead you to lose your ability to protect yourself. He even contemplated expelling you from school, thinking that would spare you from facing Voldemort. He may not like you, but he would never harm you. To him, you are Lily's child, and he desires for you to survive. This revelation profoundly shook Harry's understanding. He had never imagined that Snape's actions were motivated by concern for him. His emotions became a tumultuous mix, leaving him at a loss for words. Of course, he has his own petty grievances with your father. You bear a striking resemblance to him, which likely evokes personal sentiments when he looks at you, Jiang Li added quietly. Harry felt this was indeed the crux of the matter. Jiang Li gently tucked a few stray strands of Harry's hair behind his ear, reassuring him, Do not worry. We are here for you, and nothing will happen. Harry blushed, sensing that Jiang Li felt more like an aunt to him than Aunt Petunia ever had. Jiang Li withdrew her hand and stood, waving farewell to the three of them. All right, Professor Snape's class should have ended by now. I must go find him. If you wish to see me, you may visit his office, she said. The three instinctively waved back. Once she departed, Ron immediately leaned towards Harry, incredulously exclaiming, Merlin's baggy trousers. Professor Snape married someone so wonderful. Why does he deserve her? Jealousy distorted his features. Hermione found it equally astonishing and corrected Ron, stating, Professor Snape is a good man. Though they may seem mismatched, they must truly love each other. Ron refused to accept this, preferring to believe that Jiang Li had fallen under some enchantment cast by Snape rather than accepting that Snape had wooed her with charm. Clutching the memory orb gifted by Jiang Li, Harry felt an unprecedented sense of happiness and ease, his smile unwavering. When Jiang Li returned to Snape's potions classroom, he was already there, grading students' papers. Judging by his expression, he was likely cursing vehemently. She leaned in to glance at the students' submissions. If one were to summarize it in 4 characters, it would be reliant defense. In 2 characters, plagiarism. Having once been a professor of alchemy, Jiang Li empathized deeply with Snape's current frustration. She wished to grant them an auto help them out, but her conscience would not allow it. Surveying the thick stack of potion essays, she felt immensely relieved that she was not currently a professor. As Snape continued to grade their assignments, his irritation visibly grew, leaving sharp comments scrawled across the pages. Jiang Li poured him a cup of tea, observing the furrowed brow that formed between his brows. Severus. Let us go and order a set of formal attire shortly, she suggested. Snape recalled the upcoming ball, his brow relaxing slightly as he replied, very well. We shall have a suit tailored tomorrow. Chapter 212, Side Story 3. Jiang Li and Snape went to the nearest boutique to select clothing. The proprietors possessed special methods to alter garments to the appropriate size, thus alleviating any concerns regarding fit. However, when Snape and Jiang Li appeared in the store, they attracted considerable attention. Several students without formal attire seized the opportunity to purchase gowns. Curiously eyeing Jiang Li, Snape stood protectively before her, casting a cold glare at the students, who immediately lowered their heads in nervousness. The rumors were indeed true. Many students internally squealed with delight while maintaining an outward appearance of ignorance, stealing glances at Jiang Li from time to time. Jiang Li noticed a girl peeking at her and offered a gentle smile, causing the girl to blush and lower her gaze, fidgeting with the bow on her dress. These students remain as charming as ever, Jiang Li mused. You may continue applying for the position of potions professor. I believe Dumbledore would be quite pleased, Snape suggested earnestly. Perhaps not. I have no such intention at present. I might consider it when I find myself bored, Jiang Li replied. Since Snape's graduation, she had been traveling extensively, as materials for sealing arrays were rather rare and often found in remote locations. Even with generous rewards offered, progress was slow, making her personal search far more efficient. Moreover, the Muggle world was advancing rapidly. Jiang Li observed the changes and felt her initial investment in Zhang Jiaming had been astute, yielding significant returns. As they exited the store after selecting their attire, they encountered Hermione and Ron in a heated argument with Draco. To be precise, Draco had instigated the confrontation, taunting and belittling them. Observing his arrogant demeanor, Jiang Li raised an eyebrow and queried Snape, "Is that Lucius's son?" Snape nodded. "His personality bears no resemblance to his father's," Jiang Li remarked with a smile. "He displays no subtlety. His shallowness is immediately apparent. He appears to be a spoiled brat, entirely different from the sweet, soft little cake he once was." As the quarrel escalated, Jiang Li interjected, swiftly covering Draco's mouth to prevent him from uttering any more hurtful words. Positioned between them, she frowned at Draco, saying, "Did Lucius not instruct you to maintain the decorum befitting the Malfoy family in public?" Draco sought to mock Jiang Li, questioning who she was and what right she had to meddle in his affairs, only to be silenced when he noticed the Malfoy crest adorning her attire. "Who are you? I've never seen you before," he remarked, his gaze fixated on Jiang Li's flowing platinum locks and opulent garments, as he racked his brain to ascertain if such a figure existed within his lineage. Jiang Li, however, chose silence, instead directing her attention to the area where Hermione had tightly grasped something, smiling as she inquired, "Have you prepared your gowns for the ball? I recently selected a few exquisite dresses that would be perfect for you as a token of our meeting." "That's far too extravagant. We can't accept," Hermione instinctively declined, while Ron's eyes momentarily glimmered before dimming again. Hermione was right. It was indeed excessive. "Fortunately, to me, this is merely a trifling sum. I derive greater joy from witnessing the delight of those receiving gifts," Jiang Li replied, gently stroking the hair of both individuals. Ron's hair felt softer, while Hermione's was somewhat coarse. She then reached to her side, and indeed, her fingers brushed against another head, smiling softly, choosing not to reveal Harry's presence. Snape cast a glance in Harry's direction, causing Harry's heart to race as he pondered whether to retreat. However, Snape's gaze soon returned to Jiang Li, noticeably softened. "Let us proceed." As Jiang Li departed, she playfully tugged at Draco, who was still eager to taunt her. "Who are you? If you dare to touch me, I shall inform my father," Draco shrieked. The three watched as Jiang Li led Draco away. Goyle and Crabbe, upon seeing Snape, refrained from confronting Jiang Li, and after a moment's hesitation, decided to follow suit. "Just now, Gardenia spotted me." The trio entered a nearby tavern and commenced their conversation. Harry, with a complex expression, remarked, "Moreover, I sense that Snape has also noticed me, yet he did not expose my presence." Ron remained immersed in the joy of acquiring new gowns, a smile adorning his face. Hermione, unable to restrain her furrowed brow, expressed, "I feel her appearance was too abrupt. Have we placed our trust in her too readily?" "I trust her. She is a friend of my mother," Harry asserted with conviction. "I also believe she has good intentions," Ron concurred earnestly. Seeing her companion's naivety akin to that of a troll, Hermione resolved to investigate Jiang Li independently. Jiang Li, lacking interest in educating Draco, entrusted him to Snape and began her search for intruders. Upon her arrival, she sensed an anomaly in the air, as if there were elements present that ought not to exist. She decided to explore near the Forbidden Forest, only to realize that she was being tailed. Pretending not to notice, she strode directly into the forest. She soon discovered that the Death Eaters seemed to favor this location. Previously, she had encountered them in the same vicinity, and now, two individuals stood within the forest engaged in a transaction. As she prepared to apprehend them with her wand, it was unexpectedly knocked from her grip. The two traitors, alerted by the noise, promptly vanished into the shadows of the forest. Jiang Li, frustrated, turned to face the individual behind her, wand aimed at her. Do you realize you just let two Death Eaters escape? Hermione blinked in surprise. Jiang Li raised her hand, and her wand flew back into her grasp. She regarded Hermione with a gentle tone. Maintaining vigilance is commendable, but this time, you may have startled them unnecessarily. If you lack certainty in your ability to escape, it is wise to refrain from acting rashly. How did you know there were Death Eaters here? Hermione questioned, skepticism evident in her gaze. I cannot say for certain, but I sensed an unusual disturbance in this vicinity, which led me here. Jiang Li concluded, confiscating Hermione's wand and holding it in her palm, delicately stroking it while attuning herself to its magical resonance. A vinewood wand, imbued with a dragon heartstring. It appears you possess a remarkably skilled wizard. She handed the wand back to Hermione with a soft smile, adding, do not overthink it. If I truly harbored ill intentions, I wouldn't resort to such foolish methods. If you don't intend to kill me, I would suggest you use the Petrificus Totalis and Incarcerus curses directly. Simply disarming me might lead to dire consequences. Chapter 213, Epilogue 4. Hermione accepted the wand, realizing she had misjudged Jiang Li. I apologize. Your arrival was so sudden that I assumed. I'm sorry. No harm done, Jiang Li replied with a slight smile. You are an exceedingly clever individual, and possessing a sense of caution is a virtue. Although your actions may have startled them, their intentions are evidently directed towards Harry. As the ball commenced, Jiang Li selected gowns for them, while she herself donned a stunning black velvet gown that perfectly complemented Snape's attire. Snape awaited her at the entrance, and upon seeing her emerge with her dress held delicately, he approached her without hesitation. You look exquisite this evening, he complimented Jiang Li. She admired the gardenia brooch adorning his chest and inquired, where did you acquire such an accessory? I passed by a Muggle jewelry shop and found this. It seemed lovely, so I purchased it, Snape replied, taking Jiang Li's hand and naturally resting his palm on her waist. Although his demeanor remained composed, the slight arch of his brow betrayed the pleasure within. Next time, take me with you. I wish to purchase one as well, Jiang Li stated earnestly. You already possess something, Snape revealed, producing a bracelet he had long acquired but never had the chance to gift, adorning Jiang Li's delicate wrist with it. She lifted her hand, admiring the necklace's brilliance under the light, the diamonds sparkling enchantingly. Your taste is ever more refined. At her words, Snape's lips curled in a subtle smile as he reminded her, the ball is about to commence. We should make haste. Very well. Jiang Li lowered her hand, seamlessly linking her arm with Snape's as they made their entrance into the ball, attracting a myriad of curious gazes. It was indeed surprising to see the reclusive Professor Snape with a partner, and an even greater astonishment that this partner was his wife. This revelation left many in a state of disbelief. Jiang Li, unperturbed, leaned closer to Snape's ear, whispering sweet nothings that caused the man to flush a deep crimson, eliciting an amused laugh from her. With a hint of exasperation, Snape placed a hand on her waist, stating, you seem a bit intoxicated. Allow me to take you outside for some fresh air. Jiang Li raised an eyebrow at his words, having consumed no alcohol. Curious about Snape's intentions, she followed him outside. As the festivities unfolded within the ballroom, the corridor remained tranquil, shrouded in dim lighting. Jiang Li had already retrieved her wand, prepared to react should an unexpected situation arise. Upon reaching a shadowy corner, Snape halted. Just as Jiang Li pondered his sudden stop, he pulled her into his embrace, his broad hand resting on her lower back. Lowering his head, he kissed her lips, overwhelming her senses as he sought to explore the depths of her mouth, savoring every breath she took while his fingers wove through her light golden strands. Dark locks fell across Jiang Li's face as she leaned against the wall, wrapping her arms around Snape's neck and reciprocating his kiss. In that secluded spot, away from the reach of light, their embraces became clearer, each heartbeat and breath resonating vividly in the silence that enveloped them. Jiang Li caressed the back of Snape's ear, feeling a temperature more fervent than usual. The Snape before her was engulfed in a tempest of emotions, so intense that Jiang Li found herself slightly leaning back, evading his kiss. His soft lips brushed against her neck, causing her breath to falter. With a teasing tone, she remarked, I never anticipated you would lose your composure. Snape tightened his embrace around her, using his palm to shield her back from the frigid wall, breathing heavily as he gazed deeply into her eyes, declaring, I believe no one can maintain their composure in the presence of a loved one. His eyes lingered on Jiang Li's flushed lips, and he lowered his head to kiss her once more, this time with a gentler touch, akin to a siren enticing sailors to their doom. "Harry, what are you doing here?" At the sound of the voice, Jiang Li pushed Snape away, spotting Ron in the corner of the room. That very spot was a perfect blind spot for them. Harry awkwardly emerged, unable to meet the gazes of Jiang Li and Snape. "What a coincidence. You two are here as well," Jiang Li responded with remarkable composure. In truth, she had sensed someone approaching moments ago. But witnessing Snape in such a disordered state was too intriguing to halt. Snape's expression darkened considerably. Jiang Li wrapped one arm around his waist and addressed the two. "We have matters to attend to, so we shall forego the upcoming ball. If anyone inquires, I would appreciate your assistance in providing an explanation." Realizing what the two might be up to, Harry's cheeks flushed even deeper. Once the ball concluded, the Triwizard Tournament resumed with renewed vigor. Jiang Li observed carefully. The danger level appeared minimal, so she refrained from intervening. She speculated that the Death Eaters would strike during the final challenge, uncertain if Dumbledore was adequately prepared. Just as Jiang Li's thoughts wandered, Fawkes soared through the window, dropping a letter before her. Upon opening the letter and reading its contents, she arched an eyebrow in surprise. Soon, the Triwizard Cup reached its final round, with the original Quidditch pitch transformed into a labyrinth. The towering walls of the maze exuded an oppressive aura, filled with a sense of foreboding. Harry, upon entering, was immediately assaulted, narrowly escaping the clutches of an acromantula. Just then, fireworks erupted in the sky, signaling that someone had been eliminated. Harry retreated a few steps and turned toward the next location, where he encountered Krum. As Krum approached, wand in hand, poised to cast a spell, he suddenly collapsed to the ground. Harry anxiously glanced around the corner and spotted Cedric emerging. Cedric approached Krum, seized his wand, and shot a signal of forfeiture into the sky before turning to the visibly anxious Harry. "Are you all right, Harry?" he asked gently. Harry's palms were clammy, yet he tightened his grip on his wand, aiming it at Cedric, his breath quickening. "I'm fine." Cedric nodded and reassured him. "Then I won't disturb you. See you at the finish." As Cedric turned to leave, clearly not intending to engage in a duel, Harry exhaled in relief. Everything around him began to spin. He maneuvered through various traps, finally arriving at the location of the Triwizard Cup. Filled with excitement, he rushed forward to grasp the cup. Simultaneously, another hand clasped the cup, Cedric's. Before Harry could process his astonishment, the cup glowed a brilliant blue, and the scene before them twisted violently, transporting them to a dark, ominous place. The once celebratory cup had transformed into a portkey. Observing the towering statue in the courtyard, Harry scanned his surroundings, a wave of dread washing over him. This place mirrored the scenes from his nightmares. "This is wrong. Cedric, we must return to the location of the cup," Harry shouted, desperate to escape. However, before he could finish, a figure emerged from the shadows, Peter Pettigrew, cradling a grotesque, deformed creature in his arms. Without a word, Pettigrew cast the killing curse at Cedric. The green light struck, and Cedric collapsed, lifeless, onto the ground. Chapter 214, Interlude 5. Cedric. Harry rushed towards Cedric's fallen form, staring at the lifeless body with wide eyes, fury igniting within him as he clutched his wand. Before he could cast a spell, Pettigrew knocked the wand from his grasp. With a sinister expression, Pettigrew aimed his wand at Harry, lifting him off the ground and propelling him towards the statue, which sprang to life, binding Harry in an unyielding grip, rendering him immobile. Having completed his dark task, Pettigrew's twisted visage bore no sign of relief. He hurled the grotesque infant into the bubbling cauldron, chanting malevolent incantations. He opened a nearby tombstone, extracting a bone and casting it into the boiling cauldron. "Father's bone, willingly given, shall bring your son back to life." Next, Pettigrew severed his own hand, howling in agony, and tossed the severed limb into the cauldron, as if in a frenzy. "The servant's flesh, willingly sacrificed, shall bring his master back to life." He approached Harry with a dagger, brandishing it menacingly, and sliced open Harry's arm to draw his blood. Harry could hear Pettigrew's repulsive, labored breaths. "The enemy's blood, forcibly offered, shall revive your foe." With trembling hands, Pettigrew approached the cauldron, raising the dagger. Scarlet droplets fell from the blade into the cauldron, causing the liquid to bubble violently, transforming into a bizarre hue, emitting strange white smoke. The mist enveloped Harry, obscuring his vision until he could see nothing but a shrouded haze. Suddenly, he was horrified to witness the cauldron slowly rising, revealing the form of a man, tall and gaunt, resembling a skeletal figure. "Dress me," the cold, piercing voice commanded. Harry had heard that voice countless times in his nightmares. His heart raced in terror. Wormtail hastily retrieved a robe, trembling as he draped it over the figure. His face etched with fear, the man emerged from the cauldron, his crimson eyes locking onto Harry. Harry's complexion drained of color as the face that haunted his dreams materialized before him. Voldemort had returned. This chilling revelation engulfed him in dread as he watched Voldemort summon his Death Eaters, who materialized one by one, cloaked in black hoods and adorned with intricate silver masks. Exuding an aura of terror. "It seems everyone has arrived," Voldemort began, but his words were abruptly interrupted by a clear, resonant voice. He turned sharply, his crimson gaze fixating on a figure not far away. Cedric, who had previously fallen victim to the killing curse, stood upright, wand in hand, observing the unfolding scene with a bemused expression. "Cedric, you're alive," Harry exclaimed, astonished at the sight of Cedric's revival. "How is this possible?" Peter gazed in horror at the scene before him, utterly convinced that his killing curse had struck the boy, who ought to have perished. Voldemort raised his hand and cast the killing curse at Cedric. With an effortless flick, Cedric deflected the curse, a smirk gracing his lips. "Riddle, you truly are becoming increasingly pathetic." At these words, Voldemort's gaze turned icy, his pallid face contorting as he directed another killing curse toward Cedric. Once again, Cedric nimbly evaded the attack, stepping forward to Harry, shattering the gravestone, and tossing his wand and a necklace into Harry's hands, turning his back to him. The Death Eaters, witnessing this, hesitated to act recklessly, astonished that Voldemort would falter against a mere boy. Uncertain of Cedric's capabilities, they refrained from launching an assault. "Harry, stay behind me and protect yourself," Cedric instructed softly, his thumb grazing the ring on his finger, which emitted a faint blue glow. Holding his wand aloft, everything around him began to tremble as a tremendous surge of magical energy swept through the area like a hurricane. A colossal magic circle unfurled beside the gravestone, enveloping all present. Shadows materialized, revealing members of the Order of the Phoenix, including Dumbledore. The Death Eaters, upon witnessing this, attempted to flee, only to discover that they could not disapparate, forcing them to confront the Order's members. "Tom, it has been a long time," Dumbledore stated sharply, fixing his keen gaze upon Voldemort. Upon hearing this name, Voldemort's face twitched, his magic flaring violently as he unleashed dark curses toward Dumbledore. The imposter Cedric, Jiang Li, relinquished the battlefield to them. Catching sight of Harry attempting to assist, he seized Harry's clothing. "Don't add to the chaos. Until a victor emerges between Voldemort and Dumbledore, the majority of the Death Eaters will hold back. Who knows if Voldemort might lose next? With so many lives taken, a death sentence would be unwarranted." Jiang Li countered several stray curses, summoning fiendfire to engulf Voldemort's serpent. The other Horcruxes could be dealt with in due time, yet this one needed immediate attention. The flames entwined Nagini, which thrashed wildly on the ground, prompting others to scatter for fear of the flames latching onto them. Seeing his serpent under attack, Voldemort grew anxious, only to be struck by Dumbledore's spell the next moment. "You should not be distracted," Dumbledore admonished him. Voldemort's face contorted slightly at the words. Nearby, Jiang Li unsheathed the sword of Gryffindor and swiftly decapitated Nagini, the serpent disintegrating into a cloud of black smoke. Disregarding any sense of chivalry, Jiang Li circled behind Voldemort while Dumbledore occupied him, thrusting the sword of Gryffindor into his body. The blade pierced through, cleaving him in two. Voldemort barely had time to cast a curse at Jiang Li. Blood gushed forth, and his soul vanished before it could struggle. All stood in shock, unable to fathom the abruptness of Voldemort's demise. Jiang Li flicked the blood from his hands with disdain. "No, Riddle." A Death Eater clad in black robes rushed forward, embracing Voldemort's corpse, tears streaming down her face. Jiang Li raised his wand, shattering the silver mask upon her face. Chapter 215, Extra 6. Lilith. The most astonished by the girl's appearance was not Jiang Li, but the members of the Order of the Phoenix. They had not anticipated Lilith's betrayal, becoming a Death Eater. Observing this, Jiang Li raised an eyebrow and regarded the girl. Sensing no other spiritual fluctuations, it was likely the original owner of the body had perished long ago. However, the rancid stench of the malevolent spirit affixed to her was an indelible memory for Jiang Li. "If you mourn for him, then you may leave with him," Jiang Li coldly declared, and before anyone could react, he plunged the sword of Gryffindor into her body. Lilith was taken aback, her tears still unshed. As her body was severed, the others were left dumbfounded, gazing at Jiang Li as if he were some horrific monster, ignoring their astonishment as Lilith's life ebbed away. A thick, black substance began to waft from her corpse. She swiftly grasped it, placing it into her specially crafted box, intending to dispose of it at a more opportune time. "What is this?" After securing the substance, everyone observed the writhing black mass, sensing its malevolent aura. Jiang Li recognized that Dumbledore was intentionally questioning her, granting her an opportunity to explain, as her recent actions were undeniably brutal and likely unsettling. "It is a malevolent spirit that occupies the body of a host. The soul of the previous inhabitant has vanished, and this spirit has taken its place. I merely expelled this evil entity from her body." She offered a more palatable explanation for the onlookers. Upon hearing this, no one doubted Jiang Li's words. For Lilith's parents had been slain by Death Eaters. It was inconceivable for her to join their ranks. Furthermore, her earlier actions toward Voldemort had appeared rather intimate. Faced with a friend's betrayal, they instinctively embraced a more acceptable rationale. Jiang Li paid little heed to their beliefs. Her task was complete. Just moments ago, she sensed the displeasure of the cosmic order for altering too much of fate. Every individual's destiny may have been predetermined, yet those who sought to alter it, upon learning their fates, ultimately found themselves manipulated by destiny. Jiang Li existed beyond the constraints of fate. She had reshaped the destinies of these individuals. They had stepped outside their original trajectories, rendering everything enigmatic, with their futures now theirs to pen. Jiang Li was indifferent to the cosmic order's satisfaction. Her mission here was accomplished, and it was time to return to her original timeline. She left the subsequent matters to Dumbledore. It must be said that Dumbledore's methods were indeed formidable. The Ministry of Magic's personnel had not even approached Jiang Li for inquiries, as Dumbledore had resolved the situation. It was no wonder the current Minister of Magic held such trepidation toward Dumbledore. It was likely that should Dumbledore agree to assume the role of minister, over half of the Ministry's personnel would acquiesce. Perhaps sensing Jiang Li's impending departure, Harry sought her out in Snape's office. Upon seeing Snape seated with Jiang Li, the smile on Harry's face stiffened. Ron, accompanying him, subtly edged toward the door. "What are you two doing here?" Snape's stern gaze swept over them. Although the complex emotions had dissipated, Snape still regarded these two troublemakers with disfavor. Ron swallowed hard and nudged Harry forward, urging him to respond. "I came to find Gwendolyn," Harry replied. Upon hearing this, Snape's displeasure intensified. After finally securing a moment of solitude with Jiang Li, yet another interruption had arisen. His countenance reflected his irritation. Jiang Li grasped Snape's hand gently, squeezing it as a subtle gesture to temper his frosty demeanor. Turning to Harry, she inquired, "What is it that you wish to ask me? Were you the one who shielded me from the curse that day before Voldemort?" Harry posed his question, having previously consulted Cedric, who had informed him that he was not the one in question. Someone had warned Cedric of imminent danger, instructing him to enter the competition disguised as Cedric himself. Although Cedric had consented, he did not disclose the identity of that someone. Yet, Harry's intuition led him to believe that it must have been Jiang Li. Furthermore, Hermione had mentioned not seeing Jiang Li in the audience. Otherwise, Snape would surely have been by her side. "It was me. Did you deduce that?" Jiang Li remarked, observing their discomfort. She produced some pastries and poured them both a cup of tea. Confirming his suspicions, Harry felt a surge of excitement. He looked at Jiang Li and expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you. If I had indeed been transported there with Cedric, I would have likely faced Voldemort's wrath." Ron, noticing the pastries, stealthily took a piece to taste. His eyes lighting up instantly as he hastened to devour more, his cheeks puffed with food as he gazed at them. Observing this, Jiang Li nudged the pastries closer to him, smiling at Harry. "Am I to be upset that you are aware of this?" Harry felt a bit sheepish, acknowledging, "I understand that you did this to assist me. Even if I evade this time, Voldemort will not relent. However, by using me as bait, you may seize the opportunity to capture all the Death Eaters." What astonished Harry even more was Jiang Li's formidable strength, having withstood a killing curse without sustaining any harm, and even collaborating with Dumbledore to vanquish Voldemort. Although Jiang Li's act of slaying Voldemort with a blade appeared deceptively simple, dueling among top-tier wizards is fraught with peril. A mere misstep could lead to fatal curses, let alone approaching the opponent, which is why Voldemort's presence incites such fear. "Harry, you still harbor a fragment of Voldemort's soul within you. Would you like my assistance in extracting it?" Jiang Li smiled knowingly at him. Upon hearing this, Harry stiffened, recalling the events he had witnessed on Voldemort's side. No wonder he could perceive such things. It turned out he was one of Voldemort's soul fragments. Observing Harry's pallor, Snape raised an eyebrow and scoffed, "Fool, do you truly believe we would resort to killing you merely to eliminate the fragment of Voldemort's soul within you?" Harry's thoughts had been pierced, leaving him somewhat sheepish. "What should I do?" he asked cautiously. "Simply stand there," Jiang Li instructed, producing a finely crafted dagger. "In fact, I sense 4 soul vibrations within you. If I am not mistaken, not only did Voldemort's soul fragment embed itself within you, but a portion of your parents' souls also resides there, albeit faintly, nearly imperceptible." At her words, Harry trembled, his face a canvas of shock as his striking green eyes locked onto Jiang Li's, filled with hope as he inquired, "Can my parents be resurrected like Voldemort?" "Alas, no. Their souls are too tenuous. Once I separate Voldemort's fragment, they will utterly vanish," Jiang Li replied with a harsh truth. The smile faded from Harry's face. If I do not extract Voldemort's fragment, will they remain with me forever, always at my side?" He gazed at Jiang Li, harboring a flicker of last hope. "No. Their souls have already grown faint as they protect you from Voldemort's encroachment. If left untouched, their final remnants will dissipate with time, and Voldemort's essence will merge with yours. In that event, you will cease to be yourself, Jiang Li stated solemnly. Harry fell into silence, never having considered that his parents' souls accompanied him, and now, upon learning this, he was faced with the grim prospect of having to extinguish their very existence. Could you grant me some time? I wish to contemplate this matter further. He managed to force a strained smile at Jiang Li. Of course, but I sincerely hope you can reach a decision swiftly, for I shall not linger here much longer. Perhaps you will not see our presence again, Jiang Li gently reminded him. She had resolved the issues at hand and needed to return to her original timeline, as the consciousness of this temporal realm began to expel her. Meanwhile, Hermione awaited them in the common room and greeted Harry upon his arrival. However, Harry seemed oblivious, wandering back to his dormitory in a daze. What is wrong with him? Hermione queried Ron. Ron relayed the conversation he had just overheard to Hermione. Without hesitation, she declared, Harry must eliminate Voldemort's fragment, otherwise, he will perish. I can empathize with Harry's dilemma. Such an act feels akin to slaying one's own kin, Ron murmured. But we cannot allow Harry to simply perish. Hermione countered. Perhaps there is another way to prevent Harry's parents' souls from disappearing? Ron proposed, though he too felt the weight of this challenge. Suddenly, Hermione's eyes brightened as a thought struck her. I recall seeing relevant records during my last visit to the library. As she spoke, she headed outside, with Ron hastily following her. Upon reaching the library, Madame Pants immediately fixed her gaze on Ron, who instinctively shrank back. Adopting an innocent demeanor, Hermione dashed to the bookshelf, searching for the tomes she had previously perused. Not this one, not this one. I distinctly remember seeing it here before. Ron, holding a book in front of his face, sidled up to Hermione, whispering, Do you have a way to revive Harry's parents? Hermione glanced up from her reading, her expression one of exasperation. Do you truly think that is possible? Then what are you doing here? I recall the method of creating portraits in school. Perhaps we could persuade the fat lady to create portraits of Harry's parents so they can accompany him, Hermione suggested, her eyes shining with excitement as the light fell on her earnest face, making her appear almost luminescent. Ron felt his heart quicken, a strange sensation washing over him as his gaze remained fixed on Hermione. Ron, could you please hand me that book next to you? Hermione requested, but Ron, startled, abruptly turned, colliding with a precariously stacked pile of books that tumbled to the floor with a resounding crash. Ron stared at the fallen books, a chill running down his spine. Madame Pants, who had been observing him closely, rushed over, loudly reprimanding him and ushering him out. Watching Ron being expelled, Hermione sighed in resignation and turned back to continue her search for the book she had previously encountered. By the lake, Harry gazed into the mirror reflecting his own image, his hand brushing over the scar on his forehead. It felt as if his parents were right beside him, causing him to smile momentarily before a thought crossed his mind, darkening his expression. Harry, there you are? Chapter 216. Epilogue 7. Hermione's voice echoed as Harry hurriedly tucked the mirror back into the side of his robes, turning to see Ron and Hermione approaching him. Hermione, I need some time alone, Harry said, his expression somewhat despondent. Hermione, I just discovered a method to preserve your parents' souls in the library, Hermione exclaimed with a hint of excitement, producing a book and flipping it open to a particular page before placing it before Harry. We can encapsulate your parents' souls within a portrait, and by employing a specific incantation, we can extract their memories. They could accompany you just like the fat lady's portrait. Harry took the book, glancing at it with a flicker of joy that quickly waned. Hermione, if this works, won't my parents be trapped in the portrait forever? Hermione was caught off guard by this notion, momentarily speechless. Right now, our priority is to preserve their souls. Who knows, there may be solutions in the future? Ron chimed in, offering encouragement. Harry soon regained his spirits. Yes, it would be wonderful to have my parents by my side. Perhaps there will be other ways in the future. Now, we need to gather materials to create the frame. Ordinary frames cannot withstand the effects of enchantment. Should we head to Hogsmeade for that? There are some items we can't procure from Hogsmeade. We could ask Hagrid for assistance. Some of the materials are potion ingredients. Should we sneak a bit from the potions room? The three began to discuss their plans enthusiastically. The next day, when Jiang Li sought out Snape, she found Ron and Harry grappling with Snape's instructions regarding slugs. Upon seeing Jiang Li, the two looked at her as though she were their savior, displaying expressions of desperation. Jiang Li curiously inquired of Snape, What have they done? They disrupted the class, causing a cauldron to explode, splattering scalding potion on their classmates. I cannot fathom what they were thinking. Despite my repeated instructions, they still managed to err, truly reminiscent of James in their foolishness. Snape's anger flared at the recollection of the potion class debacle. My father is not like you describe, Harry retorted, anger igniting within him as he glared at Snape. his chest heaving with indignation. Jiang Li, aware of Snape's deep regard for potions, gently placed a hand on his arm and spoke softly, "Do not be upset. I wish to have a word with Harry." At the sound of Jiang Li's soothing voice, Snape's expression softened slightly. Jiang Li turned to Harry, her tone gentle. "Now, calm down. He is not intentionally disparaging your father, merely criticizing your actions." Harry replied, "That makes it even harder to bear. Now, tell me why you disrupted the potions class," Jiang Li said. Her demeanor relaxed as she regarded Harry, smiling. "I hardly believe someone as intelligent as you would make such significant mistakes in potions. You must have had a plan, right?" "I didn't," Harry said somewhat defensively. Jiang Li's smile suggested she could see through his pretense. Harry swallowed nervously, glancing at Jiang Li, and murmured, "We didn't mean to hurt anyone." "I know you didn't intend to, but others do not understand your motives, and your actions indeed had negative repercussions. Severus punishes you to make you aware of the harm your actions have caused to others and to uphold classroom order. If everyone acted without consequence, would anyone take the professor seriously? You ought to apologize to those affected." Harry had assumed Snape's punishment stemmed from personal animosity. Now, seeing the hint of shame in his eyes, Jiang Li smiled. "If you require any potion ingredients, you can directly purchase them from Severus. What materials do you still need?" "Do you know we are working on potions?" Ron exclaimed, astonished. "Your intentions are evident. Anyone with half a brain could deduce what you are up to." Jiang Li replied with a smile. At her words, Harry and Ron exchanged embarrassed glances. After a moment's hesitation, Harry divulged the materials he required to Jiang Li. "Do you have any of these?" Jiang Li inquired of Snape. Snape cast a disdainful glance at Harry before responding to Jiang Li with surprising gentleness. "Yes." With a stern countenance, he handed the necessary materials to Harry. Jiang Li smiled as she bid the two farewell, reminding them, "Remember to settle the payment for these materials." As they stepped outside, disbelief lingered on their faces. Did Snape really just give us potion ingredients? Surely he has some ulterior motive, Ron mused darkly. Harry, holding the potion ingredients, expressed a complex mixture of emotions. Perhaps we misjudged him. He may not be as malevolent as we believed. Ron recalled Snape's usual scowl during class. It is possible he treats all Gryffindor students with equal disdain. Once they gathered the materials and crafted the frame, the trio returned to Jiang Li to share their ideas. "That works. I had planned on preparing a frame as well, but since you have done so, I shall forego mine," Jiang Li said with a smile. The three, weary from their laborious material gathering, could only express their dismay. Observing their expressions, Jiang Li's smile deepened. She produced a dagger, pointing it at Harry. "Are you ready?" Harry nodded nervously. Without giving him a moment to react, Jiang Li plunged the dagger into Harry's forehead. Hermione, witnessing this, nearly lashed out at Jiang Li, convinced she intended to harm Harry. Snape, quick to intervene, blocked her path, sternly admonishing, "Do not interfere with Gandia." Hermione then noticed that although Jiang Li had inserted the dagger into Harry's scar, not a single drop of blood emerged. In the next moment, Jiang Li's hand penetrated Harry's forehead, forcibly extricating the lingering dark soul tethered to his essence. As the remnant soul was severed, Harry's complexion paled. Cold sweat beading on his brow as he watched Jiang Li produce a black, malevolent fragment. He had seen similar remnants in his notebook. Jiang Li cast the dark fragment to the ground and crushed it underfoot, addressing Hermione. "Where's the frame you prepared?" Hearing this, Hermione hastily retrieved the frame and presented it to Jiang Li. Jiang Li opened her palm, pouring the nearly invisible essence into the frame. The previously blank frame began to shift, yet it struggled to take form. "We need the memories of the departed," Hermione remarked, glancing at Jiang Li and Snape. Jiang Li placed a memory into the frame, turning to Snape. "Your turn." Harry anxiously observed Snape. "I know I have angered you before, but please, silence." "I know what to do," Snape interrupted, extracting a wisp of memory and placing it into the frame. The frame, once formless, suddenly animated, coalescing into the likeness of Lily and James. They instantly appeared vibrant and alive. "Where's this? Snavellis, why have you become so hideous, old and ugly?" In the painting, James caught sight of Snape and erupted into loud laughter. Instantly, Snape's countenance darkened. The others present, upon hearing his words, could not help but feel a sense of shame. It was no wonder Snape harbored such disdain for James. His words were so vitriolic that one would think he had no fear of Snape tearing apart his portrait. "My sincerest apologies on behalf of my father," Harry timidly uttered, fearing Snape's wrath, as he hastily removed the portrait. The other two swiftly followed suit, retreating with urgency. Watching their departing figures, Jiang Li sighed softly. "It is a pity we shall never see them again." At this, Snape lowered his gaze towards Jiang Li and inquired, "Are we to return now?" Jiang Li nodded. "We have been away for quite some time, and we did not bring Ella along. She is likely to throw a fit." She retrieved the modified time turner from her bracelet and began to adjust the dials, vanishing into thin air. Snape remained rooted to the spot, his expression one of bewilderment as he surveyed his surroundings. Had he not been sleeping in his own chamber just moments ago? How had he ended up here? All memory of Jiang Li's prior presence faded from everyone's minds. Occasionally, someone might recall it, dismissing it as merely a figment of their imagination. The world had corrected certain elements, and all began to move forward, embarking on lives entirely transformed.